some people are killing our hero. He is tied with a rope and hung, below which there are dangerous zombies locked in a jail. And then this woman calls our hero by name and says that all your companions are dead, and now your life is meaningless for you. Now maybe you have no purpose to live. Our hero looks at her very angrily and says that this is my fault. I am the person because of whom this happened to you guys. And then he yells loudly and says, "Evil woman, you deserve a painful death." And then this woman grabs this fat guy and says, "Hey, look at him. He is getting angry at me again." This fat guy looks at her with a smile and says, "Let's start torturing him slowly to take out our anger." And then he takes out his remote and says, "But we should thank you for the supplies. Now we can live comfortably for a few more months." Saying this, he presses the button of the remote. As soon as he presses the remote button, our hero's ropes come loose, and he falls into the zombie prison. And all the zombies attack him at the same time and start eating him by tearing him apart. Blood starts coming out of our hero's mouth, and all the zombies start scratching his neck and whole body. Our hero says, "Kai Lai, if I get a chance to live again, I will make both of you pay for what you have done. I will not leave you at any cost." After this, he regains consciousness, and then he says, "Zhang Zio, what do you mean?" A girl stands in front of him, and he says, "Why have you not added my name in the house deed? Do you love me too? Tell me what is going on here." And then he feels and thinks in his mind that it is possible that I have been reborn before the apocalypse. Suddenly he feels something strange in his body and says, "In my past life I was deceived by Kai, and she not only took away the inheritance from my parents, but also made me homeless and killed me. And then there was a global catastrophe which turned most of the humans into zombies, and chaos spread in the world. Everyone turned into zombies. And we were out walking at that time, and we made some new friends. And with the help of our new friends, we managed to survive the apocalypse. But who would have thought that that imposter Kai Jing pretended to be a desperate person seeking refuge, and gained my sympathy and took advantage of my sympathy. In fact, she was actually sent by the enemy to destroy us. I didn't understand this at that time. And 400 brides are not worth a dime." And then he thinks for a while. The girl says, "Didn't you hear me?" Our hero glares at her and says, "Evil bitch, now I can't act impulsively. And I will give you a week if you still haven't done it." And then he pushes her out at the same time and says, okay, I understand. Now you can leave from here." The girl turns around and looks at him while leaving. Our hero immediately closes the door, and she says, "What is going on? Jayo, since when did you become so outspoken? He is not mine." And then he closes the door. After this, his eyes fall on the time-telling system, and he looks at it carefully and thinks in his mind, "Is there only 1 month left? I should start preparing for the apocalypse immediately." He is surprised thinking so much, and then he sees the system. It is written on the system, "The apocalypse system is now activated. The system mission is in progress, and please complete it as soon as possible." Here below is the name of the mission. The name of the mission is Preparation for the Apocalypse, and the requirements of the mission are to own a piece of land and prepare a year's supply like provisions. The points can be exchanged for the mission reward 10 points. Seeing this, our hero thinks in his mind that this is a system, and the mission also rewards points. And then he thinks, what can these points be used for? And then the system store is shown, in which all the recovery is increased. Potions are shown plus, and the point of Apocalypse Farmer supply box is 2. And the Drama supply box is minus 10 points. And here it is written that 2 points will be minused for refreshing. Our hero puts it down at the same time and says that I almost forgot that in my previous life I was being stingy to collect the bride price of Kyun Hee-jin, and was saving every penny, in which I also became malnourished. Saying this, he picks up his phone and orders some food, and says in a month corpses will spread everywhere. Although it is still a good chance, I should eat good food, and then he orders good food at the same time. And a lot of food comes and is kept on his table. And he says, is this the legendary 3-star expensive takeaway? And then he takes the food in his hand and says, I should taste it. How does it taste? It's so expensive. And then as he puts it in his mouth, he jumps with joy. His eyes start shining. And he says, this is so delicious. This is really delicious. And he starts eating the food very fast, and he eats all the food by himself in no time. And then he picks up his mobile and says, yes, I should call now. And he says, did that manipulative woman cry for her little angel friend? And then the other end says, Zhang Aoyun, what do you mean? How can you treat Yui Jing like this? She only wanted you to prove your love. If you can't even give her your property, how can you say that you love her? Our hero replies that Kai Jing, I was just testing you a little, and you failed. And then she says that if you bring the house documents and 1 million yuan in cash here to apologize, then I can help you convince Kai Jian otherwise. Consider it broken. On hearing this, our hero says, what do you think? What do you think? You can test me. Go to hell. Saying this, our hero immediately disconnects the phone and relaxes and sits on his sofa and says that the owner of a piece of land, this is right. And while walking, he thinks in his mind that I will build the strongest fort on this land. And not only defensive, but it will also be near a water source and forest. After saying this, he goes outside and a woman comes in front of him and says, hello, sir. Are you here to rent or buy a house? Our hero replies, no, I live here. At that moment, a man in a coat comes and interrupts the woman. Actually, the man is the first manager of real estate sales. His name is Zhu, and he says, Chung, help carry the boxes to the back. We got a lot of toilet paper today. When Zionai hears this, she says, Manager Zhu, I need to attend to a customer. But he doesn't even listen to her. The manager immediately takes Zioning's hand and pulls her towards him and says, have you forgotten what I taught you? It makes absolutely no sense. Now you go back and work. Zayog, she looks at him and says, but sir, listen to me. And then he says, he's a broke loser in cheap clothes. He probably can't even afford a toilet. What kind of customer does he look like to you? After listening to Zhu, our hero looks at him seriously and says, what did you say? You are a bad person. You are looking down upon people. The manager looks at him and says, I am a person who looks down upon dogs like you. And then the manager looks at our hero with arrogant eyes and says, if you can only buy a toilet, then I will live stream myself eating feces. Our hero starts looking at him with very serious eyes, and he goes close to them and says, okay, if that's what you want, then it will happen now, and I will bring hot shit for you in a short while. And then he takes out his debit card at the same time and says, hey miss, I have not come here today to rent or sell a house. I have come here to buy land. Everyone is surprised to hear our hero's words. They start looking at him with surprise and say, look at him. He has come to buy land. Does he even know how much money it costs? How expensive land really is? Here the other person says, oh my God, this is the first time I have seen someone buying land. Everyone starts discussing among themselves and says, this seems like a real rich person. This seems like a really big spender. And then that miss signals them to walk forward and says, okay, sir, please come this way. I would like to give you a detailed introduction of this land. And then she starts taking our hero with her. Here, the manager is getting angry seeing him. Our hero sits on the chair, and the miss shows him some papers and says, anyone can hit a ding when it comes time to pay, so everyone disappears. But looking at you, I don't believe that you will be able to pay the money. Saying this, she gives the land papers to our hero. But our hero shows his hand and says, I don't need all these papers. I will just tell you my requirements, and you will see if there is any match in them or not. Zioning replies, please go ahead, sir, and tell me what your land requirements are. Our hero thinks for a while and says, mountains near water are preferred, and convenient transportation with running water is ideal. Factories or large buildings should be located on it. Zioning is surprised to hear this and says, Wait a minute, let me think about it. The manager comes in and asks, is there no piece of land in the East District that meets his requirements? Xiaoning looks at him and is surprised to hear this and says, is there really such a place in the East District? And she says, Manager Zhu, are you talking about city land? I think that land won't be right for them. The factories there are all unfinished projects. It is unresolved and cannot be sold to a customer. The manager looks at him again with disdain and says what is there to sell and such disrespectful demands from a broken man. I think he is not here to buy land but to cause trouble for us. Our hero looks at him and asks if there is a piece of land in the East District that really meets all my requirements. Jianing replies, yes, but there are unfinished factories on it. The leader of the construction team has fled. And hearing this, our hero takes the paper in his hand and thinks to himself, yes, this place is great. And it meets all my requirements. And then he thinks to himself that putting up barbed wire will make it easier to defend. And unfinished factories will save me a lot of cost and time. And then he gives the paper back to Jianing at the same time, and says, I would like to buy this land. Can we pay for signing the contract right now? Jianing bows her head and takes the paper back and says, please excuse me, and then she is also surprised. And says, sir, do you really want to buy this land with incomplete factories? Our hero replies, yes, of course, let's sign the contract and get on with the payment soon. And someone is waiting to eat some fresh shit after this. After this, our hero makes the payment right away, and the payment receipt, he gives it to the manager. The manager is very surprised to see the payment receipt and thinks in his mind, how is this impossible? It is not possible that this poor man bought such a costly piece of land and he paid 3 ziz. And how can someone spend lakhs of rupees on a piece of land with incomplete factories? I don't believe this. How can I believe this? Our hero puts his hand on the manager's shoulder and says, dude, I've paid. Now you get ready to perform while you enjoy this. I'll send you a super chat later. And then everyone starts clicking the manager's photo. The manager gets really annoyed by this, and everyone says, Fatty, I've turned on the live stream for you. Hurry up and eat your shit, another person says. Fatty, my stomach isn't feeling well today, but I promise it will be fresh for you. And I ate lobster yesterday, and now you have to eat it. And then the system task is shown. And our hero starts walking towards the exit, and he thinks to himself that I have spent all the money of the bride price on buying land. And now I need to find a way to get money to replenish the stock. And then he starts walking forward. A person is passing by him, and seeing our hero, he thinks to himself, is this Zhang Zio? And what is he doing here? Thinking so much, he walks away from there. On the other side, everyone catches the manager and throws him on the ground and starts feeding him shit. The manager's condition gets worse, and he is screaming for help and says, I don't want to eat shit. Forgive me. What are you guys trying to do to me? On the other side, this beautiful lady is applying nen polies and drying the nen polies by blowing on it. Suddenly, she gets a call on her mobile, and she picks up the phone and says, Lai Hong, friend, do you still remember me? And she says, did you know? Zhang Zio came to the real estate company today to buy land. On hearing this lady gets very angry, and she says, what did you say? He bought the land. Where did he get so much money? And then I tell him that he has made a down payment of 3. And then boss says, I think this must be all the bride price money that he saved. And then she shouts, he is a bastard. How dare he use my money? And then she says, don't be mad. Find Zhang Zio and ask him what he is doing. How dare he spend our money? And then she says, he has turned the tables on me. He has actually used my money. I will definitely expose him online today. On the other hand, our hero sits on the couch, thinking that I will need more money to buy supplies or build a base. Where should I get this money? Suddenly, he hears someone coming, and he turns his head and looks towards the door. And says what happened. Here come these 2 women. And our hero looks at them and says, "What are you two doing here?" The woman says, "Zhang Zio, what do you mean? How dare you spend my money?" Our hero looks at her seriously and says, "What are you talking about?" The woman points her finger and says, "Don't think I don't know anything. You used my bride price money to buy land. I am telling you that the bride price money is mine, and you bought the land." Our hero looks at her finger carefully, and he says, "Hey, have you gone mad? Let me tell you that I have a lot of money," and then he takes out a bundle of notes and puts it on her shoulder and says, "But I will not spend a single penny on you." Our hero looks at them seriously and says, "If you think that I don't know about your relationship with Li Suxiang, then you are mistaken. I have come to know everything about your relationship. You are cheating on me." After this, she looks at him with angry eyes and thinks in her mind, "What is going on? How is this possible? How can he know about me and Suxiang?" After this, our hero throws both those girls out of his house and stands holding the door. The other woman says, "You both calm down. This is just a misunderstanding." Our hero looks at her and says, "Considering my ass as an ass is not a misunderstanding. And she is not my girlfriend. And she wants to live with that old man." And she talks to him. He closes the door and says, "Fuck you. Just looking at you makes me upset." The woman is shocked and says, "No way. How did he know about this? We were always careful when we booked rooms." Then they press the elevator button and go downstairs. And then she explains to him, "Geo Jink, this is a big problem. Why didn't you tell me before? Are you really involved with that middle-aged man Suxiang?" After hearing this, she replies that the rooms were booked a few times just now. She then puts her hand on her head and says, "This situation is out of control. Let's go back and think about making a plan." And then she says, yes, that's exactly what we need to do." Then they arrive and she says with a smile, "Because you messed things up with Zhang, so I'm not going to back out. After all, we are good sisters." Here our hero goes to the place which he has bought. And there he talks with the engineer and says, "This is the factory which I want to renovate." And then he asks how long will it take to complete it again. This guy is the foreman in Paru Construction Company, and he says that strengthening the walls and making guard towers, putting barbed wire in a Texas, steel blast-proof doors, making them thicker, and installing bulletproof, tempered glass, etc. All these works will take a lot of time, and he says, "Sir, may I ask which power did you insult?" Our hero replies that don't ask too much. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Just tell me how much will it cost to do this work in a month. The foreman takes the piece of paper in his hand and says, "Friend, this cannot be done in a month." Our hero says, "Stop talking. If you can't do it, there are plenty of people who can." The foreman says, "Boss, Paru's life matters too. In fact, I have a conscience as a foreman." And then he says, smiling, "No, boss. I mean it will cost more." Our hero looks at him surprised and asks, "Tell me your price." The foreman shows 2 fingers and says, "If we have to finish it in a month, then I will need Paru to work hard. And it will cost at least around 20 million. Our hero looks at him smiling. And then the foreman says, "Yes, you have to give us a deposit of 5 million yuan first. That way we can start our work." Our hero replies, "Okay, I will transfer the money to you within a week. You start work for now." The foreman looks at them in surprise and smiles. And then our hero puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "It's okay, don't worry about me not paying. If I don't pay, then this land will be yours." The foreman then agrees to this and says, "If that's the case, then it's okay." At the same time, this girl comes close to them and says, "Hey, brother Zhang." Our hero turns and looks, and then the girl immediately comes and holds his hand and says, "What are you doing here?" And then she stands up holding his hand and tries to hug him. And she says, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Our hero looks at her and thinks in his mind that this girl cheated me in my previous life and took away my family fortune. This time I will make you pay double. And then he says, "What are you doing here?" The girl says smilingly, "Brother John, what a piece of land you have bought. The scenery is so nice. Are you planning to build a villa here? Our hero immediately grabs her hand and shakes it off, and says what I am building will be of no use to you. The girl thinks to herself, what is going on here? What has happened to Jung? This loser is behaving strangely today. Usually he would get shy just by touching my hand. And his heart starts beating fast. Today I deliberately pretended a little, but he did not react. On the contrary, he started shouting at me, and then our hero waves his hand towards the engineer, and says it is not right, it is not right. The gate needs to be expanded. This girl then says to our hero, hey, listen to me. And then she thinks in her mind, that absolutely not. This is a golden opportunity which I cannot lose, because Kai Jing is no longer with her. If I remove Kai Jing from the way, then this land will be mine. And after this our hero comes to his room and sits down, and says, I have only got 3 million yuan by mortgaging this house to the bank. And this is not enough to cover the first phase of construction costs. I need more money. And I have to find a way to do it. And then he thinks in his mind, because wait, the apocalypse is going to happen anyway, even if I sell many people's houses, it does not make any difference. And then an idea comes to his mind, and he says, let's do this. Then suddenly a voice comes from outside, open the door, open the door. The hero thinks in his mind, damn, it must be the same old man again, and then he goes to open the door. And then he thinks to himself, because my downstairs neighbor Grandpa Lee has money, and he also owns the first and second floors, and he wants to buy my third floor as well. Originally, I intended to use this house as my wedding house, but I refused to sell it. Since then, this old man wants to buy my house and has been dumping garbage, creating problems by putting wreaths at funerals and collecting locks, using all kinds of dirty tricks. And the old man looks at our hero and says, you went out clubbing again last night. Our hero replies, I'm already upset. Don't bother me anymore. I went to sleep before 10 o'clock last night. I'm not going clubbing, and I don't care. And then he says, I heard that clearly. And then he turns his head away, showing his hand, and he says, you keep quiet, your eyes are only on my house. I have done enough, I will sell it to you. The old man looks at him and thinks, hey, what kind of behavior is this? And then he looks at him and says, say it once again, will you really sell this house to me? Our hero stands in front of him and says, I will send you home, but there is a condition. The old man looks at him in surprise and asks, what is the condition? Tell me. Our hero replies that I will hand over the house to you after 6 months. So I have to stay here for the next 6 months. Before that you have to transfer 5 million yuan to me once, so that I can pay the mortgage for my new house. The old man thinks for a while after hearing this. And the mix says, if you don't agree, then forget about my house. But at the same time, the old man becomes happy and says that I accept all your conditions. But I will not let you back out. You have to sign a contract. Our hero replies that the contract has to be signed. There is no problem in this. You don't worry. And then he thinks in his mind that, hey, old bastard, you just wait to die in your own house. In a short time, you will die in your own house. And then after this, our hero takes out his phone and says once Grandpa Lie's 5 million yuan is transferred, plus 3 million yuan from the loan comes to me, then I will have a total of 8 million yuan. And then he looks at the system at the same time and says, first of all, the system work has to be completed, and he has to claim the prize. And then he reaches a big mall and starts buying a lot of things there. The system shows that a year's supply of provisions has been prepared. Everyone is surprised to see the MC. What is this person doing? Isn't this guy mentally unstable? Our hero looks at them and says, hey, everyone move aside quickly, let me do my work. He slowly fills a lot of trolleys with stuff. Everyone looks at him and wonders why is he buying so many things. And then this woman says, why is he buying so many things? The other person replies that he is another fool who believes in the rumor of doomsday, so he is buying all his stuff in advance. The system shows the work is complete. System points 10 have been added, and the current point is 10. Our hero looks at the system and thinks to himself that it is important to increase qualities in the apocalypse. But this hero supply box is exactly 10 points. And then he at the same time puts his finger on the system and says there is no need to hesitate. I will get my first chance. Now go inside and pick up the hero supply box. And then at the same time it is shown in the system that the exchange was successful. 10 points have been deducted. The current point is 0. And then a gift is presented, whose name is Space Ring and Level 1. They are its features. The ring has a space of 500 cubic meters, and time stands still inside the space. Our hero looks at that ring very carefully and says, smiling, I knew it. The first draw is always golden, and then he looks at it very seriously at the same time, and says that time stands still inside space. This means that even if I store fresh goods, they will not spoil. This is very good. The system shows that the new mission is 10 years of sustenance and 10 years of supply. Right now it is 0 out of 10 and the reward point is 20. Then suddenly a voice comes from behind asking, who is it? Who is that person who is creating so many troubles? And then he comes and stands in front of our hero and says, is that Zhang? And he looks at our hero very angrily. Our hero looks at that person and thinks in his mind that this person is young Tao. This was my high school classmate, a follower of the scoundrel Zhang Sen in school. And he is a person who always harasses the weak and is afraid of the strong. He knew about him, and then last week's security fee is 10. Hurry up and pay it. Our hero replied to him that pay your ass off. If you want it, then let Zhang Sen come by himself. And then he thinks to himself, in which school we have had so many fights. I didn't expect to meet him here today. And then this person immediately raises his hand and says, Zhang, what are you doing? Put these things back where you picked them from, or else I will be merciless to you, and you will have to pay for it. And then our hero says, young Tao, you are still bullying weakness, and I am here to buy respect. And then he asks if this is how Hornfa treats its customers, the way you are behaving. I bought these items. Hearing this, Karyong Tao says, if you bought these items, then pay for these items now, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Everyone starts entering the items. It takes about an hour to make the bill. And then this person asks how much the total bill is. The woman tells that the total bill is 56,883 yuan, and then he gives the machine to our hero at the same time, and asks to check out. Armik takes out his card at the same time, and swipes it. And the machine starts beeping, and the display on the machine shows that the transaction has been successful. Seeing this, young Tao gets surprised that how did he pay? After this, he immediately turns back and asks his friends to leave, and starts to leave from there. At the same time, Armik stops him saying, hey young Tao. Young Tao turns back and says, what are you saying? Armik smiles and says, you were so rude just now. You should apologize or else I will return this stuff. On hearing this, young Tao gets very angry and says, you were being too much. Are you looking for trouble? And then at the same time, everyone starts making a video of him and says, why are you guys looking down on him? And you are rude yourself. Now he is just asking for forgiveness. This is not too much, is it? So you should apologize. And then he says, you should definitely apologize. If you don't apologize, we will also return all our stuff. And then he says, you are recording on TikTok. Apologize or I will make you famous. Armik looks at him and says, sorry, and if honest enough, I will buy 10 times more. Ying Tao is shocked to hear this, and looks at him very surprised. Our hero replies, yes, okay, bring me the POS machine, I will show you my balance. And then he swipes his card in the machine at the same time, and the person is surprised to see his balance, and says it is 7 million yuan. Armik says apologize, and I will continue buying. Ying Tao was very angry, but he could not do anything. Finally, he had to bow his head and apologize, and then he bows his head at the same time and says, okay, I'm sorry. Our hero puts his hand on his head at the same time and says, remember not to be so careless in the future. Leave some space and understand. And then our hero starts walking forward. Yang Tao says, smiling, Brother Jian, why are you buying so many things? Armik replies, that's none of your business. I'm planning a big deal. And then after this he asks smilingly, big deal means the goods in the supermarket warehouse won't be enough. You have to find a wholesaler. Armik looks back and says, because you work in a supermarket, you must know some wholesalers, right? Yang Tao replies, of course you remember. He works in the wholesale business now with Ji Sang. And then he calls him at the same time and says, hey brother Zheng, I got a big client for you. Our hero thinks to himself, Yang Tao is still working for Zheng Sing. I wonder how much gray income these two have earned from this Hornfa supermarket. And then he takes Armik to the warehouse at the same time. Suddenly a car comes at a high speed and hits Yang Tao. Yang Tao survives. Armik looks at him seriously and says, damn you for driving so arrogantly. And then the guy gets out of the car and is drinking secret. Actually, it was Zheng. Yang Tao goes and tries to shake his hand. Zheng says, hey Yang Tao, is that the big client you mentioned? And then he tells him, brother Zheng, this is Zhang. Do you remember? Zheng looks at him and says, who Zhang? He's our high school classmate. I remember him, and I just remembered him. But he looks at him with contempt and says, that boy with a little backbone looks so weak. After a while our hero goes out where there is a black market late at night. And then he goes to that market, and there some people are talking among themselves that, damn it, is this real or fake? At this price you are asking, is this real or fake? And then he tells that this is just rubbish. Put it down. And then he tells that it was dug out from Ma Wang yesterday. It is the childhood war helmet of the first emperor. And then our hero looks at it and says, hey, this is very cheap, only 300 yuan. After this our hero's eyes fall on the person who cheated him in his previous life along with Kai Jinka. He is arguing with the shopkeeper, and he says, because it is the highest bracelet worth 2 lakhs. This is clearly fake. Sell it to me for rupee 300. Still you will make a good profit. If the deal is acceptable, then finalize the deal or leave it. And then he replies, if not, then I am leaving. The shopkeeper says, okay, don't shout. This bracelet is yours. Our hero looks at him and thinks to himself, Lu Suxing is a bastard, and he has come to the black market to buy a fake jade bracelet. And Kai Jing is the bitch who cheated me in my previous life, and she is dumb. She can be cheated by this garbage too. Then suddenly he notices some weapons, and then he gets happy to see it and says, this is what I wanted. And then he goes to that person and asks, do you have something hard? The shopkeeper replies by showing his hand. This is a knife which is not very sharp. If you want hard, then you can buy it and wear it yourself. If you think so, you can add 1 more stick to it. Our hero looks at him seriously and says, none of these are hard enough. I need something stronger. And then he replies angrily, what do you mean, sir? Have you come here to cause trouble? Then suddenly his mobile starts ringing, and then he takes out his mobile and sees that 2,000 yuan has been deposited in his account. He gets very surprised to see this, who has deposited so many yuan in my account. And then he looks at our hero. Our hero says smilingly, don't get too excited. I have deposited 2,000 yuan in your account, and I am serious about shopping. After this the shopkeeper understands. And then he tells the other person, I am coming in a little while, till then you take care of my shop. And then he signals our hero to go ahead and says it is not convenient to talk outside. Sir, come here to me. And then he takes him to a room. So there he shows him a gun. And says, boss, we have a homemade gun which is good for killing chickens. It costs 2,000 yuan, and it is very cheap too, and it fires steel ball bullets. What do you think about buying this? Our hero replies, no, I want something tougher. The shopkeeper gets surprised to see this. Then he shows him another gun, which is called a replica revolver. It is almost as much as an active-duty handgun. And he tells that it costs 5,000. It fires about 9 bullets. And each bullet is 5 yen, and then he asks, "How is this deal for you?" Our hero gets angry and says, "This is not right, but I have paid you 200,000 yen. Don't show me this junk, show me something better." Then he is surprised that he has already made the prepayment. Our hero looks at him very seriously and says, "I want to buy weapons worth 2 million. The shopkeeper is surprised to hear this, and he smiles and replies, "Who are you, sir?" "Elder brother, you have come to me for such a big order. I have never taken such a big order before." Our hero says, "I did not handle these small matters earlier. My subordinates used to handle them. There have been some changes recently," and then he says, "Don't be too curious. Just tell me whether you can do it or not." And then he immediately shows his hand to our hero and says, "Sir, wait a moment. I will show you something else," and then he opens a gate and signals someone to come and says, "Sir, you have found the right person." And then he comes close to our hero and softly says in his ear, "I can handle it. Write a list, and I will give you an address. Day after tomorrow at midnight, you have to go there to complete the transaction. And you have to keep cash with you." After this, our hero comes out, and then he says, "Be careful with your step." And then he starts thinking. After some time, the same person again comes in front of our hero and says, "Did not expect to see you in the black market. No wonder you are spending so much lately. And why ignore Jin? It seems that your family has some heirlooms." And then he goes close to our hero and looks at him very contemptuously and says, "What is this? Have you done a lot of marketing lately? Or are you lying, trying to live comfortably by selling everything?" Our hero doesn't answer him at all and thinks to himself, "Okay, this is the right time to try out your skills." And then he uses the mind's eye skill at the same time. The mind's eye skill is a skill that identifies your enemy's thinking. And then he uses it at the same time on Lee Suxing. And then he thinks to himself, "This should be very useful as Mary expected." And then he points his finger at her and says, "You are really lying. So did you give Kai Jin this second-hand stuff and call her to the bed to fuck? I understand she is just my second-hand stuff. Only worth this." Lee gets happy hearing this. And then he tells him, "The girl you are calling to bed is my second-hand mall." Hearing this, Lee Suxing gets very angry, and then he starts abusing him. "Motherfucker, what did you say? Do you know the consequences of this?" After this, the shopkeeper comes close to our hero and says, "Big brother, do you know him?" And then he tells him, "Yes, I know him. He is like my enemy." And then he starts leaving from there. The shopkeeper says, "I understood, big brother. Go, do your work. I will teach him a lesson." And then he says, "Don't kill him. I have other plans for his life." After this, the shopkeeper along with all his companions plans to kill Lily and stands in front of him. Lai says, "What are you doing? I am warning you. Don't kill me." And then he says, "Big brother, let's talk about this." And then he attacks Lily at the same time and throws him on the ground. Lai thinks in his mind, "Jong, I know all this is happening because of your order. Now you wait. I will not leave you." 2 days later at midnight, our hero goes to the place mentioned by the shopkeeper. And there are carts full of weapons. The system is informed. The tasks are ready for war. System points are added 10, and the current score is 20. And then he sees the box inside which the guns were kept. The system informs about the bonus reward, and the reward is a physical enhancement potion of 2%. Our hero raises his hand at the same time, and he receives an injection. And he says, "I have received an additional physical enhancement potion as a bonus." And he looks at it carefully and says even a +2 is equal to double the one present in the store. And then he picks up the injection at the same time and puts it in his hand. His eyes start shining. Then he says, "This is the average physical score of 5 for an adult male. Adding these 2 points increases the strength by 40%. because this is the case. And then he looks in the system. He finds out that there is a physical enhancement potion of 20% and 2 points of survival in the system store. And he says we can maximize this benefit as well. Then suddenly he sees fire burning in his body, and he thinks in his mind that 8 points in physical is 60% more than an average person. Time to find the target for strength test. After this his eyes go up some sacks, and after seeing it he says I understood. And then he picks up a rod from there and bends it by kicking it. The rod falls far away. And seeing this, he starts laughing, says, as expected, with my current strength, even with bare hands, I am not an easy fight. And I will not be afraid against zombies in the early apocalypse. And then he looks at those weapons and thinks to himself that these weapons shouldn't take up too much space. It's better to keep them in the local ring for safety. And then he activates his ring skill at the same time. And then he thinks to himself that the day after tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. What else do I need to do? Then suddenly he thinks of the old man who bought his house. And he said, honestly, my granddaughter needs to transfer school. And we need a house to live in urgently. And he says, I've been roaming around this area for several days, and only your house is for sale. Mr. Jiang, please don't back down. Our hero becomes a little sad thinking about this. But after thinking about this, our hero says, after experiencing the life, death, and betrayal of the apocalypse, it's also hard to completely ignore the plight of misfortune. And then he starts walking out of there, and he says, okay, I will send some necessary supplies for the apocalypse. Whether you survive long-term or not, it will depend on you here. And consider this as a prepayment for providing funds for my apocalypse plan. The next day our hero goes in his car to the house of the person to whom he had sold his house. And then he gets out of the car and thinks, thank God for GPS. Who else would have found a place like this? He climbs up the stairs to the top floor. And then he thinks to himself that it seems like this old man is not really rich. He is renting such a cheap place, and he also lives on the top floor. And then he reaches outside her house and knocks on her door. And then he looks at his ring and says, but I have to wait for 1 minute, because it will be better if I remove my stuff which I have brought with me, otherwise it will be difficult to explain later. And then he removes all the stuff with the help of his skill, and goes near the door and knocks the door. From inside the old man says, I am coming, just wait a minute. And then he opens the door. And he thinks the landlord has come to collect the rent because his eyes were closed at that time. And he says about the rent, I promise to pay it next week. And as soon as he opens his eyes, Giant is standing in front of him. The old man is surprised to see him, as he had no idea why he came to his house. And then he asks, hey, what's wrong, Mr. Jiang? Are you here? And then he sees all the boxes, and he asks surprised, Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here, and what kind of stuff is this? Our hero replies, I will explain to you later, but first help me take these boxes inside before the neighbors see them. Otherwise, if someone sees these things, there will definitely be a ruckus. And after a while our hero puts all the things inside. The old man says, you young people really have a lot of energy, and you put all these things inside so quickly. And you guys are not even out of breath. Our hero looks at him, replies, the room is nice, and the front door is quite strong, isn't it? And then our hero says to the old man, hey old man, listen carefully to what I am going to tell you. This supply can last for about 6 months if used wisely. And the destruction of this world will begin from tomorrow. The old man says, what happened, Mr. Jiang? Is there some wrong stuff in it, which you cannot keep in your house? Anyway, we will shift to your house after a month. Then suddenly our hero's eyes fall on that frame, and he is immediately surprised to see it. Our hero looks at that photo, in which there is a picture of this girl. And he remembers his past life, that this is Shine Shine. And then he takes that photo in his hand at the same time and asks, old man, is this your granddaughter? And her name is Shen Sheng. Hearing this, the old man is surprised that how does he know the name of his granddaughter? How does he know her? And then the old man says, I don't remember the name. But, and then he replies that she will come back home and go to school. Once the house transfer is complete, we can transfer her school as well. And after this, the paperwork will be almost done. Our protagonist thinks about his old life. That in the past life, during the apocalypse, this girl was sitting sad. And she says, it's all my fault. I ruined my grandfather. And then he thinks to himself, I remember about my old life. Before the apocalypse, said saying that her grandfather had risked everything to save her, and died a great death. At that time she had entered high school. Although he managed to save her, he lost his life in the process. And then he puts that photo back in its place at the same time, and says, you regret this. In this life, I will make up for it. Our hero takes pity on the old man, and then he gets very serious. He looks at the old man and says, old man, you will not be living in my house anymore. The old man is shocked to hear this, and says, Mr. Jong, you are not going to back down. What made you go back on your word? How could you do this to me? And then, at the same time, he puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and says, let me cancel the deal. Because from tomorrow this world will become a living hell. Neither my house nor yours will be safe. I am telling you this so that you don't have false hopes. Your granddaughter will not be able to get her school registration done, so it doesn't matter whether you stay in my house or not. And then he very calmly explains to them, come with me to Shangsan School and bring her. I will arrange a safe new place for both of you. Hearing this, the old man could not understand anything. He looked at him in surprise. He started sweating, and he said, Mr. Jong, what are you talking about? I am not able to understand a single thing you say. Our hero is unable to make the old man understand, and then he thinks to himself, this man is very old and also very naive. He will not understand. How do I make him understand? And then at the same time he looks at his ring and says, do you know what famine is? The old man replies, yes, I know. And then he says, you can imagine how sad and terrible life is during a famine. Can't you imagine? The old man replies, I can imagine, but how can there be a famine in peaceful times? And then he uses the magic of his ring at the same time. Suddenly all the boxes kept their disappear. The old man is surprised to see this, and says, hey, where did all these things disappear, Mr. Jong? And he asks, Mr. Jong, what kind of magic is this? I don't understand anything. Our hero decides at the same time that now I have to explain everything to the old man straight. Our hero replies, I have superpowers and I can also see the future. If you want to live and if you want sign to stay alive, then from now on you have to do what I say. And then he asks where is Sang school. To save her we have to go to her school first. And then he gets in his car at the same time and both of them go to Sang school. Our hero drives very fast and in no time they reach there and stops his car in front of the school. And then he asks, old man, do you know which class Sang studies in and where can I find her? The old man says, yes, I know. Our hero says, then hurry up, we have to catch him first. On the other side we see some girls and boys fighting with each other. And then this girl slaps this girl hard and says, bitch. I don't understand why you are after Xiao Chen, you have to stop talking to him. The girl's face turns red, and then she says, I told him that I don't want to live with him. He is the one who forces himself on me and always tries to talk to me. Hearing this, she gets angry and kicks the girl hard, and says, I haven't asked you to make excuses, don't lie. And then she grabs the girl's hair at the same time and starts misbehaving with her. And she says, what do you mean? Should I believe you? That Xiao Chen is clinging to you and you are rejecting him. The girl starts teasing him a lot. Then suddenly the girl's eyes fall on our hero and she says, hey, wait a minute, maybe someone is coming here to save her. The girls look at him and ask him, hey, is this your grandfather? The girl is actually Sheng Sheng and looking at the grandfather says, "Grandpa, why are you here?" The grandfather gets very angry seeing this and points his finger and says, "Hey girls, why are you teasing my granddaughter?" Our hero also gets angry seeing this. Then suddenly the friends of those girls stand in front of the old man and take out knives and start threatening him. And they say, "Step back, old man, this is a fight between young men. If an old man like you interferes, then it will not be good for her." But the old man at the same time confronts all those boys and starts fighting, and says, "You are a small child. Have your parents taught you these manners? A classmate should not be threatened like this. You are doing very wrong here." Then suddenly this boy attacks the old man with that stick, and says, "Old bastard, go and leave her." Then suddenly our hero comes, and then he catches their stick with his hand, and says, "At such a young age you are learning to cheat? This won't end well for you." And then these boys say, "Where did this poor old fool come from?" She looks at the girl and says, "Hey, bitch, I didn't know you had a brother." Our hero springs into action at that moment, and then he kicks that boy hard at the same time, and then that boy goes away and falls on the ground. Seeing this, all these people think in their mind, "Fucker, it seems he has taken training from somewhere." And then these people make a plan. Let's all attack him together. Our hero looks at them seriously. These two boys surround him from both sides, and then he attacks him from behind. Our hero immediately bends down and escapes their attack. And then he thinks in his mind that after increasing his physical abilities, my processes have also become faster. And then at the same time he catches that boy from behind, and picks him up and throws him on the ground. Meanwhile, that boy's condition worsens, and then suddenly, this boy comes in front of him with a knife. But our hero catches his hand and takes him forward and kicks his leg, and he snatches the knife from him. That boy falls on the ground. Now the condition of both the boys had worsened. And then our hero moves towards those girls. The girls get scared seeing him and say, "Hey, what do you want to do? Will you kill us too?" Our hero goes to them and slaps them hard, and this girl's cheek turns red. She doesn't understand anything. How can he raise his hand on me, and then at the same time he catches the hair of another girl and says, "You like pulling hair, right? Because you had troubled that old man's granddaughter a lot by pulling her hair, so now I will not have any problem in doing this with you." The girl starts pleading and says, "Let me go, forgive me." Our hero at the same time takes out a knife and puts it on her neck, and then she says, "What is this knife? Hey brother, what are you going to do? Do you want to kill me?" At that very moment something happened, which shocked everyone, and after this our hero becomes very serious. Seeing this scene, both the girls get very scared and fall on the ground on their knees. Seeing this, the girl starts crying badly and says, "You bastard! How dare you cut my hair? I will not leave you at any cost. What do you think of yourself?" She starts crying badly. Our hero at the same time leaves that hair on her and says that long hair is just a burden for you, and then our hero looks at her and says that in a few days you will understand why I have cut your hair, and you can save your life with these cut hair. Hearing this, everyone gets surprised that what does Jong want to say? What does he mean by saying? And then he points at the old man and giant and says, "Let's go from here." Sing Sing is surprised to hear, "Who is this, and where is he talking about taking me?" But Dadaji explains everything to him at the same time, and then he sits in the car and starts leaving from there, and then he says that now you will not go to school because soon there is going to be a big famine, and now there is no point in going to school. Our first priority is to stay alive. Shang Shang is surprised to hear this. How can this happen? How can there be a famine suddenly? She asks Dadaji, "How many times do I have to tell you not to believe such nonsense, or is it just a nonsense?" Our hero looks at both the people in the mirror and smiles, and then Shang Shang says, "Tell me who has deceived you this time. You have come to pick me up from school and are saying that there is going to be a famine." The old man tries to explain, but Shang Shang says that when you are deceived you always say it is the truth, like always seeing them arguing. Our hero thinks to himself, I won't let this happen like the previous life. I will keep you safe in this life, and he feels very sad for her. He feels a strange attachment. He treats her like his sister, and then he looks at Sansing and tells her, this time your grandfather is not being fooled. I have received information about the famine. Shang Shang overhears this and looks at him and asks, Hey brother, who are you? Who are you giving such information to my grandfather? Our hero tells her, my name is Zhang Jin. From now on you can just call me Brother Zhang, and then she asks Brother Zhang, thank you for standing up for me in front of Sun Y and the others, you really protected me today. Our hero replies, don't think about those people. They probably don't have much time left. He is unable to sense the danger. Hearing this, Shang Shang panics. She asks, what do you mean? You guys keep talking about famine. What is it that you guys are not telling me openly? Is there really going to be a famine here? Zhang replies, I told your grandfather the story of the famine to make it easier for him. You can ask him. He will tell you. Sang replies, I thought there was no chance of a sudden famine in peaceful times. Li Fan replies, what is really coming is the apocalypse. Sang is shocked to hear this, and then she says, which apocalypse? Hero replies, the apocalypse must have started around this time. And then she said, if I am right, then turn on your phone and see today's news. So some signs must be shown in the news, and then she shared her mobile at the same time and said, is this true? He gets shocked seeing the news running on his mobile and says, oh God, I have seen this rabies victim in real life. I have seen the remnants of personality for the first time. This rabies disease is so terrible. And then she turns off her mobile. Some strange incidents happen to her and says, has this happened only to me? There is some strange smell in the fog, and then she turns off the mobile, and this is very shocking in one of the examples being shown. It is said, what nonsense. Why are you biting me? Are you a dog? And then he does not answer me. But I am not protesting. I am feeling very bad. Take me to the hospital quickly. It is very shocking to see this news. As expected, our hero answers. The signs of the apocalypse are already showing. Sang says, so this is indeed the apocalypse, and it has already begun, and then he says, tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. The province B Limited will be covered in toxic smoke, and then he starts driving his car very fast and says, unknown. The smoke will affect the animals as well, and gradually a significant portion of the population will turn into zombies, and no portion will survive because they will faint, they will suffer from illness, and once they die, they will become one of the monsters. And then he says, as a young person, you should know what zombies are, right? Sing replies, I know, but that's so unbelievable. So will this really happen when all this happens tomorrow, the day after, or next week? Won't you find it unbelievable? Then suddenly, there's a traffic jam on the road. He gets a little nervous and says, damn, we're stuck in traffic this. And then he says, of course, the emergency line might be blocked, too. The old man says, Mr. Zhang, if we get stuck here, those zombies you mentioned might catch us, too. Zhang replies, don't worry, man. It's not that urgent right now. And then he thinks to himself, though the bodies won't get completely out of control for a few days. He gets really nervous, thinking, what if it's just a small outbreak, and then he starts to speed up his car. Then suddenly the car collides with another car, and everyone falls into the seats. Our hero says, hey, what a stupid guy, there's no turn signal. And then he turns the steering wheel at the same time and says, I won't let you get away with that. And then he immediately turns his car into another lane and says, hey, these guys won't give up. And then this person looks at Zhang and starts yelling and cursing. The old man looks at him and says, Mr. Zhang, the other man seems rich and powerful. We should get out of here right away, and maybe we can avoid trouble. Our hero replies, don't worry, if he dares to get out of the car to make trouble, then I won't mind beating him up quickly. And then he starts driving his car fast at the same time and says, finally, the traffic jam is over. We were stuck for almost 1 hour. Then suddenly Shang Shang's eyes fall on that car, and she says, Brother Zhang, look carefully. This is the same car that was parked before, and trying to get in he's speeding towards our hero. The hero gets angry when he sees him, and says they really won't let him go. Then suddenly he stops in front of the car. Our hero immediately brakes, which makes Shang Shang feel a little uncomfortable, and Grandpa grabs Sang Sang and says, being tall and braking suddenly isn't good on the classic road range, and he says Mr. Zhang don't stoop to his level. He's not a good person, and then he says in the past, I probably would have let him go, but in this life with the apocalypse coming tomorrow, there's no need to put up with this kind of nonsense, and then he speeds up his car at the same time and drags him along, and then this guy gets out of his car, his head spinning, and says you have the right. The man ran away, and then he took out his phone and talked and said hello, traffic police has got the surveillance footage, and I need full details of this car, name of the Nibar plate, and said I will definitely show you that there are some people with whom we should not mess. After some time it becomes evening and everyone reaches, and then everyone gets down from the car and starts walking. The old man is very happy to see the place and says that it is a very big and good place and safe too. Shang Shang was still surprised because he could not understand why Zhang is helping us and what is our relation with him, and then they start walking with him. Our hero says to take some rest because the day starting from tomorrow will be even more difficult, and then after this everyone goes to their respective rooms and sleep. Our hero wakes up in the morning and drinks coffee, and then Shang Shang comes close to our hero while stretching, and then she says it's been a long time. I haven't slept well for a long time. But today I slept very well because I never used to be able to sleep well due to going to classes in the morning. Our hero looks at her smilingly and says you get ready, and we will go to our fort and see there. After this everyone gets ready, and then they reach the fort in no time, and then he looks at the walls and says these walls are made of strong concrete, and it is controlled by remote. The gate is also 3 centimeters thick, which is made of solid steel. Be it people or corpses without heavy weapons, they will not be able to enter inside. And then he looks at Shang Shang and says always remember that no one other than the 3 of us is allowed inside this fort without my permission. Hearing this, Sing Sing is a bit surprised and asks if the survivors manage to escape from there, will we leave them to die or help them? Our hero doesn't answer this and says come with me, and then while leaving he says that human nature is unpredictable in the apocalypse. Evil will increase in people's hearts, having a bleeding heart will only get us killed. Then suddenly something appears which surprises the old man and Shang Tsang, and then our hero tells that if I am not around and survivors come asking for help, this buffer zone can provide temporary shelter, and until I return do not let them enter the fort under any circumstances. And then he looks at them and says you understand, right? The old man and Sang Sang reply, yes, we understand, and then he says I will show you the fertilizer depot ahead. I will tell you which areas can be given rations, and then he walks towards the ration depot, and he realizes that I must read the old man's mind. Suddenly he activates the Mind Eyes skill, which makes an aura appear around his eyes, and our hero is able to secretly read their thoughts. He realizes, what are they thinking? Actually, they are thinking that this is a sign of trust, and then he explains that this weapon is the most important thing in the apocalypse, and then he takes out all those weapons at the same time with his ring skill and gives each one a weapon, and says you have to make sure that they can control you. This weapon must never come into anyone else's hands. Sing Sing and old man both grab their weapons. The old man says look, this is absolutely necessary, and then at the same time the system opens and shows this because I reconnected with the cemetery. New task, former comrades section, requirement find and save your former comrade Zheng Zheng Kai, and for this you will get 20 reward points. Our hero looks at the system seriously. After this our hero looks at them and says hey, this is great. I was thinking how to find my old comrades, and then our hero turns back and looks at them carefully and says remember what I just taught you, you can't violate this at all. Sing Sing is surprised and says okay, and she asks Jia, brother John, where are you going? John gets in his car at the same time and says we need to recruit people to form our team on the other side. Everyone is partying, and then this person asks, "Where are you going?" and he replies, "I am going to the toilet," and then he says, "I will make a pack for you," and then he looks at him, he feels it, and then he asks him, "Are you waiting for someone, or do you have kidney problems?" And then he goes to the toilet at the same time and comes out after some time. Then suddenly, while walking, he collides with this girl. The girl looks at him, and then this person turns back and says, "Sorry, sorry, it is my mistake." But this girl starts looking at him with bad eyes. The man standing with her says, "Can't you see where you are going?" And then he comes into action at the same time, and he attacks him, and he kicks him hard. This person falls on the ground very fast, his condition worsens with a single kick, and then this other person goes towards him and says, "John Kai, you are fine," and then he turns and looks at that person and says, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting him?" even when he has said, "Sorry," you are still hitting him. Hearing this person gets even more angry and says, "Hey, this is the first time someone has dared to talk to me." He immediately grabs that person's collar and lifts him up, and then that person says, "Hey brother, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" The other person gets scared, and then he says, Brother, it is my fault. Don't hit him, let him go." Here that person is standing and watching this scene and says, "You have the right, how bad luck. I just got my flatulence treated and now I have a cold." Then suddenly he looks at them, and then he thinks to himself, "Hey, another fight. Can't you guys ever relax?" And then this guy runs to them and tries to save him and says, "Gentlemen, please calm down." And then this guy looks at him and says, "You dare to disrespect me? You know who I am, even your boss doesn't dare to touch my clothes." And then he shows his hand and says, "You both hurry up and go away. We really can't afford this." The girl was standing and watching this scene. And then he says, "Call your boss out." "Damn it, I will make sure this bar doesn't close anymore." And then he replies, "Please calm down, calm down." Here these two people start running from here. While running, they both reach this room, and they come and sit down. Seeing them, this person says, "Is some dog chasing you that you are running so fast?" And then he tells that basically we were accidentally coming out of the toilet and collided with a goon. He was drunk and wanted to beat us up. Luckily the servant was smart, and he resolved the situation, otherwise we could have been beaten up badly. And then he stands up angrily at the same time and says, "Damn it. Why didn't you fight with him? When did our mechanical engineering class get retrenched?" And then he says, "Wait, let me call. I will gather all the people of my department, and we will bring him down and beat him." And then this person shows his hand and says, Okay, less than a year is left for graduation. Don't look for trouble now." And then I reply. He says, "Keep playing music and don't look for trouble." Then suddenly that person brings that server inside. The condition of the server was very bad. Blood starts coming out of his mouth. Everyone gets scared seeing him, and then he pushes the server and says that it is right. And then these people tell that these are the same people who beat us. Actually, he had brought some goons with him, due to which everyone gets scared and sits on the ground, and the server also sits on the ground. The hands and legs of the server start shaking, and then he shouts and says, "Do you have the guts to let me call?" And then he picks up the bottle at the same time and says, "I said you can talk." At the same time, he picks up the bottle and hits him on the head. His partner gets very upset and says, "Chen Zhong, are you okay?" Then suddenly our hero's car is seen coming, and then he comes out of the car, and then he looks at them and says it's no wonder they're both college students, and then they signal both of them to get in. Our hero gets in and says, "We're facing the end of the world, and you still have the heart to sing." Here this person breaks the bottle on his head, due to which he falls on the ground. The other person tries to lift him and asks, "Are you okay?" And he says, "Chen Zhong, you did not do right." After this, he goes to his girlfriend and puts his hand on her shoulder and asks, "How are you feeling now? Now you are satisfied, right?" His girlfriend replies, "I'm satisfied, but this was not the man who hit me." Listening to him, this person picks up the bottle and pointing towards him. He says, "So this is the same person who hit you, right?" This person thinks in his mind and gets scared. He feels threatened that if I don't attack, then he will attack me and kill me, and then he picks up a piece of glass bottle at the same time and moves forward to attack him. Then suddenly his companions catch him fast and say, "Hey bastard, you still have the ability to fight, and you are still daring to fight us here." This person gets scared for a moment. And then he gets more angry and says, "I didn't know that you actually still have so much courage left in you." And then he picks up the bottle at the same time and breaks it on his head, due to which blood starts flowing from his head rapidly, and that person falls on the ground. Seeing this scene, all three of his companions get scared. After this person is unable to control himself and then says, "Bastard, I will kill you. How did you injure my friend?" But this person got scared, and he sits on the ground and then says, "Hey, you are not backing down. These people are strong. We should back off." And then he says, here this person is fighting with those people. Then suddenly this servant comes inside. He had really become a zombie. His eyes started glowing. But still everyone was unaware of this destruction, and then he says, "Hey, you people are cowards." Then suddenly that person runs towards them like a madman and runs fast, and then immediately bites his shoulder. Seeing this scene, everyone gets scared that how is this person biting in such a strange way, or actually he is not a human, and they say, "Hey, are you dogs that you are biting like this?" That person gets scared and says, "Help me." Here his girlfriend also gets scared by putting her hand on her mouth, and then he says, "I have caught these two goons, go and help them." This person catches both the persons, and then both of them think in their mind that, "Hey, shame on this man. Where did he get so much strength from? How did he become so powerful?" The eyes of that person start shining seeing this scene. Everyone gets scared that this person, how is he behaving strangely, and he looks at him in surprise and says, "Hey, are you a dog that you are behaving like this?" Then suddenly he bites his hand and makes him fall on the ground. Seeing him, everyone says that this person was getting completely injured and says that this man's strength is like crazy. He's biting me like crazy, and he has a lot of strength inside him. This is not really a man. Then suddenly our hero enters. On seeing him, our hero realized that this person has been infected. He has become a zombie, and then he catches his neck and lifts him in the air. Everyone gets shocked seeing this scene. Our hero grabs his neck and slams him against the wall, and pointing at everyone he says, "Stop." Everyone, all these people look at him and say that that madman is very strong. And yet this kid has held him down with one hand. How is this possible? And then this person looks at our hero and asks, "Hey brother, who are you?" Our hero turns to them and says, "Young Kai, have you been bitten?" All these people are surprised that how does our hero know his name as he was meeting him for the first time. Here this person gets shocked to see the scene and says, "No." But he was not able to understand what is happening here. Our hero looks at them and says, "Come with me." And then this person starts to go with him. But another person from behind stops him and asks that we haven't finished our work yet, and then both of them look at him and say, "Brother, I am coughing and my head is spinning too." And he replies that nothing special has happened to you, you have a cold. But our hero had understood the situation. He had understood that due to the zombie bite, this person will also turn into a zombie soon. And he says that today afternoon he just had a runny nose, and then he looks at him seriously and says that he has bitten you on the shoulder. Our hero thinks to himself that, looking at what he has said, it seems that he has already been infected, and now due to biting so close to the brain, he will also get infected soon. And I am afraid that he will soon turn into a zombie. After this, our hero catches that person by the neck and starts dragging him away, and after this he pushes that person into the toilet and closes the door from outside. And then he thinks to himself that it is good that zombies do not know how to open doors these days, and then he comes in front of them and cleans his hands and says, "John Kai, tell me which people do you want to deal with?" Everyone is surprised to see him and says, "Do you know each other?" And after that our hero grabs his collar, and that person says, "Hey brother, don't be so arrogant." But our hero grabs his mouth at the same time and pushes him into the ground, and he is in a very bad condition. Seeing this scene, his friend gets very scared and says, "Hey, you are small and a bastard. How dare you hit my friend like this?" Then suddenly our hero punches him in the face and throws him on the ground. His condition gets worse. With just one punch, his friend immediately comes running to him and says, "Hey brother, what happened to you? With just one punch, you got injured so badly that you fell to the ground." Our hero raises his hand at the same time and says, "Is there anyone else who wants to try my fists or fight me?" After this, our hero looks at John Kai and orders him to take his friends and wait for me outside the room. John Kai replies, "Okay," and then he starts taking his friends out at the same time. Because he was badly injured, and he starts taking him out by holding his shoulder. Here these people also say that we are also going out, and he comes and stands in front of our hero and starts staring at him badly and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" Our hero looks at him and says, "Hey, don't be so drunk that you forget your name. You almost killed my brother here after." This person replies, "What nonsense are you doing? Get out of my way." But at the same time our hero comes into action and punches him hard, due to which the person falls away. After falling, he says, "Open the door." Otherwise the same person who was bitten on the shoulder, and he got badly infected. His eyes started shining. Now he had completely turned into a zombie, and then he starts growling very loudly. Everyone gets surprised seeing him, that what kind of a person is this who is doing such strange things, and they say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And then he runs into the toilet. Our hero closes the door at this time. He reaches inside and starts banging the door, and our hero closes the door and says, "Damn it, has he also become a dog? Now he has to stay away from me," and then he sees why the bathroom door is open. Here the servant comes to him and says, "Sir, what is happening? Do you need help?" Our hero replies, "No, but listen to me carefully. Close this door completely. Do not let anyone open it, and call the police and the hospital and tell them that there is a patient of rabies flu in this room." Hearing this, the servant starts thinking, what is this disease called rabies flu? And then at the same time our hero turns back and shouts, "Hurry up." The servant replies, "Okay, sir. Okay, sir." And then he closes the door at the same time, and then our hero takes his friends with him and says, "Let's go from here." The servant says, "No, not at all. There is a lot of noise, isn't it?" The other person says, "What is happening? Why is so much chaos spreading? I am not able to understand anything." And then he stands near the door and says, "One of the guests. One said that there is a rabies flu patient inside, and going inside is not without risk." And then he replies, "Is there really rabies flu?" And then he asks them, "Do you know what rabies flu is?" Then suddenly he walks away from there and says, "I have heard about it. Let's watch it live through the security footage. Then we will know about it." And then he goes to the security room at the same time and looks at the camera. Here all those people who are in that room, all those people who have become Joe, and they start killing and eating all the people present inside. Even that girl had died. They start killing and eating her too as soon as they see those pictures. Their condition gets worse, and they say, report, call the police now, call the police now." They are unable to understand what is happening here. Here our hero is standing near his car and signals that come quickly, this place is no longer safe. We have to leave from here immediately, and then he sits in the car and starts leaving quickly. This person looks at our hero and says in surprise, "Brother John, thank you for helping. But who are you? I did not recognize you." Our hero replies, "My name is John. I have been appointed to protect you. You do not need to know who the employer is." Then this person asks, "Brother, is this rabies flu real? Because as far as I know, the internet has denied it, saying that it does not exist." John looks back and answers after seeing everything that happened in the room, "Do you still want to say that it was just an illusion?" The man wearing glasses looks at them and says, "Yes, they are fine, but is there no medicine that can cure them?" Our hero replies while looking in the mirror, "This disaster will not end. It is getting worse. This world is already heading towards apocalypse." Everyone gets shocked listening to him. Then suddenly our hero feels something strange, and then he looks out of the car. Here everyone is shouting to help me, and many people get scared and say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And these infected people attack many people. Seeing all this, he says that the current situation is only a small outbreak in specific areas, and I tell you that most of the people are still in the incubation stage, and soon it will be massively out of control. If you want to survive from now on, you have to follow whatever I tell you. I'll reply, yes, Brother John, of course, we will do that. At the same time, the system shows that the mission has been completed. 20 points have been obtained, and then he looks at it and thinks to himself, oh wow, it's completed. That's right. And then he thinks to himself, it's completed, that's right. And then he says, let's see what new reward has come to the store now. And then the system store opens, and he sees that the Sir Apocalypse Farmer supply box with 2 points, the Chinese lentils and protein supply box, and the weapon deterrent supply box. Looking at it, he thinks to himself that this Apocalypse Farmer box is still here. It seems that to refresh it, I have to either buy it or spend points from the menu. And then he raises his hand at the same time and says, all these boxes seem useful and don't seem too expensive to me either. Once we get back to the fortress, I'll redeem them all. And then he leaves, saying that now there is a more complicated problem. Because we trusted him like a brother. I remember that in the past life Zhang Chai's dorm betrayed him, because of which many others were killed by zombies. Zhang Chai was the only one who survived this ordeal. Looking at them, he wonders to himself who was the one who killed everyone on the other side in his room. This woman says, hey dear, how is everything going over there? And then replies here, there is so much craziness going on over there. I'm even scared to go to the store myself. People start behaving weirdly, and soon Webb is about to finish some work. When are you bringing the stuff you promised to bring then? Suddenly someone starts knocking on the door. She gets scared and says, what, it's Webb? And then she says at the same time that someone is knocking on the door. I will call you later. And then she looks out of the door lens, and she feels relieved after seeing him, and she calms down and says, it's you. Yes, yes. Why were you banging the door so loudly? You almost scared me. And then she replies that old Grandpa Lee has been taken from the first floor this morning. She gets surprised hearing this and thinks, how were they taken? And then she says that a police car and an ambulance took them together. She gets surprised thinking this and puts her hand on her chin and says, he told me this morning. Why was there so much chaos? Looks like it's rabies flu. No scare tactics, this is real. And she asks if Seon has delivered the promised goods, and then she picks up her mobile and says, no, not yet. He hasn't delivered, and then she points with her finger and says, I already told you that men can't be trusted. But listen to me carefully, call him and tell him that Seon, he has a huge stock of goods, which can be enough to make a profit during the epidemic. She gets surprised to hear this and asks, how do you know? And then she turns her face away and says, last time when I was kicked out of Seong's house, so I sent my spies to keep an eye on him. So during that time I found out that the truck was coming regularly to deliver goods to his factory. And then she gets irritated hearing that how can this guy know about the pandemic beforehand when she has already bought all the stuff. And then she says, so what, didn't Lee know about it right away? And then she answers me, trust me, call him right now and complete the deal as soon as possible. When the money starts rolling in Sing, she asked us to give a big discount. After a while our hero reaches the Ville with everyone, and then they all get out of the car. One person got injured too, and then he says, wow, this place is incredible. It's like a fortress. Our hero turns and looks at him and says with a smile, yeah, this isn't everyone's first reaction. Everyone who has seen this place has reacted just like you. Then this old man and his granddaughter both come and say, hey John, you're finally back. We were worried about you. Then Shang looks at them and asks, are you okay? Our hero replies, yes, I am fine. Don't worry, Sang. He looks back and says, Sang, we have some new members, and let me introduce them. And then they all come close to him. Our hero raises his hand and points, this is Zong Kai. And these are all his classmates. Then he looks at these two and says, this is Sang, and this is Shanbo. Shang smiles and says, if these people have been chosen by Brother John as his companions, then we should welcome them. And then our hero looks at the old man and says, Sangbo, please take some people and show them this area and make them aware of our rules and regulations. This man wearing glasses here looks at the fort and says why this place looks like we have come to northern Myanmar. After this guy raises his hand and pointing towards himself says, hey, can you give us some weapons too so that we can contribute to the defense of this place? Our hero turns and looks at them. And then this guy wearing glasses says, don't be so eager to get gambling weapons. We have just come here. We have to win their trust first. Our hero turns back and says, don't worry. You will get weapons in a few days. And then he looks at the injured guy and says, by the way, his injury is serious. We should get him checked in the medical room first. After this, everyone starts going to their respective rooms. And here's some people prepared to cook food. And then he says, hey, how comfortable, and then he looks at him and says, if you had not stopped me, maybe we would have weapons by now. And then this guy looks at him and says, hey, why did you stop me? If you hadn't stopped me, we would probably have weapons right now. And then he points his finger down and says, this is safer than that given our current situation. The man moves closer to him and says, don't say that after all he saved us. We don't know anything about that yet. We don't even know why he's helping us. And then the other man looks at him and says, do you remember he didn't tell anyone? He's assigned to protect us. Then he says it seems like someone has kept him to protect us, and who knows, he might not be telling the truth. Then he gets angry and says, look how he is treating Chong. He has asked his judges to monitor him in the medical room. But that room is safer than the prison, and then he says, who knows? That old man might be planning to chop off his limbs. He looks very angry and says that is why we have to attack first. Then this fat man explains to him, what if we got wrong information about him? Who knows, he might really want to be nice to us. Won't that be a betrayal to us? He has saved our lives, and we can't treat him like this. After this, he raises his hand and says, listen to me. I would rather deceive the world than be deceived by the world, if what John has said is true. Then we will capture the fort and take control. After this, he starts smiling and says that apart from us and that John boy, there is only an old man and a young girl here. When John leaves, we will capture both of them and take them into our custody, and that girl is also very cute. After this, we can do this. Saying this, he starts smiling at the same time standing next to him. He starts staring at him and thinks in his mind that what kind of a person is this who is thinking of cheating, and then this person starts laughing and clapping and says, hey, let me relax. I'm just messing with you. Don't take it seriously. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and relaxes and says, hey, wow, don't scare me like this, brother. You haven't even started the destruction yet, and you're already thinking about chaos. The fat man says yes, if he really wanted to chop off our limbs, he could have locked us up earlier, especially when he also has guns. Then the shower is turned on, and then the two men take a shower, and the old man thinks to himself, yeah, you are not fit to plot. One has to be ruthless in chaotic times. Once I succeed, you two can be my permanent companions for life. On the other side, both the old man and Shen Shang walk up to our protagonist and say to him, Yang Zheng Kai and the others had been compromised. The seriously convicted man's name is Chanchok. He is lying in the medical room right now, and all the doors and windows are closed as per your instructions. Our protagonist stands up and says with a smile, thank you, Shang Bo, and now I think you and Shenzing should get some rest. Who knows what will happen tomorrow. After saying that, he lifts his finger and says, hey, by the way, so tell me one thing. Keep a close eye on Zhang Chai's other two classmates besides Chen Zhang. I think one of them is a traitor. Shang Bo becomes alert upon hearing this. Our hero then goes to the storeroom and opens the system and says in the store, we should check the goods once, and then he clicks on the system box. The system shows that Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box. Level 1 has been successfully redeemed and 2 points have been deducted, and the current point is 18. After this, a lot of light starts flashing, and on the other side, It is told in the notification that sugar pulses and protein supply box level 1 has been successfully redeemed. 5 points have been deducted. The current is 13 points. After giving so much information, our hero thinks in his mind that hey, the prizes of these boxes are very good. All the prizes were shining like gold, and then he says, however, now it is not so good to spend money openly. The resources coming are rare in apocalypse. This prize is priceless. On the other side, a lot of cars are coming fast on the road. Looking at them, it seems that they are going to attack someone, and in a short while our hero. They stand outside the fort, and they come out of the car. They were holding weapons, and he says yes. I have come to Jong, just confirming. Are you here? And then another person calls and says, okay, when I come back, let's have dinner together. After this, all the people move forward with their weapons, and then this person signals with his hand and says, hey, all of you break the door of this fort at the same time. All the people go towards the door and start hitting it with sticks and kicks. But there is no change in it because the door is very strong. This person thinks in his mind that hey, this door is very strong, and then he says, hey boss, this door is hardly an inch thick, and with the weapons we are not able to break this door. Hearing this, he gets very angry and clenches his fist and says, damn, who uses such a thick door in a normal house, and it seems that they have made their door very strong. Then suddenly everyone starts taking out the cans from the car. Actually, those cans contain petrol bottles, and then they open the cans and see in which there are petrol bottles, and then they set the petrol bottles on fire and start throwing them on the fort, due to which fire breaks out all around the fort, and people stand and start watching the spectacle. And then after this, everyone starts throwing bottles filled with petrol on the fort, due to which a huge fire breaks out all around. Shang gets scared seeing this and says, hey, there is a fire here, and then she immediately runs towards the fort with a bucket of water to extinguish the fire, and everyone helps her and runs towards her to extinguish the fire. Shang says extinguish the fire quickly, and then she realizes that Brother John was right. That the disaster has not yet come completely and extreme conditions have already started occurring. And then she starts trying to extinguish the fire with her bucket. Here our hero and Shangbo both come into action with their guns. And then he stands inside the fort and says, let me see who is the person who is creating trouble. And then he sits in the elevator at the same time and goes up to the fort and looks from top to bottom. And he says that, hey, this person looks familiar. It seems I have seen him somewhere, and I have seen this car somewhere too. The old man recognized him after seeing him, and then he says that, hey, this is the same man who stopped us on the highway and did a road rage incident with us. Here this person looks up towards the fort and says, boss. They are up at the fort, and then this person points with his hand and says, yes, this is him. This is the same small thug. Let's teach them a lesson now. And then he points with his hand from above and says, hey, small thug, go away from here. Otherwise, I will burn your doghouse. Our hero looks down and says, you have 5 minutes to get rid of your goons. At the same time, all these boys come into action and say, are you still small kids? Don't you know who our boss is? You don't know about our boss. How dare you mess with our boss? And then he says, stop wasting time with him and bring out the other 2 boxes of Molotov. Our hero looks at the system at the same time, and the system shows that a new task has been issued. Shen looks at them and says, hey giant, what should we do now? Should we fire a warning shot at the same time? The system shows that the new task is normal danger. The task objective is that the base is under attack. Eliminate the threat as soon as possible, and you will get 10 points of reward. Our hero understands this, and then he takes his gun and comes into action at the same time, and he aims at all those people and says, warning, these people are clearly gangsters. The system has not completely broken down yet, and they are already arson, and he doesn't care if someone gets burnt or property gets damaged, and then he starts targeting them, and then he says that leaving these thugs alive during the apocalypse will only harm more innocent people, and we will also be in danger, and then he fires a bullet from his gun at the same time. Here the bullet hits this person and his hand gets cut, and he says, "Hey, my hand." He starts screaming badly. Our hero looks at him and says, "Hey man, the target was missed. After living a peaceful life for so long, I feel like I have become rusty." And then he says, "Hey man, they have guns, and he also has a rifle." Everyone starts running from there, realizing the danger, and says, "Hey brother, back off, cover me, you little thugs. Just stop, damn it." Everyone starts running, even both starts running from there. Our hero says that whatever work you have started, complete it today itself. I don't like to wait, and then he starts raining bullets at the same time. Bullets pierced through the chest of many people, and almost all the people were injured. This person is shot straight through the head, and all the people start screaming badly. But some people survive, and they sit in the car. The condition of all the people had become very bad, and then the boss says, "Hey brother, drive fast. Drive the car, run away from here if you want to save your life." From here Shen both smiles and says that they are trying to run away in the car. Seeing this, our hero says that don't worry. That's why I'm holding an automatic rifle, and then he starts attacking that car with his automatic rifle at the same time, due to which all the 4 tires of that car get punctured and smoke starts coming out, and then he keeps firing continuously from his gun. The old man is surprised to see him and says the way he hip fires and reloads so smoothly. Even in my service, I have never seen such a good player. After this, he thinks to himself, who is giant after all. Here everyone's condition has become very bad. Almost the condition of the car also becomes very bad, and it seems that everyone inside the car is dead. Our hero looks at the old man and says, "Call Shun Bo Zheng Kai and others out and clean the outside." Then suddenly a thought comes to his mind, and he says, "Wait a moment," and then he says, "We are still in the initial stage of disaster. What if I turn these corpses into zombies and use them as practice for Zhong Chai?" And saying that would be great. And then he says, "Never mind Shen Bo, don't rush." Shen Bo replies, "Shall we leave these people lying on the road?" Our hero replies, "Yes, I have other plans for them on the other side. There are 2 cars going very fast." Actually, his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend is sitting in this car, and he says, "We are almost there, and we are about to reach." The lady sitting in the car says, "What a cute, playful voice. This is, I think, the next intersection is there," and then she looks at him and thinks to herself, "Every time you are around the song Xing, you do this drama, and you think I don't know about this. What are you doing? I know everything." And then everyone reaches our hero's villa, and he says, "I will park the car right here and wait for you. Okay? Baby, text me when you are inside." And then the lady there says, "Okay? Jia Hoya, let's go." And then she is surprised looking at him and says, "Hey, do I have to go too?" And then she says, "Yes, of course you have to go to, you are coming, otherwise how will I know which factory is this?" And then she replies with a smile, "Just go straight ahead. You will recognize it immediately." And then she says, "Besides my shoes, I am having trouble walking." And then she starts pulling him out and says, "High heels or not, stop complaining, come with me." And then she says, "No, my bag and my phone are in it. I can't go." And then she says, "Leave it in the car. I have my bag too." And then both of them start going closer to our hero's fort. Here Lee talks on the phone and says, "Hey, you all get ready, and now it's the right time." Then suddenly a car is seen coming from behind and says, "As soon as my car starts, follow me." There are almost goons sitting in this car, and he says, "Okay, sir." Here this girl says, while leaving, that, "Hey Jin Jin, why have you dragged me into this? You could have gone alone." And then Jin Jin replies that, "Yes, you are very old. Do you really think that I will get trapped in your small tricks, or do you think I am stupid?" And then she replies, "Hey, Jin Jin, you are misunderstanding me. I am dressed in such a way so that I can trap that loser John." Then suddenly he looks at her and gets surprised and asks, "Hey, what is happening here?" The same scene was there. All the people were lying dead side by side, and she says, "Hey, what is this nonsense? What happened here? What kind of firing has happened here?" And then both of them start panicking, and she holds him and says, "Jin Jin, all these people are dead. Maybe we should go back from here." Then suddenly a hand is seen rising. This person was actually alive. And then she says, looking at the blood marks, It seems that he has been dead for a long time. It may be that two groups were fighting for John's supplies. Here this person is alive and is sitting inside the car and listening to them, and then this girl looks towards the fort and after seeing that scene explains to them that it is possible that now that Jong may not be alive, and then she says no, it's not like that, their death doesn't matter. But I wonder if the supplies are still there. Maybe we should go back and let these people handle this work. We should not get into this mess here. This person tries to get out. Then the girl says let's sneak in and see if the factory door is closed or not. Both of them feel the danger. But still she reaches the door of the fort to see if the door is opened or closed, and then she knocks on the door of the fort, and then she says, "Hey, this gate is really tightly sealed, and it seems that we cannot see anything inside," and then she replies, "Yes, of course. I told you that this gate is tightly closed. So what does it mean that Jong is safe? So now our conspiracy will not be completed." Then suddenly Shen Shen's eyes fall on these two girls, and she asks, "Hey, who are you both? And what are you doing here?" Shang Shang comes into action with her gun and asks, "How did you find this place? Who told you about this place?" And then these two girls reply, "Hey little girl, I am Jong's friend," and then she says that I am Giant's girlfriend. Shang Shang gets a little suspicious on their words, so she immediately turns back and asks Jong, "Hey brother, Jong, there are two women outside the gate. One is your friend, and one of them is claiming to be your girlfriend on the other hand." Both these girls were getting irritated seeing all this, and then she says, "Now I understand why that bastard Jong suddenly changed his attitude. He has got a new girlfriend." And then this other girl replies that Jin Jin, don't show that you are upset. No matter what happens, we have to focus on our work and remember that the woman present has a crossbow weapon. And then she asks him that seeing the situation here, "Do you think that I can handle it?" And then she gets angry thinking about him and says, "Hey, relax. He has brought some tricks. As long as we keep the gate open, we will be able to take down Giant." On the other hand, Jong looks outside the fort and says, "Hey, this is Qiijing. It is Manhwa." Our hero does not understand her plan, and then he activates his mind-eyes skill at the same time. Using this skill, he can read the mind and thoughts of others secretly, and then he looks down and asks, "Hey, why are you two here?" Jin Jin raises her hand and says, "Hey Zhang, we are friends. Can we come to meet you? Things are very chaotic right now. We are worried about you, and we are worried about you." Our hero starts smiling and says, "You are worried about me. If I am not wrong, that scoundrel Li Suxiang should be nearby, right?" Hearing this, Shang Shang was standing nearby and thinks in her mind that what is going on here? If he is her friend, then why is he giving her such a reply? And then our hero says, "How many people have you brought? What weapons do you have?" Our hero understands their conspiracy because he understands all their conspiracies secretly through his mind-eyes skills. These two women get very surprised to hear this and think in their mind that how did he know about this? He has just arrived, and how did he come to know all these things so soon? Our hero fires his gun at them and starts firing by aiming around them, and then these two girls immediately decide to run away from there and runs away from there and says, "Hey Zhang, have you gone crazy? You are really shooting at me." And then she looks at them and says, "Hey, he has a gun, talk calmly and don't try to provoke him." And then she says, "What is there to be afraid of in this? Does he really have the guts to shoot or kill me?" Our hero looks at them with a smile and says, "Hey, shoot and kill. It is very easy for both of you." Hearing this once again, both of them are surprised that how does he know about our conspiracy? Then suddenly they feel something strange and they look back. As soon as they turn back, the corpses that were lying on the ground, rabies spread in them, and then they become zombies, and then they move forward to attack both of them. Seeing them, these girls get scared and say, "Hey, what is that?" They are patients of rabies flu who are coming to attack us. Jinjin says, "Hey, can rabies flu really bring the dead back to life?" Our hero at the same time says, "I want you both to die at their hands." Then suddenly this zombie roars fast and pounces on them, and both these girls manage to save their lives and run away from there, and then she starts running away from there shouting, "Hey Lee, where are you? Lee immediately gets out of the car and looks. The condition of these two girls has become very bad. They started crying, and they shouted, "Hey Lee, save me, otherwise people here will kill me." Seeing this, Lee's condition worsens, and he says, "Hey, how can there be rabies flu patients?" Here Lee senses the danger at that very moment, and then he decides to run away from there. And then he immediately calls from the walkie-talkie and says, "Hey, there is rabies flu, hurry up and turn back and run away from here immediately." Both the girls are not able to reach the car, and Lee deceives them and runs away, and then the girl says, "Hey, you are a bastard, and you are running away, leaving us." She gets very irritated, and she says, "Lee, I don't want to die like this." She gets very irritated thinking this and takes off her bag, and she wants to hit him with that bag. But that bag gets stuck in her leg. Then suddenly a zombie comes from behind and hits her, due to which she falls on the ground and screams loudly, and then all the zombies come close to her, roaring. The girl gets badly frightened, and she says, "Hey, wait," but no zombie stops, and he moves forward to attack her. This gets very bad, and she says, "Hey, Jing, you two have left from here, you bastard bitch." Here Jing had run away from there, and then she shouts from behind that you will not die a good death. Saying this, she starts coughing, and then she says smilingly that you deserve this. Here the system informs that the mission normal threat is neutralized. System points 10 have been added and current points have become 18. Shang gets shocked to see this scene. She still could not understand that she is his friend and girlfriend yet. Why did he treat them like this? The system shows that a new mission has been released, and in the new mission there is a road cleaning mission, and the objective of the mission is to clear the infected and monsters roaming outside the base, for which reward points 10 will be given. Sang puts her hand over her mouth and says they just turned into zombies out of nowhere. Our hero looks at Sing and says, "So this is really the beginning of the apocalypse, and now there is a huge amount of foreign infection source, and the dead will quickly turn into zombies when they come in contact with the outside door. Even the injured or weak people among the living will be at a higher risk of mutation." Sang listens to her seriously and says, "Oh, so is that so?" After this, our hero turns and starts to leave and says, "Call everyone, and we need to have a meeting." After this, everyone comes in the room, and Sang closes the door and comes and sits in her place, and our hero says, "For the next 2 days stay indoors unless necessary. Keep the windows and doors tightly closed and let your body slowly adapt to the infection, and this will greatly reduce the risk of mutation." Here John Kai was surprised to hear this, and he says, "What are you thinking about, Brother Chang?" Because he is still lying on the bed and looking at his condition. It doesn't seem that he will be able to recover, and some strange changes are happening in his body. Everyone starts running here and there, and chaos spreads everywhere. Smoke starts coming out of the buildings. No one could understand what is happening here, and then he goes out of the window and looks and gets scared and says, "Oh no." There is complete chaos there. This person's name is Jay, actually. He was the same person who sold the supplies to our hero, and then he immediately comes inside the house and tells his wife that I have to go to the warehouse tonight and have to bring back the remaining material. Hearing this, his wife gets a little scared. What is going to happen now? And then he says, "Hey, Shally, you and Shui both stay at home, and one thing has to be taken special care of. No matter what happens, do not open the door for anyone except me." And then he asks, "Did you understand what I said?" Zyle replies, "Okay." Then suddenly there is a sound of knocking on the door, and he turns towards the door to see who has come at this time, and then someone starts banging the door loudly. By Jay immediately senses the danger, and then he signals his wife to keep quiet and not make any noise. His wife becomes quiet and puts her hand on her child's mouth so that no noise is made. But keeping quiet did not make any difference because someone was still knocking on the door. Bai Jay had now understood that he had no other option but to go out and check, and then he decided to go out and reach the door with a stick. A voice came from outside asking Bai Jay, "Are you at home?" Bai Jay was still surprised that who could be this man who was calling me by my name. Do I know him? After thinking for a while, he decided to close the door, and then he slowly opens the door and looks around, and as soon as he sees him, he recognizes that it is Yang Tao, and then he immediately tries to close the door. But before that, Yang Tao pulls Bai Jay's sign and kicks it and says, "Hey, what nonsense, and why are you hitting me?" By then, all of Yang Tao's friends enter the house, and they throw Bai Jay upside down on the ground, and they start beating him, and then he comes and stands behind him. Bai Jay says, "Hey Yang Tao, leave me. What are you trying to do to me?" And then he says, "I have always treated you very well, and how can you treat me like this?" And then he points towards himself with his thumb and says, "Say it again, that you have treated." After saying this, he starts laughing, and he says that in your eyes, I am just a servant. He starts shouting and says, "Yes, I have paid a little advance, but you have earned enough for many houses." And then he gets serious and says that enough of this nonsense. "Give me the keys to your warehouse and give me the address," and thinks in his mind that if I give him the keys, he will loot the warehouse completely. He does not give him the keys and does not react, and then Yang Tao looks at him and says, "You are still adamant. Do you not want to give me the keys?" And then he thinks in his mind that he will not give the keys like this. I will have to use some other trick to get the keys, and then his eyes fall on his wife, and then he goes to his wife at the same time and pulls her hair, and He looks at Bai Jay and says, "Look here, you bastard, now. Tell me that you will give me the keys at the same time." His son says, "Hey, leave my mother. Why are you beating my mother?" saying this. He starts crying badly, and he immediately bites his hand, and then he says, "Hey, you little child. Have you gone mad?" Yang Tao immediately removes his hand, and immediately pulls that child and slaps him, and that child goes away and falls on the ground, and his partner catches the kid. Bai Jay, he says, "Hey bastard, if you have guts, come to me, and leave my wife and child alone." Yang Tao looks at him and says, "Hey, don't worry, if you agree to our proposal, then your wife and your child will be safe. Take us to the warehouse." Now seeing the situation, he had no other option. So he has to agree to his words, and then he gets ready to take everyone to the warehouse in a short while everyone reaches the warehouse. As soon as they reach the warehouse, they see that there are only a few boxes here, and he asks, "Where did the rest of the stuff go?" Bai Jay, he replies, "Hey, you are the person who found that big customer and brought him to me. The same person bought all the supplies. Even the supplies with expiry date were bought by him. There is nothing left here." Yang Tao then frowns and thinks, "Oh, yes, Brother Zhang. I told you about that big customer, and he has bought all those supplies." And then he gets an idea, and then he thinks to himself, if we take over the supplies stored in the factory Zhang built, we won't need supplies for a lifetime. And then Brother Jay says, "I would advise you to stay away from him, because when I was delivering supplies to him, I saw some men carrying guns. That man must have somehow gotten wind of this disaster." And then he looks at him and says, "Hey, you have to deal with this problem." Brother Jay looks at him in surprise and says, "What do you mean?" Then Yang Tao says, "Hey, Brother Jay, don't you think this is a good deal? Take the supplies from Zhang, and in return take your wife and child to safety. This is a fair trade." And then he gets very angry, thinking that I am also trapped badly in this. But he is also forced to do so on the other side in Zhang's fort. Everyone went to see their friend in the patient's house. He is still lying on the bed and is screaming badly. He has slowly turned into a monster. Everyone starts getting scared. His friends start crying, and then he says that brother, kill him. Our hero looks at him and thinks in his mind, and then this person asks, "Hey, what did you say?" He replies that he is already dead if you do not kill him. Then he will get free in some way, and then it will become a danger for our lives. Then he says, "Hey brother, how can you say this? How can we leave him without trying?" And then our hero looks back and says that he is right. Once a person gets infected, there is no possibility of him getting cured, and then he is surprised looking at him and asks Brother Zhang, "Is there no way to save him?" Our hero at the same time takes out his dagger and gives it in his hand and says, "Use this." He is surprised looking at him. "Hey, what do you mean? I should kill him?" Our hero looks at him and says, "Yes, finish him off," and puts the knife near his neck, and then he says, "You always wanted a weapon, right? So now take this and use it." And then he says take this weapon and put him out of his misery. And then he holds that weapon and says, Brother Zhang, let it be, I will kill him. Our hero holds the knife in his hand, and he is very hesitant while holding the knife because the person he was to kill now is his own friend. Our hero looks at him and says, hey, are you sure? What if what I said earlier is all a lie, and once you take this step, kill him? Then you will officially become a murderer. And then he answers, no, Brother Zhang, I trust you. And then our hero smiles and says, okay, now go ahead and kill him. And then he moves towards him with the knife. But he was still hesitant to kill him because he was his friend who is now infected. Tears start flowing from his eyes. But still he holds his knife and raises his hand to kill, and then it is very fast, and he starts shouting loudly. At that moment our hero comes and holds his hand, and then he looks at our hero, and he is surprised that, hey brother Zhang, why did you stop me? Our hero looks at the system at the same time, and says all of you go out, his condition is special, and I need him right now. And then the system notification shows that a rare mutated variant has been discovered, and then everyone goes out. Our hero closes the door and comes to him and tests him whether he is understanding what we are saying or not, and then he asks, your name is Change How, right? But he was not answering. He was just growling loudly. Our hero comes closer and says, I have an important thing for you. On the other hand, the car loses its balance due to which it gets into an accident, and then that man comes out. Actually, this is the same man who had supplied or sold the car to John. And then he says, oh, what a misfortune today. I barely escaped death. Our hero's fort is visible in front, and he says that he had almost reached there. Then suddenly a zombie was standing in ambush on him from behind, and then at the same time the zombie attacks him, and he starts running from there to save his life, but the zombie catches his hand at the same time and bites his hand. Seeing this, he gets very scared and pushes him away, and he runs from there and immediately goes to the car and brings an iron rod and hits his face with the rod, due to which he falls on the ground and beats him to death. And then he looks around and sees that there are a lot of zombies, and he thinks that it is not right for me to stay here for long. And then our hero's fort was just a short distance away. His hands and legs start trembling, and then he starts moving towards the fort on the other side. Our hero is training everyone how to behave when zombies come, and he tells everyone that you all should keep your weapons with you. Shang, seeing this, says, hey brother John, why have you tied all this stuff with us? It looks very convenient and cumbersome. Our hero looks at him and responds. Explains that zombies do not have reasoning, so their explosive power is more than a normal human, and they are very dangerous, and because of your current combat experience, you are very likely to get hurt, and protective equipment should be worn so that you can use it immediately. And then he explains that once you have more experience you can remove it, and then they hide on the corner of a wall and see a zombie going the other way. Our hero warns everyone and says, hey, get ready. Everyone, we are in the zombies' range of perception. Shang Bo replies, okay, and Shang Shun replies, okay, we are ready. The zombie starts approaching them, growling loudly at the same time, and our hero says, we have been spotted. Get ready for war. He has seen us, and then he says, remember what I taught you. Take care of each other and maintain distance. As soon as the zombie comes close to our hero moves from his place, and he dodges it, due to which he falls on the ground. And then our hero tells us that zombies have very low intelligence. The moment a zombie misses its attack is our biggest chance to kill it. And then he says, hurry up and aim for the back of his neck, because that's a sensitive spot, and it will work quickly. And then this fat guy comes with an iron rod and hits his skull, which doesn't make much difference to the zombie. And here he gets a blow in his hand, due to which his hand starts hurting. Our hero sees him and shouts and says, hey, the skull is the hardest part of the head. You should not hit here. It cannot cause much harm, due to which there is a risk of your hands becoming numb. And then he asks him to attack his neck. But at the same time, the zombie attacks the fat man, and the fat man moves the iron rod forward, which causes him to stop. And as he goes to cut him, he ends up biting the iron rod, because of the zombie moving the iron rod forward. And then he got very scared and said, hey, what is this nonsense? "Save me, someone help me," our hero says smilingly. "That very good. You took the right step, otherwise he would have bitten you, and then I tell Zonkai that your partner needs you right now." Zonkai comes close to him with his stick at the same time, and then attacks his neck, due to which he falls on the ground, and then everyone starts beating him. Our hero looks at them and says good, but one attack is not enough and everyone beats him. Here he is hiding and watching our hero, and then Zonkai says, "Brother John, how did we do this? I can't believe it," and then he tells, Yes, you did it." Then suddenly this zombie growls and moves fast towards our hero. Seeing this, Zonkai gets scared and says, "Hey Brother John, be careful. He is coming running fast towards you." Our hero turns and grabs his head, and John Kai looks at him and says, "Hey, did you forget what I taught you? Never lose alertness while observing your surroundings." Hearing this, John Kai thinks to himself. Hereby Jay stumbles and reaches very close to our hero's fort, and he is looking from behind a wall and says, "Hey, zombies are already roaming here." Looking here, it seems that John has already been killed here, and then he tries to go closer to that car. Then he hears a voice that his companions need his support and always be alert. Jay is surprised to hear this voice that, "Hey, who is it, and who is explaining to whom?" Then he realizes that, hey, this is the same voice, or I have heard it before. Either it is John's voice, and then he looks from behind the car and says, "Hey, this is John and his team. Are they hunting crazy zombies?" Then suddenly a zombie is looking at him under his car. His eyes are shining, and she slowly tries to come out. This was actually John's ex-girlfriend's friend, who had now become a zombie, and then she comes out and grabs Jay's leg, and Jay falls on the ground and gets very scared. The zombie attacks Brother Jay. Brother Jay gets very scared. Tears start flowing from his eyes. For a moment he thought that now he will not survive, he will die. But at that very moment our hero comes and fires a bullet from his gun, which hits the zombie's head, and its blood stains fall on Brother Jay. Brother Jay feels very disgusted and says, "Hey, these are blood stains." And then our hero sees it and asks Brother Jay, "What are you doing here? You should not have been here." Hearing this, he goes to our hero and says, "Brother Giant, I cannot believe that I am still seeing you alive. Seeing so many zombies here, I thought that you must have also died." Then suddenly our hero's eyes fall on his hand, and on seeing it our hero becomes serious. He had understood this, that the zombie has bitten his hand, and he too might have got infected, and in a very short time he too will become a zombie. Our hero senses the danger, and points a gun at him to kill him at the same time, and says, "You have also been bitten by a zombie." But he raises his hands up and shouts, "Hey brother, please don't shoot. Give me a chance to say something. Listen to me." Our hero says, "Say what you want to say, and don't try to get too close," and then he replies, "Brother John, I know I have already been infected, and it won't take me more than half a day to become a crazy mutant. But I want to tell you one thing, that bastard Yang Ying has kidnapped my wife and child." Saying this, he starts crying badly and shouts that he is using them to blackmail me so that he can find a way to betray you and grab all your resources. Our hero listens to him carefully, and he says, "Brother, I know I am not a great person, but I don't think I have ever done anything bad, and my wife and child are both innocent. Those bastards won't spare my wife and child. They will do worse to them than they did to me, and I know that. But Brother John, I beg you, please take care of them for the sake of all the things I helped you collect in return. For that favor, keep my wife and children safe." Our hero keeps pointing the gun at him and thinks to himself, although he did not do all this for his own benefit, he still helped me a lot. And then he thinks about his fort. The fort still has a lot of potential, and the balance has been slightly disturbed due to the higher number of men than women, and now it is an even more attractive offer. At the same time, the system shows that a new task has been added to the system task. Hand over the wife and child, and the task requirement is to save John Singh's wife and child. 25 points will be given as a reward, and the task, the road is being cleared. The task requirement is to eliminate the infected monsters roaming outside the fort. 70% is done and reward points 10 will be given. And then he looks at Brother J and tells him, don't worry. I will take care of your wife and child. Brother J gets emotional hearing this and asks, really, my brother? I will never forget your favor. And then he bows his head and thanks our hero and says, is it true that you will go? I will never forget this favor of yours. And if I get the next birth, I will be your servant. And then he bows his head and sits in front of our hero and says, will you do one thing? Our hero asks what to do, and then he replies, finish me off. Because I don't want to be one of those crazy people and put my family's life in danger. After hearing this, our hero thinks seriously, and then an idea comes to his mind, and then he turns back and orders Shang Shang to bring a bike from the room. For this, Shang Shang replies, okay. Our hero looks at him and says, you go somewhere far away where there are no people, like go somewhere secluded. He gets surprised to hear this and asks, why are you saying this? Our hero says, you don't need to know this because you don't have much time left. Just do what I say. Brother J is a little surprised to hear this, but in a short while he understands where he has to go and says, okay, John, I understood what you said. Thank you, my brother. And then he takes a bicycle at the same time and starts riding very fast, and all he had on his mind was his wife and children. He understood where I have to go now. Here our hero and all the classmates were getting worried seeing that there are a lot of corpses. They have to be cleared quickly, and then he brings petrol at the same time and collects all the corpses and sets them all on fire. Our hero says that with your current strength and experience, 2 or 3 of you will be able to kill a single zombie with melee weapons without any harm. Everyone listens to him carefully and whatever he says. But when a small group or crowd of zombies comes, then you will definitely not be prepared and you all will get scared seeing them. So now all of you come with me, and then our hero takes everyone inside the fort, and then Sambo asks what is happening here. And then our hero says, Shambo, listen carefully to what I am going to say, and then he gives the keys to Shangbo and says there are weapons in this storeroom. I am going to the city tonight. The security of the fort is in your hands. Sambo takes the keys in his hand and says, hey John, why are you going there? Because the city must have turned into a madhouse by now, and you are going alone. And then all his classmates shout happily and say, Brother John, we will go with you. But that third fellow was still standing there. Our hero looks at them and says, there is no need for this. You are not ready for such dangers yet. If you go, then you will just become a burden. And then he looks at Shangbo and says, Shangbo, I am trusting you, and you have to protect the fort. Shangbo replies, don't worry, John, I will protect it. After this, our hero sits in his car with some weapons and looks at the system. The system shows that the system stores are empty right now. 2 points will be deducted for manual refresh. And then he is surprised to see this and says that the updates of this system store are very slow. And then I refresh the system at the same time. While refreshing, he says that this mission is difficult. So from the point of view of safety, I will refresh, and then it is shown in the system store that the current point is 26 and in the store right now. There are black tank supply box and life-saving supply box, armed prevention supply box. Seeing these, our hero thinks in his mind that the price of manual refresh has increased from 2 points to 4. In such a situation, I have to be careful, and then he clicks, and then he thinks in his mind that, but the refresh boxes are good, and I still have enough points, and then he clicks on black tank supply box level 1, which is redeemed at the same time, and 20 points are deducted, and the current score is shown as 6. At the same time, a very bright light appears in the car, and the system shows that the blood bank supply box has opened, and the reward is physical strength enhancement serum plus 5 points. Here our hero still felt the light in his eyes, and then he puts his hand on his eyes and says, it seems as if I just flashed myself, and then the injection appears, and he says, what nonsense, there are 5 physical strength enhancement serum, and then he takes the injection in his hand and thinks in his mind that I should use it immediately, and then he immediately puts the injection in his hand, and a lot of energy appears. He also starts coughing. The system shows that the characteristics of Tara and normal human are 260% local in his mind's eye. On the other side, in Brother Jay's house, his wife and children were still sitting and crying, and his wife was calming her child and saying, "Don't be afraid, son, Papa will take care of everything, and he will come soon, by then he comes again." Seeing him, his wife gets scared and says, "Hey, what have you come here to do?" And then at the same time he grabs his wife's hair and says, "What do you think? Of course we are going to have some fun. What do you think about this?" Hearing this, his wife gets very scared and says, "No, don't do anything, leave me." He grabs her clothes and her shirt gets torn, says, "Leave me, let me go." Everyone starts pulling her clothes and having fun. Suddenly a person comes and stares at them and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you making so much noise?" Everyone looks at him and says, "Hey, Bai Li, come and join us and have fun with us." Bai Li replies, "Hey, the work is not done yet, and you are already thinking about it. Let it go." And then that person looks at them and says, "Hey, what's the problem? This is not the first time we have done this before." And then Bai Li gets angry hearing this and says, "Now you are messing with his wife and child. What if he is not able to tolerate this and tries to commit suicide, and if they die? Then they will have nothing more to lose, and they will fight us till death. So I'm telling him to let him go, he won't spare any of us." And then he looks at everyone and says, "Once we deal with that guy, then we'll come back, and then we'll all have fun together." Everyone agrees to listen to him and says, "Okay, whatever it is, I'll listen to you. This is great." And then this guy teases the brother's wife from the jeep and says, "Hey, you wait for me. I'll definitely come for you, and then we'll have fun together." Here things were getting even worse outside, and our hero is stuck in a traffic jam, and he stops his car and thinks to himself, "I have 13 points of stamina, and that's more than twice the average person even. My reaction and control have improved a lot." And then he drives the car faster at the same time, and he says it feels awesome. All the humans here had now turned into zombies and were damaging the property nearby. Our hero gets out of the moving car, and looking outside he thinks to himself that the city center is ahead and driving is attracting too much attention, so I think I should go on foot. Suddenly a zombie comes screaming towards our hero. Our hero comes into action at the same time because when he was sitting in the car, he also took enough weapons with him, and then he punches him on the head and traps his hand in his hand and makes him fall on the ground, and then he moves his hand forward at the same time, and with the help of his skill his weapon comes to him at the same time. He quickly runs towards those zombies, and whatever they have he breaks it into pieces, and looking back he says, "No matter how much strength they have, I have now completely controlled these zombies." And so it is like having more than twice the physical strength of an average person. Apart from this, my senses have also proved to be much better. He hears some strange sound, and he says how this blockade is happening about 800 meters away. The system shows that the trigger encounter mission and random mission and encounter mission are shown on. The other hand, all the zombies are trying to enter the showroom, and all the people present inside start screaming out of fear, and they say we are surrounded from all sides, and the security guard has a gun, and he is protecting everyone with that gun and says, "Hurry up, bring some heavy stuff here." Everyone listens to him and starts carrying heavy stuff towards the door so that the door does not close, and then this boy looks at his father and says, "Papa, will we all die here?" His father replies, "Don't worry, son, these bastards cannot come inside because we have closed the way, and even if they come, then in the worst case, we will meet your mother again." Hearing this, the child starts crying badly, and then the security guard looks at him and says, "Oh wow, old song, do you ever think before speaking? You are really spoiling things." And then he looks at the security guard and replies, "Hey, it is important to think before speaking. If I could do this, I would have become a property manager by now." And then he looks at him and says, "Hey, are we really going to die here today? Or do we have any way to get out?" Then suddenly the shadow of a zombie is seen from outside. At the same time, the security guard comes into action. He feels that someone is breaking the door from outside, and then everyone says, "What is this sound?" Suddenly a headless zombie is seen, seeing which the child falls on the ground. His condition is bad. The head of that person is cut off, and there are blood stains on the wall. The security guard is surprised to see him and says, "You and Jiksu move the stuff aside and keep quiet, no one will make a sound." And then these two people start moving the heavy stuff from there, and the security guard tries to go out. Everyone takes some weapons in their hands and starts moving forward. And he says, "Who has done all this? What is all this happening?" The boy gets scared seeing this, and he says. The boy looks at them, and he feels it, and he says it is a mutant, and it must be a mutant. His father replies, "Mutant? What does that mean?" And then they tell the boy that it is a stronger version of a regular zombie, and this is how it is established in comics, novels, and games. And then he scolds his boy, saying, "Comics, novels, games. No wonder your grades are always at the bottom." Here this security guard is aiming his gun at all the zombies and looks back and says, "Hey old song, you lack emotional intelligence. Now this is not the time to talk nonsense." And then he says, "Hurry up, keep a close eye on the surroundings. We don't want that mutant to ambush us, and we get killed by him." And then they slowly start moving forward, and the security guard says everyone should focus on their direction, and slowly they will move towards the base. And then he reaches the corner of the building and orders everyone to stop. Here our hero is standing. They are surprised to see him, and they say, "What is happening here, and who is he?" Our hero is looking at the system, and the system shows that the encounter rescue is complete. The system digit 5 is added, and the current digit is 11. Seeing this, the boy says that it must be a mutant, and then the security guard looks at him and says, "He looks like a living child to me. I am sure he cannot be a zombie." Our hero looks back and says, "Mutant, your imagination power is very good." The security guard comes to our hero smiling and says that it seems that he is really alive, and then he says to our hero, "Young man, staying here alone is not free from danger. It would be better if you come with us, and to survive in such times you have to stay together." After seeing this, our hero thinks to himself and asks them, "Who are you guys? Are there only a few of you left?" The security guard replies, "We are looking for supplies, and there are still some citizens gathered in Rose Young Garden." Our hero looks at them and says, "Rose Young Garden. I remember there is a JNU mansion nearby," and then he asks what it is not nearby, and then the person with him says, "Yes, it is across the street," and then he puts his hand on our hero's shoulder and says, "Little brother, come with us. There is strength in numbers. Captain Lee has guns, and we have a lot of experience in dealing with crazy people. We can protect you." Our hero thinks to himself and smiles, but he still behaves like a stranger and says, "Okay, thank you very much." Then one of them says to our hero, "Kid, you're asking about the Jinyu mansion. Are you meeting someone important?" After listening to that man's words, our hero tells him, "Yes." Hearing our hero's answer, he asks him in surprise, "A relative or a girlfriend?" And after saying this, the very next moment he puts his hand on our hero's shoulder and consoles him by saying, "It's the end of the world now, and whoever you're looking for is most likely already dead. You need to mentally prepare yourself for this." Hearing that man's words, Uncle Lai standing there also says in anger, "Yeah, even if they weren't killed by the Ravagers, they could still have encountered those beasts." After listening to Uncle Lai, our hero gets shocked and says, "Those beasts?" Seeing our hero surprised, he starts telling him about those people and says, "A group of thugs is holed up in the Bayou Mountain Villa area in the east of the city to survive. They don't hesitate to harm other survivors. We ran into them once, and many of our companions died at their hands." And after saying this, he says smilingly, "Hey, let's not talk about it. In any case, we must stay vigilant when we encounter other survivors." While Uncle Lai was saying all this, suddenly a zombie comes from the other side and attacks him. Seeing the zombie suddenly, our hero gets very shocked and shouts, "Uncle Lai, be careful." Uncle Lai immediately becomes alert after listening to our hero, and the very next moment he fires his gun on the zombie's head, due to which the zombie dies on the spot. And then Uncle Lai looks at the dead zombie and says angrily, "Damn it, I'm done for." After hearing the gun sound, all the zombies in the area start going in the direction from where the sound came. Then Uncle Lai says, "The gunshots attracted the attention of those bastards. they're coming this way." And saying this, Uncle Lai start looking for a place to hide, and then suddenly he see a bus. Then he shouts at all of them and says, "Hurry up and get inside that bus," and saying this, all four of them start walking fast towards that bus, and while going their hero smiles and thinks in his mind, running recklessly might attract more zombies, but the bus, as a closed shelter, is perfect for defense. The only downside is that if it falls, there's nowhere to retreat. I would give this emergency decision a score of 70. While our hero was thinking all this, he was left far behind those three, and Uncle Lai and his two companions had gone inside the bus, and the zombie was coming very fast behind our hero. Then Uncle Lai shouts and says to our hero, "Kid, hurry up and keep up." On hearing Uncle Lai's words, our hero starts moving very fast towards the bus and goes inside the bus in a few seconds. As soon as our hero comes inside the bus, Uncle Lai quickly closes the gate and says to everyone, "Be careful, carefully check each seat to see if there are any ravagers hiding." After listening to Uncle Lai, our hero goes forward, and after seeing the view outside, our hero's face starts sweating a lot, and he gets very scared. That's why he says in a scared voice, "They haven't given up. They're still gathering over here." As soon as our hero says this, a lot of zombies gather around the bus, and after seeing the outside view, Uncle Lai's face also starts sweating. Then suddenly all those zombies start banging the gate and glass of the bus with their hands, and the number of zombies increases a lot. Then they all start pushing the gate and try to open it. Then Uncle Lai closes the gate by putting all his strength and says, "I can't hold on any longer." After listening to Uncle Lai, our hero comes and closes the gate completely with one hand, and seeing our hero doing this, Uncle Lai gets very surprised and thinks in his mind, "What such incredible strength." Seeing them so surprised, our hero tells, "I'm blocking the door so it can't open. You call everyone to smash the windows and fight back." After listening to our hero, Uncle Lai starts leaving from there. Then suddenly the glass of the bus breaks, and the very next moment a bullet passes through the head of a zombie, and the one shooting the bullet is none other than Uncle Lai. Then he thinks in his mind, "With so many ravagers, these bullets won't be enough." While Uncle Lai was thinking all this, a voice comes from behind, "Use this," and that voice is none other than our hero's. Then he gives the crossbow to Uncle Lai and tells him. And after listening to our hero and seeing the crossbow, Uncle Lai asks him, "A crossbow, where did it come from?" After listening to him, our hero tells him, "I just casually picked it up earlier." As soon as our hero gives them that weapon, after that Uncle Lai and his companions start attacking those zombies with all those things and slowly start killing them all, and in a short time all the zombies around the bus are killed, and then our hero thinks with surprise, "Twice we turned danger into safety. This is no coincidence. We are the children of fate in this apocalypse. Stay cautious and do not make such careless mistakes again." Then the moment shifts and we see four people going somewhere, and then one of them says, "I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiao Yang." After hearing this, the Yiming says, "Let me keep watch tonight." After listening to him, the person walking beside him bumps into him gently and says to him with a smile, "Hey, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic today?" After listening to his partner, Yiming gets very angry and tells him, "Don't talk nonsense. When have I not been enthusiastic? Mind your own business." Seeing Yiming so angry, he starts walking away from there and says to him while leaving, "What's wrong? Why are you reacting so strongly?" After listening to both of them, the old man tells them all, "All right, since Yiming is taking the lead bravely, everyone else should head back to their rooms and rest. Yiming, be extra careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up." After listening to the old man, everyone goes to rest, and Yiming sits outside in the middle of the night and thinks to himself, "It's getting late. Everyone must have already gone to sleep. No time to waste. I need to get things sorted out before Jiang Zioyang returns." After thinking so much, Yiming goes to the old man's room and opens the door and sees that the old man is sleeping. When the old man is sleeping in his room, Lu Yiming goes into the old man's room and starts extending his hand towards him, because the old man was sleeping with the key next to him, and Lu Yiming had gone inside that room at such a late hour for the key. But as soon as Lu Yiming is about to pick up the key from there, suddenly the old man's eyes open, and the old man says in surprise, "Lu Yiming, what are you doing here?" And seeing this, Lu Yiming gets very scared and Lu Yiming's face starts sweating. Then Lu Yiming punches the old man on the head with all his strength and starts running away with the key from there. Then the old man shouts and says, "Lu Yiming, you bastard, what are you trying to do? Give me the keys back." Hearing the old man's loud voice, people sleeping in the adjacent rooms also wake up and are very surprised. Then one of the girls asks what happened. Then the old man comes out of his room and his face had turned completely red due to Lu Yiming's attack. Then he puts his hand on his face and says, "Lu Yiming stole the keys of the armory. Hurry, stop him." On hearing the old man's words, all the people start running behind Lu Yiming and angrily ask Lu Yiming, "What are you doing?" And one of them says, "Yiming, stop." But Yiming was running very fast from there and was dropping all the things lying on the way, due to which the whole way gets blocked, and the people chasing Yiming get blocked too. Then one of them angrily says, "That sneaky brat." After walking a little distance, Yiming saw that no one was following him. Then he smiled and thought to himself, "Might as well go all the way." Then Yiming reaches the room whose key he had stolen from the old man's room, and inside that room a zombie is kept imprisoned. When Yiming goes near it, the zombie becomes very angry. Seeing the zombie so angry, Yiming extends his hand towards it. Then suddenly the zombie breaks one of the handcuffs on its hand, and seeing this, Yiming gets very scared and sweat starts coming out on Yiming's face. Then Yiming thinks, why is one of his bindings loose? Was the knot poorly tied back then? After thinking so much, Yiming smiles and thinks again in his mind. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of untying him myself. Thinking this, Yiming frees the zombie and leaves from there. Then we see that suddenly the three people who were chasing on the instructions of the old man reach there, and the zombie is standing in front of them. But all three of them are unable to understand and start moving quickly towards the zombie. Then suddenly one of them notices that something is wrong and sweat starts coming out on his face. Then he thinks in his mind, that bastard Lu Yiming, he let Chen Chong out of the medical room. Is he trying to get us all killed? Then suddenly that old man also comes there, and he is very surprised to see the zombie outside. Then he stops them all and starts thinking something, and after thinking he tells them, never imagined that kid would be such a little bastard. I really misjudged him. After listening to the old man, the girl standing next to the old man says to the old man, what do we do now, Grandpa? All our weapons are locked in the armory. After listening to him, the old man says, no matter what, let's work together to lock this kid back in the medical room. Spread out. Use the methods Xiao Yang taught us. Be very careful, don't let him bite you. After listening to the old man, they all start following the same method and slowly start moving towards the zombie, and as soon as they get a chance, one of them says, now it is our chance to attack. One of them catches the zombie from behind and two of them catch the zombie's hand. Then one of them says, we've got him under control. After listening to him, the old man says, careful, tie him up and get him back to the medical room. On hearing the old man's words, all three of them slowly start taking the zombie towards the medical room. Then one of them starts counting, and as soon as the counting is over, all three of them push the zombie inside the medical room and close the gate from outside. After imprisoning the zombie inside the room, the old man gets very angry and says in anger, damn, we've wasted so much time here. That brat has probably already grabbed the weapons by now. And on the other side, Yiming, standing behind the wall, is listening to their conversation and comes in front of them and says, who are you calling a brat? I don't know where that bastard Zhang Xiaoying hid all the weapons. There was only one in the armory. But it's enough to deal with you all. Once I'm done with you, I'll find the rest later. After saying this, Yiming tells them to go inside the room, and after listening to Yiming, one of them gets very angry at Yiming and tells Yiming, Lu Yiming, what are you doing? Brother Xiaoyong is our savior. After listening to him, Yiming says, A big favor can turn into a big grudge. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. He saved us once, but we're practically his slaves for life now. After listening to all this from Yiming, the old man says to Yiming, some people are just ingrates by nature, impossible to teach. And seeing them all talking among themselves, the zombie standing inside starts looking at them all, and as soon as he looks at Yiming, his eyes turn red, and he becomes very angry. The whole moment shifts, and we see on the other side Uncle Lai says to our hero, one more intersection, and you'll reach Jinyu Mansion. The terrain in the complex is complicated, perfect for mutants to hide. Be very careful, kid. Once you find your people, come to Rongxiang Garden and meet up with us. We're at Building 8. Enter through the side gate, not the main entrance. Remember that. After listening to Uncle Lai's, our hero smilingly says to Uncle Lai, I got it, thanks. Seeing our hero leaving from there, the person standing next to Uncle Lai says to Uncle Lai, shouldn't we go help him? After all, he did kind of save us. After listening to that person's talk, Uncle Lai tells him, we don't know what's inside Jinyu Mansion. If we walk into a horde of zombies, we'll be dead for sure. After listening to Uncle Lai, the man gets surprised and says, then, isn't the walking into certain death? Then the moment shifts, and we see some people in a building, and then one of them says, Sai, the power's out, and we've got no phone signal either. I have no idea if Zhang Sheng managed to finish his task. After listening to that person, the other person standing next to him angrily tells him, screw it, I don't care. I've been holding back for too long. Tonight I'm going to let off steam, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. While they are talking amongst themselves, there is a woman and a child inside the room, and the child is crying very loudly. Then, after hearing their voice, another person standing there says, be careful though, don't let the woman die. After saying this, that person looks outside the room, and after looking outside the room, he gets very surprised and says, wait a minute, why are all the zombies downstairs lying dead? After opening the gate, the unknown person looks around to see if anyone is there. Then suddenly he looks down and thinks, could it be a rescue team? Immediately after thinking this, the expression on the face of the unknown person suddenly changes, and we notices that someone has attacked his neck, and after a few seconds, his neck gets separated from his body. And the next moment, suddenly 4 people enter the room and go to that woman and child and say, all of you go out. And as soon as one of them say this, they start laughing, and one of them starts opening his belt, and one of them throws the child away from his mother, and seeing this tears come out of his mother's eyes, and she tells them, what are you doing? Let him go. By the time the woman says this, a man standing there slaps her hard on the face. Immediately after slapping her, he says that you are our target and throws the kids out of the room. After coming out of the room, the kid starts crying loudly and says that I will fight you all. By the time the boy says this, he notices that they have locked the gate from inside. Then he suddenly looks back in fear and says, you bad people, let her go. My dad won't forgive you. By the time the child says this, he suddenly notices that a dead person has come out from the other side, and the child gets very scared after seeing him. Then suddenly he notices that an unknown person is standing on that side, and then a sound is heard, kid. On hearing this, the child starts crying and says, who are you? And he is none other than our hero. Then our hero asks the child, Zhang Sheng is your dad, right? And inside the room, the woman is crying a lot, and the people standing there start hitting her one by one and say, damn it, say it out loud, afraid your son will hear. Say it, or we won't have our fun. After listening to all this, the woman does not give any answer to them. She just keeps on crying. Then one of them moves towards the woman, holds her head, and smilingly tells her, fine, no sound, I'll go first. By the time the unknown person tells this to the woman, suddenly they all notice that someone has opened the gate. Then one of them says, brat, you've got some strength, kick the door down. Then one of them says in a slightly angry tone, why aren't you kicking the little punk out? What are you waiting for? After listening to them all, as soon as he moves forward to close the gate, Suddenly someone cuts his neck and separates it. Seeing all this, sweat starts coming on their faces, and one of them says, "What is going on here?" Then suddenly our hero puts his hand on the head of that unknown person and lifts him and throws him to the other side. He saw all this happening with him. One of them says, "Who are you?" Then our hero attacks him on his face with his foot. Then the moment shifts and Yiming stands over them, all with a gun pointed at him, and tells them, "I'll say it one last time, move or I'll shoot." After listening to him, the old man says to all the people standing with him, "Listen to him, go to the room he mentioned." After listening to the old man, the girl standing next to him gets very surprised and says to the old man, "But brothers Ioyong, he..." And before the girl could say anything else, the old man interrupts her and says, "He's got a gun. Do as he says for now, I'll think of something." After listening to the old man, Yiming starts laughing and says, "You think you can figure something out? Looks like if I don't show some ruthless decisiveness today, I'll never establish my dominance." After saying this, Yiming starts laughing and aims his gun towards the old man and tells him that it's your turn first, and after listening to him, the girl and the boy standing next to her tell Yiming to stop, and the very next moment Yiming notices that a sound starts coming from the room in which they had locked the zombies. Then Yiming asks, "What kind of sound is this? What's going on?" The infirmary was locked. "Who's in there?" Then suddenly the door of the room opens, and we see that the voice is of none other than a zombie, and he stands in front of the gate. Then all of them get very scared and start talking amongst themselves. The key, Chen Chong, unlocked the door himself. Impossible, he's a mutant. He couldn't possibly use a key. While they were talking among themselves, the zombie started staring at Yiming, and upon seeing him, the zombie's eyes became very red, and it became very angry, and upon seeing the zombie coming towards him, Yiming got very scared and aims his gun towards the zombie and says, "Damn it, a zombie using a key to unlock a door, we can't let him live." And saying this, Yiming starts using his gun to attack the zombie. Then he sees that the gun does not work, and he gets very scared and starts looking at the gun, and the very next moment the zombie suddenly attacks Yiming. Seeing all this, Yiming gets very scared and thinks, how can all this happen? And the very next moment the zombie starts attacking Yiming. After some time the zombie kills Yiming, and the whole body of the zombie becomes red with blood. Then the zombie starts taking Yiming's body with him, and seeing all this, the old man and all the people standing with him get very scared. Then the old man says, "What is going on here?" And after listening to the old man, the boy standing next to him says, "Just now, he was so calm." While they were talking to each other, the zombie breathes through his mouth, and all the people standing there feel the bad smell of his breath, and they cover their nose with their hands. Then the zombie opens the room, and after opening the room, he goes inside the room and throws the key of the room towards all those people, and seeing the key coming towards them, they all get very surprised, and the zombie locks the room from inside. Our hero Young went into the room and saved that woman and the children and took all those people standing there captive, out of which 2 were already killed by our hero. Then that child hugs his mother and starts crying. Seeing the children so upset, our hero calls him near him. Then that child gets a little surprised and sweat starts coming on his face. Then that woman says in fear, "What are you making him do?" Our hero completely ignores the words of the woman and calls the child near him. Then the child consoles his mother a little and says, "Mom, it's fine," and after saying this, that child goes to our hero. Then our hero takes out a knife and gives him and says to finish both of them right now. And after hearing this and seeing the knife in his hand, that boy gets very scared and sweat starts coming on his face, and on the other hand, after listening to our hero, both those people get very scared. Then that woman says to our hero Young, "Boss, he's just a child." After listening to the children's mother and seeing the kids so confused, our hero tells his mother that from today he is grown up. He is no longer a small child, and after saying this our hero tells the kids that, "Kid, from now on, you're the only man who can protect your mom. Now, gather your courage and kill these animals who hurt her." After listening to our hero Yang, the boy starts remembering the old incidents in which those people had beaten his mother, and also beaten the children and tried to do bad things with his mother. Thinking about all those things, the boy gets very angry and tears start flowing from his eyes, and in anger he runs towards them with a knife and kills both of them one by one. Seeing the children doing this, his mother gets very shocked, and only one word comes out of her mouth, Zio Shui. After killing them both, the kid asks Young, "Uncle, did they already kill my dad too?" After listening to that child's question, our hero tells him the truth that yes, they have killed your father. On hearing this, the child throws the knife, hugs his mother, and starts crying loudly, and his mother also starts crying. Then his mother controls herself a little and says to our hero, "Boss, please, take my son with you. I'll give anything." After listening to his mother, the child tells his mother, "No, Mom, I won't go with him. I want to protect you." After listening to the children and his mother, our hero tells both of them, "Both of you come with me. I promise Jiang Sheng to keep you safe." Then the moment shifts a bit, and we see that all three of them come down from the building. The child has a knife in his hand, his mother has a sword, and our hero has a gun in his hand. Then seeing the scene around, the child gets a little scared and asks our hero, "Who's strong enough to kill this many zombies?" After listening to the children, our hero tells them that I am the one who killed all these zombies, and after saying this, our hero notices something ahead and asks them to stop, and after doing this, our hero asks that woman, "Sister-in-law, do you know the approximate location of Building 8 in Rongsheng Garden?" After listening to our hero and hearing about Building 8, the woman gets a little confused at first and then starts telling our hero, "Building 8 in Rongsheng Garden, it should be in that direction you're looking at. Why?" Then the moment shifts, and we see some people standing outside Building 8, holding swords, baseball bats, and guns in their hands. Then one of them shouts and says, "Don't worry, we'll redistribute your supplies fairly. Also, all women under 40, come with us." After listening to him, Uncle Lai and all the people standing with him get into fighting position. Some have guns, some have sticks, and some have swords. Then one of them says, "What should we do? Should we just surrender?" After listening to him, Uncle Lai looks at him and says, "No, those animals won't keep their promises in the end. Apart from you, Yuren, and Hao Fang, none of us will survive." Then the people standing below say again, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't cooperate, we won't leave a single one of you alive." Seeing all this happening suddenly, one of the girls gets very scared and says, "Maybe the two of us should go out and beg them to spare you." On hearing that girl's words, the other girl gets very scared. Sweat starts appearing on her face, and she says fearfully, "I don't want to. I refuse to be a plaything for their lust." After listening to both of them, Uncle Lai makes them both quiet and tells them all, "Don't worry, we won't compromise. Guard the hallway, they won't get past us." After not getting any response, one of the people standing outside tells his companion, "We may have good weapons, but their leader has a real firearm too. If these cowards keep hiding, we can't exactly force our way in, right?" After listening to his companion, the person standing next to him, who has a stick in his mouth and one of his eyes is closed, smilingly says to his companion, "No need for force. You guys go shut off the main water supply for the ground floor apartments. I want to see how long they can last." And in a short, while our hero also reaches the location of Building 8, and then he notices that some people are standing under the building. Seeing them, our hero and the woman and child with him hide behind the wall. Then the child says to our hero, "Uncle Yang, are these people bad guys?" After listening to the children, our hero tells them that yes, all of them are dirty people. They're just like the ones who bullied you and your mom, and after saying this, our hero starts moving forward while aiming with his gun. And inside the building, Uncle Lee tells them all, "Hold the staircase and don't reveal yourselves. I'll go see what they're doing downstairs." Saying this, Uncle Lai starts moving forward and hides behind a wall, and from there he looks down, and after looking down he gets very surprised and thinks, "Damn it, 7 of them fully armed, and 3 even have guns." Then suddenly a very loud sound is heard, and Uncle Lei puts his hand on his ears, and all the people standing inside the room are also shocked. Then suddenly we see a bullet passing through one of the people standing below, and all the people standing with him get very panicked. Then Uncle Lai looks down and is shocked to see our hero and says, "It's that kid." As soon as they notice that someone is standing behind and attacking them, they also start attacking our hero, and our hero also starts attacking them, due to which some of them start getting shot and some hide behind the wall and the box. Seeing their companions dying one by one, they all become very angry and start attacking our hero. But their bullets missed our hero, and seeing this, our hero starts smiling and stands with a gun pointed towards him. An unknown person is hidden behind the box, and he knows that Yang is aiming at him, and seeing all this he gets very shocked and says in anger, "Damn it, where did you come from, madman?" And after hearing this, our hero starts firing at him, due to which the unknown person becomes very angry, and out of fear, sweat starts coming out of his face. Then he tells his companions, "What the hell are you doing? While he's pinning me down, shoot him." On hearing their boss, one of them stands up and tries to shoot a gun at our hero. But our hero notices him and turns back and kills him by shooting him. Then the unknown person hiding behind the box becomes very happy to see this and starts laughing and says, "You're out of bullets." And saying this, he comes out from behind the box and pointing the gun towards our hero, says, "Get ready to die," and saying this, he goes to our hero and aims at him and stands in front of him, and while doing so, he immediately starts firing at our hero, but our hero dodges his attack and holding his gun in his hand, twists it and takes his gun near his neck, and the next moment he kills him by shooting with his own gun, and the very next moment that unknown person is lying on the ground and blood is coming out of his mouth. Then our hero searches him. And after searching, our hero starts going inside. But inside, behind the wall, two people are hiding on one side and one person on the other side with sharp weapons in their hands, and as soon as our hero comes inside and notices those three, all three immediately start moving forward to attack our hero. But in the next moment our hero kills all three of them, and our hero tells Uncle Lai and everyone else to come out, and after that Yang meets Uncle Lai and all the other people there. After all this, the child who stays with Yang says to Yang while smiling, "Uncle Zioyang, you were so handsome just now." After all this happens, and immediately after listening to the children, Yang receives a system notification in which it is written, "System tasks. New task, recruitment. Task requirements. Recruit the survivors of Rongxiangyuan, fifths. Reward points, 25. After reading the system notification, Yang immediately asks Uncle Lai about all the people whom Yang had killed a while ago. That who are all those people? Then Uncle Lai tells Yang, "The beast in the Baiquizhin Villa district." After hearing Baiquizhin, Yang gets a little surprised and asks Uncle Lai, "Where is this place, Bikui Mountain?" Then Uncle Lai tells him that it is just south of the city. Immediately after saying this to Yang, Uncle Lai calls Liu Keo and Chen Jai to him. Then both of them hear Uncle Lai's words and come running to him and say that you called us. Then Uncle Lai says to both of them, "You came here from the south of the city. Tell Brother Zioyong about the incident at Bikui Mountain." After listening to Uncle Lai, both of them start telling our hero about the incident and say, "Those people were originally evil forces with resources and weapons. Almost all the survivors entrenched in the Baituishan Villa district and the south of the city were absorbed by them." After listening to both of them, Yang thinks in his mind, in the previous life, wasn't the gathering place of Lai Shuxing and Kui Jing in the south of the city? Could it be them? After thinking so much, Jung asks both of them, "So, the people in Baiquizhin are the only gathering place in the south of the city?" After listening to Yang, both of them say to Yang, originally not, but they had weapons in their hands and other small gatherings had no ability to resist their attack. "Those beasts, every time we capture a gathering place, kill half of them first. Then take back the young and beautiful women and the guys who are willing to go along with them." After listening to both of them, Yang tells Lao Lai, "These their guys each have a pistol in their hands. Keep it and check it out later. There are probably more magazines." Immediately after saying this, our hero says to Uncle Lai that you can keep this rifle and I will also leave 5 magazines for you. As soon as Uncle Lai takes the rifle, he becomes shocked and sweat breaks out on his face, and he starts looking at the rifle back and forth. Then Yong says, "Those people from Baiquizhin probably won't give up. With these weapons, a dozen people can't take you down. You guys just hold on here for 2 days. I'll go back and reorganize, then kill those guys." After saying this, Yong starts leaving from there, and after listening to him, Uncle Lai tells him, "Little brother, for us, it is not worth taking this risk. We can just find a chance to change our base. After all, they are several kilometers apart, and it is impossible for them." After listening to Uncle Lai, Yong tells him, "Don't think too much about it. This is a personal enmity between me and them. In addition, I will drive a bigger car over in a few days to pick you up and take you to the east of the city." After hearing east of the city, Uncle Lai gets a little confused. Then Yong tells him, "I have built a gathering place fortress in the old tea city, but I am short of manpower. You guys be very careful and take care." Having said this, Yong tells the woman and the child, sister-in-law, "Handsome, let's go." After saying this, our hero, the woman, and the child start leaving from there. Then Uncle Lai and all the people standing with him tell Yang that you people should also take care of yourself. Then the moment shifts, and we see a dead zombie lying in a room, and outside a guard is sitting on a chair with a gun in his hand, and 2-3 zombies are hanging on the wall with the help of a rope, and inside the building some people are having a meeting among themselves. Then one of them with red hair takes a cigarette in his mouth and says to them all, "Haven't you got the supplies for Jinyu Entertainment City yet?" After listening to him, a fat man sitting in front of him in the white court tells him smilingly, "Brother Wen, we have already sent someone there. He should be back by now." After listening to the fat man, the thin boy in a black coat sitting in front of him says smilingly, "Brother Wen, there are many high-end people living in Jinyu Mansion. We can't just focus on the supplies in the casino, right, Xiaolai?" After listening to the thin man, Xiaolai gets angry, but smiles and replies to him by saying, "Brother Kai, don't we want to go together? I've already told my people, bring back any living people." After listening to both of them, Wen tells, "I'm not saying anything about you, Xiaolai. You haven't even accomplished the tasks given to you." After listening to Wen's words, Lai gets a little scared and laughingly tells him, "Brother Wen, don't worry. I will do whatever it takes to get this done for you." Then the meeting ends and Lai comes out. Then a man asks Lai, "Brother Lai, are you okay?" Then Lai angrily asks that man whether the men we had sent have returned. After listening to Lai, that man tells Lai that I have sent some people who have gone to investigate, but there is a bad news. After listening to him, Lai angrily asks that man whether all of them were killed. "Aren't the people Xianyuan ordinary people? How come their guns can't take them down? Go ask Taozi to call all the people who can use weapon to come to me. This time I'm going to be absolutely sure." The black-colored car stops outside the building, and the old man and his companions hiding inside the building are a little surprised at first, and then one of the girls says smilingly, "The sound of a car. Brother Xiaoyong." And as soon as the girl says this, the old man and his companions run towards the car, and the girl becomes very happy on seeing Young and says to him, "Brother Xiaoyong, you are finally back." After listening to that girl, Yang becomes happy and looking at all of them tells them, "It's Liu Yiming." As soon as Yang takes Yiming's name, all the people standing there are shocked, and after listening to Yang's words, the girl's face starts sweating, and she thinks that he already knows, and while she was thinking this, Yang meets that woman and child, and then tells Zhang Kai, "Take them to the room, and then come to the infirmary to find us." After Yang said this, Kai took the woman and the child with him, and everyone else went towards the medical room. After reaching outside the medical room, Oldman asks Yang, "So, Yang, you already knew that Yiming was up to something?" After listening to the old man's words, Yang picks up the gun lying on the ground and says to the old man, "I had little trust in him, but I was sure that he would betray me." After listening to Yang's words, Kai and the fat man standing with him are shocked. After saying this, Yang gives the gun to Kai, and after holding the gun, Kai gets a little scared, Sweat starts coming out on his face. Then Kai takes out the bullet of the gun and looks at it. He is very surprised, and the old man standing next to him gets a little worried while pointing towards the medical room. Then Yang starts going towards the medical room and says, "What's his name? Chen Chong. He is not an ordinary zombie, but a rare mutant." After saying this, Yang goes inside the medical room, and as soon as he goes inside the room, he goes to the zombie and tells him that if you understand what I am saying, just give me a signal by blinking your eyes and blink 3 times at a steady pace. After listening to Yang, Zombie Chong starts blinking his eyes. Then Yang tells, "Very good. What is 2 times 3? Tell me the answer in terms of blinking." And after listening to Yang, the zombie starts telling him everything, and after listening to Zombie's entire story, Yang comes out of the room and starts telling everyone. After the end of the world, people infected by the alien infection source have a very small chance of becoming rare mutants. They usually have much higher intelligence or potential than ordinary zombies. Even, they will more or less inherit some of their memories from their previous life. Fortunately, Chen Chong is rare among the rare. And while Yang was telling this to all those people, the zombie standing inside the room was looking at all of them, and the dead body of Yiming was lying under his feet. Then the zombie started smiling and saying hello to all of them by waving his hand, and seeing him doing this, all the people standing there got surprised. Then Yang looks at him and says, "Okay, stop stepping on it and get rid of it." After listening to Yang, the zombie starts taking Yiming's body somewhere, and while he was going, Kai asks him, "Do you remember everything?" And on hearing Kai's words, the zombie stops on the way and starts looking at him with an evil smile and laughing. Seeing the zombie looking at them like that, Kai and the fat man standing with him get very scared. Then the zombie attacks Kai to scare him, and Kai dodges his attack. After attacking, the zombie starts leaving from there smiling. Then Kai points a finger at him and says, "It seems like he remembered. He's already turned into a zombie, but he's still so naughty." After all this, Yang goes to take rest, and as soon as Yang lies down and starts reading notifications, it is written in the notification, "Hidden achievement. Own a mutant companion completed. System points plus 10. Current points, 46. After reading the notification, Yang starts thinking, "I actually activated hidden achievement. What an unexpected gain. Check them all to see if there are any new item." After thinking so much, Yang starts reading another notification in which it is written, "Rescue the wounded supply box level 1 minus 5 points. Armed deterrence supply box level 1 minus 5 points. Black technology supply box level 2 minus 50 points. Manual refresh minus 4 points." Immediately after reading the notification, Yang sits up and thinks, "Oh my god, level 2 box. This is the first time I have seen it. It's a pity that it's too expensive, 50 points. Let's open the remaining 2 first so they don't take up space." After thinking so much, as soon as Yang clicks on the screen and opens those 2 boxes, a notification comes on Yang's screen. "Rescue the wounded supply box level 1 successfully redeemed. 5 points deducted current points, 41 points. Armed deterrence supply box level 1 redemption successful 5 points deducted current points, 36 points." After opening all the boxes, Yang starts thinking, smiling, "Holy shit! The weapons from the level 1 box are so awesome. Then level 2 and level 3 will give me tanks. And this blocker, does it mean that the bitten person can be cured before he turns into a zombie?" Then Yang clicks on a notification that appears on the screen. Mission in progress, recruitment. Mission requirements: recruit the survivors of Rongxiangyuan, 05th. Reward points, 25. After clicking on the notification, Yang starts thinking again while smiling. "Can't wait to open the level 2 box. I'll finish this task tomorrow." Then the moment shifts and we see the next day inside the ground, Yang zombie and everyone else standing in a line with guns in their hands. Then Yang tells all of them, "Starting today, everyone should spend at least an hour every day practicing shooting." After Yang says this, everyone starts practicing shooting, and starts hitting the objects placed in front of them. Then Yang goes to the old man and puts his hand on his shoulder and says to him, "Mr. Shen, please ask Zhang Kai and the others to clear out a few empty rooms. There is a group of survivors at Rongxiang Yuan. I will pick them up today." After listening to Yang, the old man tells Yang that it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want to do, and after listening to him, Yang tells the zombie to follow me. Then the moment shifts, and we see some zombies standing around a car parked on the road. Then suddenly Yang and his fellow zombies come out from inside that car and kill all those zombies. Then Yang gives a key to his fellow zombie Chong, and after giving the key, Yang tells him, "It's okay, just take them off. You don't have to wear these when you're alone with me. When we get to Jixiangyuan, you can put it on yourself so as not to scare others." After listening to Yang, the zombie inserts the key into the mask and unlocks it. Then the moment shifts and we see some people standing behind a car outside the building, and then Lai shows them a gun and tells them, "I don't believe that. We can't take down a mere Rongxiangyuan like this." And as soon as Lai says this, those people start leaving from there. Some zombies were drinking the blood of a dead man, and some were standing around him. Then suddenly one of them notices that something is coming towards them, and then suddenly a bus comes due to which all the zombies start flying in the air, and that bus hits them very fast and moves forward, and there were many vehicles standing in the way of that bus. But Yang takes the bus forward while controlling it. And on the other side inside Building 8, Uncle Lai and all his friends are sitting and eating something. Then they all notice that someone has come with a car outside. Then the child says, "Car engine sound. Brother Zioyang. It must be Brother Zioyang who has come back to pick us up." After listening to the kids and hearing the sound of the car, Uncle Lai gets a little alert and silences them all and starts moving forward with his gun picked up and says, "Don't rush out, let me take a look first." And after saying this, he goes ahead and starts looking down from the window, and as soon as he looks down, he loses his senses because some people are standing with guns in the car below. Then one of them comes out who is Lai. Then, while getting down from the car, he says to his companions, "Building 8, the one at the back." And after saying this, all of them stand outside Building 8 with their guns in their hands. Then Lai shouts and says, "Move ahead," and on the other side Uncle Lai, who is watching from the window, gets very scared after seeing all of them. Sweat starts coming out on his face. Then he says, "It's not Zioyang, it's the beasts in Bikui Mountain." And as soon as Uncle Lai says this, all the people sitting in the building get very scared and get ready with their guns in their hands. Then one of them says, "How dare these beasts come here? Don't they have a lesson?" And the man sitting next to that man says that now we also have guns, let's all fight them. After listening to both of them, Uncle Lai stops them both and says, "Don't underestimate the enemy. They have more people this time, more than us, and everyone is armed. According to the division of labor previously made, each of you will ambush. I'll go to the rooftop now." And Lai and all his companions standing outside the same building stand aiming towards the building. Then Lai says to all of them, "This distance is about right. If we move forward, we should be able to hit those idiots accurately." And after listening to Uncle Lai inside the same building, both of them move forward so that Uncle Lai can dodge them and go to the rooftop, and as soon as they both look down from the window, they both lose their senses because they all stand aiming towards the building, and immediately after that they start firing on all the buildings, due to which both of them escape with great difficulty. And after firing, Lai asks for a speaker from his partner standing next to him, and as soon as he goes to make an announcement on the speaker, the bullet passes through the head of the person standing next to him, and he falls down there, and seeing him being attacked, all standing next to him get very scared, and then one by one they all start getting attacked, and the attack is being done by none other than Uncle Lai. Seeing himself being continuously attacked, Lai takes cover behind the wall and tells his companions, "Take cover, watch out, long gun automatic rifles." After saying this, he gets very angry because the information he had received earlier was completely false. That's why he thinks, "Shit, didn't the previous intelligence say that there was only one pistol? Including the 7 people we seized last time, there are only 4 pistols. Where the hell did this automatic rifle come from? While Lai was thinking all this, the man standing beside him fearfully tells him, Mr. Lai, what should we all do now? After listening to his words, Lai gets angry and says, what can we do? And as soon as Lai says this, that man starts running away from there, ignoring Lai's words. Then Lai shouts at him and says, wait for my order. We will all run away together. But that man completely ignores Lai's words and starts moving forward. Then Uncle Lai standing on the roof fires at him and kills him right there. Seeing his companions dying like this, Lai gets very angry, and on seeing the dead man he says, you deserved this, and after saying this he tells all his companions to wait for my order, and as soon as I say, we will all start running, and completely ignoring Lai's words. They all start running one by one. As soon as all of them move ahead a little, Lai standing behind the wall starts smiling because that was his plan, and as soon as they reach halfway, they all start getting attacked. Someone gets shot in the head, someone gets shot in the chest, and someone gets shot in the leg, and Lai takes advantage of this opportunity because Uncle Lai standing on the roof was aiming at the other side and killing all of them. And from this side Lai starts running towards the car, and as soon as Lai reaches halfway while running, he thinks that now he will reload till Lai will reaches the car, and as soon as Uncle Lai reloads the gun, Lai and his 1 or 2 remaining companions sit in the car and start running from there. Then one of their companions stays there, and seeing his companions running like this, he gets very scared, and he shouts from behind, wait, I have just been here, and as soon as he says this, Uncle Lai shoots a bullet through his head, and kills him right there, and seeing all of them running, Uncle Li starts attacking their car as well. And on the other hand, Yang was also coming towards Building 8, and as soon as Yang and Lai's cars pass by each other, Yang notices that a car has passed by very fast, and then Yang thinks, forget it, just complete the task first, points are important. And after thinking so much, as soon as Yang reaches outside Building 8, he sees a lot of dead people lying outside Building 8. After seeing all of them, Yang smiles and says, it seems that the rifles I left for them came in handy. The car we just saw must be the looters that were chased away. And the zombie standing next to Yang is unable to control himself after seeing the blood of those dead people, and greed starts arising in his mind, and as soon as Yang looks at him, smilingly asks him, do you want to eat them? On hearing Yang's words, the zombie agrees with Yang, and then Yang tells him, well, it's better for you to eat me than to become food for other zombies. Go. As soon as Yang says this, the zombie starts running towards them and starts eating them all one by one. Then Yang tells him while leaving from there, after eating, please wait for me downstairs of Building No. 8 in the community. After giving permission to the zombie to drink blood, Yang starts moving forward, and after walking some distance, he notices around him that many people are dead. Then his eyes go to a man, and on seeing him, Yang thinks that this is Lai Hongli. He had killed many people, and from the top of the building, that small child becomes a little happy after seeing Yang and says that this time it is really Yang, and after saying this, all of them start gesturing to Yang by showing their hands from the roof that we are safe on the roof, and all of them come down with Uncle Lai and start talking to Yang smilingly. Then Yang asks Uncle Lai, have you killed all these people? On hearing Yang's words, Uncle Lai becomes very happy and pointing towards the gun, says to Yang, of course not. It's all thanks to your rifle, Brother Zioang. Before I left the army, I was a pretty good rifle shooter. And after this Uncle Lai says something else, and Uncle Lai and all the people standing with him notice that the zombie friend is moving towards them, and he is very angry, and there is blood all over his body, and seeing him in such a condition, those people get very scared. Then Yang looks back and shows that yes, he was really moving towards them, and as the zombie comes a little closer, Uncle Lai and all the people standing with him get into fighting position, and Uncle Lai takes out his gun, and after doing so tells everyone to be careful, there is a zombie there. Then Yang puts his hand on his gun and smilingly tells them not to be afraid, we are all together. As soon as Yang says this, all the people start looking at the zombie, and then Yang tells the zombie that there are some more bodies lying there, go and fill your stomach with them. And as soon as Yang says this, the zombie starts going towards those bodies, and seeing him agreeing to Yang, Uncle Lai gets sweaty, and he asks Yang, what's going on? Brother Zioang, can you talk to zombies? After listening to Uncle Lai, Yang starts telling him. He is not an ordinary zombie. I can't tell for a moment. Get in the car. I will explain it to you slowly on the way. After saying this to Uncle Lai, Yang tells the zombie to hurry up, and after eating all of them, you come in the car. We have to go somewhere quickly, and on hearing Yang's words, the zombie, after eating them all quickly, wears his mask and starts going towards the car, and all the people standing inside the car are very surprised to see his such action. Then the child says in surprise, "Holy shit, he can even bring his own chew." After listening to the kids, Yang jokingly tells him, "Chew, let him hear it, or he'll hit you." And while they were talking, a zombie enters the bus and Uncle Lai is very shocked to see him enter the bus and thinks, "The car tilted slightly just now." And while Uncle Lai was thinking this, Zombie suddenly goes to Yang and starts giving him the key of his mask and says something to Yang in his own language, and seeing him do this, Yang gets very surprised and asks him, "Did you say something?" Then he again says something to Yang, and seeing his such action, Yang gets a little surprised at first, and then he normalizes himself a little and thinks. After eating 6 corpses in a row, Chen Chong, as a zombie, has probably begun to evolve further. We must hurry back to transform our points into strength and become the strongest fighting force in the gathering place. Thinking this much, he starts moving very fast. Then the moment shifts, and we see that after being chased away from there, Lai goes to his headquarters and tells the whole thing to all of them. After listening to him, Lin standing there gets angry at Lai and tells, "What did I say? He can't get anything done." After listening to General Lin's words, Lai's facial expression changes, and he says to Lin in a frightened language, "General Lin, you really can't blame me for this. Those guys had automatic rifles." After listening to Lai, when sitting next to Lai says to him, "How could a small policeman have an automatic rifle? Do you take me for a fool?" After listening to Wen's words, Lai's face starts sweating. Then he angrily tells Wen, "No, it's true. If you don't believe it, go there yourself." Lin standing nearby gets very angry after talking to Wen in this manner. Then he kicks Lai and makes him fall on the ground, and seeing this happening with himself, Lai gets up from there and goes away, and Lin standing inside the room gets very angry and says, "I've been annoyed by this rubbish for a long time." Until Lin says this, Zhu standing next to him tells him, "You are still greedy for the woman next to him." After listening to Zhu, Lin smiles and says, "Hey, Mr. Zhu, what you said is right." And Lai standing outside behind the wall was listening to all their conversation, and after listening to all this he gets very angry. Then Lai goes from there, and after going he starts breaking all the things in his room. Then a girl comes to him and says to him, "What's wrong, husband?" After saying this, the girl goes to Lai, then Lai tells her, "Hurry up, pack up, and let's go." After hearing about leaving, the girl gets very surprised and asks, "Where will we go?" Then Lai tells her, "I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. We have to prepare for a rainy day." Then the moment shifts, and we see that Yang and all his companions reach their location, and there the old man and all the people standing with him are standing with guns in their hands. Then the child gets down from the car and looking around him smilingly says, "This really is the Fortress of Doom." And the Yang sitting inside the car gets a notification in which it is written, "Mission, recruitment completed. Task requirements, recruiting the survivors of Rongxiangyuan, 8/5 exceeded target. Reward points, 25 points. Extra bonus, 5 points. Current points, 66 points." Yang thinks after reading the notification, there are extra reward for exceeding the target. After thinking all this, Yang gets down from the car and starts coming down, and while coming down a zombie stands in front of him. Then Yang says to him, "Chen Chong, come with me to the south of the city tomorrow night." While Yang was saying this to Zombie, Uncle Lai was also standing nearby, and after listening to Yang's words, he got a little surprised, and then he asked Yang, "Going to the South City, what to do?" After listening to Uncle Lai, Yang smiles and says to him, "I and the people from the Baiquizhin Villa district. There are also some Manga City feuds that span time and space that need to be dealt with. After saying this, Yang goes to his room and, sitting on the bed, starts reading a notification in his system in which it is written, Black Technology Supply Box LV. Oh. Minus 50 points. Vacancy. Vacancy. Manual refresh minus 4 points. After reading the notification, Yang clicks on the first level 2 box, and as soon as he clicks on the box, a colorful aura starts emanating around him, and then Yang gets a notification in which it is written, Black Technology, Supply Box LV. 2 exchanged successfully, 50 points deducted. Current points, 16 points.
After settling everything, our hero sits in his room and opens the box he got as a reward, and the supply box was of level 2, which opens and our hero gets a physical enhancement potion as a reward. This is a kind of vitality potion, which is a big thing for a level 2 box. It can increase vitality 20+. Seeing this nutrition in front of him, our hero becomes very happy, and he cannot stop the greed of increasing his power and quickly injects this nutrition injection in his body. During the injection, he feels a lot of pain, due to which he screams, but along with the pain, it gave a very good result to our hero. It increased his physical fitness by 33 points, which is 6 times more than the improvement in fitness of normal people, and our hero was also feeling very good about this feeling. He can now see even the smallest things around him. As a result, a mosquito is flying in front of him, which our hero could hear and see very well, and to test his power, he immediately catches that mosquito, which means that his agility has also improved. When our hero catches this mosquito, the mosquito screams a little in pain, and our hero hears this too. Then after this he releases that mosquito, and he is also happy to try his new power. After this, it becomes evening, and we see that our hero is coming out of the factory, and everyone is standing there for security. Our hero is in front and zombies are behind him. Then, seeing our hero coming, Uncle Lai asks him about his next location, whether he is going to a city in the south now. Hearing Uncle's words, our hero replies yes, because he is going towards the south. Hearing this, Uncle Lai asks him for some instruction, that whether he has any instruction for us or not. After this, our hero asks Uncle Lai for help in shooting training, because his shooting skill is probably the best here. Hearing this, Uncle becomes happy and a smile comes on his face, and then he laughingly says that don't worry about it, because I am the best in this, so I will definitely train you. Then after this, our hero starts walking towards the bus, and he asks Zombie Chen to come with him because he can no longer stay here, and as soon as he sits in the bus, he leaves for his next location. The story then shifts to Lai Shuxing's palace, where someone asks how things are going there, to which someone replies, Sir Lai Shuxing, don't worry, as he should have reached the designated place by now. Then after this a voice comes that come on, we have to leave from here quickly. Then we see that Lai Shuxing along with all his teammates leave from here. Maybe he wants to set off from here. They are all moving ahead when suddenly a car stops in front of them, and the car falls on their eyes, due to which Lai Shuxing closes his eyes, and people standing near him also start hiding their eyes due to the light. Meanwhile, we see that many people come there and stand in front of them. It was Boss Zhu and his companions who are standing in front of Lai Shuxing with guns in their hands, and when we look inside the car, Kai and Lin are sitting with Lai Shuxing's wife, and Shuxing's wife, sitting inside the car, is smiling looking at the outside scene. Lai Shuxing and his companions were not able to understand what was happening here, who had turned on such a bright light in front of their eyes. They slowly started to see the scene in front of them, and on seeing the people standing in front of them, Lai Shuxing and his companions got a little scared, and then Zhu said that where are you all going? As soon as Lai Shuxing hears this voice, he takes Zhu's name in fear. Maybe he has understood what is going to happen to all of them. Lai Shuxing was scared after seeing so many people in front of him, but he did not want to reveal his next move in front of them. So he put a fake smile on his face and said that we wanted to go to Rongxiang Garden before nightfall and try our luck, so we are all going there. As soon as Zhu hears this, he seriously says that okay, you people are going there, Then we see behind him that one of his companions is dragging an unconscious man towards that side, and this unconscious man is Shuxing's companion. Zhu's companion drags him and throws him in front of Shuxing. Seeing the man lying unconscious in front of them, Shuxing and all his companions get a little nervous. At the same time, one of his companions standing behind sees the dead person in front of him and calls out his name. The person lying in front of him was Kingzai. He is Shuxing's closest companion, and as soon as Shuxing hears the name from the companion standing behind him, he punches him hard on his face because he doesn't want to get exposed in front of everyone that he is his man. Otherwise he can get into trouble. That's why he says that open your dog-like eyes and see if this looks like Kingzai to you. After this, Shuxing panics and says in fear that Zhu, I don't know who this is, I don't know him at all. As soon as Shuxing says this, we see that Zhu's men point their guns at Shuxing and start firing continuously. Shuxing gets scared by this firing and sits there in fear. When he looks back after not hearing the sound of firing, he finds out that all his men standing around him are dead. Shuxing is very scared after seeing his death in front of him, and now all his companions are also dead. So he gets very nervous and says in fear that I really don't know who that person is, and why are you doing this? Tell me. Then Zhu laughs and says that you are really very stubborn. Just look inside the car once who is sitting in it, and then after this the lights of the car are switched off and Shuxing becomes very angry after seeing the person sitting in the car from inside the glass. He had no words to say, because at this time his wife Jing is sitting with Kai and Lin in their arms, and seeing this his anger reaches the seventh sky. Then Kai laughingly says that do not refuse to accept this because Jing has already told us everything. Shuxing gets very angry after seeing his wife cheating on him and angrily moves towards the car and calls her name that how dare you cheat me, but before he can move ahead, other people standing there catch. Then Kai sitting in the car asks Lin that what should we do with her now. Then Lin very calmly raises one finger and signals Kai to kill him. As soon as the order is given, the people present there tie Shuxing's neck with a rope and hang him like a death sentence. Shuxing starts screaming in pain with the rope hanging around his neck in the air, and in a few moments he dies in front of his house. They leave his body hanging right in front of his gate. After this, the story shifts directly to our hero. He also parks his bus directly near Shuxing's house and stealthily moves from behind and reaches directly in front of Shuxing's gate. When he reaches in front of the gate, he stops and orders his zombie to stop as well because in front of him, the infected Shuxing is screaming in pain that you deserve this, but I am sad that I did not kill you with my own hands. After seeing him like this, our hero feels a little sorry for him and takes a piece of stone and hits the rope directly, due to which the rope breaks and Shuxing falls on the ground. Shuxing lying on the ground is still writhing in pain, and seeing him our hero helps him get up and laughingly says, you are definitely a bastard, but I am very sad to see your end. But I will definitely help you in taking revenge. Then after this, the story directly shifts to a room where Lin, Jing, and Kai were having a physical relationship together. They were having a wild physical relationship. They had tied Jing with handcuffs. Seeing this, Jing says that I have done a lot of good work, and you are treating me like this. Untie me quickly. However, they ignore Jing's words, and then we see that Lin goes straight and lies on Jing and says that this is a very good reward for you. So now be ready for the future, and then with this their work begins. In this we see Kai, who gets a little alert after hearing the sound outside and wonders what kind of sound is coming from outside. Then he moves a little forward and tries to see the outside view with the help of the window.
Hearing the movement outside, Kai came near the window and saw the scene outside. When he looked outside, he realized that all the people standing outside were dead. Just then someone knocks on the door and starts banging the door loudly. Whatever was going on in the room stops on hearing the sound. Lin, who is having a physical relationship with Jing, also looks towards the door. Kai, who is watching from the window, also looks towards the door, wondering who it could be. The three people in the room were not able to understand what was happening outside, and as soon as Kai's eyes shift from the window to the door, We see that our hero opens the window from outside and enters the room. He had a dagger in his hand, and he takes it and reaches very close to Kai and places it on his neck. As soon as Kai saw that there was a dagger on his neck, he was terrified, and before he could say anything, our hero cuts his neck with the dagger, and Kai falls down writhing in pain and dies. Lin, sitting on the bed, seeing his friend Kai dying in agony on the floor, panics and calls out his name, and then angrily asks our hero, "Who are you?" As soon as Jing, still tied in chains, sees our hero, she calls out his name out of fear. Without answering Lin's question, our hero throws his dagger towards him. The dagger was moving towards him with such a great speed that Lin had no chance to escape from it, and the dagger hits Lin's chest as soon as it comes straight, and he too falls on the ground in agony and dies. And seeing this, Jing starts screaming out of fear. Perhaps she felt that now it is her turn. Jing was so scared at this time that she was not able to understand anything, and she was still tied to the bed, and the key to it is known only to Kai and Lin, who are dead on the side. When she sees our hero, she gets scared and asks him, "What do you want to do?" Our hero laughingly answers her question that maybe you guys were enjoying your time in the room, and saying this he goes towards the door and starts opening it, and smilingly looking at Jing again says that I don't know how Beast Shuxing will feel when he will see you in this condition, and what will be his reaction. Jing was not able to understand what he was saying. Why was he taking his name? And as soon as our hero opens the door, we see that Shuxing, suffering from infection, comes running towards Jing as soon as the door opens. He comes very close to her shouting and moves his hand forward to catch her. Seeing this, Jing gets very scared because she has come to know what will happen to her now, and then after this Shuxing starts biting Jing's neck. Writhing in pain, Jing asks Shuxing for her mistake and asks him to forgive her. When Shuxing was biting Jing, she was writhing in pain. She didn't even have a chance to free herself because her hands were still tied, and our hero went out, closing the door, leaving both of them in the same condition. When he goes out, he calls his zombie Chen and orders him to eat all the dead bodies. On receiving the order from his master, the zombie Chen standing quietly looks at the dead bodies and quickly goes and starts eating them. And while Chen was eating these bodies, our hero hears some sound, and with his hearing ability, he starts hearing the distant sound. After this, the story shifts to some people who are probably prisoners here, and they are sitting in a room. Then we also see a chef-type man who is moving upwards holding a big knife in his hand. And one of the men with him quickly goes and catches a little girl among them and says that this skin is very good. It will definitely be delicious for meat, and he starts pulling the girl and taking her away. The girl starts crying after seeing her. When the cook sees her, he angrily says that no, she is very thin. Then he looks at a fat boy and signals that he will be good. After this, the chef starts taking the boy away, and seeing this, his mother starts crying and asks him to leave her children, but the cook in anger pushes her away and says that damn woman, and as soon as he throws that woman away, her child frees his hand and starts crying and going towards his mother. Seeing this, the cook gets a little more angry. No one present there was saying anything after seeing this, and they were sitting scared and ignoring all this. Seeing her children in this condition, the woman was crying on the ground and saying, "Let my child go. Leave him, please leave him. Someone please help me." She started pleading for help from other people to save her child, but no one was looking at her. They were deliberately ignoring the words of this woman. Meanwhile, there is a knock from outside the room, and as soon as everyone hears this sound, their eyes fall on the door. The chef quickly panics and comes in his fighting position and says that the voice is of a troll, whose hands are holding the troll this time. Other people also start looking towards the door with their guns and whatever they had in their hands. Then someone says that the weapon is not in anyone's hands, it was in the hands of the boss. In all this commotion, the child quickly goes and hugs his mother. His mother also stands up and hugs her child and starts crying. The sound outside subsides and the door starts opening slowly. All the goons inside get into a fighting position after seeing the door opening. Then the cook tells his other partner to go out quickly and see. His partner, who is first dragging the girl, hears this and starts looking at him out of fear. Then the cook says again, "Go away, did you not hear, and don't talk nonsense." He has no other option in following the order. He starts walking out of the door holding the gun in his hand in fear. As soon as he reaches near the door, we see that Zombie Chen's hand comes from the door and pulls the goon out of the room. Seeing this, the goon gets very scared and starts screaming. Seeing this, his other companions say in fear that he is a zombie. Everyone should quickly shoot him. All of them start firing continuously. They were firing all around the room. Wherever they saw the zombie, all the goons were firing there, and in between Zombie Chen breaks a window and enters the room, and first of all he reaches the cook and kills him by turning his neck. And then after this he starts killing all the goons present in the room one by one. When Zombie Chen was killing all of them, these people were begging for help in pain. All the goons had been killed, and now only the captives were present in the room. They were not able to understand who this zombie was and why was he helping us like this, although there was still fear in their minds that now it was our turn from the side. Meanwhile, our hero opens the door and says to Zombie Chen that you are moving so fast without taking off your chain mask. On hearing this, Zombie Chen starts screaming, and other people present there get very scared seeing this, and fear was clearly visible on the faces of all of them at this time. Then a voice comes asking what is happening here. After killing all the goons there, Zombie Chen stands up very calmly, and everyone was scared seeing him. One or two girls clung to each other out of fear. Maybe all of them were scared because it is not a good thing to be in front of a zombie. And anyway, all of them have been under a spell for a long time, so they all get scared after seeing a zombie. Seeing their fear, our hero tells everyone to not be afraid and says that it will not attack you. The scared girl to whom our hero was telling this says that this is a super monster who killed all the goons present here without blinking an eye. After listening to this girl, our hero asks her if she has ever seen a zombie like this before. Then another girl replies yes. Then our hero asks her where she has seen a zombie like this. Then the other girl tells that he is in the decoration city of the east of the city. After listening to this girl, our hero gets a little panicked and says to himself that this happened very quickly. I thought it would take at least 1 or 2 months for it to become available, and especially the decoration city is not very far from the old tea city, so it could be dangerous. Then Zombie Chen comes towards our hero. He could not understand what they are talking about, so he asks about it. Then our hero tells him that there exists a rare creature just like you. If we look at our hero's point of view, it's something like this. Depending on individual circumstances, you will preserve your sanity and memory to varying degrees, so your hunting capabilities will be much higher than normal zombies. But due to unstable mutation, most of the rare creatures like Zombie Chen have bad temper, and they are very dangerous. When Zombie Chen hears our hero's words, he starts doubting himself a bit whether he can also become dangerous by losing his temper. Seeing him worried, our hero puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that you need not worry because you are the luckiest among the lucky ones, and anyway I am with you who will save you from losing your temper. Then after this our hero asks the other people present here whether there are any more survivors in this villa. Then other people say that there are more people here who are locked in the sales office. Then someone says that it is possible that some people are alive in the basement as well. After this, our hero starts going out from here with everyone. When he was going out, he saw blood stains in every corner, and when he reached a room, the scene there was very bad because someone's hand, someone's leg, someone's neck were cut and scattered in the whole room. No one was alive there. Then someone said that these people used to bring one survivor from the nearby area every day and slaughter them here. After listening to all these things, our hero guesses that this is the reason why there is no meeting place in this south. Although our hero was unable to understand how these people were slaughtering so many people at once and then eating them. In response to this question of our hero, someone says that they regularly take meat, and we do not know how much meat is there. By looking at the dead bodies here, our hero has come to know that he has a rough idea of how many people are there, but he is still unable to understand how they can eat so much. He himself starts guessing whether these people are feeding zombies. Then our hero asks about the area of the sales office, where it is located. That person tells our hero about the area of the sales office. It is located on the side of the south gate. 1 kilometer away from here. First of all, the captured people are locked there, and those who get eliminated or get tired of playing continuously are sent there to be slaughtered. Immediately a notification comes in front of our hero, where it was written about his mission content that extend the community, and this is the task requirement. Our hero has to improve his community rating as much as possible. His current rating is 2, bonus point is 20, current points are 36 points. After this, the story directly shifts to the sales office, where some guards are standing for watch, and these people have heard the sound of firing from the north gate, due to which one of them is worried. Seeing one worried, the other says that don't worry about it. They must be practicing shooting on living people. At that moment, Zombie Chen jumps behind them and kills them instantly before they can do anything. A faint sound of their screams was heard, but it was not loud enough to alert others. At this time, there are some girls present in the sales office who are wearing very less clothes. Perhaps these are the same people who are being played with continuously, and then they hear a sound from outside the door. On hearing this sound, some of them get very panicky about what they are doing outside. 1 or 2 of these girls are so scared that they shout in fear that they can do whatever they want outside, but they should not come inside because I am very tired. Just then the door opens and slowly starts opening. Seeing this, the scared girl immediately says, "Don't come in, don't come in." Her voice sounded as if she would die of fear, but then our hero opens the door and comes in. He is an unknown face for these girls. Seeing them all like this, our hero asks them to come out. Our hero is now coming out of the sales office with those girls and other survivors as well. And when they were all coming out, we can see how much destruction our hero has caused here. He has killed all the people present there. A girl walking along asks our hero in confusion, "Are you really willing to provide a place for us?" Hearing her, our hero says, "Yes, I am providing a place for you all to live." However, our hero also tells them that all of you will have to work there. As soon as everyone hears this, they become very happy and shout that there is no problem in working. Our hands and feet are still safe. We will definitely work there. There was happiness on their faces at this time. One by one, everyone was saying that yes, we will all work, and then without delay our hero asks everyone to hurry up with him. After this, our hero comes directly to the factory area with everyone, and the people present there see our hero and say that Brother Zioyong has come, so I am going to open the door. When a girl is going to open the door, a boy says, "Wait, brother has not driven straight in. Wait for a while, let us see what he wants to do." Here our hero has got down from the bus with everyone and tells everyone that this is our fortress, although he does not want to take these people inside it right now. And all these people know that this whole world is in danger, so everyone can understand that no one will play with their safety. Then some of them ask, "Then where will we stay?" Our hero then tells them about their living area, which is a specially reserved temporary wooden house and iron net on the edge of the fort. Although it is not as safe as inside the fort, the conditions here are already better than the common gathering places. To encourage all of them, our hero tells everyone that there are still many incomplete buildings and empty places in this old tea city. In the future, gradually, we will keep improving the conditions with all the renovation. This lecture of our hero was very loud, which can create excitement in everyone's mind. These people become very happy seeing the generosity of our hero and getting their own place to live and bow their heads in respect, because our hero has done such a big thing for them that they will not be able to repay our hero for it even in their entire life. Then after this, the story shifts somewhere else, and now it is morning time, where a girl sitting in the car says in anger that why is no one responding? What does that bastard Jiang Qingwen want to do? What mystery work is he doing at this time? After this, the girl reaches the villa where the 3 gangsters killed by our hero are present, and all 3 of them have now become zombies. When the girl opens the gate, she is shocked and angry to find all 3 infected with the zombie virus. When these 3 see living people inside the room, they all come together to attack them, and when this girl sees those 3 zombies coming to attack her, she first attacks Shuxing on the head and kills him, and then kills all 3 of them by attacking with a slash. There is a man present with a girl who says in surprise that, "Sister, he is dead." Now who will give us meat? Then the girl says that now there is no other way. We will have to do this ourselves, but before that we will have to kill those people who have broken our rule. Anger is clearly visible on the face of this girl, and due to anger the veins on her head are visible, and now she wants to kill those people who have ruined her plan. When the girl looks around, there are dead bodies all around her. Seeing them, she is a little surprised. Then the person accompanying him asks the girl, "Sister Rui, there is not a single living person left." After listening to him, Sister Rui smiles and says to him, "Where's the meat?" As soon as he hears about meat, the man's face starts sweating a little. Then he tells her that the meat is right here. Then Sister Rui tells him, "Bring the car over and load it up." On hearing Rui's words, the man comes there with a big vehicle to load the meat, and in a short while some other people are with him who start loading the meat in the truck, and Rui, standing a little distance away, starts looking at her surroundings. Then suddenly she sees a tire mark on the road. She gets very shocked after seeing it. Then she bends down and starts looking at that mark. Then that man comes from behind and says to her, "Sister, have you found anything?" As soon as that man says this to Rui, Rui smiles, calls him to her, and shows him the tire mark and says to him, "I'd like to take a look. Who has this ability?" Then the moment shifts, and we see that our hero is relaxing sitting on a chair. Then he opens his notification panel, in which a notification comes which says, "Mission content, expand the community. Task requirements, improve community ratings as much as possible. Current rating, 2. After reading the notification, our hero starts thinking, community rating, how to add it up. Population is probably an important indicator. The ground is enough, thanks to that guy who looked down on others. By the way, that thinking this much, our hero comes down and starts going towards the people whom he had saved with his friends. As soon as all those people see our hero, they become very happy. Then one of the girls goes to our hero and sits on her knees with folded hands and starts thanking him while crying. Seeing her doing this, our hero starts stopping her. Then another girl comes to our hero with a bowl in her hand, and as soon as our hero sees her, our hero asks to her, "Where did you see the super monster you mentioned?" As soon as that girl hears about the monster from our hero, she first gets a little scared and then starts telling our hero that in the China Resources store over at Decoration City. At first, a group of us were going to the store to look for supplies, and then we encountered that monster. Several people were killed by the monster. In desperation, everyone got separated. When we, mother and daughter, were running for our lives, we ran into a group of people from the Baiquizian Villa area. At first, we thought we were saved. I didn't expect that those guys were a bunch of beasts. After listening to her entire talk, our hero starts thinking about the location told by that girl. Then from behind Shine tells our hero in fear, "Brother Zioyang, we still have a lot of supplies. There is no need to provoke that monster." After listening to Shine's words, Kai standing next to her also says in fear to our hero, "But in the end, it's all about sitting and eating. Of course, the more supplies, the better." After listening to their words, our hero looks at them and says to them, "The most important thing is that the Decoration City is less than 2 kilometers away from us. We can't let a monster threaten our safety so close." After listening to our hero, the girl gets very scared and due to fear, the bowl falls down from her hand, and then she runs to our hero and starts stopping him and says to him, "Benefactor, don't go. That monster kills without blinking an eye." After listening to her, our hero smilingly tells her, "Don't worry, we have it figured out." After saying this to the girl, our hero looked at Kai and told him, "Zhang Kai, call Mr. Shang Chong. Let's go meet that guy." Then the moment shifts and we see some people going inside a building, and all of them have different kinds of weapons in their hands. Some have pens, some have swords, and all have different kinds of weapons in their hands. Then one of them smilingly says, "Let me tell you, I remember there is a big supermarket near here." After listening to that man's words, his companions first get a little surprised, and then tell him, "Don't be too optimistic yet. Maybe the contents have been emptied out long ago. Don't be too pessimistic. We have gone into many supermarkets along the way, and there are still a lot of things left. Wanwen is right. I'm afraid there are not many people who have the courage and ability to walk freely in the apocalypse. While talking among themselves, all of them go inside the building, and as soon as they open the door of the building, it is completely dark inside. Then all of them come into fighting position and to check the location. They all start banging their weapons on the wall so that if there is any zombie, it will come out after hearing the sound, and as soon as all of them start continuing this, they start hearing the sound of zombies. Then all of them come into jabber position, and in a short while 5-6 zombies come there and move forward to attack them, and as soon as they come too close to them, they immediately kill those zombies with their weapons, and after killing the zombies, they all become very happy and start talking among themselves. There are zombies, but not many. The large group of zombies may have been lured away by the previous group of people who came to search. After listening to his companion, the man standing next to him says to his companion, "We hit the jackpot today." They get very happy while talking amongst themselves, and then suddenly the shadow of a monster is seen on the gate, but they are unable to notice it and get very happy seeing the things lying around them, and one by one they all start collecting all those things. Then the girl sees a big bed lying there, and the next moment she runs and lies down on that bed. The rest of them get very happy seeing the things lying around them. Then suddenly 2 of them go to the roof and light a lighter and start smoking a cigarette. Then one of them says to his friend, "What do you say? Are we really here to stay?" After listening to his partner, he becomes a little serious and tells him, "This shopping mall has too many entrances and exits, making it difficult to defend. It is also rich in supplies and can easily be targeted by others. But when we came over just now, I saw a 2-story building over there that was pretty." And further, he realizes that a sharp object pierces through his chest, and the next moment blood starts gushing out from his body and goes on the person standing next to him, and he gets very scared seeing this happening with his friend, and then the monster says to him, "Thin skin and tender meat. The taste must be good." After listening to the monster, that person starts running away from there and starts screaming, and all the other people standing below get very scared after hearing his voice, and the very next moment the monster attacks him and kills him and tears his body in the middle and separates it. Seeing this happen to their companion, all the people standing there get very scared and start running to save their lives. But the monster starts attacking them one by one and starts killing all of them. After killing everyone, in the end, as soon as the girl is about to cross the gate, her foot twists and she falls on the ground, and as soon as she turns back and sees that the monster is standing in front of her, she gets very scared and sweat starts coming out on her face. After falling on the ground, the girl's face starts sweating, and she starts crying because she feels that the zombie is about to kill her. Then the gate in front opens and we see our hero zombie Chong is coming from the front, and that girl gets very scared after seeing him and says that "I don't want to die now." Ignoring her words completely, Chong goes ahead because his target is that monster zombie for which Chong and our hero have come here. Then a voice comes from the front, "Don't be afraid," and on hearing that, sweat comes on the girl's face, and as soon as that girl sees our hero, she says "You." Then our hero extends his hand to her and signals her to help, and holding her hand, makes her stand again and says to her, "You're that real estate saleswoman. Your name is Ning Wanwen, right?" Completely ignoring what our hero is saying, Ning starts screaming, holding his head, and starts telling Yang about the monster. "There's a monster in the mall. Run." Seeing Ning so scared and screaming like this, our hero tells him not to worry. There is nothing to be afraid of. We will deal with that monster. And as soon as our hero says this, Ning opens her eyes and looks back. And as soon as she looks back, she gets very surprised. Her eyes remain wide open because our hero zombie is fighting with that monster. That monster has attacked Chong, and Chong has stopped his attack with one hand. Seeing all this, Ning also gets very surprised. Then the zombie monster says to Chong, "You want to take it all for yourself." By the time the monster says this to Chong, our hero shouts from behind and says to Chong, "Brother Chong, can you handle it yourself?" After listening to our hero, Chong tells our hero with full confidence, "I'll give it a shot." And after saying this to our hero, Chong picks up the monster zombie in the next moment and throws him in the air to the other side, and while handling Chong's attack, the monster stands on the ground and with his tongue sticking out, says to Chong, "First time meeting a same kind as me. What a joy." After saying this, the monster zombie starts flying in the air and moving towards Chong, and as soon as it reaches near him, it attacks him, and due to its attack the ground there also breaks, but Chong dodges its attack completely and flies to the other side, and seeing his attack being dodged like this, the monster gets a little angry, and in the next moment, it moves forward to attack Chong with its hand and says with a smile, "I wonder, will eating a fellow kind speed up my evolution?" And after saying this, as soon as he reaches very close to Chong, Chong does a surprise attack on him and attacks his face with his punch, due to which he falls on the ground and his head hits the ground, and the ground where his head hits breaks and breaks apart, and as soon as that monster regains consciousness, he says to Chong that you also have some strength, and as soon as he says this and looks back, Chong stands behind him to attack and attacks him with his foot and pushes him completely inside the ground. But as soon as the soil there clears a little, Chong gets a little surprised because the zombie is not there, and as soon as Chong looks upwards, that monster zombie is stuck on the wall above and smilingly says to Chong, "The power I've been accumulating from hunting is finally going to come in handy." And after saying this, he comes very fast towards Chong, and his eyes also become red with anger. Then he starts continuously attacking Chong, and seeing this happening, Kai, standing far away, also tells our hero, "Brother Zioyan, Brother Chong is losing. How is this monster so strong?" After hearing Kai's words and seeing him so surprised, Yang tells him, "This trip was worth it. If we'd left it hunting for a bit longer, it might have become unstoppable." And after saying this, our hero uses his powers and creates a gun, and seeing him do this, Ning, standing behind him, gets very surprised, and her mouth remains open, and our hero smiles and closes one of his eyes and starts marking the monster and says, "Brother Chong, if you can hold it for 1 second, I promise I won't tease you later." On hearing our hero's words, Chong catches hold of that monster with all his might, and seeing Chong doing so, the monster also says to him, "What are you doing? Let me go." And as soon as Chong catches hold of that monster with all his might, from the other side Yang aims at that monster and hits a perfect headshot on it, due to which the monster falls on the ground. And seeing this happening to himself, the monster gets very angry and says, "That hurts, you bastard. You actually managed to hurt me. I'm going to kill you, tear you apart." And as soon as the monster says this, Kai is shocked to see him alive, and he says that even after a perfect headshot, this monster is still alive, and completely ignoring Kai's words, Yang starts attacking his target continuously, due to which holes start appearing in the body of that monster, and in no time, blood starts oozing out of the body of that monster, and he dies. Then all the people standing there go to that monster and see that he is dead. Then Yang tells Chong, "Brother Chong, why don't you try eating this monster? It might make you stronger." As soon as Yang said this to Chong and finished his talk, Yang gets a notification in which it is written, "Utopia Light. Mission objective, expand the community. Mission requirement, improve community score as much as possible. Mission progress. Remove dangerous elements, community score +1. Current score, 3. Reward points, 10. Current points, 46. After reading the notification, Cheng gets a little surprised and thinks, "Oh, this actually counts." After reading the entire notification, Yang smilingly tells everyone, "Since we're here, let's not leave empty-handed. Let's see if we can clear out the supermarket, clear it out." And saying this, they all start collecting all the things lying there. Then Yang uses his magical power and collects all the things lying there with his one hand, and seeing him doing this, Ning becomes very happy, and Kai, standing next to him, says smilingly, "This is amazing. What kind of magic is this?" Then the moment shifts and a car stops outside a building, and a voice is heard, "Wait, stop here." And that voice is of none other than Rui. Then she continues her talk and says, "What are you thinking?" And after saying so, the man starts looking at the scenery and sees that a girl is standing on a big building, and there are some people inside as well. After seeing all this, he smilingly says to Rui, "A decent number of people, poorly armed. Their only advantage is that their warehouse is quite sturdy. After listening to the man next to him, the man in the driving seat asks Rui, how did they take down Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai? After listening to both of them, Rui starts smiling and says, isn't it obvious? Sneaky tactics, they let a horde of zombies in. I told them before, the Villa District isn't a safe base. Heaven must be pitying us, sending prey and a new base our way. Exactly, it's almost making me feel guilty. Continuing their conversation, they start leaving from there, and on the other side our hero and all the other people collect all the stuff and start going to their hideout and start talking smilingly inside the car. Then suddenly our hero and Rui's car are seen face to face. Kai sitting inside the car gets a little surprised to see them all, and everyone else also gets a little surprised. Then Kai says, someone ahead, get your weapons ready. After saying this, Kai gets his gun ready and gets into a fighting position. At that time, both the cars pass in front of each other and move ahead. While leaving, our hero and Rui make eye contact. After Rui's car leaves, a notification comes on Yang's screen which says, New Mission Villain Nemesis. Vol. 1. Mission Requirement, Resist the Invasion. Reward points, 50. After reading the notification, Yang thinks about Rui and whether all these were the same people, and while thinking so, Yang's face becomes completely serious because he was feeling danger. Then the moment shifts, and we see Yang reaches his location, and after reaching the location he immediately goes to Shine and asks her, have any strangers been around here recently? Seeing Yang so serious, Shine gets a little surprised at first. Then she starts telling Yang everything that she had seen some time ago, and she says, there was a car passing by in the distance, but it didn't come this way? I thought it was you guys returning. What's up, brother Zioyang? Something wrong? After telling this much, as soon as Shine asks Yang what happened, Yang, is there something wrong? Then Yang asks her to call everyone immediately and says, tell Uncle Sheng and Old Lai to gather everyone. I've got something important to announce. Then the moment shifts, and we see the south suburb coal plant, where there are some factories and some vehicles are working there. Then we see some people standing at the location with walkie-talkies in their hands, and then a sound comes from the walkie-talkies. Survivors, please come to the south suburb coal plant. We're establishing a settlement here short on manpower. After hearing this, they all go a little further, and then one of them says that the place would be right here, and then suddenly a car stops in front of them, and looking at the car, one of them smiles and shows his hand and says, survivors, that's great. Then suddenly the car gate opens and Rui and her two friends come out of the car, and as soon as Rui gets out of the car, she looks at them and says, you heard the broadcast and came to join us, right? After listening to Rui, they all agree with her, and then Rui goes a little closer to them, and seeing Rui's figure, they all start getting attracted towards her, and their faces start getting red a little. Then Rui goes completely close to them and smilingly says to them, you've arrived just in time. Follow us. As soon as Rui said this, everyone started thanking her, and the next moment they started following Rui. Then the person in yellow jacket smilingly says to his friend, it's not far. The car can't fit everyone, so we'll walk from here. After listening to his partner, his friend standing next to him also starts saying yes to him. And as soon as they start following Rui and his friends, in a short while they reach a big building, and as soon as they all reach inside the building, the person in yellow jacket loses his senses and his mouth remains open. Then he says, this place is so spacious, we finally have a place to stay. And as soon as he says this, a different thought comes to his mind, and he smiles with his hand on his mouth and thinks first, and then says, I kind of need to use the restroom. I'll go outside first and then come in. After listening to him, Rui smiles and says to him, no need, there's a bathroom inside. Follow me. And as soon as he hears about the bathroom and Rui tells him to follow her, different thoughts start coming to his mind, and he agrees with Rui and goes to the bathroom with her, and in a short while, he starts using the toilet in the bathroom and Rui is standing next to him and watching all this, and as soon as he starts adjusting his pants, he tells Rui, hey, Missy, I know what's on your mind. Come on, don't be shy. Big bro here is super strong. And as soon as the guy in the yellow jacket finishes his talk, his face suddenly turns serious and his eyes remain wide open. Sweat appears on his face. Then we see Rui standing right in front of him and Rui's hand is on his neck. And the next moment that guy is lying on the ground and blood is coming out of his neck. After finishing him, Rui says, "Shame, thought it'd be a good catch, but turns out." After finishing it, Rui is coming out smiling. Then one of them says smilingly, "Boss, all taken care of." And upon hearing his words, Rui tells him, "Good. Drag that one from the bathroom out here too." From their words, it seemed that Rui and his companions have killed them all, and the next moment we see all those people lying on the ground and Rui's companions have killed them all. After seeing them all, Rui says, "Call out number 2 and number 3 while you're at it." And on the other side, our hero and all his friends are having a meeting because something strange has happened near their building. Then our hero starts telling them all. Suddenly, Uncle Lee asks our hero, "Someone's targeting us. Who are they?" As soon as Uncle Lee asks our hero who all those people are, our hero tells Uncle Lee, "We know nothing about the enemy. From now on, we could face an attack at any time." And after saying this, our hero starts understanding them all. "Chizzy, Brother Chong, come with me later to clear out that unfinished building southeast. We'll temporarily move the refugees there. Otherwise, they'll all become cannon fodder during an attack." After listening to our hero, all the people standing there start talking about joining our hero one by one and say that we will also go with you. After listening to all of them, our hero tells them all the area should be relatively safe. Uncle Shing and Old Lai will stay to guard the base. The rest can come along. As soon as our hero says this, all of them get ready with their weapons, and the next moment they stand in front of the building, and as soon as they go inside, their fight with the zombies begins. One by one, they start killing all the zombies. After killing all the zombies, our hero tells everyone to check each other if anything has happened to anyone, and after saying this, our hero looks at a location from a big window and says, "In the coming days, we might be attacked. For now, settle down here." Then the moment shifts, and we see Rui and his companions are loading something in the truck. Then Rui hears a voice from behind asking, "How is everything going, boss?" As soon as Rui looks back, 2 people are standing behind him and say to Rui, "How did it go smoothly?" And the big man standing next to him says just one thing, "Human meat. I want human meat." And after hearing this, Rui gets very angry and tells him, "Smooth, my pussy. Bichui Mountain got wiped out. From now on, food's on us." Hearing Rui's words, the man gets very scared and asks who did all this. Then Rui smilingly tells him, "A group from the east suburb. Quite a few of them. Tomorrow morning, I'll take number 2 and lead a team to wipe them out." Then the moment shifts, and we see that it is night time and a sound is coming from a room. 46 points. Let's check if the system has new crates. And that voice is of none other than our hero, and he is reading a notification on his screen, and after reading the notification he becomes very happy and says, "2 level 2 crates this time. They'll cost 40 points altogether. Let's see what goodies they have." After reading the continue notification, our hero reads the last notification in which it is written, "Overload physical strength LV. 1. Feature, boost personal stats by 25%. After the effect ends, user enters a weakened state." After reading the notification, our hero becomes very happy and he starts thinking, "Oh, a 25% enhancement. I currently have 33 points in physical strength. A 25% boost pushes it over 40. That's equivalent to unleashing strength 8 times greater than an average person." And after thinking this, our hero starts feeling the power in his body and smilingly thinks that now I cannot wait to check my ability. Then the moment shifts, and we see that there is smoke outside the building, and the reason for that smoke is a lot of vehicles are going towards a location very fast due to which smoke is being created, and inside the car there is no one else except Rui and her brother, and the rest of her team is following them. Then her brother asks Rui if there is any order, and upon hearing him Rui tells him, "Reiterate the attack strategy to everyone. First, drive through and kill all the refugees outside. Once number 2 starts breaking down the door, Everyone uses the modified vehicle as cover for suppressive fire. And as soon as number 2 hears his name from Rui's mouth, he becomes very happy and says only one thing. It is good, I am very hungry, and that monster-like guy is laughing a lot after saying this, and then all those people start moving towards their location very fast. Then the moment shifts again, and we see our hero and Uncle Lai standing on the roof of the building. Then Uncle Lai makes a strange serious face and asks Yang, "This spot is more hidden, but the view is much worse than the watchtower. The blind spots along the wall are huge." On hearing Uncle Lai's words, our hero tells him, "Don't worry, staying here isn't for the view." After listening to Yang, Uncle Lai gets a little surprised that there is some other purpose of standing here. Then he asks Yang in surprise, "So what is the reason behind this that I have to stand here?" Then Yang smiles and reminds him that you had told me one thing earlier, that you used to work as a sniper in the military. After listening to that, Uncle Lai smiles a little and puts his hand on his head and says to Yang, "You misremembered. Not years, just a few months, and that was only as a temporary fill-in." After listening to Uncle Lee, Yang asks him, "Can you shoot accurately at a distance of 100-200 meters?" On hearing 100-200 meters, Uncle Lee becomes very happy and with full confidence. He hits his chest and smilingly says to our hero, "Don't underestimate me. As long as the wind isn't too strong, I can hit my mark within 500 meters. After listening to Uncle Lee and seeing him so confident, Yang becomes very happy, and then a voice comes from behind. "Brother Yang, I have brought the thing you asked for." "What the heck is this? It's heavy as hell." And as soon as Yang shows that thing, Yang starts moving forward to open it and sits down and starts opening it, and after seeing all this, Uncle Lai gets a little surprised and asks what is going on here, and as soon as he says this, there is a very dangerous sniper in that box, and on seeing him, sweat comes on Lai's face, and he gets very surprised and asks our hero, "Yang, this isn't something just anyone can get their hands on. Where'd you find it?" After seeing Uncle Lai so happy and listening to him, Yang smilingly starts telling him about the sniper and says, "We've only got 2 magazines, just 10 rounds total. Use them sparingly." After saying this, Yang gives the sniper to Uncle Lai, and as soon as he holds the sniper in his hand, Uncle Lai's face becomes a little serious. Then our hero asks Kai, "Is everybody ready or not?" And on hearing this, Kai replies to our hero saying, "Yes, everyone is ready." Then our hero tells him, "Good. Inform everyone to stay alert. The enemy could appear at any moment." Then from the other side, Shine informs everyone that's spotted something unusual. And on hearing Shine's words, Uncle Lai, sitting in fighting position on the other side, tells her, "I am also watching them. We are going to be attacked. Everyone get ready." And on the other side, Rui and his companions who have come to attack are sitting in the car. Then his brother starts looking at them from the car, and when he does not see anyone, he gets a little surprised and says, "Weird. The refugees outside the wall are gone. Could they have been slaughtered for meat too?" After listening to his companion, the man driving next to him tells him, "Should we stop the car and observe?" Rui gets a little angry upon hearing his words and tells him, "No, charge forward. We're close enough. If they spot us, attacking will become much harder." And as soon as Rui says this, the order is given to all his other companions that everyone should get ready to attack and move forward to hide behind the wall. And on the other side, our hero, ready to fight, gets fully ready after seeing all of them. Then Shine orders all of them to open fire. And as soon as they hear Shine's words, all of them start firing on them, and their firing directly hits the car of Rui and her companions, due to which some people sitting inside the car start dying, and their car also starts blasting slowly. Seeing this happening to her, Rui gets sweaty, and she thinks, "Crap, we've been spotted, impossible." Seeing this happening with them, Rui's companions ask her, "What should we do now?" Then Rui gives them orders and says, "Keep moving forward and try to hide behind the wall." And from the other side, our hero's team was continuously firing, due to which Rui's companions were not getting a chance to hide, and they were slowly getting finished, and in no time all of them reach behind the wall, and he comes out of the monster car with a cutting tool in his hand and starts moving forward shouting and starts cutting the gate of the building. And seeing him doing this, Shine Shine gives orders to her companions and says, "Someone's breaking the door." And after telling this much, Shine Shine tells the people standing next to Shine Shine to shoot that monster. We have to stop him from doing this, and by the time Shine Shine says this much to her companions, firing starts on them as well. Rui and her companions start firing on all of them. Then Rui says to her companions while firing, "Counter fire, surprise them and cover number 2. Due to the continued firing of Rui and his team, our hero's team gets a little scared, and one of them even gets shot. While taking care of him, Kai tells the others, they've got plenty of submachine guns. Their firepower isn't much weaker than ours. On hearing Kai's words, the other guy fighting with him also says, "Don't be scared. Hold your ground. We've got enough ammo." And the gate is being cut from outside, and the old man standing inside and his 2 companions are very surprised to see this happening. Then the old man says that more than half of the gate has been cut. Then the other man standing next to him also says that if the gate is completely cut, then we will be in a little danger, and on the other side our hero, who is listening to them, consoles them and says, "Don't panic, I have another plan." And after saying this, our hero starts running towards that location, and Rui and his companions who are firing from outside slowly start running out of ammo, and seeing all this she is very surprised. Then she shouts and asks number 2, "You have not cut the gate yet." Listening to her, number 2 says, "Just wait a little more and the gate will be completely cut," and in a short time that monster cuts the gate completely. After the gate is completely cut, Shine Shine gets a little surprised and immediately orders her companions that the gate has opened, start firing at the gate, and do not let them all come inside, and as soon as the gate is completely cut, an evil smile appears on Rui's face, and she thinks in her mind, "Let's see how you rookies handle the terror of an evolver." And thinking this, all of them start going inside. Then Rui shouts and tells her friends, "Follow me. Stay behind number 2. Once inside, secure cover immediately." And as soon as the gate is completely cut, our hero gives orders to Uncle Lai and says that you should be fully ready and wait for my order. And as soon as Uncle Lai hears our hero's order, he becomes fully ready, and then our hero tells him to attack that big monster, and after listening to Yang's entire talk, Uncle Lai aims at that monster and starts waiting for our hero's order again. After breaking the gate and entering inside, the monster starts shouting angrily at all the people standing there, and after seeing the monster, the old man and the 2 people standing with him get very scared, and immediately after that, as the monster moves towards them, they start firing at it, but their firing had no effect on the monster at all, because wherever it was getting shot, it was recovering again. And seeing this happen, the old man gets very scared and thinks that this man also has the ability to recover, and seeing those people so scared, Rui and all the people standing with him become very happy. Then Rui says while smiling, "Shocked, aren't you? This bunch must be seeing an evolver for the first time." And on the other side, Uncle Lee, who is aiming on them, is very surprised to see all this through his scope, and tells our hero that the big monster has healing ability, and our small gun cannot do any harm to him. And after saying this, our hero gives the order to shoot him with a sniper, and on hearing the order, Uncle Lee attacks that monster, and immediately after that, as soon as the sniper's bullet connects with the body of that monster, it dies at that very moment and falls on the ground. And seeing this happening with him, his companions get very scared and are very surprised that what has happened. This cannot be possible, and Rui standing nearby gets very scared seeing all this. Her mouth remains open and sweat comes on her whole face, and she says, "These people, they managed to get their hands on weapons of this caliber. How could this be?" And as soon as that monster is finished, and his companions are thinking all this and talking among themselves, our hero starts firing on them from behind, and after seeing our hero and due to his firing, those people get very scared and start running here and there, and while running among themselves they say that there is an enemy behind us too. We have to hide somewhere, and seeing herself fallen from all sides, and seeing her companions getting finished one by one, Rui gets very scared and screaming says, "Miscalculation. We underestimated their strength." And saying this, they start running again. And while running, our hero's bullet connects with his companions, and they start dying one by one, and Rui shouts at the remaining companions to go back and run towards the car. And while running, they are also firing and seeing such a wrong thing happening to her. Rui gets very angry and looking at our hero. She thinks, that kid from that car back the... And while Rui is thinking all this while running, our hero is standing aiming at her, and as soon as our hero fires at her, Rui with her ability pulls her partner running beside her in front of her, and our hero's bullet connects with that person, and after seeing such an ability of hers, our hero gets very surprised and thinks, this woman's reaction speed is incredible. She's an evolver too. While our hero was thinking all this about Rui, she throws the body of her dead partner towards our hero, and seeing the body coming towards him, our hero moves a little to the side, and taking advantage of this, Rui starts running very fast towards the car, and seeing her doing so, our hero tries to come into the fighting position again, and tells Uncle Lee that she is going to run away, and after listening to our hero, Uncle Lee, who was sitting on the roof, aims at Rui as soon as he hears our hero's words and says, trying to run throughout heaven and earth, my Barrett is the only honored one. And saying this, Uncle Lee aims at Rui's back and shoots her, and in next movement the bullet connects with Rui's leg and her leg gets separated from the middle, and as soon as her leg gets separated from the middle, Rui's face changes completely due to pain and sweat appears on her face, and immediately after that Rui falls on the ground in front of the car, and seeing him miss his target, Uncle Lee also gets a bit surprised and thinks that I missed my target, and in the next moment Rui's brother grabs her hand from the car and pulls Rui into the car, and in the next moment he leaves the place with the car, and all the other people are attacking that car. As soon as they run away from there, someone tells our hero through Bluetooth that what will we do if those people come again to take revenge? After listening to this, our hero says that it does not matter if they come to take revenge, and immediately after that a notification comes on our hero's screen in which it is written, Task, Nemesis of Villains Vol. 1 complete. Task requirements, repel the invaders. Reward points, 50. Task objective, expand the community. Task requirements, improve community rating as much as possible. Task progress, successfully repelled the invaders' member morale significantly boosted. Community rating, +2. Current rating, 5. Reward points, 20. And after reading the notification, our hero replies again, saying that it doesn't matter if those people come to take revenge, then I know them, and as soon as our hero says this, a notification comes again on his screen in which it is written, New task, Nemesis of Villains. Vol. 2. Task requirements, attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. Reward points, 50. And while our hero is reading the notification, all the other people start celebrating their victory and start shouting that we have won. Immediately after that, our hero asks all of them whether any one of us has been hurt or has died. After listening to our hero, one of them says, no, none of us has died, just a few people have been hurt a little. After listening to this, our hero tells all the other people that, send the injured to the medical room, disinfect them quickly, move the enemy corpses to the cold storage for Chen Chong, and then go bring back the refugees hiding in the abandoned building. It's safe for now. After saying this, our hero goes inside his room and opens his screen and starts checking all the other things and becomes very happy and thinks, this wave gave me 76 points, let's splurge tonight. Then the moment shifts and we see Rui's car parked outside a building, and some people are also standing outside that building. Then in the next moment both of Rui's friends are taking her out of the car, and after seeing Rui, a man standing in front is moving towards Rui with a stick in his hand, and after seeing her in such a condition he asks what happened to you, and after listening to him Rui gets very angry, and while gritting her teeth she tells him, we were too careless, didn't think they'd have heavy weapons. And after saying all this, when that guy doesn't give any response after listening to Rui, Rui gets very angry and shouts at him and says, what are you staring at? Bring me some human meat already. Even after hearing this from Rui, the guy does not give any response and starts smiling. Seeing him doing this, Rui gets even more angry and points her finger at him and says, why are you still standing there? Move, useless fools, not even worth one of number 2's toes. After listening to all this from Rui, the guy gets very angry and angrily points his finger at Rui and says, You've fallen to this level, and you still dare talk to me like that? After listening to him, Rui gets very angry, and immediately after that she tells her brother and her friend to punish this person for his mistake and beat him, and after not getting any response to her words, Rui understands that all these people have turned against her, and then immediately after that man smilingly says, "You're injured now, and number 2 is dead. That makes me the strongest one here. Besides, the brothers have endured enough from you all this time. Ask them, isn't that right?" And after that guy said this, all the people standing there surrounded Rui from all sides, and seeing herself surrounded from all sides, Rui gets very scared, and in the next moment that unknown guy gets ready to attack Rui with the stick in his hand. As soon as that unknown guy starts attacking Rui, all the people standing with him start attacking Rui and enjoy a lot while killing him, and a different kind of happiness was visible on their faces, and due to their attack Rui was screaming in pain, and she was not able to do anything more than this, and in a short while they all kill her by beating her. After killing Rui, that guy is cleaning his hands when a guy comes from behind and calls him third boss, and on hearing this, that unknown guy gets very angry and pushes him and asks him, "What did you say to me?" And seeing him so angry, that unknown guy bends down on his knees and starts apologizing to him. Then he stops him and says, "Enough, speak if you have something to say." After listening to his boss, the unknown guy starts telling him, "Rui is dead now, number 2 is dead too, and we lost so many brothers. Our combat strength has been greatly reduced. What if we encounter that guy?" After listening to his friend, the guy first thinks about the tentacle man, and while thinking about him, sweat comes on his face, and then while leaving, he says to his friend, "No, it's fine. We can go and seek refuge with the West Steel Group." Then the moment shifts, and we see that our hero's car stops outside a location, and both his companions get out of the car, and Kai standing next to him fearfully asks our hero, "Brother Yang, you were right. This place really is a base." After listening to Kai's words, our hero starts smiling, and then those people go away a little. Then our hero signals them to be quiet and says, "Quietly sneak in. Don't make any noise." And as soon as they go inside after listening to our hero, it becomes very dark there. Then both of them start saying one by one, "No movement." Did those guys leave? They must have been scared we'd pursue them and escaped early. And as they come out while talking, they see Rui's dead body lying in front of them, and after seeing him, Uncle Lai starts saying, "It was that woman I shot. They even kill their own people." On hearing Uncle Lai's words, our hero tells him that there is nothing surprising in this. All such people are like that, and after listening to our hero, Kai starts telling our hero, "Brother Yang, speaking of which, the big guy we faced earlier was obviously different from Chen Chong." After listening to Kai's entire story, Uncle Lai also gets a little scared and starts telling our hero that, "Brother Yang, I think I heard them mention something about evolvers. What is an evolver? How does one become an evolver?" And as soon as Uncle Lai asks our hero that how one becomes an evolver, our hero gets a little surprised at first and starts telling them that it happens by eating human meat, and on hearing this, both of them get very surprised and sweat starts coming on their faces. Then our hero starts telling them, exactly, to become an evolver and gain abilities like zombies, the most direct method is eating humans. After listening to everything our hero says, both of them are a bit surprised at first and then start doubting our hero and ask him, "Then Brother Yang, does that mean you?" As soon as Kai finishes speaking, Uncle Lai standing next to him says to our hero, "If we want to survive in the apocalypse, does it mean we also have to eat humans?" Seeing both of them so confused, our hero starts telling them, "Relax. While eating humans is the most direct method, it's not the only way." And after saying this, our hero shows them some red-colored thing and starts telling them again, ultimately, whether an evolver or a zombie, they're all mutants. Mutants need to absorb exotic energy to evolve. Ordinary people's exotic energy is dispersed in their flesh and blood. It's scarce but better than nothing. Evolvers and rare mutants have much more exotic energy, condensed into cores. As the disaster intensifies, even zombies have a chance of forming exotic cores. After listening to our hero's entire story, Uncle Lai puts his hand on his face and thinks for a while, and then says, "So, does that mean zombies also have exotic energy?" Can we just eat zombie meat? And as soon as Kai hears Uncle Lai saying that he has become ready to eat human meat in his mind, his mouth remains open, and he says, "Hell no, Uncle Lai. If you want to eat it, go ahead. I'm not eating that." After listening to both of them, our hero tells them, ordinary people can't eat zombie meat. It'll infect them. Only mutants like Boss Chong can grow stronger by devouring other zombies. And while our hero was saying all this to those people, our hero gets a notification in which it is written, "Task, Nemesis of Villains. Vol. 2 complete. Task requirements: attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. Reward points, 50. Current points, 126. And after reading the notification, our hero thinks it's settled automatically. Looks like even if there are survivors, they no longer pose a threat. And while our hero was thinking all this, suddenly our hero feels something, and he sees that a zombie is coming forward to attack him. Then he comes in fighting position and kills that zombie with his knife right there and says, "It snuck up on me without making a sound." And after killing the zombie, as soon as our hero looks at his body, he sees the same red thing which he already has. Then he takes it out from his body, and holding it in both his hands, gives it to Kai and Uncle Lai and says that whoever wants to eat this thing can eat it. And on hearing our hero's words, Kai immediately refuses, but Uncle Lai takes both of them in his hands and starts eating them, and in no time, Uncle Lai starts seeing a different power in his body, and his body also starts looking a bit fat. Seeing him so happy, our hero says to him, "Feels amazing, but you've just become an evolver. Your strength isn't enough to dominate the apocalypse yet. Don't get reckless." And after saying this, the three of them start leaving from there. Then our hero tells them again, "The crisis is over, let's head back." Then the moment shifts, and we see the West Steel plant, and some people were parking their car and going inside. Then the security man standing outside stops them, and says, "Wait, who are you people?" Then that guy comes forward and says, "This is me, the third boss here." On hearing his words, the security man gets a little confused and asks the third boss, and saying this, "Wait there, and I will come with the permission of the leader." As soon as he brings the permission from the leader, they all go inside. Then the leader stands in front of them and asks him, "Third boss, what are you doing here?" Then the girl standing next to him says, "Where are Rui and number 2? Then the third boss answers them and says, "We were attacked, in which Rui and number 2 died." After listening to him, the leader gets a little confused at first. Then while leaving he says, "Take the third boss to a safe place." On hearing the order of the leader, all the people start leaving from there. And as soon as all those people go to the place, one of them comes and says, "Third brother," and after listening to him, third boss gets a little angry and says, "What did you say to me?" Then he says to him, "Big brother, forgive me, but I am not feeling good." And after listening to him, he asks him what you are not liking. Then showing him around the room, he tells third boss that look at the door and windows here. It looks like a jail. Then suddenly a security man comes there and starts taking all of them from there. Then they reach the place where the leader is already standing with his companions. After going there, third boss asks the leader, "What is going on here? What happened?" And as soon as third boss says this, the girl standing next to the leader starts saying, "What should we do with the one who can kill their leader?" And as soon as he says this, all those people surround third boss and his companions. As soon as the third boss realizes that his end is near, he starts making different kinds of excuses, and after listening to his words, the girl smilingly tells the man standing behind her, "Misunderstanding, Lai Cheng, let him die knowing why." And as soon as the girl says this, the leader also tells the third boss, "I went to the coal plant and saw Lai Jingrui dead in the courtyard." The second boss was neither alive nor dead, completely missing, and the whole coal plant showed no signs of a battle. After the leader finishes speaking, the security guard who had brought the third boss and his companions inside also angrily tells the third boss, "The most reasonable explanation is that they turned on each other when things went south and killed Lai Jingrui." After listening to all of them, the third boss gets very scared and sweat starts coming out on his face. Then to save himself he says to them that you guys do not have any proof. You guys are just saying that I have killed Rui. As soon as the third boss finishes speaking, the leader starts laughing loudly and says while laughing, "Evidence? What kind of world do you think we live in? And you want to talk about evidence? To be honest, if it weren't for Lai Jingrui and your second boss's abilities, we would have wiped you all out long ago. And after saying this, the leader suddenly turns his face serious and tells his companions to finish all this. The leader is so serious, and on hearing his words, a companion of the third boss comes forward and starts folding his hands and says, "Don't kill me. I have some information," and on hearing his words, the girl standing with the leader asks him what kind of information. Then he starts telling them all. There's a settlement in the east of the city, lots of people, lots of supplies. Jingrui and second brother were defeated by them. Don't kill me, I'll take you there. They don't know how to become evolvers in their entire settlement. I didn't see a single evolver. After listening to him, the leader asks him that if they all did not have even a single evolver, then how did you guys lose? After listening to the leader's words, that guy starts saying to the leader, they have heavy weapons. Normal bullets can't kill the second boss, but they took him down with a single shot. After listening to his entire talk, the girl standing next to the leader smilingly tells him that good. This was very good information, and on hearing this from the girl, the guy thinks that now I will be saved. Then he asks the girl, then I am safe, and as soon as the guy says this, the girl smilingly tells her companions to finish them all here, and after listening to his words, the third boss and his two companions get very scared. And the very next moment we see that the third boss and his two companions are dead, and after seeing their bodies the leader says smilingly, "What do we do?" This level of threat needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. On hearing the leader's words, the girl tells him, they have heavy weapons. Attacking now is too risky. We should evolve further first to ensure success. Send scouts first to confirm they truly don't know how to become evolvers. Then the moment shifts, and we see that our hero is sitting in his room, and he has 126 points. Then he is thinking about what he will get in exchange of those points in his panel. Then he spends his 126 points, and after that a notification comes on his screen in which it is written, total points, 26. Sugar, oil, and protein supply box LV, 15 points. Black tech supply box LV, 250 points. Empty. Manual refresh 4 points. In the notification, our hero gets a level 2 black tech supply box, and after getting it, he feels that his luck is very good, and thinking so, he opens that box, and as soon as he opens it, a notification comes on our hero's screen in which it is written, Sugar, oil and protein supply crate LV. 1 exchanged. -5 points black tech supply crate LV. 2 exchanged. -50 points. Current points, 71. Sugar, oil and protein supply crate LV. 1 opened. Rewards, premium lotus root powder, 500 kilograms cocoa butter good friend pies, 200 kilograms assorted cooking oil, 150 L black tech supply crate LV. 2 opened. Rewards, physical enhancement serum plus 20. While our hero was reading the notification, suddenly someone knocks on his gate. Then our hero asks to come inside, and she is none other than Shine, and she is very serious, and seeing her so serious, our hero asks what happened. Then she tells our hero that we have caught an unknown person. On hearing her, our hero tells her that, I will see later who he is. Then the moment shifts, and we see that Kai and Uncle Lai are holding that unknown guy, and then that unknown guy says to both of them that I am not an enemy, take me to your leader. Then suddenly our hero comes there and says to him that why are you looking for me? Then that guy gets happy after seeing our hero and asks, are you the leader? Then our hero says that I am the leader, tell me what is the matter. Then that guy says to our hero that how should I tell you? I am not able to understand. And after saying this, that guy starts saying while smiling, Brother Yang, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhu Axing, from West Wind Steel Mill. Uncle Song gets very surprised on hearing West Wind Steel, and as soon as Yang hears West Wind Steel from Uncle Song's mouth, he asks Uncle, do you know him? And after listening to our hero, Uncle Song starts telling our hero, West Wind is southwest of the southern suburbs, the largest steel mill in the area. Like the southern coal plant, it has become a survivor settlement. On hearing this, our hero asks Uncle Song, How far is this from our place? Then Uncle Song starts telling, 3 kilometers farther than the southern coal plant. And as soon as our hero finds out that West Wind Steel is just 3 kilometers away, he asks the unknown man, if it is just this far, why did you come here? Seeing our hero so serious, the man gets very scared and starts saying, the world is chaotic now. We survivors should stick together, don't you think, Brother Young? Our leaders send us out to find survivors and settlements to recruit them back. As soon as that guy finishes talking, our hero's friends check him and find a map with him. Then that fat guy gives the map to our hero and says, Brothers Ioyong, don't believe him. He's been lurking around for a while, sneaking in circles and even drawing a map. After looking at the map, our hero uses his ability Mind's Eye and starts reading him mind, and after doing so, our hero takes out his gun and aims it at him and tells him, we all know how things work in the apocalypse. Do you think I'm an idiot? If you don't tell the truth, I'll blow your head off right now. After listening to our hero, that guy gets very scared and starts saying to our hero, Brother Young, it's true. We were just trying to be cautious. You can't blame us for being cautious. After listening to him, our hero asks Kai if he knows about Brother Chung. On hearing our hero's words, Kai tells our hero that no, he hasn't seen Brother Chong yet, and on hearing Kai's words, our hero says let him go, and on hearing our hero's words, Uncle Song gets very surprised and says should we let him go, and that guy gets very happy and says are you guys really letting me go? Then our hero says give him his map and let him go from here. Then that guy starts thanking our hero and starts running very fast from there, and seeing him doing this, our hero starts smiling and thinks, West Wind Steel Mill. I wonder how many system points you're worth. 5 months have passed, and we see 2 people carrying goods from the West Wind Steel Mill and going somewhere. Then one of them says, I heard that people have started missing again recently. After listening to his friend, the other man says that this must be the work of that monster. Then suddenly where they were going to throw the garbage, they suddenly start hearing a sound. Then one of them goes ahead to see. Then his friend from behind tells him not to go there as there could be danger. Then suddenly a knife comes flying towards the other man and cuts his neck in the middle. And on the other side, the security guy was standing near the wall and smoking a cigarette. Then he hears a voice, save me, and as soon as he looked at the other side, a guy comes running towards him very fast and says, Monster. The monster killed Zio Chen. After listening to that man, the security guy gets very surprised and asks, did Tentacle Man do all this? After listening to the security guy, the man in front gets completely sweaty because he was scared after seeing his friend's death later. After hearing about Tentacle Man from the security guy, he gets even more scared. That's why he says in a nervous tone, it's a tentacle man. It must be a tentacle man. As soon as that guy tells the security guy that yes, it is the work of the tentacle man, then the security guy asks him where he did all this, and after listening to the security guy, that guy starts telling him, right over the big garbage pit. And as soon as the security guy hears that the tentacle man did all this at the garbage dump, he gets very angry and starts grinding his teeth and thinks, shout, attack without warning? And as soon as he thinks so, the security guy shouts and gathers his colleagues and tells them, everyone hide. Evolvers with the ability to escape, follow me. And after saying this, all of them take their weapons and go to the garbage dump and start searching there. Then after searching for a while, the security guy says, that's a tentacle man. If we encounter it, don't be reluctant to fight and escape as soon as possible. And after saying this, they search for the tentacled man for some more time. After going a little further, they notice footprints. Then the security guy sits and tells his colleagues that he has left from here. And after listening to the security guy, a guy standing next to him with an axe in his hand says, will it run away after catching its prey? After listening to that man, the security guy starts saying, since the Baiquizhen and Nanjiao coal plants were wiped out, the frequency of our people disappearing has increased significantly. Originally, the 3 gathering places were equally divided in the number of hunted places, but now we are the only ones. And after saying this, the security guy gets very angry and starts thinking something in his mind. Then the moment shifts, and we see our hero standing on the rooftop and thinking, it has survived longer than the previous life. If this continues, it is not impossible to rebuild civilization. And while our hero was thinking this, he gets a notification which says, Beggar's version of Utopia. Mission content, expand the community. Task requirements, improve community ratings as much as possible. Current rating, 38. After reading the notification, our hero gets a bit surprised and thinks, by the way, it has been several months, and the system task of the Xifeng steel plant has not been released yet. While our hero is thinking all this, from below Shine shows our hero a hand and says, Brother Zioyang, we are back. After hearing the voice of Shine, our hero jumps down from the roof and goes to Shine and Kai and asks them, was the hunting operation not discovered by others? After listening to our hero, Kai smilingly tells our hero, don't worry, Brother Zioyang. With our current strength, there is someone following us nearby. It's impossible for us not to notice it. While Kai was telling all this to our hero, suddenly Child comes there, and after seeing him our hero says, how is Xiaoshui doing? Is he still adapting to it? After listening to our hero, the child smilingly shows a couple of fighting poses to our hero, and his mother is standing next to him. Then the child smilingly says to our hero, don't worry, Uncle Yang, I'm doing great. After listening to her son, his mother puts her hand on his head and says smilingly, yes, Xiaoshui defeated a zombie by himself today. After listening to both of them, our hero becomes happy and says, great, put the alien core into the library. And before our hero could say anything further, our hero gets a notification in which it is written, New mission, Evil Bane Vol. 3. Task requirements, remove threats and provide help to potential companions. Bonus points, 80 points. After reading the notification our hero thinks, potential companions. Those people from West Wind Steel Plant. Then the moment shifts and we see everyone sitting in the meeting room, and then Uncle Lei says to our hero, what? You sneaked into Zhigang alone? This is a bit too dangerous. And the guy sitting next to Uncle Lei also tells our hero, yes, they send people over from time to time to investigate. Who knows if they have any bad intentions? Zioyang, if you suffer a loss, we don't even have the ability to take care of you. After listening to both of them, our hero says, don't worry, with my current strength, even Mr. Chung can't hurt me, let alone them. And I went there this time just to determine whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. And after saying this our hero says to the old man sitting next to him, Sheng Bo, Lao Lai, and others, I'll leave you to worry about the fortresses and neighboring towns. On hearing our hero's words, the old man's face becomes a little strange, and then he says to our hero, well, don't worry about things here, but you must be careful. Our gathering place cannot be without you. Then the moment shifts, and we see that the security guy goes to tell both his leaders about the tentacled man. But the security man standing outside doesn't let him go inside and says that without the permission of both the leaders I will not let you go inside. And after hearing this, the security guy gets very angry, and he lifts the other guy in the air with his feet. And seeing this happen, the guy standing nearby starts shouting and telling the security guy, Lai Cheng, are you crazy? And as soon as the security man hears this, he gets a little scared and leaves him. Then a voice comes from inside, is it Lai Cheng? Let him in. And on hearing this, the security man Cheng goes inside, and as soon as he goes inside, he sees that the girl is standing inside. Then he goes to her and starts telling her, I have other ideas about the tentacle man coming to hunt in our range. After listening to Cheng, the girl asks Cheng, so what idea do you have? On hearing this, Cheng starts telling the girl, I carefully inspected the scene and found a woman's footprints, and this time the victim was a male. After hearing Cheng's words, the girl goes very close to him, and while touching his body, says, want to do something else. And seeing the girl doing this, Cheng gets very shy and controlling himself, starts leaving from there. Then the moment shifts, and on the other side, we see a bald man with a knife in his hand cutting something. There is blood all over his body, and there is a bucket next to him, and as soon as we look inside the bucket, there is a head lying, and he is cutting the body. A man is standing, and a zombie is lying dead under his feet, and the next moment we see that the man is none other than our hero, and there are not one, but 4 people there whom our hero killed one by one, and our hero has a big sword in his hand on which there is a little blood also. After killing all of them, our hero says, "We are almost at our destination, so we should be more restrained." After saying this, our hero takes out his magical scissors and holding them between his fingers, starts cutting his hair lightly. Immediately after cutting his hair, he rubs his 2 fingers on the ground, puts some mud on his hand and applies it on his face. Due to this, our hero's look completely changes, and he also wears glasses. After doing this, our hero goes a little ahead, when a man stops our hero by waving his hand and shouts at him and asks, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" As soon as our hero sees that unknown person, our hero starts laughing after listening to him and tells him, "I see signs of human activity nearby. Sure enough, there are living people. Great." By saying this, our hero wanted to show him that our hero is very happy to see humans, and that guy gets a little surprised after hearing our hero's words, and in the next moment he thinks something in his mind and says with a smile on his face, "Free survivors?" And after saying this, that unknown guy points his finger at our hero and starts asking him questions like, "How did you survive in such an environment till now?" That too alone, and after listening to him our hero gets a bit surprised. Then in the next step our hero tries to show that he had a lot of difficulty in doing this, and he was able to keep himself alive by fighting a lot of zombies, and after thinking so much our hero tells him that there were about 10 of us in our gathering place, but we were attacked by the zombies, everyone died, and I was the only one who escaped. After listening to our hero that there were 10 people, and all of them are dead and our hero managed to escape, that guy starts laughing and asks our hero, "Don't you have any power?" And after listening to him, our hero gets a little sweat on his face, and then he tells him, "Strength," and immediately after saying this our hero raises both his hands in the air and tells the unknown person, "I have some strength too. I have experienced many zombie attacks and have gained some experience in fighting zombies. I will do my best to be useful." After listening to our hero, that guy looks at our hero, laughs with an evil smile and ignores our hero's words and says, "Who asked you this? You didn't understand what I meant, but it's okay." And after saying this, that guy shows his hand to our hero and says, "Follow me if you want to join us, then I will have to take your test." And after saying this, that guy puts his hand on his weapon and our hero sees him doing this. Then our hero thinks in his mind, as expected, the West Wind steel plant is not a good place. And while thinking so much, our hero starts following that unknown man. Then a voice comes from behind, "What is happening here?" And on hearing this voice, as soon as our hero and that man turn back, sweat starts coming on the face of that unknown man, and he gets very scared. Then we see that that question was asked by the Brother Lai, and after seeing that, that unknown man gets very scared. Then Brother Lai asks that unknown man, "Who is this unfamiliar face?" After listening to Brother Lai, that unknown man starts saying to him in fear, "Brother Lai, this guy is a stray survivor. I'm going to take him to a deserted place to search him." After listening to the unknown person, Lai tells him to the unknown person, "Body search. Why do you need to go to a place where there is no one to search people? Why not just search here?" After listening to both of them, our hero starts thinking, "This guy just wanted to lure me to a deserted place and kill me." While our hero was thinking this, Lai tells our hero that come here and hand over all your weapons to me and you can go inside. After listening to Lai, our hero tells him, "Hand over my weapons. How do I know if you guys are trying to trick me into going in and kill me?" And as soon as our hero says to Lai that if I give you my weapons, who knows if you kill me after that, then what will I do? And after listening to our hero's words, Lai gets a little surprised and shows his hand to our hero and says, "In the end times, people's hearts are ugly, so it's normal for you to be worried. If you don't hand over your weapons, I won't force you to stay, so just go." After listening to Lai, our hero takes out his weapon and says, "All right, I'll hand in my weapon." And as soon as our hero takes out his weapon, immediately after that Lai starts searching our hero's whole body to see if he has any other weapon. And while Lai was doing this our hero thinks in his mind, "This guy seems to have some bottom line. It seems that the Zifeng steel plant is a little different from the guys at Baituishan and Nanjiao coal plant." While our hero was thinking this, his whole body was searched, and after doing this, Lai takes our hero's weapon in his hand and asks our hero seriously, with only a dagger, you can walk in the apocalypse. Boy, are you an evolver? After hearing about the evolver, our hero gets excited, and while pressing the fingers of both his hands, says to Lai, Evolver, I do feel like I've become much stronger. And upon hearing our hero's words, Lai waves his hand at our hero and says, Come with me. There is a rule here that the evolvers must report to the leader first. Then the moment shifts, and we see Amit leaving our hero outside a room and going inside and saying, Please wait in the reception room for a moment. And while our hero stands there waiting for them, and their leader comes there from behind and our hero looks around the room, our hero says, Reception room. Even the door is reinforced. This is clearly a prison, right? After listening to our hero, the leader tells our hero, Sorry to have kept you waiting. May I ask your name? And as soon as the leader asks our hero to tell his name, our hero tells him his name Zhang Yi, and immediately after that the leader turns away from there and tells our hero, My people say you are an evolver, right? And as soon as the leader asks this to our hero answers him and says, Judging from what he meant, that should be the case. And as soon as our hero says this, the leader attacks our hero with a weapon to test him, and our hero easily dodges his attack, and his attack hits the wall, and after seeing our hero doing this, and seeing his such ability, the leader starts smiling. And seeing the leader doing this, our hero thinks in his mind, the controller took action. This should be a test. And immediately after thinking so much our hero shouts, and tells the leader that what are you doing, this can be very dangerous. You know that. After listening to our hero, the leader starts smiling and says smilingly, It seems I can't be wrong. He is an evolver. And after listening to him our hero tells him, If I wasn't an evolver, I would have been killed by you. On hearing our hero's words, the leader starts smiling and says nothing much would have happened. You would have been killed. Since we are both evolvers, I believe you also know how to become an evolver. As soon as the leader tells our hero that you must know how to become an evolver, our hero tells him, Yes, I know. Then the leader tells our hero, I have to warn you. This secret is only known to a few people. I don't want it to spread out. After saying this, the leader suddenly moves towards our hero to attack, and the next moment he tries to catch our hero's neck with his hands, and seeing him doing so, our hero completely dodges his attack, and the next moment our hero takes out his sword and thinks of attacking him. Fortunately, he threatened me with his claws. If it was a blade, I would have fought back. And after thinking this, our hero suddenly stops, and the very next moment we see that the leader grabs our hero's neck. And after all this, our hero thinks again, if I kill him now, who knows if I can still get the 80 points for the system task. While our hero was thinking all this, the leader also left our hero's neck and smilingly started saying to our hero, Oh, your reaction is not slow. You have even drawn your weapon. Although you have some skills, but my strength is beyond your imagination. Don't try to challenge me. Do you understand? After listening to his words, our hero replies yes to everything. Then the leader continues his talk and says, I will not pursue the matter of the weapons coming in. After saying this, both of them come out of the room, and we see two unknown people standing outside the room, and our hero is standing near the gate. Then the leader goes to those two people and pointing his hand towards our hero, says to both of them, Take Mr. Zhang Yi to wash his face, change his clothes, and then bring him to the conference room to see me. After listening to the leader, both the men said to the leader, Okay, leader, we will do as you said.
Our hero and the leader and all his companions are standing inside a room. Then the leader starts telling them about our hero while pointing his hand towards him and says, Let me introduce This is our new member, Zhang Yi. After saying this, the leader looks at the girl and starts saying, Huang Ling, just like me, is one of the leaders here. The other two are settlement officers, Lai Cheng and Huang Bin. And as soon as the leader finishes his talk, the girl says to Huang Bin standing next to her that Huang Bin, from today you will take care of this boy and explain all the work to him. If you have any problem with this, then you can tell me. And after listening to the girl, Huang Bin without saying anything answers her in the affirmative and says I have no problem. As soon as Huang Bin says that I have no problem, I will explain everything to him. Then the girl looks at our hero and starts saying to him, "Kid, you're lucky you found the strongest settlement in the area. You won't have to worry about survival anymore. But if you want to eat well here, you have to prove your worth." After listening to everything the girl says, our hero bows his head and accepts what the girl says and replies to her saying that he will follow all the orders that are given to him. And as soon as our hero says this, Huang Bin puts his hand on his shoulder and tells our hero that your timing is very good. Today our group is going out for patrolling. You will also come with us. Then the moment shifts and we hear a voice saying, "Kang and Xing, come quickly, we have to go for patrolling." And on hearing this, both of them reply, "Okay, we both are coming." Then the moment goes a bit further and we see our hero and that one man who is wearing blue-colored clothes who had come to our hero's base earlier also. And the other two people go for patrolling. Then one of them says to that uncle, "This kid got assigned to work under you." After listening to the guy sitting next to him, Huang Bin gets serious and tells him that whatever I do next, he will know everything, and from today onwards, this guy will work in our group. While that guy and Huang Bin were talking to each other, that uncle was walking beside our hero, and as soon as he looked at our hero, his face started sweating, and he started thinking in his mind that I have seen this boy somewhere. His face looks familiar. While that uncle was thinking this, Huang Bin says to our hero, "Hey, kid, Daping didn't tell you much about our settlement, did he?" As soon as Huang Bin asks our hero whether the leader has told you this or not, our hero replies to him saying that no, the leader has told me anything about this. He has just warned me that no one should know the secret of the evolver. On hearing our hero's words, Huang Bin tells our hero that he has said the right thing. After saying this, Huang Bin starts telling our hero, in this settlement, the only people who know the truth about eating human flesh are Brother Daping, my sister, and us four. A Xing is Brother Daping's cousin. A King is my and Huang Ling's nephew. We're all family, so if the secret gets out, it can only be from your mouth. Understand your situation. As soon as Huang Bin told all this to our hero and said that if the secret comes out, it will come out from your mouth only. Then our hero replies to him and says that I will not tell anything to anyone. You do not worry. And as soon as our hero says this, he looks at the uncle walking behind him and starts thinking, Zhu Axing, isn't he the guy Zhang Kai and his group caught before? After thinking so much, our hero asks Huang Bin to tell something about the other people. As soon as our hero asks about the other people, Huang Bin replies to our hero saying, his name is Lai Cheng. He's an outsider, but he's talented and very strong. Under any circumstances, he shouldn't know the secret. Got it? Otherwise, both of you won't live past the day. As soon as Huang Bin tells all this to our hero, but our hero completely ignores his words and starts thinking, looks like Lai Cheng really is talented. They must be suppressing him with resources. Otherwise, he'd soon surpass the two leaders. While our hero was thinking about it, they reached their location. Then Huang Bin says that we have reached our location. Then our hero gets surprised and says that we have reached, and seeing our hero so surprised, Huang Bin starts telling him about the place and says, this small settlement has 7 members. We've been observing them for 3 to 4 days. None of them seem to be evolvers. After getting to know about the place that there are 6-7 people there, and none of them is an evolver, our hero asks Huang Bin that what do we have to do now? Are we going to kill all these people one by one? As soon as our hero says this, Huang Bin starts laughing while showing his 2 fingers and says, hunting? It's not that barbaric. We're going to raise them. After listening to our hero, the boy walking with him puts his hand on our hero's shoulder and starts saying, kid, you're an evolver now too. You need to change your mindset quickly. Don't be like that rigid fool, Lai Cheng. We are evolvers, strictly speaking. We are no longer the same species as ordinary people. We're now at the top of the food chain. After listening to the guy's entire statement, our hero says, so, you plan to capture them and raise them in the settlement to be slaughtered later. As soon as our hero says this, Huang Bin tells our hero that we don't need to take all of them with us. We will take only 5-6 people with us, and we will deal with the rest here. Hearing this, our hero says, how can we deal with that too right now? Then Huang Bin laughingly says, just wait and learn what we do. Then the moment shifts, and we see that all those people are repairing the wall at that location. As soon as the work is completed, one of them puts his working tools on his shoulder and says, "Finally, I have finished this work. This work is very tiring." Then suddenly all those people notice that many zombies are coming towards them very fast. Then all those people start shouting and start saying that how did so many zombies suddenly come here? Everyone get ready to fight. And the very next moment we see that those zombies attack all those people one by one. Some of them manage to save themselves and some people die right there. And seeing their companions dying like this, all those people get very scared, and seeing this happening with all of them, our hero understands that all this work is of Huang Bin. Then our hero asks Huang Bin, "Luring zombies to attack, this is the great plan you came up with." And as soon as our hero says this while praising Huang Bin becomes very happy and starts telling our hero, "Our settlement's resources are limited. We can't keep taking in more mouths to feed. Besides, letting 10 people in at once would create factions, making management difficult." And saying this, Huang Bin tells all his companions that okay, now our time has come to act. Let's pretend to save all these people, and saying this, all of them smilingly go to save all those people. Then the moment shifts to the other side, and we see that a zombie was about to kill the girl. Then suddenly someone separates the neck of the zombie from the middle and saves the girl, and as soon as the neck of the zombie is separated, the girl loses her senses completely and her mouth remains open. Then that man supports her by extending his hand towards the girl. Then the girl keeps looking at him. We are saved, and like this all those people start killing all the zombies there one by one, and after killing all the zombies, Huang Bin tells all those people, "We're the evolvers of West Wind Steel Plant." After listening to Huang Bin, all of them get shocked and start saying what is evolver, and another guy says we are saved, and another guy standing with them praises them all and says thank you, you saved our lives, and our hero standing next to him thinks in his mind after seeing all this, strength over 20. These three are on par with Jiang Kai's group. And while our hero was thinking this, suddenly he felt a different energy, and he turned back and looked towards the building where the light was burning inside the room, and after looking there, our hero felt that this is my illusion. Then a voice comes from the side, and those people say to our hero, "Jiang Yi, are you just going to stand there watching? Come help." On hearing Huang Bin's words, our hero starts going to help him. Then the moment shifts and we see that there is a monster inside the building from whose body many different parts are coming out, and that monster looks very dangerous. After saving all those people, Huang Bin and his two companions stand in front of them, and our hero stands behind them. Then one of them says to Huang Bin and his companions, "There are still some supplies in the warehouse." And as soon as that guy tells Huang Bin that there is still some stuff lying in the warehouse, Huang Bin immediately tells our hero standing behind him, "Jiang Yi, you stay here and gather all the remaining supplies at the door. I will arrange a small truck to transport them later." As soon as Huang Bin tells our hero that you collect all the things and bring them to the door, I will bring a big truck and then we will take all the goods and leave. Immediately after that, Huang Bin comes towards our hero and smilingly looks at our hero and says, "The bodies of the killed people were also gathered together and taken away together later." After our hero understands everything and gives the order, Huang Bin along with his companions shows a hand to all those people and says that everyone else should follow me, and after saying this, all those people start following Huang Bin and our hero starts doing the rest of the work. And as soon as our hero saw that all those people have left from there, our hero uses his magical power and takes out a knife in his hand and starts thinking about something while smiling. And on the other side, one of the people who were saved by Huang Bin and his companions smilingly starts saying to Huang Bin, "Thanks to the big brothers, we were able to save our lives." As soon as that man thanks Huang Bin and his two companions, the girl walking beside him says smilingly to Huang Bin's companion that where we are going there must be water. We can go there and take a bath, and as soon as the girl says so, that man catches hold of the girl and pulls her into his arms and smilingly starts saying to the girl, "Not only is there water, it's hot." and there's shower gel, so you can wash nicely. As soon as that guy tells the girl that there will be a lot of things there, shower gel, and a lot more, the girl becomes very happy after hearing this and says, "Really? That would be great." If you liked our video, then do not forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel, and we have also created a playlist of this series. Please go to the playlist and watch all the videos once and tell us by commenting how you like the video. As they go a little further while talking, suddenly Xing feels something, and he gets very scared. Sweat starts coming out on his face. Seeing him so worried, Huang Bin asks him, "What's wrong, Xing?" Just as Huang Bin asks if something is wrong, Xing tells him there is something there. As soon as Xing says this, Huang Bin shouts to his companions and tells everyone else to get ready. And as soon as Huang Bin said this, the guy smiled at the girl and placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Stand behind your brother. Your brother will protect you." After everyone was ready, Huang Bin sent his two companions forward and asked Xing, "Where did you see that thing?" After listening to Huang Bin, Xing told him, "I don't know, I can't feel it." And as soon as Xing says this, "I don't know, I can't feel it," then the guy laughs and says to Xing, "Damn, Xing, are you too nervous?" After listening to the guy's words, Xing gets a little angry and looks back at him and says, "Be serious now, don't joke, I felt something nearby." And as soon as Xing says this, immediately after that suddenly a sharp object goes through Xing's neck and he dies on the spot and starts falling on the ground. Then Huang screams and says, "Tentacle Man, escaped. What a quick move." As soon as Huang shouts and says this, a voice comes from behind saying, "Huang Bin, that Tentacle Man is behind you," and as soon as Huang Bin sees him behind him, he gets very scared and that tentacle monster comes very close to Huang Bin's face. And on the other side, our hero is taking out the thing from the dead zombies which can make an evolver. After some time, our hero has two colored things in his hand, one red and one pink. After seeing both of them, our hero says, "Two alien cores were found among these zombies. What good luck." While our hero was looking at those two alien cores and saying, "Oh," then suddenly he hears a voice saying, "Save me," and after hearing the voice our hero gets a little surprised. Then the moment shifts again, and we see that the tentacle monster had lifted Huang Bin in the air and was holding him from all sides with the thing coming out of his body, and after seeing such a condition of his, Huang Bin was very scared and was screaming, and the very next moment we see that Huang's body starts breaking into pieces, and after seeing this the girl and all the people standing next to her get very scared, and after seeing such a condition of his companion that guy also gets very scared and sweat starts coming on his face. After killing Huang Bin, the tentacle monster starts looking towards that guy, and when he saw him looking at him that way, that guy gets very scared. Then suddenly he catches the girl's hand and throws her towards the tentacle monster, and the very next moment that tentacle monster pulls the girl out of his body, the thing that comes out presses the girl and lifts her in the air, and slowly the girl's eyes start closing because she is unable to breathe. Then suddenly we see that the girl falls on the ground, and the one who saves her is none other than our hero. After our hero attacks, the monster stands back holding his hand in pain. Then our hero shows his hand and says, "This is what you guys are talking about, the tentacle man." As soon as our hero asks that man whether he was talking about this tentacle man, the man gets scared and tells our hero that yes, this is the tentacle man, we were talking about him. He is very dangerous. After saying this much to our hero, the guy starts thinking in his mind. The tentacle man often mutters "son," and it can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar features to itself. We call these transformed monsters tentacle men. The tentacle man's son is a powerful monster that even Daping and his aunt can hardly face alone. Zhang Yi is definitely not his opponent. No, I have to escape. After thinking so much, that guy leaves all those people there and starts running away. And while running he says, "Zhang Yi, hold him back. I'll go get some help." And after listening to him, all the people standing there get very scared. And the very next moment all those people also start running away from there. Seeing all those people running away from there, our hero tells them all, shouting, "Are you trying to sell me out directly to buy yourself some time to escape?" As soon as our hero says this, The tentacle monster brings its tentacle towards our hero and gets ready to attack, and the very next moment, the monster catches our hero completely with its tentacle, and seeing our hero doing this, he smiles a little, and the very next moment, with all his power, he pulls the tentacle man towards himself, and because of our hero's power, the tentacle man starts flying in the air and coming towards our hero. And as that monster comes towards our hero says, "You got me interested." When our hero was pulling the tentacle monster towards himself, he was also trying to face our hero with all his strength and was stopping his body from going towards our hero. Seeing him doing this, our hero starts smiling and says, "The ability I awakened before. I never really had the chance to use it. Today, I'll test it on you." After saying this with a smile, our hero starts using his ability, due to which the place where our hero is standing starts breaking slowly, and the very next moment, an aura of electricity starts coming out of our hero's eyes, and he shouts and uses his ability Physical Overload and pulls the tentacle monster towards himself in one go, and due to our hero's power, that tentacle monster starts flying in the air and comes near our hero, and as soon as it flies in the air and falls on the ground and reaches our hero stops it with his foot, and after seeing such power of our hero, the girl standing nearby gets very surprised, and being very surprised, she puts both her hands on her face, and the expression of her eyes and mouth changes completely, and the very next moment our hero starts pulling out all the tentacles of the tentacle monster, and in a short time, separates the entire body of the tentacle monster and kills that monster right there. After doing this, the hero goes to the girl, and there is blood all over his body, on his clothes and on his face. Then our hero asks the girl, "Are you okay?" And immediately after saying this, our hero starts extending his hand towards her. Seeing our hero doing this, the girl starts screaming very loudly. Then our hero smilingly puts his hand on his head and tells the girl, "Calm down. I am also a human being, not a monster." Then the moment shifts, and we see all those people running towards a big gate and shouting that we have come. We have really come, and the very next moment we see Leader Daping and Leader Ling, and next to him lie standing with weapons in their hands. Then Leader Daping is a little surprised and asks what happened, and Ling standing next to him also asks, "Where are Huang Bin and Axing?" After listening to the leader, the guy who had left our hero in the middle of the fight and ran away tells the leader that uncle and brother Axing have been killed by the tentacle monster. After saying this, Lai gets very surprised and asks him what happened to the new guy Jiang Yi. After listening to Lai, that guy tells him, "No need to ask, he's definitely dead too. Even the three of us weren't a match for that thing." As soon as that person says this, the leader gets very angry and his eyes turn red with anger, and his pulse also starts swelling due to anger, and immediately after that he looks at those people who had run away from the middle of the fight, and seeing the leader looking at them, those people get very scared, and the very next moment the leader angrily throws his weapon towards them and says, "You useless people are not worthy of living," and after saying this he screams and kills all those people right there, and seeing the leader so angry, the leader Ling standing next to him starts telling him to calm down Daping. After all this, as soon as Daping's anger subsides a bit, suddenly someone throws a tentacle of a tentacle monster in front of him, and after seeing that, all the people standing there get very surprised, and the one who threw the tentacle is none other than our hero, and as soon as they see our hero, they get very surprised, and those people were looking at our hero and our hero was looking at all those people. Then Lai smilingly says, "Zhang Yi, you are alive," and Ling standing next to him gets very surprised after seeing the tentacles and says this thing, and after saying this, she could not say anything further. Then our hero starts saying to all of them, pointing towards the tentacle, "That tentacle monster's son or whatever, I killed it. I avenged your relatives for you." Even after our hero says so much, the leader is very surprised after seeing the tentacle and doesn't say anything, and the kid standing next to him also after listening to our hero and looking at the tentacle thinks, "Is this kid really so strong?" And seeing all of them so surprised, our hero starts saying, "All right, leaders, hurry up and arrange a vehicle, and some people.com with me to clean up the spoils." Then the moment shifts and we see Leader Daping and Leader Ling sitting next to him asking that guy, "Are you sure that Tentacle Monster's son was stronger than Lai Chang?" After listening to the leader, the man gets a little angry, and while gritting his teeth says to the leader, "That thing instantly killed my Linkle and brother Axing. Could Lai Chang have done that? I doubt it. Honestly, even you two might have struggled against it, right?" After listening to that man, Ling gets a little surprised and puts her hand on her mouth, and the leader Daping sitting next to her also starts talking about our hero. "When I threatened him earlier, he reacted. But he only managed to draw his weapon. He didn't even get into a proper fighting stance. How could he possibly be this strong?" After listening to Daping's entire story, Ling starts saying to Daping, "The tentacle monster's son relied on an ambush. Maybe it's not as exaggerated as we think." After listening to Ling, Daping starts telling Ling, "That makes sense, but either way, we can't keep him around. If he ever teams up with Lai Chang." While both of them were talking to each other and were thinking something after listening to each other's talk, then a voice comes, "Can I come in?" And the one giving the voice is none other than Lai. And as soon as both the leaders hear the voice they turn back, and after seeing Lai the leader Daping asks, "What is it, brother Lai?" As soon as Daping asks Lai what is the matter, Lai hesitantly starts telling him, "Brother Daping, sister Ling, my condolences." As soon as Daping notices that Lai is a little nervous to say it, he tells him, "It's been the apocalypse for so long, no need for formalities. Get to the point." As soon as the leader Daping tells Lai that you should come straight to the point, Lai immediately starts telling him, "This Zhang Yi, his strength is probably on par with mine. I think we should make him an officer." As soon as Lai tells leader Daping that Zhang Yi's strength is much more than mine, we should make him an officer, then leader Daping looks at him angrily and says, "No, this cannot happen. We don't know anything about him yet." As soon as Daping says this, Ling stops him by waving her hand and starts saying her point. Zhang Yi does have the strength to be an officer, but he still needs to prove his worth to convince the others. As soon as Ling says that I agree that he has a lot of strength and he is also capable of becoming an officer, but he will have to convince other people as well. On hearing this from Ling, Lai shows his hand and says, "Killing a tentacle monster's son isn't enough proof." After listening to Lai's words, Ling starts smiling, and a different smile was visible on her face, as if she was thinking of something terrible. She says, "If he can kill the tentacle monster itself, wouldn't that solve two problems at once?" As soon as Ling say this, Lai tells both of them, "Even you two couldn't kill it. And you expect him to. Is that fair?" After hearing Lai's words that even you two couldn't defeat the tentacle monster, Ling says smilingly, "Don't worry. We are not sending him alone to die somewhere. We'll all take action using the entire settlement's strength to eliminate the tentacle monster once and for all." Then a voice comes, "Oh, the plan revolves around me." And the one who says this is none other than our hero, and after seeing our hero all those people get a bit surprised and then start smiling a little. Then our hero says, "I've barely been here, and I'm already getting such a big role. Is this really okay?" As soon as our hero says this, Ling laughs and says that there is nothing wrong in this. "Anyway, now you are stronger than me and Daping." And immediately after that, Daping smilingly says that if this mission is successfully completed, then you will become the third leader here. And after saying this, Daping looks towards Lai and says, "Brother Lai, you don't mind Zhang Yi surpassing you, do you?" On hearing this, Lai says that no problem, and on hearing what Lai said, Daping starts smiling and showing both his fingers and says, "All right then. 2 days from now, we move." After all the talk is over, our hero starts thinking smilingly using his skill, the mind eye. What an honest proposal. I'm actually a little touched. That is, if I didn't have... As soon as our hero uses the skill and looks at them, he starts seeing what is going on inside their minds. The scene of the building where our hero's friends live is shown. Then suddenly a beep sound is heard, and after hearing this sound, a fat man shouts while holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and as soon as he opens the gate, he says, "Brother Yang is saying something on the walkie-talkie," and immediately after saying this, we see that the walkie-talkie is in Uncle Lai's hand, and all our hero's friends are standing behind him. Then Uncle Lai gets serious and asks our hero, "Hello, Brother Yang, how is everything going there?" And as soon as Uncle Lai asks this, our hero immediately tells him to listen to me carefully, and immediately after saying this, the moment shifts towards our hero, and our hero stands right on the top of a big machine, and our hero's body is shining completely. Then our hero continues his talk and says, "The day after tomorrow morning, at the South Suburban Park, bring Brother Chong and our strongest guys with you. It's time to wipe out the threat in the Southern District once and for all." After explaining the whole plan very well and saying that you all should reach there in a few days along with Brother Chong and all the powerful people, immediately after saying this our hero gets disconnected, and after listening to our hero, Uncle Lai starts explaining the plan to all the people standing there and says to the old man, "Uncle Sheng, you're getting old, so stay out of this risky mission. Besides, someone needs to hold the fort here." As soon as Uncle Lai tells Old Man to stay at the fort, Old Man also accepts Uncle Lai's words, and the very next moment he tells Uncle Lai that you guys should be very careful. This mission can be very dangerous, and this mission is not like the previous one. It is more dangerous than that, and after listening to Old Man, Uncle Lai immediately nods his head in yes and says to Old Man, "Okay, I have understood your whole point," and the very next moment we see that all the other people get ready to go that location, and after looking at all the people, Uncle Lai tells them all Zhang Kai, Xiaokai, Shanshan, Zixuan, Liu Kao, Chen Jai, and Chen Chongyu 7 are coming with me. As soon as Uncle Lai asks those 7 people to come with him, after listening to Uncle Lai, they too say that it is okay. "We will go with you," and after finding his name not in the mission list, the younger one gets surprised and pointing finger towards himself says, "Where is my name? I will also go with your people." And as soon as that child says this, his mother gets very scared and sweat comes on her face. Then his mother says to her children, "War is for grown-ups. What's a kid like you trying to get involved for?" After listening to his mother, the child tells his mother, "I am not a child anymore. I have grown up and I am a man." Saw the child and his mother talking to each other, and seeing the child being so insistent, a man started smiling and said, "Relax, Shui Shuai's mom. He's strong enough now. Not just against zombies, even among our core team. He's no weakling." After listening to his friend, Uncle Lai also starts telling the child's mother, "It's better he gains experience early. I'll keep an eye on him." Then the moment shifts, and we see 2 cars stopping outside a big park. Then the leader Daping comes out of one of the cars and asks if this is the place, and the very next moment we see our hero and all the other people also get out of the car and start looking at the empty park. Then our hero asks those people, "How do we lure it out?" After listening to our hero, the leader Daping smilingly tells our hero that there is no hurry. We have a plan, and on hearing his words, our hero gets a little surprised and starts looking at him. Then suddenly our hero senses something, and immediately after that he looks back at the top of the building. A light is shining, and the next moment the scene on top of that building is seen where our hero's companions are standing, and Uncle Lai is keeping an eye on all those people who have come with our hero, and while Uncle Lai was keeping an eye, a voice comes from behind. "Uncle Lai, can you see clearly? Should we get closer?" As soon as Uncle Lai hears this, "Should we go closer if cannot see clearly?" Uncle Lai replies saying, "Xiaoyang specifically said not to get too close to the park before we act. Get the ropes in place early. Once the action starts, we'll strike from the side." Then the moment shifts to the other side, and the leader looks at a child and says to him, "Child, come here." And on hearing the leader's words, the child starts getting a little scared and goes to the leader and asks, "Yes, leader, what do you need?" On hearing the child's words, the leader starts smiling and says, "Go inside the park quickly." And on hearing this, the child gets very scared. Sweat starts coming on his face. Then the child says, "Wasn't our job just to carry the loot?" As soon as that child finishes his talk, Lai becomes a little serious and asks from behind, "Sister Ling, what is going on here?" After listening to Lai, Ling says smilingly, "That creature's always muttering sun, right? So let's give it a sun. Relax once the tentacle monster shows up. We'll grab it right away. The kid won't be in danger." While Ling was saying this to Lai, the child standing nearby was also listening to this, and after listening to the whole thing, he gets very scared and starts refusing Leader Ling by showing both his hands and says, "I'm not going, I don't want to be bait." As soon as that child refuses to go to the park, Leader Daping moves towards him and lifts him in the air in anger and says that if you do not go inside the park, I will kill you with my own hands. And immediately after saying this, Leader Daping uses all his strength and throws that child in the park, and the next moment that child flies in the air and falls inside the park, and after going inside the park, that child starts opening his eyes in fear, and Uncle Lai was watching all this from the roof, and as soon as he sees, sweat comes on his face, and he says that something is happening below, and as soon as he says this, all those people start coming down with the help of the rope, and on the other side that child stands completely inside the park, and holding his hand says, "Help me," and the next moment we see that behind the child, the tentacle monster jumps from behind the tree and comes behind the children, and as soon as that tentacle monster digs, the entire ground of that place starts breaking, and the child also realizes that someone has come behind them. Then he says while crying that I do not want to die. After seeing the child, the eyes of the tentacle monster become red, and he stands behind the children, and after seeing all this Lai gets very shocked and says while screaming, "All right, the tentacle monster's hooked. Quick, rescue him." Immediately after saying this, Lai starts moving forward to save the child. But the Leader Ling stops him from behind by holding his hand and says that you had promised that you will not steal Jiang's credit, and on hearing this, Lai stops there and turns back and looks at Ling, and after listening to Ling, our hero standing next to him also starts smiling and says that I know I have to fight, and after saying this, our hero immediately jumps from there and goes inside the park, and as soon as our hero reaches close to the child, the tentacle monster from behind also starts taking its tentacles towards that child, and the very next moment our hero reaches before the tentacle of that tentacle monster and throws that child out after falling on him, and Lai standing outside catches that child so that he does not get hurt, and while doing this, our hero's glasses also fall, and seeing all this, the tentacle monster gets very angry and catches our hero with its tentacle, and coming very close to our hero, says that he is calling me, "I want a child. Give me that child," and after listening to his words our hero gets very surprised, and Lai standing on the other side shouts and says, "Jiang, hold on," and after saying this Lai says something else. From behind Leader Daping and Leader Ling catch him and start stopping him from going inside and make him lie down on the ground. Seeing all this happening, Lai asks both of them, "What are you doing? If we don't act now, Jiang Yi will die." As soon as Lai tells this to both the leaders that if we do not go to save Jiang right now, then the tentacle monster will kill Jiang right away. After hearing this, Ling starts smiling and says dying is just right. I thought he'd at least manage to fight the tentacle monster to a draw in the end. He's just another weakling being slaughtered. After hearing this from Leader Ling, Lai gets very angry and says, "Turns out, you guys were scheming from the start. Why?" As soon as Lai asks this to both the leaders that you people were deceiving us from the beginning, "Why were you doing this?" Then our hero interrupts and says that I will tell you why these people were doing this, and on hearing this from our hero, all three of them get very surprised. Then our hero continues his talk and says, "Because I know your secret about eating humans." As soon as our hero says that I knew you people eat human meat. After hearing this, Li gets very shocked, and he does not believe that both the leaders and some of their companions used to eat human meat, and before Lai could think anything further, our hero orders his companions to open fire, and on hearing our hero's order, our hero's companions start opening fire, and both the leaders get very shocked, and after seeing the open fire, Lai also gets a bit shocked that what is going on here, and from behind the wall, Uncle Lai and all his other companions start firing. While Uncle Lai and everyone else were firing from behind the wall, some people started moving forward to free our hero from the tentacle monster, and seeing some people coming towards him, the tentacle monster got very angry. Then that child was moving towards the tentacle monster with a firing bottle in his hand, and the next moment he threw the bottle towards the tentacle monster, and as soon as the bottle hits the monster's body, some part of his body caught fire, but he ignored those things and started looking towards the children and got attracted towards him. The tentacle monster was watching the kids, and after throwing the fire bottle, when the kid saw that nothing happened to the tentacle monster, he got very surprised and clenching his fist and teeth said that this monster is very powerful. And the very next moment the monster started shouting with anger and all the tentacles of his body got activated. Seeing the monster so angry, Kai and the kid standing next to him and his friend standing on the other side get very surprised, and Kai has a gun in his hand, but after seeing the anger of the tentacle monster, sweat starts coming out on his face too, and he says, "This is not an ordinary monster. It is very powerful and we have to be careful of it." Then suddenly Chong comes forward from behind very fast to attack the monster, and after seeing his speed, Kai and all his other companions get very surprised and everyone's mouths are left open. As soon as the monster notices that someone is moving very fast to attack him, the monster starts attacking Chong with his tentacles. On one side, he was standing holding our hero with his tentacles, and on the other side, he was continuously attacking Chong with his tentacles. But Chong was dodging his attacks very easily. And on the other side, Daeping and Ling and one of their companions are hiding behind the tree due to the continuous firing of our hero's team. Then suddenly one of their companions gets very surprised and pointing his finger in the other direction says, "What is that? Another monster." After listening to her partner, as soon as Ling looks towards the fighting direction, she gets very surprised. Her mouth remains open. Sweat comes on her face because she gets very surprised to see the scene that on one side that monster is standing after attacking our hero, and on the other side he is fighting with another monster, and the other monster is supporting the men. After seeing this thing, Ling gets very surprised. And on the other side, the tentacle monster had surrounded Chong from all sides with its tentacles, and the very next moment, it starts completely pressing Chong with its tentacles, and only Chong's eyes are visible, and seeing this happening to him, Chong's eyes become very red with anger, and the very next moment, he destroys all the tentacles of the tentacle monster, and gets free from its captivity. Then suddenly he notices that another tentacle was moving very fast towards him from behind, and as soon as he turns and dodges that attack, the impact of that attack is clearly visible on Chong's face. After the attack, the tentacle monster is looking at Chong, and due to the attack, Chong's condition worsens a bit and he stands with his head bowed. Then our hero starts laughing at Chong and says to him, "Chong Yi, you have met your match." After listening to our hero, Chong gets very angry and his anger is clearly visible on his face. And on the other hand, after seeing the scene, Daeping gets very surprised that a monster is fighting to save humans from another monster, and gets most surprised when he sees that our hero is joking with a monster. Then he starts clenching his teeth and sweat is also coming on his face. Then he says, "Zhang Yi, that kid, still has the heart to joke." And we see that on the other side our hero starts breaking the tentacles of the tentacle monster one by one with his power and starts thinking, "Those are the tentacles of the tentacle man himself." After seeing the power of our hero and how he is easily destroying the tentacle monster's tentacles, that guy gets very scared, and the next moment when he hears our hero's name from the mouth of the children, he gets even more surprised and pointing towards the children, he tells the leader Daeping, "That kid, he seemed to have called Zhang Yi Uncle Zioyong just now." And as soon as Daeping hears this, he tells his friend what is wrong in this. After listening to the leader, the fellow starts telling the leader angrily while gritting his teeth. Zing seemed to have mentioned before that the leader of the gathering place in T-City seemed to be called. And as soon as the leader Ling hears what the guy says, she tells it to the guy, "Zhang Zioyong, are you sure?" And as soon as Ling hears that guy's talk, he takes the name of our hero and asks that guy whether you took this name. Then that guy tells Ling, "That's right, it's Zhang Zioyong." And as soon as leader Daeping hears the whole thing from that guy, he gets very angry and angrily says while hitting his gun on the tree, "We were fooled by this kid." And after hearing this, leader Ling also says while clenching her teeth in anger, "This means that this group of people must be the main fighting force of that gathering place." After saying this, Ling shows her teammates to our hero team, and says that some people are standing behind the tree and some are standing in front. These people are his entire team. The strongest among them is about the same as Lai Cheng, but the weapons in their hands are very powerful. And by the time she was telling this to her teammates, our hero had destroyed all the tentacles of the tentacle monster and freed himself from its grip. Then she starts telling her teammates while pointing towards our hero. The most difficult one is Zhang Yi. And after saying this, Ling points towards Chong and tells her teammate, the mutant whose strength is as strong as the tentacle man. Our chances of winning are slim. Even if we manage to win, I'm afraid both sides will suffer losses. As soon as Ling says that even if we win this fight, there will be losses on both sides. After hearing this, the person standing next to him becomes very angry and confused and asks Ling how there will be losses on both sides. And after listening to him, the very next moment Ling gets very angry and shouts and says, "Got it. Daping, hold those people back. Cover me." On hearing Ling's words, Daping moves forward obeying his orders, and he has an axe in his hand which he throws very fast towards our hero's team. The axe was going so fast towards our hero's team that it started burning like fire halfway through, and the area through which the axe passed started getting completely destroyed, and after seeing this scene, the people of our hero's team got very surprised, and immediately after this, Daping and his team start firing on our hero's team, and seeing the continuous firing suddenly, Uncle Lai also gets very surprised and says, "Damn it, what does the other party want to do by muddying the water?" While Uncle Lai was saying this, on the other side, Ling succeeds in her plan and reaches close to capture the children. Then suddenly seeing Ling coming, that fat guy comes in between Ling and says, "Coming towards us." Ignoring his words completely, Ling gives him a strong kick, and due to Ling's strong kick, that guy flies in the air and falls on the other side. After removing that fat man from her way, the next moment Ling starts moving her hand towards the child with an evil smile, and seeing her doing so, the child gets very scared. Sweat breaks out on his face. Then Ling catches hold of the child, lifts him in the air and smilingly says, "Boy, it's you." And before Ling could say anything further, the child says to Ling, "Don't even think about it. Take me as a hostage." As soon as Ling hears the children word, she starts smiling and says, "The little brat actually." And after saying this, the Ling starts punching the children, and the Ling's attack is so powerful that the children start screaming in pain. As soon as Ling starts punching the kids, after seeing this, the tentacle monster gets very angry and starts shouting in anger. Then suddenly Chong comes and sits on that tentacle monster. But he too gets surprised seeing the behavior of the tentacle monster. Then our hero starts looking towards the tentacle monster, and after noticing something, smilingly tells Chong, let him go. And after hearing this, Chong gets very surprised. Then our hero points his finger towards Ling's team and says, he is ready to risk his life. It's not a wise choice for you to get in his way at this time. After listening to our hero, Ling gets angry and starts pressing the child's neck with her hands and says, if you don't want this kid to be beheaded, put down your weapons. As soon as Ling took the children in his custody, all the people standing there and our hero also got very worried. Then our hero told Chong to release the tentacle monster, and on the other hand, after seeing the child in his custody, Uncle Lai gets very surprised. Sweat starts coming on his face. Then he says to Ling, let him go. I am ready to come in your custody. Do whatever you want to do with me. And as soon as Ling listens to Uncle Lai, she starts smiling and smilingly says, after seeing you people so worried, I have come to know very well that I have taken the right person in my custody. And after listening to him, Uncle Lai gets very angry and starts thinking while clenching his teeth, if anything happens to Shui, how the hell am I supposed to explain it to his mom? While Uncle Lai was thinking, what answer will I give to the mother of that child if something happens to the child? Then suddenly Ling starts pressing the throat of that child and shouting, tells all the people standing there that all of you put your weapons on the ground and go and stand 100 meters away from the weapon. And while saying this, she was pressing the throat of the child very hard, due to which that child was not able to breathe properly, and he was in a lot of pain. And after seeing that child in so much pain, and after listening to Ling, Uncle Lai tells all the people standing behind him to do as she is saying and put the weapons on the ground. And after listening to Uncle Lai, All those people start putting their weapons on the ground. And as soon as Uncle Lai and his other companions put their weapons on the ground and stand at a distance, Ling shouts again and says that tell the monster you have brought with you to kill the tentacle monster right away, and before Ling could say anything further, suddenly a voice comes, Sister Ling, look at the other side, and as soon as Ling looks at the other side, she notices that the tentacles of the tentacle monster have come very close to her. Then Ling suddenly controls herself, dodges the attack of the tentacle monster and flies to the other side in the air, and the attack of the tentacle monster is so strong that it hits the ground, and the ground there blasts, due to which that child falls on the other side, and all the other people fall here and there, and immediately after that the tentacle monster makes its second attack, due to which some of Ling's companions die there itself, in which one of Daping's special men was also there. Seeing him die like this, Daping shouts his name and gets very surprised that he was finished off in a single attack. As soon as Ling dodges the tentacle monster's attack and goes to the other side, she gets very angry and clenching her teeth in anger. She thinks what happened. These people haven't killed the tentacle monster yet, and after thinking so much, she starts looking at our hero clenching her teeth and sees him looking at her. Our hero puts both his hands in his pockets and starts looking at her smilingly. And after seeing our hero and Chong standing next to him in such a chill mood, Ling thinks in her mind that these two are just standing and watching. And on the other side, the master catches the child's feet with his tentacle, and seeing this happening to him, the child gets very shocked, and after seeing the tentacle of the tactical monster in his feet, sweat starts coming out on his face, and Uncle Lai standing far away also shouts at the child and says, Shui Shui, get away from there. And as soon as Uncle Lai says something further, our hero from behind tells Uncle Lai that Uncle Lai, everything is fine. You need not be afraid, and Shui Shui is also completely out of danger. And on hearing this, Uncle Lai gets very surprised that how come there is no danger to Shui Shui from the tentacle monster. Then the tentacle monster pulls Shui Shui towards itself and brings him very close to itself and starts moving both its hands towards him, and seeing the tentacle monster doing this, Shui Shui gets very scared that now he is going to die. Then the tentacle monster says, Son Shui Shui, and on hearing this Shui Shui also gets released that I know this monster. Then from behind our hero says to that monster, Well, Zhang Sheng, I kept my word. Your wife and son are both alive and well. As soon as the tentacle monster hears our hero saying that he has fulfilled his promise, the tentacle monster becomes very happy, and as soon as Shui Shui hears our hero saying this, he is surprised and says, Is this really my dad? Then our hero says to Shui Shui, Yes, he's your father. I guessed it right all along, your dad has the same kind of body as Brother Chong. Upon hearing this from our hero, Shui Shui starts crying while hugging the tentacle monster Zhang and says, Dad, where were you for so many days? We missed you a lot. And after seeing this scene, Daping standing far away gets completely surprised and his brain stops working completely. His face starts sweating, his mouth remains open wondering what is going on here. Then he says, What in the world drama is this? Screw this, retreat, fall back now. As soon as Daping orders his team to get them out of here immediately, they all start running very fast from there, and seeing them doing this, the tentacle monster starts taking its tentacles towards them very fast, and in a short while the tentacle monster catches Daping completely with its tentacle and lifts him in the air and starts pressing him very hard, due to which Daping is in a lot of pain, and the pain is clearly visible on his face, and he is screaming very loudly. Then he tells Ling standing at a little distance from him to quickly cut the tentacle monster's tentacle and free me. And as soon as Daping notices that Ling is completely ignoring him even after listening to him, and is just standing, he starts clenching his teeth in anger and says, Ling, what are you waiting for? Quickly cut the tentacle of the tentacle monster and free me. And after this, Daping does not know what to say. Ling starts running very fast from there. Seeing Ling running, Daping gets angry. He shouts and says that you also turned out to be a cheater, and after running away, Ling starts thinking in her mind, even fighting side by side, we might not win against the tentacle monster, let alone with those guys around. The only way out is while Wang Daping is holding them. While running, Ling was thinking about these things when suddenly she realizes that someone has caught her from behind, and the next moment we see that the tentacle monster has caught Ling's leg with its tentacle, and as soon as the tentacle monster pulls Ling with its tentacle, it falls on the ground with a very high speed from its mouth, and its glasses break completely and Ling starts bleeding from its mouth and nose and its condition becomes very bad. Then the tentacle monster starts pulling Ling towards itself with its tentacle and Ling starts going in that direction while rubbing on the ground. Seeing this happening with it, Daeping in the grip of the tentacle monster starts smiling and says, "You really tried to sell me out. Now look what's happened." After saying so much to Ling, Daeping feels that the tentacle monster's attention is completely on Ling. Then he says to Lai Cheng standing aside, "Lai Cheng, now only you and I are left." And after listening to his words, Lai Cheng's face starts sweating, and he starts clenching his teeth and says that I have no option. And before Lai Cheng can say anything further, suddenly he notices that someone has placed his hand on his shoulder. And as soon as he turns back and looks at our hero, Lai Cheng's face starts sweating. Then he asks our hero, "When did you come behind me? I did not even realize." Then our hero says to Lai Cheng, "Don't move. I'll make sure you walk away from this alive." Lai Cheng was listening to our hero very carefully and was not saying anything. Then Daeping started feeling that Lai Cheng has also betrayed him. That is why he shouts and says, "Lai Cheng, you're betraying us too." Before Daeping could find out anything more, the tentacle monster grabs him mid-air and starts carrying him to the other side. Then, it slams him onto the ground with immense force, causing half of his body to sink into the earth. His condition becomes extremely critical. His entire face gets injured, and blood starts flowing from every part of it. After doing this, the tentacle monster swiftly extends its tentacles toward Daeping and presses his body down on the spot, completely crushing him into a blast. As a result, his body shatters into pieces, and his remains scatter through the air in all directions. After finishing off Daeping, the tentacle monster turns its attention to Ling and starts squeezing her tightly with its tentacles. The unbearable pain makes Ling scream, and she cries out, "Let me go." Hearing this only enrages the tentacle monster even more. It tightens its grip with full force, crushing her mercilessly. Blood immediately starts oozing from Ling's nose and mouth. She struggles to breathe, gasping desperately, but the pressure is too much. Her eyes slowly turn red from suffocation, and soon, even blood begins to seep from them. Due to the immense pressure from the tentacle monster's full power, Ling's eyes turn completely red, and blood starts to stream from them. She struggles to breathe, gasping for air. Within moments, the tentacle monster pushes its power even further. Ling becomes entirely engulfed within its tentacles, only her hair remains visible, fluttering slightly from within the mass. And then, in the very next moment, we witness the horrifying sight. The tentacle monster completely crushes Ling, compressing her into a tight, round shape like a lifeless ball. Just as Ling's body collapsed onto the ground, lifeless and broken, a soft chime echoed beside our hero's ear. A glowing notification gently slid across his vision, shimmering faintly in the dim light. The system had responded. Without needing to touch anything, the message unfolded before him like a whisper from the world itself. The mission was complete. A task labeled Nemesis of Evil Vol. 3 inches had been fulfilled. The objective had been to eliminate the threat and assist a potential companion. The reward, 80 points. His total now stood at 151. Right next to him, Lai Cheng stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at Ling's lifeless form, crushed and curled unnaturally like a discarded doll. The sight had clearly shaken him, the sheer brutality of it impossible to ignore. But our hero, he simply looked at the notification, a faint smile playing on his lips. And then, with a quiet chuckle, he murmured to himself, "This so-called potential companion, don't tell me it's talking about Zhang Shengsh." After reading the notification and murmuring to himself, our hero turned slightly, his gaze shifting toward Lai Cheng, who stood silently at his side. The tension in the air hadn't yet settled, and the sight of Ling's crushed body still lingered heavily around them. With a calm, almost indifferent tone, the hero spoke without looking directly at him. "So," he said quietly, "do you have anything you want to ask?" Lai Cheng flinched slightly at the question. His expression changed not with fear, but something closer to unease. There was hesitation in his eyes, as if he was trying to piece something together that didn't make sense. Then finally, he asked, voice uncertain, "You are from the Tea Leaf Market gathering point in East City, aren't you?" The hero didn't offer much in return. No explanation, no elaboration, just a single word, spoken with certainty. Yes. But Lai Cheng wasn't done. Something still bothered him, something the hero had said earlier that hadn't left his mind. He took a breath and continued, his voice a little quieter now, a little more cautious. "Earlier, when you said eating people, what did you mean by that?" The moment Lai Cheng asked, "What did you mean by eating people?" a subtle change flickered across our hero's face. The calm expression he usually wore shifted, and a faint gleam lit up in his eyes. It wasn't just a look, it was a spark of something darker, something that hinted at a truth hidden beneath the surface. He turned slightly toward Lai Cheng, and his voice grew serious, carrying a weight that made the air around them feel heavier. "You think becoming an evolver is purely based on luck?" The words struck Lai Cheng like a jolt to the spine. He froze, completely stunned. His eyes went wide, staring at the hero in disbelief. A cold sweat broke across his forehead, trickling down his face as realization slowly began to set in. His lips trembled, and his voice came out in a shaky whisper, part question, part dread. "You mean, in order for us to become evolvers, we have to?" After saying those words, Lai Cheng's mind began drifting into the shadows of his past, the ones he had tried so hard to forget. Flashes of memories surged forward, vivid and raw. He saw himself again, capturing people, locking them away like livestock. He had justified it back then, telling himself it was necessary. But now, those justifications were crumbling. One memory stood out, sharp and unforgiving. A woman, tired but still trying to comfort her children, gently hushed them. Her voice was soft, trembling as she whispered, "Be good, don't make a fuss. Uncle needs to eat meat so he'll have the strength to protect us. Brother Lai, I'm sorry. The kids don't understand." The children stared up at her with innocent eyes, still too young to grasp what was happening. Then, she turned toward Lai Cheng and forced a small, strained smile. Lai Cheng had smiled back, extending his hand, saying, "It's all right. Give me the child." And then, without hesitation, he pressed a button on a remote control in his other hand. The woman's smile shattered. Her eyes widened with panic as she rushed forward, desperately trying to stop him. "No, Brother Lai, please don't. You don't have to." But it was already done. As Lai Cheng stood there in the present, these memories crashing into him like waves, his expression twisted into something haunted. It was as if he had just come face to face with a truth far more horrifying than anything outside. His eyes widened, trembling and bloodshot, as if they were about to burst. Sweat poured down his face. He could hear their voices now echoing in his ears. The cries, the begging, the sound of children wailing. It was unbearable. Overwhelmed by it all, Lai Cheng staggered forward and vomited onto the ground. And behind him, watching silently, stood our hero, calm, still, and utterly unmoved, as if he had expected this collapse all along. Right after vomiting, Lai Cheng tried to pull himself together. But the thoughts, those terrible memories, kept clawing at his mind. As he remembered the people, the ones he had helped in prison, rage slowly started to bubble up inside him. It wasn't the kind of rage that exploded outward, it simmered deep, raw, and tangled with guilt. He clenched his fists. His jaw tightened as he bit down on his teeth, trembling. The fury in his eyes was unmistakable, but it was hard to tell who it was directed at. Was he angry at himself for the choices he had made? At the acts he had committed, knowingly or not? Or was it the people behind it, all the ones who had pushed him into this nightmare? His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths. Then, without another word, he turned and bolted racing toward Ling's body. A second later, He crashed down beside her lifeless form, and the madness took over. It was like something inside him had snapped. His hunger, guilt, and rage collided into something monstrous. With a roar of fury, Lai Cheng lunged at her, tearing into the body as if trying to devour all the pain literally, and that's exactly what he did. He screamed, his voice raw and animalistic, as he tore Ling's body apart with his bare hands, ripping into flesh, devouring it in pieces. Blood sprayed across his face, soaked into his clothes, and splattered everywhere. He didn't care. He couldn't stop. By the time it was over, there was nothing left of her. Covered in blood, Lai Cheng stood up slowly, his chest heaving. He tilted his head back and let out a furious scream into the sky. His voice echoed across the silence, filled with pain, rage, and something darker. Then he turned around, eyes wild, teeth clenched, and growled. "So you gained power by eating human flesh too, didn't you?" As soon as Lai Cheng, seething with rage, demanded to know if they too had gained power by eating humans, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. His voice hadn't even faded completely when Uncle Lai stepped forward, extending a hand toward him in alarm and protest. "Hey, what do you think of us?" he said, his voice sharp, almost hurt. "We're not that kind of people." Before Uncle Lai's words had even fully settled, our hero spoke up calmly, turning his eyes toward Lai Cheng with a composed expression. "Relax. We know more than you do," he said evenly. "We have other ways to obtain power." As he finished, he casually lifted his hand and tossed a glowing red substance into the air. It glimmered like a drop of fire as it flew in a gentle arc toward Lai Cheng. Instinctively, Lai Cheng reached out and caught it mid-air. He looked down at it in his palm, curious, cautious. The strange substance pulsed faintly, radiating a subtle energy. He narrowed his eyes and examined it carefully, unsure of what it was. Then our hero explained, "This is what we rely on mutant cores. You can harvest them from zombies or other evolvers. They're not as easy to find as human flesh, sure, but their effects are even better. And most importantly, they don't come with any side effects." Lai Cheng's eyes widened slightly as he looked up from the core in his hand, his mind reeling from what he'd just heard. His voice dropped to a near whisper, edged with disbelief and rising realization. "Side effects?" he asked. Seeing the confusion clouding Lai Cheng's face, our hero watched him quietly for a moment. Then, as soon as Lai Cheng uttered that one uncertain word, "side effects," the hero began to explain, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. "I think you've already started to feel it," he said. "After becoming an evolver, your emotions spiral out of control more easily. And violence, sadistic acts, they excite you, don't they?" Lai Cheng's eyes widened slightly, as if the words were peeling back something he hadn't wanted to admit to himself. "It's irreversible now," the hero continued. "But if you stop eating human flesh from this point on, at the very least, the madness, the violence, it won't continue to grow." With each word, Lai Cheng's breath slowed. The truth struck deep, unsettling and eye-opening. The more the hero spoke, the more Rahul seemed to understand, connecting the dots between his erratic rage and the horrors he'd been part of. And when the hero finally fell silent, Lai Cheng relaxed. Not completely, not with ease, but enough for a weight to begin lifting from his chest. After saying that much to Lai Cheng, our hero suddenly turned around and saw Zhang Sheng and his son looking at each other with overwhelming joy. The reunion clearly meant everything to them, and their faces beamed with relief and happiness. Just then, the hero shifted his attention and said with a sharp voice, "As for you, Zhang Sheng, can you finally speak properly now?" Zhang Sheng, still stunned by everything, waved his hand clumsily and stammered, "Save, Dad." Hearing that, our hero's expression instantly twisted into one of annoyed disbelief, almost like a kid who just heard the worst punchline to a joke. Then, his face darkened, and he shouted, "What the hell? Are you seriously trying to play the father-son card with me right now?" Startled by the outburst, Rahul immediately started acting like a panicked child, scrambling to respond with exaggerated gestures and broken words. I mean Boss Zhang, son. Ahem. Boss Zhang, son. Damn. Seeing him flail around like that, the hero finally cracked a smile. With a faint chuckle, he raised his hand, waved it a bit, and said, "You're just like Chong Yi. Even though the mutation damaged your speech center, your mind is still relatively clear. But the way you look right now, honestly, it's terrifying. Come on, let's bring you back to the base." Upon hearing that, Zhang Sheng's face lit up with a strange mix of joy and relief. He began babbling excitedly, his words barely coherent. "No need I this soil momentum sun worry disappeared Boss Zhang. Immense intelligence, immense intelligence." Though his words made little sense, the sheer enthusiasm in his voice made it clear Zhang Sheng was back, in his own strange way. While our hero was still speaking with Zhang Sheng, his attention was suddenly drawn to Lai Cheng, who was standing quietly behind him, rubbing his eyes with his hands. The hero turned toward him with a faint smile and said gently, "Brother Lai Cheng, now that all the threats have been eliminated, the remaining people at the Zifeng steel plant, I'm afraid they'll have to rely on you to lead them from now on." As those words settled in, Lai Cheng's expression shifted. He clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes heavy with guilt and resolve. Then he said in a strained voice, "No, I've eaten human flesh before. If I become the leader of Zifeng steel plant, no one will be safe." Hearing that, our hero paused for a moment, thinking deeply. Then he turned to his companions and calmly suggested, "In that case, Brother Lai Hongli, I think you should take the lead at the steel plant." His comrades looked slightly surprised by the sudden decision, but before anyone could object, Uncle Lai nodded firmly and said, "Yes, that's acceptable." Acknowledging Uncle Lai's support, the hero then added, "Lai Cheng will come back with me to the Tea Leaf City base." With that said, the hero walked over to Lai Cheng, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and looked into his eyes. "The demon inside your heart, I'll be the one to keep it in check." Lai Cheng froze. His eyes widened with disbelief, completely stunned by the weight and kindness of those words. Just then, the scene shifts dramatically. We find ourselves on the outskirts of a neighboring city. The entire area looks like a post-apocalyptic jungle. Buildings stand partially collapsed, overtaken by sprawling vines and trees growing out of shattered concrete. Nature has reclaimed the ruins. Through the eerie silence, faint shadows of people move cautiously between the trees. But within moments, panic erupts. Screams tear through the air. People are crying out in terror, begging for their lives. Tears stream down their faces as the horrifying truth sets in their moments away from death. Their voices tremble with desperation, pleading for mercy. But mercy isn't coming. Their predators are not ordinary zombies. They resemble something twisted, not quite zombies, not quite tentacled monsters, a horrific hybrid. These creatures loom in the shadows, their grotesque forms shifting between the organic and the unnatural. As they close in, some survivors begin to run, screaming for help, watching in horror as one by one, their companions are dragged back consumed, wrapped in tendrils, swallowed by the growing forest of leaves and branches that seem to move with the monsters themselves. Those caught by the creatures are enveloped by thick foliage, their screams muffled as leaves tighten around them like a living cocoon, sealing their fate. And then, just when one of the creatures grabs a man and prepares to strike, a sudden flash of green smoke erupts. The air thickens, and in the blink of an eye, the monsters vanish. Completely, swallowed by the smoke, as if they were never there. After dragging people into that eerie green smoke, the monsters begin to slaughter them mercilessly. The process is brutal, silent only for a moment before screams erupt once again, muffled by the shifting foliage. That green mist and the way the leaves wrap around the victims, it all seems to be an ability of these strange creatures. They don't look like anything human. These monsters are unlike any known species, alien and terrifying. On top of their heads, glowing stones pulse with an unnatural light. Around their bodies, tiny trees and plants seem to grow and move as if alive, sprouting from their skin like living armor. Their eyes are twisted, warped in shape and direction, partially hidden beneath gnarled roots that snake across their faces like veins of wood. They are not just monsters, they are walking, living mutations of forest and flesh, and they hunt with a cruel precision that sends shivers down the spine. In the middle of a dense forest, a girl was completely exhausted. She placed her hands on her knees and leaned against a tree for support, trying to catch her breath. Just then, her two companions who were desperately trying to reach a safe location turned around. What they saw left them shocked. Even in a situation like this, she was resting. As the girl saw them looking back at her, disappointment filled her eyes. Her voice, faint and tired, reached out to them. "I can't run anymore," one of the boys was startled by her words. He rushed to her, grabbed her hand, and said with urgency, "You can't run. You still have to. If they catch us, we'll be ripped to pieces." Seeing the two of them talking, another boy in a black shirt, who was also part of their group, raised his hand into the air and shouted, "Wait." There were a few more people with them now. The boy who had gone to the girl placed his hand gently on her shoulder and asked the black-shirted boy, "What is it?" The one in black held up a finger, signaling them to stay quiet, and whispered sharply, "Listen carefully." Immediately after that, they hear a sound. The moment the sound reaches their ears, the group is overcome with joy. Their faces light up with expressions of relief and happiness as they realize it. One by one, they exclaim, "It's the wind! It's the sound of wind!" Another voice joins in, equally excited, "Really, it's truly the sound of wind." The boy in the black shirt also speaks up, his voice full of urgency, but with a hint of hope. "If we hear the wind, it means we're close to the edge of the jungle. We're almost there." But their happiness doesn't last long. A sudden, terrifying realization strikes them all. They feel something is closing in behind them. A low, eerie noise breaks the tense silence. Fear grips them as they turn and break into a frantic run. The sound of their footsteps pounding the earth mixes with the frantic beating of their hearts. Halfway through the run, one of the boys, still holding on to the girl, glances back, his voice desperate as he shouts to her, "Victory is within reach. We can't die here." Minutes later, they burst into a new area. Tall buildings appear before them, a beacon of hope. But they are all exhausted from the relentless sprint, barely able to keep their eyes open. One of the boys, gasping for air, points ahead. "Light! There's light ahead! We're close to the edge of the jungle." The girl, her eyes glistening with hope, points to the same location with a smile, her voice shaking with relief. "We made it. We did it. We're finally safe." But as soon as she says those words, the atmosphere shifts. From the very tree beneath which the girl had been standing, something dangles. It looks like a rope at first glance, but then it moves fast, too fast. Before anyone can react, the object shoots forward, wrapping around the girl's neck with a brutal force. Her heart races, her breath catching in her throat. She is too stunned to scream. And then, from the shadows, a monstrous tree creature stirs, its branches twisting and reaching for the girl. The sight of it fills them all with pure terror. The girl, eyes wide with fear, screams for help, but her voice is drowned out by the monster's low growl as its massive mouth opens wide and clamps down around her. The tree-like creature pulls her into its jaws, and in the blink of an eye, she's gone. Her companions stand frozen, paralyzed by the horror before them. The creature tosses her lifeless body to the ground like a broken doll. The boy who had been urging her to keep going, the one who had placed his hand on her shoulder to give her strength, now stares at her crumpled form with disbelief. His eyes fill with tears, and his body trembles as he falls to his knees, crying out her name in anguish, "No, no Xiao Tong." Seeing him break down, the black-shirted boy walks over, his face filled with a quiet, desperate grief. He places a hand on the crying boy's shoulder, trying to steady him, his voice filled with an urgency that masks his own sorrow. "Hey, snap out of it." But the boy, ignoring his companion's plea, only cries harder. His grief consumes him, his shoulders shaking as the pain of losing his friend becomes unbearable. Guilt, sorrow, helplessness, it all crashes over him like a tidal wave. And then a fierce slap lands on his face. The black-shirted boy hits him with such force that a red mark immediately blooms across his cheek. The sound echoes through the air like a gunshot. He grabs him by the collar, yelling furiously, his voice raw with emotion, "Xiao Tong is dead, and if you don't want to die with her, then get a hold of yourself." The words cut deep. The crying boy stares at him in stunned silence for a moment, and then, tears streaming down his cheeks, he lowers his head and whispers, choking on the words, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The moment shifts. We see the group of 4 finally reaching the glowing lights ahead. There's a faint shimmer of hope in their eyes again, even if dimmed by sorrow. They move toward the illuminated zone. But just as they reach it, the scene shifts once more, and on the other side, the monsters begin to appear. They're not ordinary beasts. They emerge slowly, ominously, from the shadows. Their bodies grotesquely resemble trees' bark like skin, twisted limbs, and branch-like protrusions jutting out from every angle. They're moving steadily, silently, toward the very same location the 4 are approaching. The view shifts again. The boys keep moving, and after some distance, they arrive at a clearing. And when their eyes land on what lies ahead, the black-shirted boy freezes in his tracks. A look of shock paints his face, sweat beading on his forehead. His voice trembles as he stares ahead. "I recognize this place. This is the wild park on the outskirts of City. We've made it. We're in City." Hearing this, the other 2 stop as well, surprised by the revelation. One of them furrows his brow and says, "That's strange. Why isn't there a single person here?" Another follows, equally confused. "It's like this entire place has been abandoned." The black-shirted boy glances over his shoulder, unease settling in his chest. His voice is quiet but heavy. With what happened in a city, it makes sense. City must have been evacuated too. But just as he speaks those words, the boy walking slightly ahead of them points towards something in the distance. His voice sharpens with alarm. "What is that?" And just as the boy points towards something ahead, all of his companions freeze in place. It looks like someone is standing behind a streetlight. Eyes narrowing, the black-shirted guy waves his arm toward the shadowed figure and calls out with cautious hope, "A survivor. Looks like some of the people who escaped earlier actually made it." Then, raising his voice, he shouts, "Hey, friend, where's the evacuation point?" But that someone isn't human at all. As the figure steps into the light, their hearts drop. It's not a survivor, it's Tentacle Man Zhang. And the moment they recognize him, terror explodes across their faces. Panic strikes like lightning. They scream. They run as fast as their legs can carry them. They dash through the empty street. Only after putting some distance between themselves and the monster do they finally slow down, gasping for breath. One of them glances behind, whispering nervously, "Is he chasing us?" Another answers, "Doesn't look like it." But just as that small relief begins to settle in, they feel something. A cold dread slithers up their spines. They slowly turn their heads and see it. More creatures. Unfamiliar, grotesque monsters, moving toward them from the other side. In mere seconds, they're surrounded. One side Tentacle Man Zhang, the other 3 sides those unknown monsters, their twisted forms growing clearer in the dim light. Fear grips them like a vice. They're coming from that way too. Damn it, we're completely surrounded. Hopelessness begins to take root. One of them drops to his knees, broken. Tears stream down his face as he sobs, voice cracking under the weight of despair. "It's over. We shouldn't have run. If we had just stayed hidden in the forest, maybe we could have survived a few more months." Xiao Tong too. His voice fades. The monsters are getting closer. Too close. The black-shirted boy trembles as he slowly draws his weapon, desperation carved into every inch of his face. His hands shake. Tears fall. He grips the weapon tighter and whispers to himself, "I don't want to be torn apart by them. I don't want to die like that." He raises the blade toward his own neck, and just as he's about to strike, he sees something. His eyes widen. The very monster that had sent them fleeing in fear, Tentacle Man Zhang, suddenly lets out a roar and lunges, not at them, but at the other monsters. In a stunning twist, Jang barrels through the unknown beasts, tearing through them one by one like a violent storm. The group watches, stunned and speechless, as this terrifying entity who moments ago was their nightmare now becomes their unexpected savior. Jang pushes forward, destroying everything in his path. The moment shifted once again. A vast, quiet space came into view, its atmosphere immense, yet somehow peaceful. Standing by the tall window, the wind brushing against his hair, the hero gazed into the distance and muttered softly, "The wind's strong today." It was a calm observation, almost too calm, until the sharp chime of a new notification sliced through the silence, pulling him back into focus. He glanced at the screen, and his eyes lit up as the message appeared. The mission was progressing. Another subdivision had been established, this time the Westwind Steel Factory. The system acknowledged his efforts, rewarding him generously. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. 80 more points, he said, half laughing. That's quite a lot. I almost can't spend it fast enough. With eager fingers, he tapped the screen and dove into the store interface, curious to see what new treasures had appeared. And there they were, fresh options shimmering before him, calling out like hidden gems begging to be unearthed. One in particular made his breath hitch. A level 3 supply crate. His mind flashed back. Just a level 2 crate had once given him the overload physique. The possibilities sent a thrill racing through him. "Let's see what this beast has inside," he whispered, selecting it without a second thought. He didn't stop there. One after another, he claimed what he needed, and the screen flooded with response after response as if unleashing a tide. First came the rugged, armored jeep, its presence a symbol of sheer power and utility. Then, something far more sinister yet intriguing, an enslavement mark. A dangerous tool with the potential to bind an enemy into loyal servitude. Only one at a time, but even one could change everything. And finally, a serum, 30 full units of concentrated physical enhancement, enough to take his already formidable strength to a whole new level. As the lights from the screen faded, he stood there, surrounded by silence once more. But the quiet wasn't the same. Now, it pulsed with energy potential, humming in the air like a storm on the edge of breaking. His world was shifting, and he was ready for whatever came next. As the final notification blinked into place, he leaned back, eyes narrowing in thought. Only one target can be enslaved, HMPH. For now, Chang'ai, Yang Sheng, and Lai Cheng are still stable. Better to observe for a while. Even as that thought settled in his mind, another alert appeared, this one, more ominous than the last. Mission, Scavenger Utopia in progress. Objective, expand the community. Progress, repel an invasion at any independent outpost ongoing. Score reward, 10. New mission, Weed Killer Vol. 1. Objective, eliminate the threat of weeds. Reward, 100 points. He raised an eyebrow and blinked at the screen. Weed killer? Eliminate the threat of weeds? Wait, are they seriously sending me to pull weeds out of a field now? He couldn't help but chuckle, but deep down, he knew this mission would be far more than it seemed. In a world like this, even weeds could mean war. Just as our hero was still reacting to the flood of notifications, still chuckling at the absurd name of his next mission, Weed Killer Vol, a sudden voice crackled to life from the walkie-talkie resting on the table behind him. "Zioyangji? Can you hear me? Shuai's dad. Something's wrong." The moment he heard that familiar, urgent voice, his entire demeanor shifted. The light-hearted smirk vanished from his face. He turned sharply, eyes narrowing as he stared at the walkie-talkie. A cold breeze blew through the open window behind him, ruffling his coat, but he didn't flinch. He stepped toward the device, each footstep heavy with tension, a storm brewing silently behind his calm expression. Someone needed help, and it wasn't just a mission anymore. Some people stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. Whispers broke out among them, tense and uneasy. Could he be just like that zombie? Is he also with Leader Zhang? The words trembled in the air, and the fear in their voices was matched only by the sweat slowly trailing down their faces. And then they saw Zhang. He was walking toward them, calm and unbothered, dragging a grotesque monster across the ground with one hand. Its body scraped against the dirt, lifeless. Behind him followed the group of survivors, the very people he had rescued from the clutches of those monsters. Every step he took was heavy, yet steady, as if he carried not just the beast, but the weight of everything that had happened. As he drew closer, his eyes swept over the crowd. But before anyone could speak, a voice pierced the silence. "Dad!" Zhang's head turned sharply toward the sound. A child was sprinting toward him, his tiny legs barely able to keep up with the burst of emotion. Right behind him was a woman, his mother, her eyes filled with overwhelming relief. Tears streamed freely down her cheeks, not from pain, but from a joy so sudden, so unexpected, that it shattered the fear in her heart. Seeing the two of them rushing toward Zhang, the old man standing nearby blinked in confusion, slightly dazed by the emotional intensity of the moment. "My wedding?" he mumbled, his mind struggling to piece together the words. Our hero, standing right beside him, couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight. Glancing at the old man, he said with a soft chuckle, probably meant his wife. The mutation must have damaged the language center in his brain. He's almost like a patient with aphasia now. And then just like that the women reached Zhang and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a trembling embrace. Her sobs were quiet but deep, the kind that came from someone who thought they had lost everything, only to find it again. The moment between Zhang and the woman felt like time had paused. She held him tightly, but while the warmth of reunion filled the air, our hero's focus was elsewhere. He silently approached the grotesque corpse of the monster Zhang had dragged in. With calm precision, he knelt beside it, reached down, and tore off a chunk of its twisted flesh. He held it up, inspecting it with cold eyes, then muttered to himself, "This is it?" Zhang turned sharply at the words, eyes wide. Without waiting, he began to speak, listing names, codes, odd combinations that only made sense in a world now overrun by chaos. Strange terms fell from his lips, and our hero's face grew more serious with each one. A thin line of sweat traced down his brow. "Stewed chaos meat," he repeated, the words catching in his throat. Then came the voices of the others, the survivors who had come with Zhang. One of them raised his arm, pointing toward the horizon, his voice shaking as he spoke. They were from a city, he said. But the city was no longer what it had been. Now, it was buried beneath a jungle. Not just plants, people were mutating into something else, something unnatural. They had become part of the forest itself. Our hero stared at the piece of flesh in his hand, the weight of realization settling over him. "Plant-type mutations," he whispered. He stood up slowly, turning his gaze toward the group. His voice was calm but carried the sharp edge of truth. "You were led here. Along the way, you must have seen it. Most people have already turned into zombies." The man who had spoken froze, lips parted in shock. The words hit like a stone in still water. Our hero turned to look at the old man behind him and spoke without hesitation. "There's an armored jeep 2 streets east, behind the ruined wall. Get someone to bring it back." The old man gave a quiet nod. Understood. Without missing a beat, the hero faced the group again. "You, come with me. We're heading toward the border between the two cities. There's something we need to see." And with that, the moment of reunion faded behind them, as the shadows of a deeper truth began to rise. After hearing the hero's words, Zhang, the unknown man, and 2 of the hero's companions set out with him toward the marked location. The air was thick with unease, and the jungle loomed closer with every step. Not long into their journey, the hero suddenly stopped and crouched down, examining the ground with sharp eyes. Something had caught his attention. That's when the unknown man, following closely behind, looked around nervously and said, "These vines, they've grown taller since just a short while ago." The hero didn't lift his gaze. Calmly, he replied, "We're going into the jungle." The moment the words left his mouth, the man froze. His face turned pale, sweat beginning to bead across his forehead. He stumbled back slightly, eyes wide. What? Into the jungle? Boss, it's too dangerous in there. If that's where we were trying to escape from, then why go back? The hero finally stood and turned his head slightly. His tone remained composed, but firm. If we leave it unchecked, it won't take long before the Xifeng steel plant is swallowed completely. And when that happens, both daily life and production will be in jeopardy. Without waiting for a reply, the hero turned toward the group, his gaze landing on Kai. But before that, there's something even more important we need to do first. Kai blinked, confused. What is it? The hero's expression sharpened as he spoke. To give you all the strength to face these crises on your own. Then, with a spark of resolve, he added, call Lao Lai and gather the people from Xifeng's steel plant. Over the next few days, we hunt together. The scene shifts abruptly. In the dense, shadowy depths of the forest, a massive monster hungrily devours something grotesque, its grotesque jaws smearing the ground with gore. Suddenly, it pauses, its body stiffens. Something behind it has caught its attention. The beast turns its head slightly, sensing an unfamiliar presence. Then, without a sound, our hero appears, standing tall behind the creature, his figure bathed in the eerie glow of the jungle light. In the next instant, a violent surge of power erupts from him. His eyes blaze crimson, and an overwhelming energy radiates from his body, shaking the very air. With a single, devastating strike, he tears the monster in half clean through the center. Blood sprays into the air as the monster crumbles in a heap. All around, our hero's comrades begin their counterattack. With steady precision, they open fire on the advancing zombie horde, eliminating them one by one. Gunfire echoes through the forest until the last of the undead falls. Silence returns. Our hero steps forward, examining the remains of the monster he just cut down. His gaze is cold, calculating. But before anything more can be uncovered, the moment shifts again. Somewhere else, an unknown monster crouches near the corpses of several zombies. Humanoid, but not quite human. Its body bears traces of a man, but with a skin texture and bone structure that betray its monstrous nature. It sniffs the air, scanning the bodies. Then it snarls. Where are the living ones? No survivors. Just then, one of the supposed corpses, actually a zombie, lunges at it. Annoyed, the creature's expression twists into rage. With effortless force, it strikes back, instantly crushing the zombie. Its body trembles, and it clutches its head, wincing as if in pain. I don't want to eat zombies anymore. Can't I just run into some real ones? At that moment, the monster pauses, sensing something. The scene cuts once again. Behind a crumbling wall, a man watches cautiously as his companion begins creeping out, clearly intending to attack something. He shouts, panic in his voice. Hey, are you crazy? The chief gave strict orders not to open the door or go out right now. Hearing this, the reckless man stops, shrugs, and replies, come on, what's the big deal? They already cleared out most of the zombies around here. The monster, still hidden behind the wall, observes the exchange. Its twisted lips curl into a smile. So there are survivors, real, untainted humans. It licks its lips slowly, its eyes gleaming with hunger. But these people, they've got some serious firepower. If I go alone, it might... The monster doesn't finish the thought, but it begins creeping forward, each step calculated, like a predator stalking prey. The moment shifts again. A soft chime echoes in our hero's ears. Notifications appear before him like flickers of light. Refresh successful, exchange successful, current points 3. He scans the messages and a faint smile plays on his lips. A sense of quiet satisfaction settles over him. Cut to the inside of a secured room, where he stands surrounded by his team. The tension in the air is replaced by a calm silence. Then, he speaks, his voice steady, decisive. Lai Hongli, Jiang Kai, divide these mutant cores between the two of you. The words hang in the air for a moment. Uncle Lai, clearly surprised, raises a hand with hesitation. This isn't right, is it? Little Yang, you earned those. It's your credit. Standing beside him, Kai adds, exactly. And besides, everyone contributed. Just the two of us taking the reward feels. Before he can finish, the hero interrupts, firm but composed. No need to argue. We have more than enough weapons and ammunition. But what we really need are top-tier fighters. It's better to raise a few elite warriors than let everyone remain half-trained and vulnerable. The room falls silent again. Then, turning slightly, the hero glances at Shanshan standing quietly behind him. Also, Shanshan. Shanshan blinks in surprise. Yes, hero speak, come with me, he says simply. The scene shifts once more. We see Shanshan gently opening a door, smoothing her hair back as she steps forward. What is it? She asks softly. Suddenly, a child nearby holds up a finger. Keep quiet. Behind the door, the child and a group of people are silently eavesdropping, leaning in close, barely breathing. Muffled voices can be heard from beyond the door. It might hurt a little, try to endure it. Everyone holds still, waiting, listening, unsure whether the voice will bring comfort or something far worse. Everyone stood frozen at the gate, ears straining to catch the voices echoing from within. The atmosphere was tense, thick with curiosity and suspense. And then just like that the gate creaked open. All heads snapped toward it. It was him. Our hero stood there, shock rippled through the crowd like a wave. No one expected him to appear like this suddenly, unannounced, and with that calm, almost chilling confidence. But while others gaped in disbelief, Director Kai smiled. A strange, knowing smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Their eyes locked. Xiao Yang, that was fast, Kai said, his voice casual, but it was the calm before the storm. Without warning, the hero strode forward, grabbed Kai by the ear, and yanked him inside. Go easy, Xiao Yang, Kai squealed, stumbling behind him. But the hero didn't stop, dragging him like an unruly child through the hall. And then she appeared. Shanshan sat silently on a chair just ahead, holding her arm where a fresh injection mark pulsed with faint energy. The moment Kai noticed her, our hero delivered a swift kick to his back, sending him flying forward with a yelp. Kai barely managed to stop himself from crashing into her. Caught between pain and embarrassment, Kai rubbed the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Shanshan, did you just get vaccinated? Before she could respond, the hero stepped up beside her and spoke calmly. You've just devoured so many alien cores, you're now one of the strongest in the ranks. Kai laughed, nervously playing it off. All because Xiao Yang pampers you too much, but the warmth in his voice vanished the moment the hero turned to him again. His expression changed sharper, colder. Get up. Spar with Shanshan. The air turned heavy. Kai blinked. The laughter died from his lips. Sweat formed on his brow. That's not right. I can't fight a girl. The hero just smirked and pointed at Shanshan. Kai hesitated, murmuring, bully a girl. Then came the voice that sealed his fate, calm, confident, and amused. Shanshan, give Kai a nice, solid slap. Don't hold back. Go all out. He can take it. Kai tried to laugh it off again. Go all out. But before he could even raise his guard, the slap landed like thunder. Kai flew across the room, crashing near Chong and the chubby guy, who scrambled to catch him before he hit the ground. His face burned, a red handprint glowing like a brand of divine judgment. Everyone stared in silence. Even Shanshan looked down at her own hand in disbelief. How? How could I hit that hard? The hero stepped forward, his voice low but firm. I gave her a physical enhancement serum. Right now, aside from me and Brother Chong, none of you can even hope to match her. Kai sat up, one hand on his swollen cheek. His pride shattered more than his face. I thought, Lao Lai and I were Xiao Yang closest, most loyal allies, he muttered, hurt bleeding through his words. But the chubby man standing beside him only laughed, pointing a finger straight at Kai's nose. Closest, please. Xiao Yang not gay. Why would you be the one he's closest to? The air thickened with gravity once more, and the scene shifted again. Now, everyone stood in a quiet semicircle, facing the one man whose presence could turn hope into fire, our hero. He looked each of them in the eyes, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade drawn in ceremony. Brother Chong, Zhang Shengsh, Lai Cheng, and his gaze moved, settling like iron upon the man in the black shirt. You're coming with us, into City S. That single declaration struck like a thunderclap. The man in the black shirt froze, his face turned pale, eyes wide with horror. He backed away, hands waving frantically as if trying to erase himself from reality. No, I barely made it out alive. I'm not going back in there, he cried, his voice cracking from terror. But before anyone could speak, a voice cut through his panic, sharp, unforgiving. It was Lai Cheng, standing just behind him, arms crossed, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. We're going back to save your comrades, your family, and you don't even have the guts to follow. The words struck deep. The black-shirted man's face twitched. His lips trembled. Sweat poured down his temples. Then he folded. He clasped his hands together and pleaded, I have no one left, no comrades, no family. Please, I beg you, just don't make me go back. I'll do anything, any labor, just let me stay here. The desperation in his voice echoed against the silence, pathetic and raw. But then another voice rang out, sharp, clear, and full of quiet fire. I will. Hero turned. It wasn't a new face, it was the other man. The one who had escaped the forest beside the black-shirted coward. But unlike his companion, he stood tall, eyes burning not with fear, but with purpose. I'll go with you, he said to the hero, his voice steady as steel. The scene abruptly shifts. A chilling gust sweeps through the outskirts of M City's western district. Under the cloak of the Black Knight, a twisted figure roams the deserted streets, his monstrous form barely hiding beneath the tattered remnants of humanity. His sharp, beast-like eyes flicker with hunger as he mutters to himself, I remember, it should be around here. But then he pauses, raising a clawed hand to his temple, brows furrowing in frustration. Damn it, my mind's getting duller and duller. If I don't get fresh human flesh soon, who knows what I'll become. Just as he mutters those unsettling words, a sound pierces the silence. The monster's head whips around. He hears it just past the alley. He breaks into a run, his breathing heavy with anticipation. I was right, it is nearby. He darts through the darkness like a predator scenting blood, until he reaches a dim, run-down building. The door is half-rotten, but he wastes no time and shoves it open. But what he sees inside isn't what he expected. 2 men, with 2 girls, in the midst of something vile, something he hadn't meant to witness. Embarrassed, the beastly figure instantly lowers his gaze, turning his head aside with a cough. The 2 men freeze. They turn around slowly, eyes narrowing as they recognize him. One of them sneers. You've got some guts, coming back here. The intruder raises his hands in defense, taking a cautious step back. Hey, don't get mad. I'm not here to steal anything this time. I came to share information. That's when the 2 girls, now wrapping themselves in whatever dignity remains, speak up with sharp suspicion. Share information? Like hell you would. Yeah, we're all half monsters now, don't try to trick us with crap like that. But the monster man shakes his head vigorously. I'm serious. There are so many pure, fresh humans, a whole group, but they've got weapons. I can't take them on alone. That's why I came to make a deal. The room goes quiet for a breath. Then, slowly, the others begin to move, closing in around him, watching, listening. The man with dreadlocks and blood-red eyes chuckles darkly, standing just inches away. Fine, I'll believe you this once, but if you're lying, he leans in close, lips curling into a hungry grin. You'll be our next meal. The beast man gulps but manages a weak smile. Oh, of course not. I wouldn't dare. Before he can relax, one of the girls steps forward, her tone playful. Well then, looks like we're allies now. Come, join us. Let's enjoy ourselves together. She walks toward him, swaying slightly, a seductive smile on her lips. The beast man's mouth begins to water uncontrollably. And then, like the monster he truly is, he lunges. The atmosphere shifts again. Now we see our hero, accompanied by his 3 comrades and the Zuzinkai, deep in the heart of the jungle. The moon above barely pierces the thick canopy of leaves, casting only fragmented light. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The Zuzinkai whispers, his voice strained with fear, "Be careful, behind every cluster of leaves, on every single tree, something could be lurking." Our hero glances toward him, and with a calm but curious voice asks, "By the way, what's your name?" The Zuzinkai hesitates, slightly startled that anyone would ask in a moment like this. "I'm Zuzinkai," he replies. Hearing this, our hero smiles faintly. His tone is soft but strong. "So you do have guts. Your friend was terrified out of his mind, but you still dared to come back." Zuzinkai's expression darkens. His voice grows tight, trembling with pain and purpose. "My girlfriend was killed by a plant creature. I want revenge, and my parents, they're still in this jungle. If there's even a sliver of a chance I can save them, I have to try." Our hero doesn't hesitate. His voice turns commanding. "You'll take the front. Lai Cheng, you'll cover the rear. Chong Yi and Zhang Sheng flank him, left and right. Zuzinkai is our only guide. If he dies, we've come all this way for nothing." Zuzinkai listens in silence, but anger brews within him. His fists clench at our hero's practical words. Then, trying to hold back emotion, he says, "Thank you for being willing to help me." But before he can finish, our hero cuts in coldly, "Don't get the wrong idea. We're not here for you. Our goal is to stop this jungle from spreading any further." Suddenly, a slimy, rope-like tendril slithers down from above, just inches from our hero's head. He glances up, eyebrows furrowed. What the hell? Something sticky. But then Zuzinkai's eyes go wide. A memory floods back. His girlfriend. She was leading the way that day. A vine had dropped from above, just like this one. And then a massive tree-like monster had descended and devoured her before anyone could scream. "No," Zuzinkai shouts, his voice raw and panicked. "Get away, it's happening again, run." But it's too late. The tendril snaps tight around our hero's torso, spiraling around him like a serpent and yanking him high into the air. His feet leave the ground in an instant, his body suspended as leaves explode around him. Behind them, a hulking tree monster emerges from the shadows, roots like limbs, bark like armor, glowing eyes buried in moss. Its trunk opens like a mouth, revealing layers of jagged wooden fangs, moving closer, ready to feast. But in mid-air, our hero doesn't panic. Instead, he growls and grabs hold of the vine-like tendril. Our hero breaks free from its grip and immediately jumps to the ground. Dust flies in the air with his movement. He grabs the trunk of the tree-like monster. A man standing nearby sees this and is stunned. "How is this possible?" he mutters. The hero pulls the monster with all his strength. There is a loud jerk and the monster falls to the ground. Its huge body collapses, as if all the energy attached to the roots has been released at once. It is now trembling, its strength is almost gone. The demon suddenly flies into the air, as if his strength is trying to take him away. He tries to escape at his full speed, as if his intention is only to escape. His body is furious in the sky, and with every movement, a strange sound is echoing in the air. Our hero, whose attention was now completely focused on that demon, sees and understands that he is trying to escape. He thinks without hesitation, "Can it really run?" There is a feeling of doubt on his face for a few moments, but then the same determination: the demon will have to be caught under all circumstances. Just then, a harsh voice resonates. "With Zhang, hurry! Do not give him a chance to run away." This voice was that of a hero. Zhang sang, which was a tentacle monster, spreads the strength of his body completely in his arms, as if preparing to cover it in a huge net. Every muscle of his body emerges, and he pounces to catch the demon made of tree with full power. The huge branches of a tree made of tree were swinging in the air, as if he was trying to escape in some way, but Jiang Sang's grip was so strong that there was no difficulty in flying it. He draws her to him, and then, waving in the air, with full force draws the demon down. After a few seconds, he held her completely in her grip, and then with a loud voice, he slaps the demon on the ground. A deep voice resonates, as if a huge mountain is falling. Our hero and his companions stare in silence at the fallen giant on the ground. There is no visible reaction on anyone's face, neither fear, nor relief, nor excitement. Just a deep, silent silence. But then, some smoke-like gases start coming out of the giant's mouth. It was a light white line at first, then it slowly thickened and turned into a mysterious mist. As the gas reaches our hero, he involuntarily sniffs it. His face tightens for a moment. "There's something strange about this smoke," he mutters to himself. "It smells strange. Sweet, but cold inside. It's not normal." He looks around and immediately tells his companions, "Everyone be careful. This smoke doesn't feel right to me." But as he turns back, he freezes. The entire area is now filled with mist so thick that even the fingers of the hand cannot be seen clearly. He looks around but can't see anyone anywhere. As soon as the smoke spread, everything started getting blurred. But the gas did not have any profound effect on the boy. He was still completely conscious. He stopped his breath and looked around. How did all this happen suddenly? He bubbled himself. And only then. His eyes fell on his colleagues moving forward. They were all moving forward under the influence of some unknown power, as if someone was pulling them. The boy was shocked. What is this happening? Then a slight sound came from the bushes. He immediately folded, slightly cautious, slightly scared. A girl came out of the bushes. There was worry in his eyes, but there was no nervousness in the trick. "Oh," she spoke slowly. He pointed out by hand and said, "You should get out of there early. The whole area is infected. If you go there, you will also become the same as everything else." The boy kept looking at him for a few seconds, then said slowly, "Okay, I'm coming." On the other end, our hero's fort like a base, some shadows from a distance were slowly growing. They were no common people. These were the goons who came from outside the fort dreaded, thirsty of blood. One of them pointed with his hand-stained hand. "This is that place. Our real victim is hidden here." Red liquid dripping from her lips. That hungry shining in his eyes. For example, the taste of human meat has dominated his mind. But then his partner stopped him the same, because he remembered. The watchman may also be present at the fort. The guns stood up, ready to shoot any moment. But two girls. She was following them. She was leading. There was no fear on his faces. But then, a man who was no longer able to control his hunger slowly moved forward. A strange smile spread on his face, like his brain was now focused on only one thing: fresh meat. He looked down, shook lips. "Now I don't wait. I will eat it." He quickly moved towards the fort door. As soon as he reached the door, a security guard surfaced. He asked in a strict voice, "Who are you?" But the man did not hear anything. He attacked in a stroke, holding the guard of the guard and cut off with teeth. Blood fell, and he quietly started eating it. Guard, groaning with pain, somehow extends hand to walkie-talkie, and just can say that, "We have been attacked." The second guard immediately launched the situation. He started firing without losing any time. There was a bright glow of hunger on his face, and his trick did not look like humans. Guard, without hesitation, raised his gun and fired bullets. The bullets were stuck in his chest. But he did not stop at all. That man, now growing up like a demon, strew directly towards the guard. But only then. The guard hit a loud kick with all his strength. The demon fell several feet away. He landed on the ground with heavy steps. The dust blows, the earth shakes. It was not a common man, it was a demon, which till now looked like humans. But now, his real identity was revealed. The security guards did not back down. He immediately, with his special gun, jumped into action. A bullet shower started. This time, these were not common bullets. They were ripping her body. She was penetrating her. The man became a demon shocked. He felt pain. The exploitation of his face now turned into fear. He looked here and there, and then ran away without losing time. He was running, because he felt fear for the first time. Security guard looked back and ordered, "Take it out. Take it and treat it, and blood is also flowing very much. Stop the blood as well." The demon's body was bleeding. His condition was worse, but still he had returned to his flock. As soon as he took his place, a woman surfaced, and there was a wild smile on his face. Woman smiling, "Didn't I say don't hurry? Look what the result happened." She points to her fellow demons, who were now staring at him. He was angry in his eyes. His confidence was broken. They understood that they were no longer an easy goal. The front party was now very strong. It was a conflict which they could not take lightly. Just then, the demon falling on the ground wakes up, grinding teeth. There was anger on his face, and his eyes were burning. "Wait! Hurry up! Bring me a little meat so that I can recover." There were both hatred and yearning in his voice. That fat and ugly man was angry at his face. He shouted, "Are you ordering us?" He was trembling throughout the body. But the woman stared at her without reacting. Then he extended his strong legs in his direction, and moving a step, put her leg on her. "You can't order us." The strength of his steps was so much that the man trembled for a moment. His breath was nervous. He felt that his power could end in someone's hands. But then he shouted, "What are you doing, bastard bitch?" But before that, the woman pressed her legs and crushed her completely. The man was completely buried on the ground shouting, and died. Now, after this, everyone asks Madam, "Now what do you have?" Madam has been told. He has supplied in his factory, and they also have weapons to protect them. But this is a very easy task. We can easily kill them and snatch their food. Thick man asks and asks, "How can this happen? What do you want to say?" The woman tells, "You guys are forgetting the matter. We are not even humans. So obviously we can go directly through internal doors, not to go inside humans." He breathes a sigh of relief when he sees the girl alive. There was a gleam of hope in her eyes, but something strange was dissolving inside, as if there was some unseen poison in the air. He says softly, "I feel as if I am floating. Everything seems light and unfamiliar." The girl smiled, but there was something unnatural about her smile. She walked towards him with slow steps and softly said, "Don't worry, hurry up, come to me." There was something unsettling in her voice, sweet, but hollow. Her expressions were not normal. There was something hidden in her eyes, something that is not there in the eyes of a normal person. Like a hunter calling his prey at the last moment, he repeated again, "Come, come now." But then something flashes in the air, a knife. Everything changes in a moment. The head is separated from the torso. The girl, who was still pulling him towards herself, had now fallen silent on the ground. The boy is devastated when he sees the girl fall to the ground. He screams loudly, his voice echoing throughout the forest. "Jaeorong, how did this happen?" He falls to his knees, his breathing becoming uncontrollable. Tears are flowing from his eyes, and he starts crying uncontrollably, as if someone has snatched his soul away. But then, our hero appears, rubbing his misty eyes. He raises his hand and signals. "Wait, be quiet for a moment." There was fatigue on his face, but his vision has now become clear. He thinks to himself, This is unbelievable. I was under the influence of that poisonous gas. But now everything is becoming clear. He was about to say something when suddenly the boy flares up in anger. Why did you kill my Jayatong? The hero looks at him with serious eyes, still for a moment, and then says in a calm voice, Your Jayatong? Look carefully. What is that? The boy's breath stops. He walks up to the body with trembling steps. As he bends down to touch it, the body slowly melts, flesh and skin turn into wood, and then a strange glow spreads over it. The next moment, the body transforms into a tree monster. The boy backs away, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. His lips tremble, his voice falters. Was I still talking to him? Chanchong was lying unconscious on the ground. There was a strange shiver on his face, as if he was having a nightmare. Our hero bent down near him, checking his breathing and gently patting his head. Chanchong, wake up. Everything is fine now. A few moments pass. Then Chanchong's eyelids move, his eyes blink, and he slowly regains consciousness. Where am I? His voice was faint. Meanwhile, the rest of the companions, who were still lying scattered on the ground, also started getting up one by one. Lee got up first and started looking around, then holding his head said, It seems as if we have been lying here for many years, as if time had stopped. Some people's eyes were still blurred, some people's voice was trembling, but everyone was feeling one thing: they were all coming out of some illusion now. Our hero looks around and thinks to himself, this gas affects not only the body, but the soul as well. This place is not normal. The Tekel monster had been silent until now, but when he regained consciousness, he mumbled a few confused words. I had a strange dream. It was like I was going to pick up my son from school. He paused, a lost look in his eyes. Everything seemed so peaceful, so surreal. Our hero became alert as he heard him. He slowly took out his dagger, its blade glinting in the light. It was no dream, he said in a serious tone. There is a mysterious flower somewhere here that emitted a hypnotic gas, and we were all under its influence. He slowly moved forward. A giant flower with strange glowing, rotten petals was in front of him, trembling, breathing, as if it was alive. And then, without warning, the hero thrust the dagger into the center of the flower. Hey, brother! What are you doing? The hero replies without pausing. I want to know what this creature is like from the inside, and how it became a mutant. If we understand its origin, then the rest of the danger can be predicted. Our hero at the same time attacks it with a knife from which sticky liquid comes out. Seeing this, our hero feels that he must have thought too much. This thing is just a puppet and not the real thing. Then our hero's attention goes towards one thing. After seeing it, he tells that these are vine trees which are very deep under the ground, and the real thing will be around here. Then suddenly our hero's attention goes towards one thing. He turns towards it and immediately takes it out with his hands. Actually, it looked like a human heart. Our hero looks at it and thinks to himself that this looks like some food and that it looks like the creature's nutrient storage organ. And then he raises his hand in the air and says, let's pack it up. Maybe it'll be edible later. And then looks at Hu Sinkai and says, do you know anything about these plant lives? To which Sinkai replies, all I know is that they are dangerous and they can eat any living thing, but the old man probably knows more about it. And yes, he is an expert in agriculture and water research place. Our hero stands up and says, where is the old man? Is he still alive? He replies, he was hiding in this tall building with me before I ran away, but I don't know if he's alive now. Our hero says, okay, let's go to the old man. We might be able to find out something from him. On the other side, the moon was visible in the darkness of the night, and a girl was seen running to save her life. But suddenly her foot slipped, and she fell on the ground. The person who was watching all this was shocked to see her and started wondering if she was alive. Then he, along with his companion, went forward to help her. The woman looked very tired and her clothes were torn. Considering the girl suspicious, two men standing next to her start talking to each other. One of the men refuses to help her and says, "I have to report and tell you about her condition." The other man shouts and makes a hand gesture saying, "There is no need to report. Can't you see how much trouble that woman is in? We should help her first." The other man is unable to say anything. And then he says, "Don't think too much. If we leave her here, she will become a zombie in no time." And then he goes close to the woman and asks me, "Are you okay?" The woman says in a tired voice, "Help me, save me," and then the person assures her, "Don't worry now, you are safe." At some distance, two strong men and a woman were standing and watching this scene. It seemed as if they were standing there under some plan. And then this powerful man says, "She's acting too well." Meanwhile, our hero and all the people in the group had regained consciousness and they slowly started moving forward. Lee says that it has just begun. Why is it so dark already? The boy walking with him replies that it is evening, and the forest is so dense here that sunlight hardly enters. And then he tells our hero with a hand gesture that we are almost about to reach. Our hero has seen this view and tells Jinky to stop. "Wait, something is wrong." The boy is surprised to see the woman standing in front of him. He thinks that we are getting confused again, but our hero calms the boy down and says, "Be calm. This time we have not taken any magical power. This is not a magical power. Those people are real." Here all the people were standing with their weapons. They were all from Jinkai's group. And they were fighting among themselves that, "Look, we may have to lose our lives because of your weakness, but now we will not lose our lives. We will fight them." Then one of them said that Jinkai has not been with us for so many days. Now he must have become a complete demon. Now he will not be Jinkai. And now he cannot be caught while two guards are standing behind him. Now if he comes in front, then we will have to attack him. Then the auntie who was watching secretly looks back angrily and says, "Stop talking nonsense and get ready for war." The next moment they all raise their weapons and lift them to attack, but our hero does not react. He stands calm while the tentacle monster Zhang Song standing behind looks at them and starts growling. Our hero says in a very cold voice, "Calm down, everyone, wait." But they all attack our hero with their arrows. Our hero raises his hand and blunts all the arrows, and then shouts in a loud voice, "Calm down and wait." Everyone is shocked to hear our hero saying that he is not attacking us and asking them to stop. Then our hero moves forward and says, "Auntie Young, calm down, we are not enemies." The jungle was alive not with birdsong or wind, but with tension so thick it could be sliced with a blade. The air pulsed with the electricity of an imminent firefight. Shapes moved in the mist, and every leaf seemed to hold its breath. Zinkai stepped forward, breath ragged, limbs aching from exhaustion, his clothes torn by thorns and battle. Yet his voice, though cracked, rose above the stillness. "They're not the enemy," he called out, eyes locked on the woman standing at the front, his aunt, the warrior leader of the clan, her eyes like steel, unblinking. For a heartbeat, she didn't move. The soldiers behind her gripped their weapons tighter, fingers brushing triggers, waiting. Zinkai didn't flinch. Then her hand rose swift and sharp, and the command burst from her lips. "Cease fire, stand down." The warriors froze, lowering their guns by mere inches, but their eyes remained wary. She took a slow step forward, her gaze still pinned on Zinkai, searching for something truth, perhaps, or betrayal. Zinkai's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the storm that had carried him here. "They're from outside the jungle. They helped us, saved us. We wouldn't have made it without them." Her expression shifted, just slightly, a flicker of concern, but her tone was sharp, pressing. "And the others? The ones who went scouting with you? Where is Zaiorang?" Zinkai hesitated. The question cut deep. His arms lifted, hands open, helpless. His voice dropped, heavy with sorrow. "More than half of us didn't make it. Zaiorang, she's gone. We were ambushed." We fought, we ran, but only a few of us got out alive." The words hung in the air like smoke after fire, bitter and unshakable. His aunt looked at him, really looked this time. Her eyes darkened, the fire within her subdued by grief too long buried. "And outside?" she asked. "What's happening beyond the jungle now?" Zinkai shook his head slightly, eyes darting to the canopy above, the shadows creeping closer. "Not here? This place isn't safe. Let's go back. I'll explain everything." The air was still thick with tension, even after the guns had gone quiet. A fragile silence stretched across the clearing, broken only by the slow rustling of leaves high above. Zinkai's words had faded into the jungle air, but his aunt remained still, her eyes narrowing as she looked past him. Something had caught her attention. No, someone. Her gaze shifted toward the two strangers standing behind her nephew Chong and Jiang. Her eyes studied them with the sharpness of a hawk, and the man standing beside her, one of her most trusted warriors, followed her gaze. His reaction was instant, subtle but clear. His eyes widened slightly, his jaw tensed, and beads of sweat began to gather at his brow. Something about those two men unsettled him. And yet Chong and Jiang simply stood there, watching in return, calm but alert, their eyes flicking across every motion, every breath, reading the situation with uncanny precision. Then, just before the atmosphere could crack under its own weight, a warm voice broke through the tension like sunlight cutting through fog. It was him, our hero. He stepped forward from the shadows of the trees, the corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile, not forced or arrogant, but reassuring. He faced Zinkai's aunt, his tone light, familiar, but firm with quiet confidence. "Relax, they're one of us." It wasn't a plea, it was a statement, a truth. And before anyone could question it, he turned his head toward the two men behind him and added with a grin that danced at the edge of mischief, "Come on, say something. Ease their nerves." As if activated by those words, the strange silence shattered. Chong immediately stepped forward, placing one hand dramatically on his forehead like a tragic actor from an old play, and with a theatrical sigh said, "I'm very ugly." He paused dramatically, drawing a few confused looks. "But I have a good heart." Before the moment could grow even stranger, Jiang chimed in, clearly eager to upstage him. He puffed out his chest, tore his jacket open like some absurd jungle model, and shouted proudly, "Smooth, naked, marble." Then, with a sly grin, he added in a mock sultry voice, "Look at this body, how sexy am I?" The clearing fell into stunned silence. Some mouths dropped open. One soldier almost dropped his weapon. The tension, once sharp as a blade, had been turned on its head. Our hero pinched the bridge of his nose and coughed loudly, clearly half laughing and half dying inside. "What are you two even doing?" But before the moment could descend into total chaos, Zinkai stepped forward. His voice, though calm, carried the weight of truth, unmistakable and grounding. "Don't worry. These two, they saved us too. We're alive because of them." The honesty in his tone cut through the confusion like a clear blade. He wasn't joking. No matter how ridiculous the two might have seemed, his words brought gravity to the moment. Everyone looked again. This time, they didn't just see fools, they saw survivors, saviors, outsiders who had stepped into danger for the sake of others. Zinkai's aunt didn't speak immediately. Her eyes lingered on the two men for a few long seconds. She was a woman forged by hardship, she didn't give her trust lightly. But then, slowly, the steel in her eyes softened. Her shoulders eased just slightly, and with a reluctant sigh, almost inaudible, she said, "All right then." The tension in the jungle had barely begun to ease when, in a sudden cut, the scene shifted sharply, like a blade slicing through still water. A roar broke the quiet. A lone motorbike skidded to a halt in front of an old iron gate, its wheels throwing up dust. The figure atop the bike was no ordinary rider. It was Shanshan helmet glinting in the light, eyes sharp and focused, her hand pressing down on the walkie-talkie clipped to her collar. "Uncle Lai, I've reached the gate of the steel plant. Open up." But just as her voice left the device, her instincts stirred. She froze. Something wasn't right. Her head turned swiftly to the side, eyes narrowing as she spotted something in the distance. Shadows, movement, something hiding in the overgrowth. Predators? Not animals, not zombies, but worse. Hunters, lying in wait. Before she could react, a loud creak echoed through the stillness as the heavy steel gate slowly opened. From within, a warm, familiar voice called out, "Shanshan." Uncle Lai stood there, waving her in with a relieved smile. The tension in Shanshan's shoulders eased slightly as she smiled back and revved her engine, slipping the bike inside just as the gate clanged shut behind her, cutting off whatever eyes had been watching from the outside. Inside the compound, everything moved with a quiet urgency. She didn't pause, heading straight to the medical room. Inside, a man lay unconscious on a stretcher, his shoulder wrapped in bloody bandages. The room smelled of antiseptic and blood. Shanshan's expression turned grim as she pulled out a vial from her pouch, walking toward Uncle Lai. "Uncle Lai, this is an infection-blocking agent. Brother Zioyong said before he left, if anyone gets bitten by a zombie, use this." Uncle Lai took the vial, inspecting it carefully. But instead of immediate relief, his brow furrowed. His voice was thoughtful, grave. "They've been bitten for hours and show no symptoms. That means the ones who bit them weren't zombies." Shine's eyes widened. "Not zombies? Then what else bites people?" Just then, the door creaked open, and a new voice rang out. "I know." Everyone turned. A girl stood in the doorway, dusty, breathless, clearly having traveled a long way. Her face was familiar to some. She was one of the new arrivals, recently brought in by a refugee group. "There are many mutated people in the western outskirts. They're not zombies, they're not infectious, but they're vicious. And yes, they bite." Uncle Lai turned toward her, cautious. "And you are?" "I just joined. I escaped from the west side of the city." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh? And what else do you know about these mutated ones?" The girl's face crumpled. Tears welled in her eyes, whether real or rehearsed, no one could tell. "They're scarier than zombies, cannibalistic, intelligent. Some chased me all the way here. If I hadn't known how to ride, I'd be dead right now." Uncle Lai's eyes darkened with concern, but his voice, when he spoke, was calm. "So what you're saying is the people attacking us, you led them here." The girl fell to her knees, sobbing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to survive. I'm so sorry." But Uncle Lai only gave a small chuckle and waved her off with a light gesture. "That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Knowing our enemy makes it easier to prepare." The girl sniffled, wiping her eyes, and her voice shifted more serious now, with urgency. "I also know they won't let this go. They'll attack. It's only a matter of time. We have to prepare now." Uncle Lai didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and gave a single, decisive nod. "Very useful information. All right, you all go get some rest." As the girl turned to leave, her steps lighter now, her voice floated back, half teasing, half reverent. "As you command, Chief." The moment shifts, abrupt, quiet, heavy. The echo of boots against broken concrete fades into the low hum of distant wind as our hero and the others finally arrive at the location. The building looms before them, tall, aged, yet oddly defiant in the decaying landscape. Cracked windows. Faint signs of reinforcement. Faint signs of life. But as soon as our hero lays eyes on it, a storm brews behind his brow. He stops in his tracks, staring at the building as if it were some kind of mistake. Why would you choose this place as your base?" he asks, incredulity rising in his voice. He turns to the others, confused, almost frustrated. "We passed several factories and warehouses on the way here, stronger walls, fewer windows, easier to defend. This doesn't make sense." His words hang in the air like static. The wind seems to pause. Next to him, Zinkai shifts uncomfortably. Beads of sweat begin to form on his brow. His throat tightens as he glances at his aunt, then back at the building. Finally, he speaks, voice low, almost apologetic. "You wouldn't know, my friend. What happened in a city, wasn't like your disaster. Ours changed everything. A stillness settles over the group. Then, breaking the silence, the older woman Zinkai's aunt steps forward. Her voice is firm, carrying the gravity of someone who's seen too much. If we set up camp anywhere else, she says coldly, we'd all be dead within the week. Her words hit harder than any weapon. Even Zinkai's expression collapses into stunned disbelief. His lips part, but nothing comes out at first. Then, finally, in a whisper filled with dread, "What? But why?" She gestures toward the hazy skyline, where a thick, unnatural fog coils like a living thing, slithering low across the ruins. "Look at the mist," she says. "The lower you go, the thicker it gets. Breathe it in long enough, and your body doesn't just get sick. You start to change." Zinkai's eyes widen. His body stiffens as the reality dawns. "You mean people become plants?" "Infected, rooted, lost," she confirms. "Only the upper floors above the 10th level have air thin enough to resist the fog's corruption. That's the only place we stand a chance." There's a silence. A deep, suffocating silence, as everyone looks once more at the building not as a shelter, but as a lifeline teetering over the edge of a nightmare. Then, without waiting for a reply, the woman gestures to the stairwell, her voice sharp and commanding. "Come. Upstairs. We'll talk more where it's safe." The moment shifts again. The steel doors groan shut behind them, muting the howling wind outside. The flickering hallway lights above cast long shadows as our hero and the others move deeper into the building. Dust dances in the shafts of light piercing through boarded windows. It's quiet, but not safe. Inside, the group is greeted by an unexpected figure, an old man, seated cross-legged on a faded cushion near the far wall. His eyes are sharp behind his glasses, his weathered hands resting calmly on his knees like someone who has seen too much and survived too long. Without hesitation, our hero steps forward, pulling something from his pouch, a strange, fleshy mass with tendrils that glisten faintly in the light. He holds it out toward the old man. "Right, elder he says with curiosity laced in respect. "I heard you've studied these plant creatures. Do you recognize this?" The old man squints at the object. For a moment, silence. Then he points at it with a crooked finger, his voice raspy but certain. "That's a tuber. A core organ from the plant body creatures. It's edible. That's what Sister Yang and her team were out hunting for." A few of the others murmur in recognition, but before anyone can say more, a shout slices through the air like a blade. From the far side of the room, a young man leans out the broken window, eyes wide, knuckles white around the sill. Something's happening. Something's coming. Panic hits like a wave. The once quiet hall explodes into motion, people grabbing their packs, shouting over each other, boots thundering against the stairs. The air fills with the sharp crackle of fear. In the middle of the chaos, the old man remains still. His eyes find our hero, calm but stern. "You're still young," he says, voice grave. "Go. Get to the rooftop with the others. Don't stay here just to be another body on the floor." But the hero smiles. There's something different about him, a flicker of calm in the storm, like a match that refuses to blow out. He steps closer to the window, watching the chaos below, then glances back at the old man. "It's all right, elder he says, voice steady, almost amused. "In fact, I'm curious." His hand moves slowly, deliberately, fingers brushing the edge of a device, or maybe a mark, or maybe something deeper. A power waiting just beneath the surface. And then a glow. Subtle, dangerous. His skill activates. The old man issued orders with urgency in his voice, then slowly made his way to the window. As he looked down, his face stiffened. Below, the earth writhed with movement. Dozens of grotesque, plant-like monsters squirmed and crept across the ground, their eyes glowing with a hunger that didn't belong to anything natural. He stared for a long moment, his breath growing shallow. Sweat rolled down his wrinkled face. Fear, raw and primal, etched itself into every line of his expression. Then, almost like a whisper lost in the wind, he spoke. If we don't reach the flower cart's core body in time, we'll be killed by these plant bodies. A voice answered from behind. Our hero had walked up silently, his eyes narrowing as he joined the old man at the window, peering down at the nightmare below. "The flower cart can control them?" he asked, his voice calm too calm. The old man swallowed hard. "Yeah," he rasped. "It likely uses something like pheromones. This kind of organized assault means the flower cart is nearby. And it's not just attacking, it's hunting us." For a second, silence. Then came the metallic click. The old man turned just in time to see the hero unlatch the window. His hands moved with purpose. The cold wind rushed in, carrying the distant hisses of the monsters below. The old man's eyes widened. "Wait, what are you doing?" But the hero didn't answer. He raised his weapon, a strange gleam in his eyes, a glint that hovered between curiosity and thrill. A smirk tugged at his lips. Testing the power of this gun. The old man was stunned. Where did you get that?" No answer. The hero pulled the trigger. A flash. A roar. The bullet tore through the air like a bolt of judgment and struck its target. One of the monsters was split clean in half. For a second, victory. But then the impossible happened. Its flesh wriggled. Roots and tendrils reached out. The two halves began stitching themselves back together. The hero exhaled slowly. "These things are pretty resilient," he muttered. "Let's see how fast they regenerate." He fired again, and again. Bullet after bullet rained down, tearing through bark like skin and pulsing flesh. The monster howled a sound that didn't belong in this world. Holes riddled its body. Pieces flew apart like shattered glass. And finally, the regeneration stopped. The creature collapsed, lifeless, with a heavy thud. The smoke from the gun curled upward as the hero took a step back, wiping sweat from his brow. "2 magazines, just for one," he said, his voice heavy now, laced with grim realization. "Now I see why you're all so terrified." Then, without waiting, he turned around. His eyes shimmered with a quiet intensity. He stretched out his hand and with a low hum of energy, summoned a strange glowing box from thin air. The room froze. Astonishment flashed across the faces of everyone present. What was this power? He walked to the box calmly and pressed his hand against it. And in the next second crack, the crate burst open with a crunch of splinters. Someone gasped aloud. He pried open a nailed wooden crate, bare-handed. As soon as he looked inside the crate, the man froze, his eyes widened, breath caught in his throat. Slowly, as if overwhelmed by what he saw, he dropped to his knees and gently placed a hand on the box, his voice barely above a whisper. "Molotovs." The word lingered in the air like a spark before the explosion. Without hesitation, our hero turned, joined by Chong and Zhang at his side. The three of them moved with silent resolve, ready for what lay ahead. As they approached the edge of the corridor, our hero gave one final instruction, voice firm but steady. "If any of them slip through, use these to defend yourselves." The old man blinked, confused. "Slip through? What do you mean?" But before he could finish, his eyes followed the sound of rushing footsteps, only to see the 3 figures leap from the edge of the building. His voice cracked in disbelief. "This is the 16th floor." Wind howled past them as they fell, and then impact. They landed with flawless precision, knees bending, dust erupting around their feet. In the same breath, the monsters turned their eyes toward them, snarling, hissing, charging. Our hero didn't wait. He surged forward like lightning, grabbed the nearest monster by the head, and ripped it clean off with terrifying ease. On his left, Chong crashed into a wave of creatures, each blow snapping limbs and cracking skulls with brutal efficiency. To the right, Zhang danced between the monsters, slashing with deadly grace, his movements a blur of lethal precision. Up above, the people watching from the window gasped, eyes wide, jaws slack. "Holy crap, those 3, one of them muttered. Another stammered, "What are those things?" But there was no time to stand in awe. Lai Chang, eyes blazing with focus, shouted, "Stop staring! Get ready for the stragglers. Anyone confident in their skills grab a Molotov and guard the stairwell. Everyone else move all flammable stuff away from the area. At once, the tension snapped into action. Several fighters rushed forward, grabbing Molotovs with shaking hands but determined eyes. Others scrambled to move debris, preparing for a desperate defense. Down below, it was chaos and brilliance. The battle raged for several minutes, but none of the monsters stood a chance. Blood sprayed. Bodies fell. And then, silence. One final thud echoed across the concrete floor. Our hero exhaled. Finally done, he turned to his comrades. Brother Chong, Zhang Sheng, go check those bodies for cores. The two nodded and began sifting through the corpses without delay. Back in the building, Lai Chang and the others had fought off a smaller group of attackers. Now, with the threat seemingly neutralized, the old man stepped forward, relief washing over his exhausted face. He raised his voice, loud and clear. Call everyone else down. The danger's over. The moment shifts, the battlefield fades behind him. Now, beneath the haunting silence of the forest canopy, our hero moves alone, each step deliberate. His senses sharpened like the blade he keeps holstered. The air is thick with unease. The trees are gnarled, twisted in unnatural patterns, and something is wrong. Then he stops. His eyes narrow, locking onto a grotesque, pulsing mass hidden behind a veil of vines and rot. It twitches, breathes, waits. A smirk curls on his lips. That twisted thing, no doubt about it, this is the flower cart. Must be its core body. He barely finishes the thought before the creature explodes forward and ambush, sudden and ruthless. A blur of sinew and tentacles shoots toward him, but our hero is faster. He dives to the side, skidding through the damp earth, eyes wide with excitement. Such powerful force, he gasps, adrenaline surging. Might be a match for Zhang Shengsh, but there's no time to linger. The creature is relentless. Again, the flower cart lashes out tentacles writhing like serpents in rage. This time, our hero doesn't dodge. He grabs them. Clutching both sinewy appendages in his hands, he plants his feet into the ground and lets out a laugh that echoes through the forest. I've gotten pretty good at fighting you tentacle types lately. The flower cart recoils, confused and furious. It readies another strike, a hidden limb surging toward him in a sudden, deceptive arc. But our hero only grins wider, eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. Won't work, he growls. I've already seen this trick from your kind before. And then he opens his mouth wide. A deep inhale. The air shifts, leaves tremble. A violent pull, like a vacuum, sucks the surrounding air into his lungs, and with it, a burst of energy channels through his limbs. He tightens his grip on the tentacles, and pulls, hard. The flower cart stumbles, dragged forward by its own limbs, toppling onto its grotesque knees with a sickening squelch. Before it can react, our hero releases the tentacles and bursts into motion, dashing forward like a silver streak of vengeance. Your tricks end here. Silver light explodes across his body as he activates his skill Silver Mark. After awakening the power of his slave mark, our hero soared into the sky like a vengeful god. The wind screamed around him as he cut through the air, eyes locked on the grotesque creature below the twisted flower cart. In mere seconds, he closed the distance, his body surrounded by a violent aura, and then impact. The moment he struck, the world seemed to explode in a blinding burst of light. The ground trembled. The air shimmered with heat and energy. And for a brief second, it felt as though the heavens themselves had been torn open. Far off, inside a shattered building with cracked windows and dust-covered floors, two figures stood frozen. An old man and his younger companion had been watching it all unfold through the broken glass. Their expressions twisted from awe to terror as the light washed over them. The younger one, eyes wide with disbelief, muttered, That has to be the real flower cart. It's not gone. It's coming. It's coming right for us." Behind him, the old man staggered a step back. His voice quivered, not with fear but with recognition. "This is no illusion. That form, I've seen it before. That is the true flower cart. Its original form. I could never forget it. But Dread wasn't done tightening its grip. The young man turned again, his voice tinged with panic. Where's Zioyong? Don't tell me, did that thing already devour him? Their exchange was suddenly shattered by a booming voice that echoed through the ruins, not from the building, but from above. A calm, almost casual voice. Jiang Sheng's brother Chong, how's it going? Inside those plant creatures downstairs, did you find any mutant cores? It was him. The one who had struck like thunder moments before. Jiang Sheng covered his mouth with one hand, still half stunned, but managed to answer. The centipede legs didn't have any, but the spider legs had double. Not all, but enough to matter. Before he could finish, Brother Chong's voice followed, rough and quick. Not everyone had them, but quite a lot did. Hovering in the sky, the hero exhaled slowly. He ran a hand through his hair, the chaos below now nothing more than white noise. And with the weariness of someone burdened by the absurdity of everything around him, he muttered under his breath, one talks like he's chewing gravel, the other just spouts nonsense. This is so damn exhausting. As our hero stood in the air, rubbing his forehead and muttering in frustration at the absurd conversation between Jiang Sheng and Chong, a voice suddenly broke the moment, calm, aged, but filled with a hint of uncertainty. The old man, looking up from below, called out, Brother Zioyam, about that flower cart downstairs. But the response he received wasn't tense. In fact, it was the exact opposite. With a relaxed, almost amused smile, the hero replied, He's one of us. Silence. Heavy and stunned. Those few words hit harder than any attack. Everyone around him, warriors, scientists, survivors, turned to him with wide, disbelieving eyes. The atmosphere thickened with confusion. One of us? What do you mean, one of us? Someone finally asked, their voice almost cracking with disbelief. In that instant, the scene shifted. Now, the entire group stood just outside the crumbling building, gathered cautiously near the flower cart. The grotesque, plant-like beast stood silent, no longer hostile, its form no longer radiating menace, but something docile. Our hero stepped forward, raising a calm hand toward it. Relax, he said firmly, it won't harm us anymore. Shock rippled through the group like a wave crashing against stone. Was he serious? Could that monstrous thing truly be under control? The old man, his curiosity overriding his caution, slowly walked toward the flower cart. Each step was careful, deliberate. And then, with trembling fingers, he reached out and touched it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. So, it was tamed, he whispered, almost in awe. How did you manage that? Our hero didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to the old man with a knowing expression. Elder he, you're a botanist. What do you make of this thing? The old man tugged thoughtfully at his beard, eyes still fixed on the creature, and then began to speak not as a survivor, but as a scholar. Although it's mutated into a monster, it still retains the instincts of a plant, and like animals, plants also fight. Competition among flora is just as savage. The battle for sunlight never ends. Trees didn't exist from the beginning. They evolved, grew taller just to capture more sunlight. The smaller plants, unable to compete, grew weaker. That's why in thick forests, the denser the canopy above, the sparser the grass below. My guess is, during its mutation, this flower cart lost its early advantage. Without access to light, it had no choice but to turn predator. It evolved not out of hunger, but out of desperation. To survive, it had to consume life itself. His words lingered in the air like echoes of an ancient truth, brutal, raw, and deeply poetic. And for the first time, those present didn't just see a monster. They saw a survivor, a creature born from nature's cruelty, not evil, but evolved. Our hero stood in silent thought, taking in Elder He's words with deep respect. The explanation made perfect sense. Nature itself was a battleground, and this creature, the flower cart, was simply one of its most desperate warriors. But just as the air began to settle, something shifted. The flower cart moved. Its massive, sinewy tentacles twitched slowly, deliberately, and began to snake their way toward the hero. The movement wasn't hostile, but it wasn't exactly reassuring either, and someone noticed. Lai Cheng, standing just a few feet away, tensed the moment the tentacles inched closer. His instincts flared like fire. As the tendrils neared the back of the hero's neck, Lai Cheng's eyes widened. "Watch out!" he shouted, whipping out his blade and lunging forward. But before the blade could even leave his side, the hero raised one calm hand. "Stop. Don't attack it." His voice was firm, unshaken. "It can't disobey me now. Let's see what it's trying to do." Reluctantly, Lai Cheng froze in place, heart pounding, fingers tightening around the hilt of his knife. The tentacle continued its motion, gently curling around the back of the hero's neck, and then it gripped him. In that instant, the hero's eyes snapped open. There was a flicker, just a flicker of something dark passing through them. For a moment, everyone thought the flower cart had seized control. But then, just as quickly, clarity returned. With steadiness in his gaze, he turned to Elder He and spoke. "Elder He, your analysis was spot on. This entire city has become a battlefield of mutant plants creatures that failed in nature's competition." He then stepped closer to the flower cart, now still and quiet. "Since you've become my servant, your survival is now my responsibility." His voice dropped into something deeper, commanding yet compassionate. "Come." And as if it had been waiting for those very words, the massive form of the flower cart began to dissolve, breaking down from its monstrous bulk into a stream of glowing tendrils. Like a flowing river of light, it poured into the hero's extended hand, its entire essence merging with him. In seconds, it vanished into his arm. Only its faint, translucent tentacles remained visible, subtly pulsing beneath his skin. Lai Cheng's mouth fell open. He staggered back, clutching his head. "That thing, where did it go?" he gasped. The hero looked at him and smiled. "It's symbiotic with me now." He then raised his hand, palm outstretched. With a fluid motion, tentacles burst forth from his skin, controlled, precise, powerful. He flicked his wrist, and the tentacles lashed toward a nearby tree. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils wrapped around the trunk, tightened, and with a violent crack, snapped it clean in two. Everyone around him stood frozen in stunned silence. Even Jiang Sheng couldn't hold back his shock. "Stronger than my own tentacles," he whispered in disbelief. Just then, a soft ding echoed in the air. A glowing notification shimmered in front of the hero's vision. He read it, and a wide grin spread across his face. "An achievement unlock? That's a first." The moment shifts with a subtle flicker. Now we see a towering structure, the central stronghold, our hero's main base. Inside one of its dimly lit rooms, a demon girl stands quietly by the window. Moonlight spills in, casting an eerie glow on her crimson eyes and graceful silhouette. Her expression is unreadable, serene yet wicked, until a sudden knock on the door breaks the stillness. She turns, a sly smile curling on her lips. "Looks like another fish took the bait," she whispers with a soft chuckle. She walks to the door with slow, deliberate steps and opens it. Standing there is a young man, wearing a nervous but hopeful grin. In his hands, he holds a small box inside, a neatly packed cake. "I brought you a little late-night snack," he says cheerfully. The demon girl raises a brow, feigning mild irritation. "And who told you to bring this?" The boy laughs, slightly awkward. "No one. I just thought of you. Decided to bring it on my own." For a heartbeat, silence lingers. Then the girl smiles again, this time sweeter and more dangerous. Her eyes flash a deeper shade of red. She places a soft hand on his shoulder, slowly leaning in. "Thank you," she says, her voice velvety and smooth. That slight touch just enough to spark hope in the boy's heart. Overcome with excitement, he moves in impulsively, arms reaching toward her. Caught off guard, she steadies him with a hand, pushing back slightly. "What are you doing?" Realizing his mistake, he stammers, pulling back quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean... But she only laughs softly, eyes glinting with mischief. There's a lot of people around, and the walls are thin. She leans closer. How about we go outside the factory and play something a little riskier? The scene cuts swift and sudden. Next, we find them inside a car parked in the shadows outside the compound. Whatever happened in there is left to the imagination, but the glow on the boy's face as they step out says enough. He gazes at her with admiration. You're insanely beautiful. But what's your name, really? She doesn't respond immediately. Her gaze drifts, distracted by something behind him, toward a large trash bin nearby. What wrong? She asks, her tone still playful. But the boy doesn't answer. His eyes are locked on a torn piece of fabric hanging out of the bin. He steps closer, frowning. This sleeve, it looks like Zhao Chen's jacket. Why is it here? Tension spikes like a wire pulled tight. He reaches for the bin and slowly pulls it open. What he sees inside freezes the blood in his veins. Zhao Chen's corpse, cold, motionless. Before he can scream, a dark shadow falls over him. He turns. The girl is no longer smiling. Her skin has darkened, her eyes glowing like twin embers of hellfire. Her teeth elongate, her form shifting, demonic, monstrous, inhuman. She moves with lightning speed. Her hand snaps around his neck with unnatural strength. His feet leave the ground. He gasps, choking his eyes wide with terror as the soft seductress from before becomes a true demon of death. There is no mercy in her eyes now, only hunger. The demon girl had long vanished into the shadows, leaving only silence behind after eliminating her prey. The air was still, thick with the eerie calm that follows a storm. Somewhere outside, parked under the dim glow of a flickering street light, her partner sat waiting in the car, eyes heavy, body slouched. He was supposed to be on alert, waiting for her signal, but that signal never came. She had gone in, hunted, and left without a single warning. Unaware that the mission was already over, the man dozed off. The night was quiet until it wasn't. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A fist crashed down on his skull like a hammer. His body jerked violently awake as a furious voice roared through the night. What the hell are you doing? Sleeping on the job? His eyes shot open, and there stood Baldy, his boss. Baldy's face was twisted with rage, his veins bulging as if they were about to burst from beneath his skin. And no, boss, I wasn't sleeping. The man stammered, panicked, trying to make sense of what was happening. I was just watching, keeping an eye on things. Baldy didn't buy it. His hand shot forward, clamping around the man's throat like an iron vice. He lifted him halfway out of the car seat with sheer brute strength, his voice now a thunderclap of fury. Don't lie to me. I've been standing here watching you for minutes. You didn't even notice I was here. If you can't detect me coming, how the hell are you supposed to pick up her signal? The man choked, grasping at Baldy's wrist. I wasn't sleeping. I just closed my eyes for 10 minutes. That's all. Baldy's fury erupted again, and his grip tightened until the man's face began to turn red. His eyes bulged, fear taking over as the pressure around his throat increased. 10 minutes? Baldy spat, his voice trembling with outrage. 10 minutes is all it takes for everything to go to hell. But before things could spiral any further, a soft yet sharp voice sliced through the madness. Wen had been standing behind them all along, arms crossed, eyes cold. She stepped forward and said quietly, "We've been watching her for days. Not once has she sent us a signal. Not once. If you ask me, she doesn't want backup. She doesn't need us." She paused, her gaze darkening with a hint of twisted admiration. She wants to devour them all herself. Rip them apart one by one and savor the kill. That's what she really wants. Then, without looking at either of them, Baldy spoke. "Get up. We're sweeping the factory perimeter. If she's making a move, we'll know. And if we find even a scrap, even a single trail in the trash, we follow it." After searching around the factory for a while, the three finally reached the dumpster tucked away in a shadowed corner. The moment they opened it, Time seemed to freeze. A wave of stench rolled out, raw, metallic, unmistakable. Blood. Inside, smeared across torn cloth and shattered remains, were bones. Real bones. Fresh. Still slick with red. All three of them stood frozen, eyes wide, breath stolen by the horror in front of them. Then, the guy standing behind Baldy leaned forward, his voice a hushed tremble of vindication. "I told you, I smelled fresh meat coming from here." As those words sunk in, Baldy's face contorted. He stepped forward, shoving his hand into the bloody pile and grabbing a cracked bone with such force that it snapped in his fist. Rage boiled in his veins, his knuckles white. "She really did it," he muttered through clenched teeth, turning to Wen. "You were right. She wants to do it all by herself." Wen, standing calmly behind him, smirked. A sharp, knowing smile, and then, with a playful glint in her eye, she said in a low, purring voice, "No worries. If she can charm her way in," she leaned slightly closer, "so can I." Her words struck Baldy like a blade to the gut. In a flash, he turned. His rage uncontainable, his hand shot toward her like a serpent, fingers wrapping around her neck and slamming her back against the rusted metal wall. "You want to sneak into, huh? You want to hog it all for yourself? Don't think I don't see through you, you're just like her," he bellowed, spit flying, eyes crazed with betrayal and fury. Wen struggled, gasping under his iron grip. Her boots scraped against the floor, hands clawing at his arm. "Big bro, chill out," shouted the third one, rushing forward. "If you choke her out now, we're finished. We'll lose our only shot at getting in." For a second, Baldy's eyes twitched, the weight of his anger teetering on the edge of madness. But slowly, with a snarl, he released her, shoving her hard to the ground. She fell with a grunt, coughing, barely able to breathe. He glared down at her, voice like thunder. "If you even think of copying her, I swear I'll storm in there myself. I don't care if it kills me. I'll take both of you down with me." The threat hung in the air like smoke from a fire that hadn't gone out yet, only waiting for wind to reignite it. Wen, trembling, clutching her throat, pulled herself up slowly. Her voice was barely a whisper, raspy, broken. "Got it." The scene shifts with a dramatic pull, like a curtain yanked open to reveal the next act in this tense drama. Wen was already on the move. Her eyes glinted with purpose as she reached the factory's perimeter. She stumbled toward the heavy metal gate, putting on a perfect performance, her expression twisted in desperation, her voice trembling with just the right amount of fear. "Please, someone help me." She pounded on the gate, voice echoing into the night. A few seconds passed, and then movement. Shadows stirred inside. Men emerged from within the factory, rifles slung over their shoulders, alert and cautious. One of them barked out, "Who the hell are you?" Wen clutched her side, panting, eyes wild with fabricated panic. "Please, there were so many zombies I barely escaped with my life. They're still behind me. Please, let me in. You have to help me." The men exchanged glances, and then their eyes wandered. Her torn clothes, her trembling body, her figure, one of them smirked. "Man, we're on a roll. First we saved that other chick, and now this one shows up?" Another laughed, nudging him. "Yeah, and this one's got an even better body." They were distracted, completely taken in by the bait. But then, from deeper inside, a sharper, more serious voice cut through the moment. "Wait. Don't trust her." A third man appeared, eyes narrowed, weapon already raised. "She's the one I warned you about. A mutant disguised as a human." Time snapped like a trap closing. The mood shifted instantly. All those leering smiles vanished, replaced by suspicion and dread. In a flash, rifles were up, barrels aimed straight at Wen's chest. She froze, fury igniting in her eyes. Her voice dropped to a venomous hiss. "You bitch." And just then from behind the soldiers came another voice, cold and commanding. "Don't waste time. Kill her now." Without hesitation, the group opened fire. Gunshots cracked like thunder in the tight space, muzzle flashes lighting up the dark like lightning. Wen turned to run, but it was too late. Bullets tore through her body, piercing flesh, snapping bone. She staggered, coughed blood, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The demon girl stepped forward, calm as ever, and barked, "Quick, go get some gasoline." The soldiers ran to carry out the order. But by the time they returned, gasoline cans in hand and eyes burning with the thrill of the kill Wen was gone. What the where did she go? One of them scanned the area, panic setting in. She was full of bullets, how did she even move? Another cursed under his breath. We should have kept someone watching her. The third one didn't waste another second. No time. We need to report this to Brother Lai and Sister Shan. Now. The moment shifts again violently, like a breath torn from the lungs of fate. Wen stumbles through the darkness, her body shredded by bullets, blood dripping down her limbs, every step a battle against death. But she doesn't stop. She can't. Her eyes are fixed forward toward survival. At last, she sees them. Her companions. Her legs finally give out, and she collapses at their feet, coughing, gasping, her hands clawing at the dirt. "Boss," she wheezes, her voice cracked and desperate. "Please don't kill me. Please. Save me. I swear, from now on, I'll do whatever you say. Anything. Just let me live." There's silence. No rage. No forgiveness. Only Baldy, staring down at her with those dead, emotionless eyes. "You're just like her," he mutters. "You know exactly who I'm talking about." He turns away, stepping toward a massive rock lying nearby. Without hesitation, he lifts it with both hands, muscles straining, breath calm, as if he were performing a mundane task. "As for the food in this settlement," he says in a chilling tone, "we'll have to come up with a new plan." And then he raises the rock high above his head. Wen's eyes widen. He's going to kill me. But just as the stone begins its deadly arc downward, a blade flashes through the night. In a single clean stroke, Baldy's neck splits open, his head severed cleanly from his body. It spins once in the air before hitting the ground with a sickening thud, eyes still wide. His body slumps to the opposite side, crashing lifelessly into the dirt. Wen gasps, staring in shock. Then, slowly, she lifts her eyes to the one who saved her. Her other companion, now standing over Baldy's corpse. He's already licking the blood off his blade. With a twisted grin, he looks down at her and says, voice low and laced with eerie calm, "One arm and one leg should be enough for you to heal. The rest is mine." Wen, still lying there, broken and bleeding, smiles. "Fine," she breathes. Her body trembles, not from fear but from understanding. From acceptance, and as she lays back, eyes staring into the endless night sky, her thoughts echo in silence. Just like the bald guy said, no one understands our kind better than we do. If we were splitting my corpse together, he wouldn't have gotten a scrap in front of Baldy. But now by ambushing and killing him, he's earned the upper hand. What he gives me is totally up to him. The moment shifts again, this time inside the factory, where a heavy silence hangs in the air like fog before a storm. Footsteps echo in the dim corridors as tension coils around the search party. Men fan out in teams, combing every corner, every shadow. They're hunting for two of their own, both missing without a trace. Brother Lai strides forward, his voice tight and commanding. "What's going on? Yang Hai's still unaccounted for, and now another one's vanished?" He spins on his heel, eyes scanning the area, and then they land on Shan Shan, who seems to be busy with something at the edge of the hallway. Suspicion flashes across his face. "Shan Shan, what are you doing?" She jolts slightly, then quickly responds, her tone casual but laced with tension. "Nothing. Just checking around, seeing if there might be any clues in the corners of the factory." Without another word, she walks past him and makes her way outside. But the second her eyes land on the trash bin, the one tucked in the back, near the alley, her blood runs cold. Her heart slams against her chest as her eyes widen in horror. Voices respond in confusion, but the urgency in her tone gets them moving. One by one, the men rush outside and gather around the trash bin. Then gasps. One of them stares at the evidence, hands trembling. No doubt about it, This is Chen Zhuo's jacket, and those shoes Yang Hai's. He's the only guy here who wears that brand. The truth lands like a sledgehammer, and hidden among them, trying to blend in, the demon girl flinches. Her eyes dart to the bones, the ones she'd buried. She clenches her fists, fury and panic boiling beneath her calm exterior. Baldy and that bitch, Gao Wen, they must have dug up the bones I buried in the trash bin, her thoughts race. But before she can recover, Shan Shan turns to face her. Her voice is cold, sharp enough to cut steel. There's been no noise, no signs of a struggle, nothing, inside or around the settlement. She pauses, eyes narrowing like a blade drawn from its sheath. So what does that tell us? All eyes now swivel toward the demon girl. She stiffens. Her breath catches in her throat. Why are you all looking at me like that? She stammers, her voice laced with fear. But Shan Shan is already moving. In a flash, her blade is unsheathed, gleaming with deadly resolve, and in a blink, she closes the distance between them. The sword's edge stops mere inches from the demon girl's trembling throat. The moment Shan Shan launched her attack, the air cracked with tension. Her strike, fierce and unrelenting, tore through the space between them like a bolt of lightning. But the demon girl, with a desperate twist of her body, narrowly escaped the blow. The attack missed her by inches and smashed into a tree behind her, the explosion of force so devastating that, had it landed, it would have obliterated her on the spot. Gasping for breath, her eyes locked with Shan Shan's. The two stood frozen, a storm of emotion and deadly intent swirling in the space between them. The demon girl's chest heaved. A grim realization settled in her heart. Damn it. I've been completely exposed. Her gaze darted behind her to the men who had unknowingly surrounded her. Without hesitation, like a cornered beast lashing out, she spun around and lunged. In a blur, she grabbed one of them, yanked him close, and pressed the edge of her dagger against his throat, her fingers steady, her eyes wild. Gasps filled the air. Seeing her comrade in danger, Shan Shan's voice rang out sharp and unflinching. If you dare kill him, I swear you won't leave here alive. But the demon girl only laughed, a chilling, venomous sound that echoed across the clearing. Her lips curled in scorn. A little girl like you trying to act tough? If I'm not walking out alive today, I'll drag at least 3 or 5 of you to hell with me. Slowly, deliberately, she began backing away, her hostage still clutched tightly in her grasp. Her voice dropped into a lethal whisper. Give me your gun. Now, nobody move or I'll slice his carotid artery open right here. The standoff stretched like a taut wire, until suddenly she felt it. She was outside their range. She had a shot at escape. Her eyes flashed. In one swift move, she kicked the man hard in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. And in the very next heartbeat, gunfire erupted from her hands. The bullets roared through the air as she turned to flee. But Shan Shan had already drawn her weapon. In one smooth motion, she raised her gun and fired. Uncle Lai and the others followed instantly, filling the air with a rain of bullets. The demon girl's body jerked mid-run. A bullet tore through her shoulder. Another struck her side. Then another and another. Her body staggered. Crimson bloomed across her chest. Blood streamed from her lips as her knees buckled. Bullets ripped through the demon girl's body, and with each hit, her strength faltered. Blood spilled from her wounds as she staggered forward, trying to flee. But Shan Shan wasn't done yet. Her eyes, sharp with resolve, locked onto the fleeing figure. Without hesitation, she took off after her. But just as she began to sprint, a voice thundered from behind, Shan Shan, what are you doing? It was Uncle Lai. His voice rang with urgency, fear, and something deeper concern. Shan Shan turned her head, breath still heavy, eyes still blazing. I'm going after her, she said firmly. I'll take my motorcycle and catch her. Uncle Lai's expression darkened. He stepped forward, raising his voice over the ringing aftermath of gunfire. Forget it, Shan Shan. We don't know how many of her allies might be lurking nearby. I won't let you throw yourself into danger like that. The smartest thing we can do now is lock every entrance, stay on guard, and protect ourselves. That's what matters most right now." For a moment, Shan Shan hesitated, the fire in her chest still burning. But then, slowly, she nodded. "All right. We'll do that," she said, her voice calm, though not without a lingering edge. But she didn't stop there. Taking a breath, she looked Uncle Lai in the eye and continued, "Uncle Lai, I'm counting on you to handle things here. My grandfather and Jiang Kai don't know what's happened yet. I have to get to Chase City and make sure everything's set up properly." Uncle Lai stood there for a moment, quietly watching her. Then, slowly, a gentle smile spread across his face. He closed his eyes and nodded. "All right," he said softly. "Just take care of yourself out there." As he watched her prepare to leave, a thought stirred deep in his heart, a quiet pride that showed in his smile. Who would have thought? Little Shan Shan has grown into such a brave and capable young woman. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We find ourselves deep within a forest clearing, where a group of towering tree monsters stands still, their hulking forms silent but alert. The air around them is tense, heavy as if something unseen is watching. And then, they sense it. Something stirs. In the blink of an eye, the monsters surge forward, moving to strike, but they never get the chance. From the shadows, a flurry of jet-black tentacles erupts, wrapping around their massive necks with deadly precision. With a sickening crunch, their heads are torn clean from their trunks, twisted, brutal, and final. The ones responsible step into the light. It's them. Our hero and Jiang Kai, cloaked in blood-slick determination, stand among the falling bodies like two reapers delivering judgment. Not a single movement wasted, not a single blow spared. And behind them, emerging from the trees, come Chong and Lai Cheng, each gripping large metal cans filled with fuel. Without a word, they move in. As soon as they see the last monster fall, they rush forward, dousing the twitching corpses in thick streams of gasoline. The stench fills the air. A moment later, a roaring wall of flame engulfs the battlefield, lighting up the night sky in a storm of fire and smoke. Burning silhouettes writhe and collapse, until nothing remains but ash and silence. Watching it all from a distance, the old man stares in disbelief, his eyes wide, lips trembling. Is this a sense of safety, or the weight of overwhelming dominance? He can barely speak, caught between awe and fear. Meanwhile, a soft chime echoes in the air, a digital ping. Our hero's eyes flicker to his screen as a new notification appears before him. His expression changes instantly. A grin slowly spreads across his face as he reads it. Chuckling under his breath, he murmurs with quiet pride, "Jiang Kai and Shan Shan, they didn't let me down after all." The scene shifts once more. We now find ourselves at the main base, a battered but defiant structure standing tall against the chaos of the outside world. Dust floats in the golden light as the gates creak open, and in walks our hero. The moment his figure appears, voices erupt across the base. "Brother Yang! Brother Yang is back! He's really back!" Excited footsteps thunder from every corner as people pour out of the buildings. Smiles, tears, and disbelief spread across familiar faces. He walks forward steadily, the weight of every journey carved into his posture, but his eyes, as sharp as ever, immediately seek one person. Spotting the old man among the crowd, he steps toward him. "Where's Shan Shan?" he asks, his voice calm but laced with urgency. The old man bows his head respectfully and replies, "There was a small incident at the steel plant. Shan Shan went there to assist." The hero's gaze sharpens. "It's not too dangerous over there, is it?" The old man quickly shakes his head. No, nothing too serious. Just a few of our members got bitten. Shan Shan took inhibitors and went right away." Before more could be said, the old man notices the unfamiliar faces standing behind our hero, silent, worn, but full of life. His brow furrows as he gestures toward them. "And who are all these people?" The hero turns and lifts his hand toward the group, introducing them with quiet strength. "They're the survivors from his city." The two old men, leaders of their own hardened paths, step forward and extend their hands. A pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the team. The older man from a city, weary from the road, clasps his hand gratefully and bows his head. It's an honor. We're deeply thankful that you're willing to take us in. Our hero stands between them, strong as the ground they stand on, and speaks with quiet determination. Elder he, this is just a temporary shelter. In a few days, I'll personally escort you all to the edge of the S-City jungle. Elder raises a brow. To the jungle's edge? For what? And with a spark of vision gleaming in his eyes, our hero answers firm, unwavering, to establish the third sanctuary. The scene shifts again. Somewhere far from the chaos, the demon girl stumbles into a desolate corner of the ruined city, barely holding on to her life. Blood drips from her wounds, her breaths come in ragged gasps, and she finally collapses against a crumbling wall. Her legs can no longer carry her, and her body trembles under the weight of exhaustion and fear. The silence is heavy. But then a low, chilling sound slices through the air, a blade being dragged across concrete, slow, menacing, getting closer. She looks up in alarm, eyes darting toward the source, and then she sees them. Emerging from the shadows, not enemies, but something far worse, her former allies, the very people she had betrayed. Leading them is Wen, her figure framed by the fading light, her expression twisted into a cruel smile. As she walks forward, she places a hand mockingly over her mouth and lets out a dark chuckle. Oh, abandoned by your shiny new friends already? The demon girl's eyes widen in fear. Her voice trembles as she scrambles for an explanation, hands shaking. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. I had a plan. Please, don't. Wen's eyes narrow, her voice turning ice cold. A plan? Oh, your grand plan nearly got me killed. She turns to the demon boy standing just behind her and raises a hand with a cold command. Finish her off. The mission may have been a mess, but hey, at least we feasted on that bald fool and this treacherous whore. It wasn't all for nothing. But just as Wen prepares to deliver her final insult, her voice catches. A sudden gasp escapes her lips. Her eyes go wide in shock. A moment later, blood spills from her mouth. She stumbles, and that's when we see it. A sword. It's protruding from her stomach, glinting red in the dim light. The moment the blade pierced through Wen's abdomen, time seemed to freeze. A cold, sharp pain bloomed from her gut, and within seconds, blood began to spill from her lips. Her body trembled. Slowly, shakily, she turned to look over her shoulder, and there he stood. The demon boy, eyes blazing with fury. Wen gritted her teeth and spat out in a snarl. You bastard, pulling the same trick again? But he only smiled, calm and cruel, as he lifted 2 fingers in the air like he was making a point. Why are you so upset? He said mockingly. You were never supposed to live this long anyway. Wen's eyes widened not with fear, but with fury, and her gaze snapped to the demon girl nearby. Don't trust him, she shouted. Last time I was hurt, he did the same thing, ambushed Tuzi while we were distracted. Everything he does, it's to stay one step ahead. One day, he'll betray you too, without hesitation. The demon girl sat silently on the ground, confused and still nursing her wounds, unable to piece together the web of deceit playing out before her. Meanwhile, Wen, gripping the sword still lodged in her stomach, steadied herself. Pain surged through her, but her voice didn't waver. She glared at the demon boy, desperation and rage swirling in her eyes. Hey, I'm already wounded. You're in control now, you've got the upper hand. So don't kill me, kill her instead. That bitch, everything that's happened, all of this, it's her fault. But the demon girl's temper snapped. You filthy slut, and you think you're any better? You're exactly the same. Their voices clashed like swords in the air, accusations flying as the broken battlefield around them stood witness. Then, calmly, almost eerily, the demon boy walked over to Wen. He reached out, touched her face with an eerie tenderness, and said with a sly grin, all right. We all know each other too well to play innocent now. No point in accusing each other like strangers. Still, your suggestion isn't half bad. Wen's eyes lit up with twisted hope. Right? We've been through so much together. There's something between us, isn't there? You and me. We have a bond. I mean, am I really worse than her? What does she have that I don't? Whatever she can do, I can do too. But she never got to finish her breath. In one swift, merciless motion, the demon boy yanked the sword from her belly, swung it high, and with a flash of steel, severed her head clean from her body. Her blood sprayed in a wide arc as her lifeless corpse crumpled to the dirt. The demon boy didn't even blink. I prefer red hair, he muttered coldly, before casually tossing Wen's severed head to the side like garbage. Then he turned to the demon girl, his eyes glinting with calm cruelty. Your injury's one arm, one leg should be enough to recover. The rest, everything else, belongs to me. The demon girl stared at him for a long, silent moment. And then, with a deadened voice, she simply replied, "All right." The air shifted. Far from the blood-soaked ruins where Wen had fallen, another tension was brewing, quiet, but heavy. At the hero's base, something was off. You could feel it in the air, in the sharpness of the silence. That's when Lai Cheng's voice cut through the murmur, sharp and sudden. "Cannibals! From the western outskirts?" Everyone turned. The words alone were enough to send a chill down the spine. But before anyone could respond, Uncle Lai's voice followed lower, more serious. Yes, a red-haired woman was among them. She disguised herself as an ordinary civilian, slipped into our ranks without suspicion, and killed several of our people before we knew what hit us. Our hero, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. There was something in Lai Cheng's reaction that didn't sit right. He studied him for a moment, then asked calmly but firmly, "Lai Cheng, sounds like you know more about these cannibals than you're letting on." Lai Cheng didn't respond right away. A shadow passed over his face. Then he looked up, and when he spoke, his voice was lower, darker. "Know them?" he said, almost as if it tasted bitter. "I am one of them." The room stilled. "I mean," he went on, "not like those freaks, not completely. My mutation hasn't gone that far. But I've lived it. I've felt it. I know what they are, because I've seen what it turns you into." He drew in a breath, not for drama, but because even remembering it was difficult. Cannibalism eats away at your ability to resist your darkest instincts. Little by little, your humanity fades. You become selfish, reckless, rage-filled, lust-driven, gluttonous, and the worst part, you stop caring. You stop fighting it. The words hung in the air like smoke. Our hero didn't flinch, but his eyes narrowed slightly, absorbing it all. For a moment, there was only silence. Then he spoke low and steady, as if confirming something to himself. "So, they really are dangerous. More than we thought." He exhaled slowly, gaze now turning outward, as if already seeing the battlefield ahead. "I'll have to head to the western outskirts myself. No question." Then, as if pulling himself back from the storm already forming in his mind, he looked at Lai Cheng again. His tone shifted clearer now, more focused. "But right now, there's something even more urgent that needs handling." A beat passed. His eyes sharpened. "Old Lai," he said, "keep a tight watch on the steel factory. Lock it down if you have to. And if anything goes wrong, don't waste time. Use the walkie-talkie. Contact me immediately." Lai Cheng straightened, nodded once with absolute clarity. "Understood." The moment shifts. 2 months have passed. On the rooftop of an abandoned building, a small group of survivors huddles together beneath the gray sky, their silhouettes etched against the crumbling skyline. Tension hangs thick in the air as the wind whistles between broken beams and shattered windows. One of them, glancing anxiously toward the empty streets below, breaks the silence. "What do we do? Should we relocate?" Another man quickly responds, fear lacing his voice. "That strange sound. It comes every night now. Closer every time. God knows what kind of monster is making it." A third man, eyes wide and desperate, speaks up. "Someone make a decision already. If we wait any longer, we're all going to die here. After a brief, uneasy silence, their leader finally speaks. His voice is steady, decisive. Pack up the food and essentials, we're moving out. A short while later, they begin their exodus, carefully descending the ruined building and moving through the shattered cityscape toward what they hoped was safer ground. But as the sun begins to vanish behind the skyline, one of them looks around, shivering. Do we really have to leave at night? What if that monster finds us? His leader snaps back immediately, his voice low and firm. Daytime is worse. The plant creatures are more active under sunlight. You want to be torn apart by vines? Just then, a low, rumbling growl echoes through the ruins. Monsters. Without warning, a horde of grotesque, mutated creatures comes charging from the darkness. Their limbs twist like roots, their eyes glowing faintly green. The group panics, sprinting in all directions as screams pierce the night. One of them isn't fast enough. He's dragged back, his cry cut short as the plant beast engulfs him. The others keep running, their terror too overwhelming to look back. But their flight is short-lived. Soon, they're cornered, trapped on all sides, the plant monsters slithering and crawling in from every direction. Their breaths come in ragged gasps. Their hope crumbles. Then the leader points into the distance, eyes wide with sudden desperation. There, another path toward the direction of that massive noise. Without hesitation, they break into a full sprint, bolting through the narrow path in the rubble. For a moment, it seems like they might make it. But then a deafening crack. The earth shudders, and something huge begins to fall from above. Their eyes snap upward. A tree colossal in size is collapsing straight toward them. Its roots rip up concrete like paper. The survivors scatter, diving for cover just in time as the massive trunk crashes down with earth-shaking force. What kind of creature could knock down a tree this thick? One of them gasps in disbelief. Another hisses, "Stay quiet." As the dust begins to settle, they peek through the haze and freeze. There are people on the other side calmly cutting down the trees. Real people. Fighters. Then, the leader of the fleeing group catches sight of someone familiar. His face lights up in disbelief. Zinkai, the figure looks up, startled, and then stunned recognition. Aoyang, you're alive. But the reunion lasts only a second. Aoyang's face goes pale. Behind him, shadows move. The plant monsters have caught up again. Run, hurry, they're here. But Zinkai just smiles. What? Just a bunch of plant creatures? That's nothing. Aoyang blinks, confused. What do you mean, just plant creatures? But Zinkai doesn't even acknowledge the question. He calmly raises his walkie-talkie, speaks a few quick commands into it, and then turns to the survivors. Follow me, he says. Then, without hesitation, he steps into action, slipping into a full protective suit, fire-resistant and reinforced. In his hand, he grips a flamethrower, its nozzle already sparking with fuel. The monsters charge, but this time, they're the ones who scream. In a flash of roaring flames, the beasts are set ablaze. One after another, the plant creatures fall, burning in shrieking agony as Zinkai stands unfazed at the center, a one-man inferno. From the sidelines, Zhang, Lai Cheng, and Chong watch the whole thing unfold, dumbfounded. Lai Cheng, arms crossed and eyes wide with quiet admiration, lets out a breath and says, "These days, we barely even need to lift a finger against those things anymore." While Lai Cheng was still speaking to Zhang and Chong, a quiet confidence in his voice as he observed the battlefield, something else was happening just a few steps away. The last of the plant monsters had been reduced to ashes, smoke curling into the air as silence slowly returned to the scorched ground. Aoyang, standing in stunned disbelief, turned to Zinkai, his voice laced with awe. "You've managed to gather such incredible strength. How did you do it?" There was genuine wonder in his eyes, not just at the power they had witnessed, but at the discipline, the control, the sheer efficiency of it all. Zinkai gave a small smile, almost as if the answer were simple. "We owe it to leader Aoyang and the others." Aoyang blinked, then turned toward the figures in the distance: Zhang, Chong, and Lai Cheng, still standing near the edge of the clearing. But the moment his eyes landed on them, his face paled, and he took a step back in panic. There are more of them. His voice rose in alarm as he instinctively reached for his weapon. The fear in his eyes was real. Years of surviving in a world overrun by monsters had taught him not to trust shadows. But before he could move, a firm hand landed gently on his shoulder. Xingkai chuckled softly. "Relax," he said, calm and warm. "They're not monsters. They're here to protect us." Aoyang hesitated. Xingkai continued, his tone reassuring but practical. "And you're in luck. We could use more people right now. Come on, I'll take you to meet leader Xiaoyang." The moment shifts again. Now we follow our hero and Chong as they arrive at the outskirts of City M, specifically the desolate Western District. The place is a ghost town. Cracked roads stretch into lifeless alleys. Collapsed buildings lean into each other like broken bones. The wind howls through shattered windows, and every footstep echoes far louder than it should. They move cautiously, eyes scanning the ruins. Time seems to slow in this graveyard of a city. After a while, Chong stiffens. His eyes flicker, reptilian and alert. In a hushed, strained voice, he speaks in his native tongue, the words dragging with tension. "There's someone's following us, strong too." Our hero doesn't stop walking. He just smiles faintly, as if he'd already known. "Yeah," he replies calmly. "I noticed. Their strength, about on par with Zhang Kai and the others." Chong frowns. "So, what do we do?" His voice trembles just enough to show he's ready for violence or retreat, whichever comes first. But our hero only grins wider, the calm in his voice almost cruel. "What else can we do? Let you eat a little more." And with that cryptic reply, they keep moving, disappearing deeper into the concrete jungle, as if they were the hunters, not the hunted. But they weren't alone. From the shadows above, perched atop a crumbling high-rise, two other figures watched them intently. The demon girl's lips curled into a sharp smile. "What a perfect opportunity," she whispered. Her companion said nothing, silent as a blade unsheathed in the dark. She clicked her tongue and turned to him with annoyance. "What are you waiting for? If we hesitate, someone else might get to them first." But just as they prepared to move, something unexpected caught her eye. Far ahead, directly in our hero's path, a new group of armed figures emerged from behind the broken walls blocking the road. At least a dozen of them, all holding weapons that gleamed under the pale sun. At the front stood a woman, tall and deadly, her hair tied back in a ragged braid. She dragged her blade slowly across her tongue, eyes locked onto the hero like a predator savoring its meal before the kill. "Well, well," she purred. "Haven't seen top-quality prey like this in a while." As our hero stepped into view, with Chong beside him, an eerie silence fell over the horde of demons. But that silence didn't last. Within seconds, their expressions twisted into something grotesque, delighted. Their eyes gleamed not with fear or hatred, but with a hunger so primal, it sent chills through the air. It was as if a long-lost delicacy had appeared before starving beasts. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, growing louder, darker, more unhinged. "A pure evolver," one demon muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and greed. "Never seen one before." Another licked his lips, claws twitching in anticipation. "If I devour him, who knows how powerful I'll become." The murmurs intensified as a third demon's gaze locked on Chong, narrowing with curiosity then sudden realization. "Wait, what's that beside him? That guy, he controls zombies? He commands them like puppets." A grin stretched across his face. "Perfect. If I consume him, that power could be mine. I'd be unstoppable even against him, the monster lurking in the northern outskirts." The atmosphere thickened, no longer just bloodlust, but ambition. Every demon there was dreaming of evolution, through destruction. But high above, on a rooftop shrouded in shadow, two other demons watched with clenched jaws. The demon girl's eyes burned with rage. She gritted her teeth and jabbed her hand toward the chaos below. Whatever. Someone else reached him before us. The demon boy followed her gaze, his confident posture slowly faltering. A single bead of sweat slid down his cheek. Just watch closely, he whispered, his voice suddenly uneasy. Let's see if being beaten to him turns out to be a blessing or a curse. And then she saw it. The moment her eyes fell on what was happening, all the color drained from her face. Her breath caught in her throat. Her body froze. The reason the demon girl's face had gone pale was now terrifyingly clear, because in the very next instant before anyone could blink, our hero and Chong exploded into action. Like a lightning strike in a stormless sky, their assault began fierce, unstoppable, and without mercy. In a single sweep, they tore through 4 monsters. Their bodies slammed to the ground with bone-crunching force. And then came the moment that made the air freeze. With terrifying precision, our hero raised his blade, and with one clean swing sliced straight through a monster's neck, severing it right down the middle. The sound was sickening. The sight, even worse. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. The remaining monsters, once gleaming with bloodlust, were now trembling. Panic took over. "No, this can't be happening," one screamed. "How can any monster be this powerful?" They scattered like rats from a burning nest, terror dripping from every step. But one of them, blind with fear, ran in the wrong direction. He charged straight toward the rooftop. Straight toward the demon girl and demon boy still hiding in the shadows, watching with wide eyes. The moment they noticed him, both of them ducked behind the crumbling wall, whispering in panic. "Don't come this way, you'll get us killed too." But it was too late. Their voices couldn't reach him in time. And neither could they stop what happened next. Our hero spotted the fleeing creature. His eyes narrowed. In one swift motion, he crouched low, gripped the base of a massive broken pillar lying nearby, and with a grunt of sheer strength hurled it like a missile. It soared through the air, deadly, precise. The monster turned just in time to see his end. With a sickening crack, the pillar pierced clean through his gut. The force of the impact smashed him into the wall and didn't stop. The entire pillar shot through the stone barrier, barely missing the demon girl and boy hiding behind it. They flinched, gasping for breath, as a spray of blood splattered across their stunned faces. If they had moved even a second later, they would have been next. A stillness followed, broken only by the sound of dripping blood. And then beneath the carnage, Chong began feasting. He knelt beside the fallen monsters, devouring their remains without hesitation. Our hero simply smiled, sword still dripping, as he looked down at his companion. "These guys were strong," he said, almost amused. "They must have had variant cores." Up above, the demon boy stared down at him, eyes wide, breath caught in his throat. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The girl, still shaken, whispered, "Did they leave?" The boy swallowed hard and nodded. "Yeah, they're gone. They went down." The two of them cautiously made their way to the lower level, stepping over broken bricks and trails of blood, and when they reached the floor where the battle had ended, they froze. All around them, the bodies of powerful monsters lay in twisted, broken heaps. The demon boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "They only ate 3 of them," he whispered. Then he looked around, his gaze falling on the untouched corpses scattered nearby. A grin began to spread across his face. They hadn't been hunted. They'd been gifted a feast. With the battlefield behind them, blood still wet on the ground, our hero and Chong stepped forward into the unknown. The stench of death lingered in the air, but their path was clear. They had won. As they walked, silence settled until the hero, with a crooked grin, glanced over at his companion. "Man," he teased, "your appetite's so small. All that time, and you only ate 3? Chong scoffed, brushing a drop of blood from his lip with the back of his hand. "My body's huge, all right? What do you want from me? I can't just inhale the whole battlefield." Their banter echoed lightly across the ruined streets. For a moment, it almost felt normal. But then something shifted. Our hero's eyes narrowed. A faint noise, barely a whisper, brushed past his ear. His body froze, instincts kicking in. He turned his head slowly, eyes locking onto a shadowy spot just ahead. Without saying another word, he drew his blade, its edge gleaming cold and sharp under the broken sky. Chong paused mid-step. "What is it?" Before our hero could answer, a voice shouted from the shadows. "Stay back. Take one more step, and I'll kill you both." The threat rang out raw and loud, filled with fear. But what made the hero pause wasn't the words, it was the voice. Human, angry, and terrified. His brows furrowed. A normal human? Out here? He stepped forward slowly, cautiously scanning the direction the voice had come from. And then he saw him. A man, trembling slightly, half hidden behind the rubble. His face was drenched in sweat, hands shaking. Yet his grip on the weapon in his hands was tight, determined. His knees bent into a makeshift fighting stance, clearly improvised, but desperate. The fear on his face was unmistakable. Our hero raised a hand calmly, trying to keep things steady. "Don't move," he said. But the man didn't listen. He growled through gritted teeth. "I said, back up." And with that he launched an arrow straight toward the hero. It flew fast, aimed for the chest, but stopped midair. With nothing but one hand, the hero caught it. No strain, no effort. Just the soft sound of fingers gripping wood and steel. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He caught it. With one hand? Before he could even react, the hero was suddenly in front of him like a ghost. He grabbed the man's weapon and pushed it down forcefully. "We're not cannibals," the hero said firmly, voice rising with command. "We're not your enemies." He stepped back slightly and raised his voice, shouting into the shadows. "Come out, all of you. We're not here to hurt anyone." The moment shifts. The dust begins to settle as our hero, Chong, and the group of survivors step out into the open, the tension finally breaking. They begin talking nervously at first, but slowly, their voices grow more confident. The presence of someone strong, someone who had taken down monsters with ease, had lit a fragile spark of hope among them. One of the survivors, the same man who had once threatened the hero, steps forward and gestures for him to follow. Without a word, the hero nods, and the group begins moving together through broken streets and scattered debris, down the cracked veins of the dead city. As they walk, the hero glances sideways and asks calmly, "Where are we going?" The man glances over his shoulder and replies, "There's a steel plant in the southern suburbs called Zifeng. They used to broadcast radio messages, saying they were taking in survivors. We were planning to go there, but we started thinking those were just regular people. How could they possibly survive against the cannibals?" Hearing that, the hero's eyes narrow slightly. "So you're saying there's a safer place than Zifeng's steel plant?" The man stops, turns fully, and meets the hero's gaze. "There's a human settlement in the northern outskirts. They're hunting down cannibals actively. We're going to join them." The words linger in the air for a moment, and something shifts in the hero's expression. "A human community, still alive?" he mutters, surprised. He had seen too much, buried too many. The man notices the disbelief on his face and continues, more urgently now. "We heard about it from the cannibals themselves. Otherwise, we'd never have dared to try. They said there's a man there, a leader, incredibly strong. Fighting 5 or 6 cannibals alone is nothing to him. That entire settlement survives because of him." The hero's voice drops to a skeptical murmur. "Just him? The western outskirts have at least 1,000 cannibals. One man can protect them all?" But the man shakes his head. "Cannibals usually act alone. They rarely form groups. That's how we've managed to stay alive, because they tear each other apart before they tear into us." And just as those words leave his lips, a small voice speaks up from behind. A child. "Not true," the boy shouts. "I saw it. Just 2 days ago the cannibals were gathering. They're planning something." Everyone turns. The man's face darkens immediately. He snaps, "Come on, your mind's been a mess lately. You're probably just confusing dreams with reality again." If cannibals could work together, they'd have all killed each other by now. That's the only reason I'm still breathing. He turns toward the others and waves his hand dismissively. Don't listen to him. He just wants to go to Xifeng because his brother might be there. How many times do I have to say it? Your brother's chances of survival are basically zero. If we go there, we'll all die. You think Xifeng can withstand cannibals? For all we know, they might be cannibals themselves. But before the argument can spiral further, our hero chuckles softly. He steps forward, brushing dust from his shoulder, and says, "You know what? You're right." Everyone looks up, startled. The former leaders of the Xifeng steel plant, he continues, they were cannibals. The man's eyes widen. So do the child's. Silence spreads like a slow wave. Then, the hero speaks again, this time, with quiet finality. But I already killed them. He looks at the child, his expression softening. What's your brother's name? He asks gently. I might have known him. The boy's lips begin to tremble. His voice cracks as he stares at the ground, trying to speak through the emotion rising in his throat. My brother's name is Lai Cheng, he says, eyes welling with tears. He used to be a deputy officer in the southern suburbs. Have you heard of him? Is he still alive? As the boy timidly spoke his brother's name, our hero's lips curved into a calm smile. What a coincidence, he said, his voice steady yet warm. I'm actually pretty close with Lai Cheng. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, and then pure joy bloomed on his face. Really? You know my brother? Are you his friend? His voice trembled with hope that had long been buried beneath fear and struggle. Seeing that glimmer in the boy's eyes, our hero nodded and gently continued. He's at the Xifeng steel plant right now, helping me manage the farmland. At the mere mention of farmland, the boy lit up as if he'd just been handed a miracle. Farmland? You've even restarted agriculture? That's amazing. I told them we should have gone to Xifeng. But before that fragile hope could grow any further, a hand rose in the air stern, commanding silence. The old man, worn by years of survival, narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp like a rusted blade. Who the hell are you? He growled. I don't believe something that convenient could be real. Speak, are you trying to lure us there just to kill and eat us? The air grew tense. The crowd stared, silent and afraid. Our hero exhaled slowly, brushing a hand through his hair with a faint expression of disbelief. If I really wanted to kill you, he said with an edge in his tone, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. But fate, always cruel in times of tension, had no intention of letting things remain peaceful. A gunshot suddenly rang out sharp, sudden, and dangerously close. The bullet whizzed past our hero, barely missing him. Eyes snapped toward the shooter, a trembling man standing just ahead, his weapon still smoking. The old man's voice roared with fury. What are you doing? The shooter recoiled, pale and shaken. I'm sorry, he stuttered. It went off. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. But it was already too late. The distant growls began low, guttural, and growing louder with every passing second. The unmistakable sound of cannibals, drawn by the crack of gunfire. The old man's face turned ashen. His eyes widened with horror. That shot, it brought them here, he shouted. Everyone, inside, now. Panic erupted. People screamed, pushed, stumbled over each other as they rushed into the building, slamming the door behind them. But two figures didn't move. Our hero and Chong stood tall and still, their eyes fixed on the oncoming horror. The old man turned back, seeing them through the half-closed door. Get inside, he barked. Are you trying to die? Just because you're strong doesn't mean you can handle an entire horde alone. But the hero remained calm. A faint smirk danced on his lips as he replied. Didn't you say they fight among themselves when they gather for a moment? Silence. Then the old man exploded. After they kill you and start dividing the meat, that's when they fight, he bellowed. If you're not going to hide, then don't come crying when you're torn apart. Without waiting for a reply, he slammed the inner door shut behind him. Inside, he turned to the others. Get deeper in. Shut every door. Quickly. A voice from the group called out, There's a second floor. Then move, the old man shouted. As deep as you can go. Stay close and stay quiet. Time passed. The building was now a tomb of breathless fear. In the dim silence, the old man crept to the window, slowly pulling back the cloth to peek outside. His voice dropped to a whisper. I just hope those two haven't given up yet. And then the moment shifts. Down below, the camera pans to a chilling sight. Our hero and Chong now surrounded on all sides by a growing pack of cannibals. The air feels heavier, dense with bloodlust and anticipation. The two stand calm in the center of the chaos, unshaken, unbothered as dozens of twisted eyes fixate on them. But instead of charging, the cannibals hesitate. A low grumble echoes among them, followed by murmurs of confusion. One of them snarls in irritation. Why are there only two here? Beside him, a girl with wild eyes scoffs. What, you wanted to hog both of them for yourself? Another scoffs, his voice sharp with sarcasm. I didn't come all this way just to kill one damn person. Then, a smile spreads across the blood-stained lips of a cannibal woman as she steps forward, gazing intently at our hero. Did you notice? This one's no ordinary human. Eating him would be like devouring 100. Inside the building, the hidden survivors watched in complete silence, peeking through cracks and windows. The boy tugged at the old man's sleeve and whispered, What's going on out there? The old man's face was grim as he peered through the shutters. There's at least 10 already. More are crawling in by the minute, and I don't think those two will survive. Not even their bones will remain. But outside things were far from over. Suddenly, one of the cannibals growled and stepped forward. I can't wait any longer. I'm killing this one first, he roared and lunged. But he never made it far. In a flash of steel and speed too fast for the eye to follow, our hero moved. The next moment, that cannibal lay lifeless on the ground, his body crumpled, his soul extinguished. Gasps erupted among the horde. What the hell, how is he that fast? They stepped back in fear, but our hero looked them dead in the eye, calm as a silent storm, and said coldly, I don't have time to waste. If you're coming, come all at once. His voice sliced through the tension like a blade. That one sentence shattered their hesitation. Roaring with fury, the entire group surged forward in a bloodthirsty frenzy. The earth trembled beneath their feet. And just then, Chong turned to our hero with a grin and said, He's all yours. Burn some stamina now, eat more later. With a relaxed breath, our hero bent one knee and slowly unsheathed his sword. His grip was steady. His gaze was steel. Then, as the first cannibal closed in, our hero exploded into motion. Not a simple jump, but a sky-tearing, physics-defying bound that sent him soaring into the air like a lightning-wrapped god. From inside the shelter, the old man's jaw dropped. What the hell? How did he jump that high? He blinked, stunned, as our hero landed atop the building in a single, effortless motion. Even the cannibals paused, staring up at him in disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? One muttered. His physics is better than mine. We can't beat him. Panic took hold. The bravado drained from their eyes as the truth dawned they were prey. And they ran. But they didn't get far. With chilling calm, our hero drew his firearm and fired a single, precise shot. The bullet hit its mark. One cannibal dropped, lifeless, his head blown back in a flash of red. The others froze, horror etched into their faces as they watched their comrade fall. Fear crept in, and then terror took over. The sound of gunfire still echoed through the dead air as the remaining cannibals, shaken to their core, began to scatter in every direction, scrambling to escape the nightmare that had descended upon them. But just as they turned to flee, a new threat emerged. From the other side, a separate group of cannibals had zeroed in on Chong. With their numbers intact and their bloodlust unshaken, they surged toward him like a wave of darkness. From the rooftop, our hero's voice rang out, cold and resolute. I can't let a single one of them leave alive. Wipe them all out. Chong looked up, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "They're strong," he said through clenched teeth. "Really strong." And then the moment cracked open. The cannibals were upon him, teeth bared, claws raised, muscles tensed. But Chong didn't retreat. He attacked. Like a whirlwind unleashed, he dove into them, fists and feet tearing through the horde with explosive force. His movements were fluid, brutal, precise, each strike felling a monster, each kick cracking bone. One by one, they fell, torn apart by raw, relentless power. The few that remained stood trembling, eyes wide with disbelief. "No, this can't be happening," one of them muttered. "He can't take us all alone." But before the sentence could leave their lips, gunshots from above silenced them forever. Our hero, still on the rooftop, lowered his smoking firearm. His eyes never wavered. Inside the building, the survivors were frozen, breathless. No one spoke. Until finally, the old man whispered, as if trying to convince himself it was real. "Those two, they just wiped out an entire group of cannibals, like it was nothing." Then came the voice again, this time not from the rooftop, but calling out across the battlefield, "It's safe now. You can all come out." The survivors moved hesitantly at first, like deer emerging from hiding after the storm. The old man pushed the door open, stepping into the sunlight with the others following closely behind. And there they saw dozens of dead cannibals scattered across the ground, the stench of death mingling with dust and blood. The impossible had become reality. Our hero dropped down from the rooftop in a single effortless leap, landing lightly in front of them. The old man stared at him, eyes wide with awe, voice trembling, and stepped forward. "We've decided. We want to join the Xifeng steel plant. Please, will you take us in?" The hero didn't answer right away. He simply raised one finger, a small smile playing on his lips. "Yes," he said at last. "But first, I need to take a little trip to that northern outskirts settlement you mentioned." Everyone froze. Their smiles faded. Even the old man's expression tightened with unease. "You're going there, for what?" he asked carefully. The hero's eyes darkened, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of quiet thunder. "To determine whether it's necessary to wipe those people out." A sudden crash echoed through the silent ruins. Outside the factory gates, the metallic groan of iron being bent and battered filled the air. A horde of cannibals, feral, filthy, and furious, had begun smashing the entrance, their snarling faces pressed against the bars like ravenous beasts. The impact trembled through the ground, and inside, every soul froze in dread. A murmur swept through the group like wildfire. "They've found us. The enemy's here." One man sprinted to the rooftop, the wind slicing past him as he leaned over the ledge, and what he saw made his stomach twist. 7. No, 8 of them. Hulking, grotesque cannibals were hammering at the gate with rocks, using raw force to tear their way in. "There are 7 down there," he shouted in disbelief, his voice shaking. 7 cannibals. "What do we do now?" Before anyone could respond, heavy footsteps echoed behind them. Their leader, Feng, had arrived. He didn't speak at first. He simply listened, and then, without hesitation, turned sharply, heading straight for his daughter. Her eyes met his, filled with worry. "Dad," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Even for you, this fight won't be easy." But Feng didn't answer her, not with words. He turned to the man behind him. His voice, calm but unwavering, carried the weight of command. "Shut the main gate. Don't let a single one of them in. And no one from our side goes out either." The man didn't argue. He simply nodded, understanding that this was more than an order, it was a line drawn in blood. And then, Feng moved. In one powerful leap, he hurled himself off the rooftop. "Dad!" his daughter screamed, reaching out as if she could pull him back. "Please be careful." But he was already gone, falling like a meteor, cloaked in silence and steel resolve. He landed with a force that shook the ground. Dust exploded around him. The cannibals froze for a split second, and then, grinning like predators, they stepped forward. Well, one of them growled. "This one's mine." Another cackled, bloodlust in his eyes. Whoever kills him gets to keep the prize. But Feng didn't move. Not yet. A low hum began to rise, dark and pulsing. Around his body, something unnatural began to swirl. A thick, shifting liquid, like living shadow, slithered up his arms and across his chest, enveloping him completely. His figure distorted. His eyes gleamed. And then he changed. Before their eyes, Feng's body twisted and transformed into a monstrous figure, towering, powerful, and horrifyingly silent. The very air around him grew heavy with killing intent. The cannibals who'd been charging in with smug grins now stood paralyzed, their confidence shattered. One of them, trembling, gasped. "So this is his true power," the other's voice cracked in horror. "Look at him, he's more twisted than we are." For a brief second, silence held the battlefield. The remaining cannibals, blood dripping from their teeth, eyes locked on Feng, hesitated. And then, like a pack of wolves sensing weakness, they surged forward in unison. Feng stood tall, waiting. They rushed in from all sides, their claws raised, mouths open in a grotesque hunger. But the moment they closed in within arm's reach of him, Feng moved. With a single sweeping strike, raw power surged through his monstrous body. Cannibals were sliced clean through, their bodies torn apart mid-air. Screams erupted as several of them fell dead on the spot, their torsos split like paper. Others collapsed, wounded, dismembered, barely able to crawl away. The ones who survived stumbled back, some missing arms, others too shaken to even stand properly. Their earlier arrogance was gone, replaced by pure, animalistic fear. Feng let out a deafening roar, his voice echoing like thunder across the battleground. But as his cry faded, his knees buckled. His monstrous form trembled, and then he fell. Crashing to the ground, dust rising around him, half of his face was now visible again, human. Barely, exhausted, struggling. On the rooftop, everyone stood frozen, staring down at him in stunned disbelief. "We won," someone whispered. "All the cannibals are dead." But then another voice broke the silence, one filled with concern. "Brother Feng, he can barely stand." A man clenched his fists. "Are we really just going to leave him like this?" But the person in front of him shook his head solemnly. "We have no choice. If we go near him now, he might attack us. He's losing control of his own body." Feng's daughter stood in silence, her hands trembling, her eyes locked on her father's collapsed figure. She wanted to speak, but no words would come. All she felt was fear and helplessness. Inside the building, the others began to murmur, tension rising in their voices. "We can't just stand here. If we don't help him now, Feng will die." Hearing their resolve, his daughter's eyes welled with emotion. The sight of strangers willing to risk their lives for her father despite his terrifying state shattered something inside her. She could barely hold back her tears. Then, the man Feng had originally ordered, "Do not let anyone go outside," stepped forward. He looked around at the unity in everyone's faces, and for the first time, he wavered. "If all of you truly want to go out there and help Feng, then so be it." And just like that, the gates opened. One by one, the people began rushing toward Feng. From the ground, Feng raised his head, his voice ragged and urgent. "What are you doing? Get back inside now." But they didn't listen. They ran past him, charging at the few cannibals still twitching and breathing. Weapons raised, shouts echoing, they struck with everything they had, ending every last one of them. And then one by one they dragged the corpses to Feng. They tossed them near his feet, and Feng started devouring them. Ripping into their flesh, piece by piece, his monstrous hunger overtook him. His breathing slowed. His wounds began to close. The more he ate, the more strength returned to him. Those watching from a distance were frozen in disbelief. The sight was horrifying. And then, without warning, more cannibals appeared. Their monstrous forms emerged from the shadows, drawn by the scent of blood and battle. The leader among them narrowed his eyes at Feng's broken figure and sneered. "Why does this monster look so beat up?" But then, his gaze drifted to the humans nearby, tired, blood-stained, wounded but standing. And suddenly, the cannibal leader's lips curled into a grin. How lucky we are. Some of our brothers died, but they've gifted us with this beautiful moment. Their joy, however, didn't last long, because as more and more cannibals appeared, the humans began to panic. One of them gasped, "There are more of them? Even more than before." Another whispered, "What do we do now?" But even in the face of fear, some of them stepped forward, weapons shaking in their hands. One voice rang out among them. "Brother Feng hasn't recovered yet. He's in no shape to fight." Another replied, steady and firm, "Then it's our turn now, to protect him and ourselves." The scene shifts. Far from the chaos, in the shadow of a dying sun, our hero and his group approached the outskirts of the battlefield. The wind carried the scent of blood, and something deeper, something primal hung heavy in the air. With every step, the tension grew. The silence was too sharp, too unnatural. Our hero narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift. His voice was low, calm, but carried an edge of certainty. "I can tell. The people you mentioned aren't normal. There are clearly fewer cannibals the further north we go from the western outskirts." The old man walking beside him let out a soft, knowing chuckle. "That's it. I remember now, this is the place I was talking about. We're almost there. Just a little farther." But before the last word could leave his lips, gunfire. A sharp crack split the air. The sound of gunshots echoed across the ruins. The old man froze. Gunfire. Our hero's lips curled into a half smile. We're close. Just a few kilometers away. And in the very next heartbeat, the scene shattered into carnage. Back at the battleground, the struggle had only intensified. Bodies lay torn, some split at the torso, others with heads brutally severed. Blood painted the dirt red. Feng's daughter, her eyes wild with rage and grief, raised her weapon with shaking hands. She pulled the trigger over and over, bullets tearing into the charging cannibals as she screamed, "I'll fight you all, until my last breath." But fate wasn't kind. From behind, one of the cannibals lunged at her. In a brutal flash, it grabbed her weapon and tore it from her hands, hurling it across the rubble. She gasped, but it was too late. The creature sneered, its claws reaching for her, its grip tightening with cruel amusement. And just as his hand closed in on her, a monstrous blur struck. Feng with a roar, he slammed into the cannibal like a thunderclap. The impact was so violent that his daughter was thrown into the air, landing hard across the debris-strewn ground. She winced, clutching her arm, now cut and bruised. The sheer force of her father's attack left everyone stunned. Even the cannibals stepped back, shaken. One of them whispered in horror, "He's back. That monster is ready to fight again," another snarled. "Then let's finish him before he fully recovers." With guttural roars, they surged forward, every last one of them. Feng's daughter, struggling to sit up, watched the horde close in around her father. Fear gripped her heart. "Dad!" Before she could do anything, one of the fighters grabbed her, pulling her back toward safety. "We can't stay here. Come with me, we have to get inside." Tears streaked her face, but she nodded. Meanwhile, Feng stood alone. A wall of death charging at him, claws and teeth bared. And then out of nowhere, a giant boulder came crashing down from above, slamming into the attacking cannibals with terrifying force. Bones shattered. Two of them were instantly crushed, their bodies split in half beneath the weight of the falling stone. Everyone froze. Eyes darted to the sky. Hearts thundered. What was that? Where did it come from? And then they saw him, their hero, standing tall at the edge of the broken path, his presence crackling with fury and purpose, was the one who had hurled that massive stone with nothing but sheer power. The moment our hero and Chang appeared, the entire crowd froze in disbelief. Eyes widened, breaths caught the atmosphere, turned tense and heavy. One man in the front stammered in shock, his voice trembling as he muttered, "A new group of cannibals," but before the panic could spread, another immediately shook his head, his tone sharp and uneasy. "No, they don't look like cannibals. Something about them is different. That one can't be a monster cannibal. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. Another voice rose from the group, doubtful and defiant. And how can you be so sure? What if they really are? What else could they be? Their uncertainty lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. Our hero, standing calmly at the center of it all, glanced sideways at Chong. A faint, mocking smile curved on his lips. Chong noticed it, and though he didn't speak, the flicker of anger burning in his eyes betrayed his annoyance. Even the cannibals across from them were unsettled, whispering among themselves as they studied the two. "That man, he's nothing like us," another growled, his tone grim with realization. "He isn't one of us. He's a pure evolver. But how? How can that be possible?" The murmurs of shock and disbelief only fed the tension. Then, in a voice steady and commanding, our hero turned to Chong. "Go, wipe them out, Brother Chong." Chong shifted into a fighting stance, his expression twisting in irritation. "Why is it always me who has to do the dirty work?" he muttered. But before the words even left his mouth fully, he lunged forward like a predator released from its cage. The cannibals roared in response, surging toward him. One of them, a grinning brute with bloodlust in his eyes, snarled as he charged. "I've slain countless zombies, now it's your turn." But the moment he reached striking distance, Chong's movements blurred. In a flash, his foot crashed down with monstrous force. Bones shattered, the cannibal's body crushed instantly under the weight of his step. A sickening silence followed, then gasps of pure horror erupted around them. Those watching from the sidelines could barely comprehend what they had seen. What kind of monster is he?" one whispered in terror. "He killed that cannibal in a single strike. He's stronger than Brother Feng." Our hero's allies stepped forward, their voices steady, trying to reassure the stunned onlookers. "Don't be afraid. He's no monster, he's one of the strongest fighters from the south outskirts." At those words, the man in the wide-brimmed hat stiffened, his disbelief etched deep into his face. His lips trembled as he whispered, almost to himself, "The south outskirts? Impossible. We always thought no one in this entire apocalypse could rival Brother Feng. And yet?" As Chong charged forward, the cannibals' bravado began to crumble. Their eyes widened in terror, their bodies trembling as cold sweat drenched their faces. One of them, his voice breaking with fear, stammered, What happened to this zombie? How can he be so strong?" Panic spread through the horde like wildfire. They were cannibals, feral, merciless, but now they looked like prey. Another tried to muster courage, his voice desperate. "Don't be afraid. If we all attack together, we can take him down." A wavering reply came from his side. "Why, yes, together, we can kill him." But even as they spoke, doubt gnawed at their words. Instead of unity, bickering erupted among them. "You go first." "No, you. I'll follow right after," reluctantly. Two or three finally stepped forward, snarling to mask their fear. "When everyone else trembles, I do not. I'll be the one to kill him." They rushed in with a furious scream. Our hero stood still, calm as stone, his eyes watching with cold indifference. When the first cannibal lunged close, his claw raised high, the hero simply lifted one hand. In a flash, his arm pierced straight through the cannibal's chest. With a sickening crack, he tore him apart from the middle, splitting flesh and bone as though it were paper. The others froze, horror etched on their faces. "A monster. He's stronger than us, much stronger. We'll lose this fight. Run! Run now!" Terror overtook them, and they scattered, scrambling to flee. But our hero's gaze sharpened. With a thought, his black tentacles surged forward like serpents, lashing out in every direction. One by one, the fleeing cannibals were dragged down, their bodies ripped apart until silence reigned and the ground was littered with corpses. The survivors, those who had been watching from a distance, stood pale and trembling. Not even the bravest among them could hide their fear. At that moment, the old man stepped forward, trying to steady them. "Calm yourselves. Do not fear, they are our allies." But before relief could settle, chaos struck again. Brother Feng, lying battered on the ground, suddenly lunged forward in a frenzy, hurling himself at the hero. The impact was sudden, unexpected. The hero gritted his teeth, noticing the wound where Feng's strike had landed. His expression darkened. "Another problem?" he growled. His tentacles lashed out instantly, wrapping around Feng's body and lifting him high into the air. His eyes burned with rage as his voice thundered. "Can you survive this, monster?" Before the final blow could fall, a desperate cry split the air. Feng's daughter rushed forward, her eyes swollen with tears. "No, please, don't kill my father." The hero's hand paused. His gaze flicked to the girl as she collapsed to her knees, her voice breaking into sobs. "Please, I'm begging you. He's my father. He only attacked you because he's not in his right mind. Please, spare him." For a moment, silence reigned. Then, with a cruel smirk, the hero tilted his head. "Let him go." "Who? That lump of meat?" "Yes," she screamed through her tears. "He's my father. He can't control himself, he's unstable. Please, he can still come back. Don't kill him." The plea hung heavy in the air. Slowly, the hero loosened his grip, his tentacles retracting as he dropped Feng back onto the ground. His tone was mocking, almost amused. "Oh, twisted like this, and you truly believe he can return to being human." But what happened next only deepened the horror. Feng, still snarling, dragged himself across the dirt toward the fallen cannibal corpses. With guttural hunger, he tore into their flesh, devouring them like a beast. Disgust twisted across the hero's face. He turned sharply to Chong, his voice cold. "You're one to talk. The way you eat isn't much better than his." Chong only gave a half smile, his silence more dangerous than words. Before the tension could thicken further, another figure stepped forward, Feng's companion, his face calm, even smiling faintly. He addressed the hero with a respectful bow. "Big brother, please, come with us into the base." As for Brother Feng, his smile grew darker. "Leaving him out here will be just fine." The scene shifted. The blood-stained streets faded behind them, and soon our hero, Chong, and the others stepped into the shadowed interior of a crumbling high-rise. The heavy doors slammed shut, sealing the chaos outside. Inside, dim light filtered through broken windows, casting long, jagged shadows across the cracked floor. Feng's companion wasted no time. He dropped to his knees before our hero, his voice filled with gratitude and desperation. "Savior, if it weren't for you, Brother Feng, and all of us, we would have perished out there today." The words echoed in the stillness. For a moment, silence lingered, broken only by the labored breaths of those who had barely escaped death. Our hero's expression didn't change. His voice was calm, almost detached, when he finally spoke. "It's nothing, just lending a hand. But tell me, how long has your settlement been here? And that Brother Feng outside, what exactly is his deal?" At this, Feng's daughter stepped forward, her hands trembling as she clutched the edge of her torn sleeve. Her eyes, red and swollen from tears, locked on the hero with a desperate sincerity. Her words came quietly, but each one carried the weight of grief and fear. "My father, he's infected with something called mimetic flesh mutation." The phrase hung heavy in the stale air. The hero narrowed his eyes, repeating the words slowly, his tone sharp with suspicion. "Mimetic flesh? What's that supposed to be?" It was a miraculous discovery, yet at the same time, a terrifying curse. At first, when it appeared in wild animals, everyone dismissed it as nothing more than a strange protozoan disease. But then, under careful cultivation, the truth revealed itself, an unthinkable truth. This organism could transform into any tissue it desired. Anything it consumed, it could become. Not just a shallow imitation, but a perfect mimic, each cell recreated with frightening precision, enhanced beyond its original function, brimming with unnatural power. The implications were staggering. To hold in one's hands a life form that could become anything, a miracle of creation itself. But alongside the miracle came the shadow, danger that surpassed imagination. And then, my mentor crossed the line. Against every law, against every regulation, against every shred of morality, he made a choice. He chose to defy the world itself. In secret, behind closed doors, he began the unthinkable human trials. Hearing Feng's daughter's words, our hero was left utterly confused. Seeing the turmoil on his face, she continued, her voice heavy with sorrow. By then, the disaster had already struck. Cities like M City and S City had fallen into chaos. Refugees poured in from neighboring regions. At that time, we believed the God Cell was the key, but we never expected the so-called key to be the disaster itself. Her words struck like thunder. Our hero narrowed his eyes and spoke quietly, almost as if piecing the puzzle together. Let me guess, the once stable mimetic tissue began to spiral out of control. With despair shadowing her expression, Feng's daughter nodded and explained in a trembling voice, the mimetic flesh doesn't stop devouring. It keeps consuming until it replaces every single cell in the host's body. Slowly, the infected lose their humanity, overtaken by the instincts of the flesh itself. An uncontrollable urge rises within them to spread, to infect others, and as time passes, the mimetic tissue forgets the host's original form. It breaks down into a shapeless, formless lump of flesh, no longer able to reform, no longer able to move. It withers away, starved of nutrients. Until then, while they still retain human form, they gather, cluster together, and that instinct drives them to their final destination, the sea of flesh. As her trembling words faded into silence, our hero fell deep into thought. But suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind him. Now, you too are one of them. Our hero froze, turning his head slightly. Standing there, fully recovered, was Feng himself. His eyes were steady, his presence overwhelming. He continued, his tone cutting through the silence like a blade. Your wound that was from my attack, wasn't it? Our hero's eyes widened in shock. Slowly, he raised his hand, gazing at the mark before answering with a reluctant nod. A look of sorrow crossed Feng's face. Then you only have a few days left. But instead of despair, our hero's lips curved into a faint smile. Don't worry about me. I've already purged all the mimetic flesh from my body. Feng's eyes widened, disbelief shaking his calm demeanor. What? How is that even possible? Our hero stood firm, his voice steady with absolute confidence. I have a body dozens of times stronger than any normal man. My immune system is naturally far superior, and besides, he paused, his gaze darkening. I carry within me a symbiotic organism, one even more miraculous and far deadlier than this. The moment those words left his mouth, the people around them were struck speechless, their faces frozen in shock. Our hero's voice grew sharper, challenging fate itself. If this mimetic flesh has such advanced mimicry, then it should be possible to mold it intentionally. Infect me again. I want to try taming it. Feng stared at him, then slowly extended his hand. If that's truly what you desire, then try. In an instant, Feng released his cells, hurling them toward our hero. Without hesitation, the hero caught them. But the moment he grasped them, his expression darkened. No good. It's completely uncontrollable. The moment it merges, it invades. I had no choice but to destroy it all. Then tell me, Feng, how do you control it? Feng's reply came, calm yet heavy with truth. I don't control it. I am it. Every cell, every shred of flesh in my body is mimetic tissue. Biologically, I am no longer human. The hero's breath caught. His eyes trembled as he asked in disbelief, and even so, you've managed to keep your humanity? Feng clenched his fist, his voice laced with pain. My humanity is long gone. What keeps me moving now is only a rational sense of responsibility. The topological structure of my brain's neurons hasn't fully degraded yet. That's the only reason I can still think as Zhu Zhaofeng, and with that reason, I fight against the instincts of the flesh. But I can feel it, the last fragments of rationality slipping away. Soon, I may not even be able to maintain this human form. He turned his gaze toward the distance, his voice trembling, heavy with desperation. I beg you, protect Xiaoping. Protect the other survivors. While I still have reason left, I'll give everything, anything you ask of me." At those words, Feng's daughter's eyes filled with tears, and at last, she broke down, weeping for her father. While Feng's daughter wept, our hero's gaze shifted to the glowing screen before him. A sudden cascade of notifications appeared, and as he read through them, his eyes widened in shock. "Oh, a new series mission," he thought, his mind racing. "The hyperphage virus, that must be the zombie outbreak in M City. The adaptive spores clearly from the plant-based infection that spread through S City. Then, the mimetic aggregate protozoa must be what these people are calling the mimetic flesh." A cold realization settled over him. He looked toward Feng and asked quietly, his words like a blade slicing into the silence. "So, your final fate is also to join the sea of flesh?" Feng's expression grew heavy, grim determination weighing down his features. "Yes," he answered firmly. "I can feel it. That day is not far off." Our hero remained silent for a moment, then nodded calmly. "All right then, I'll go with you." Feng froze, stunned, staring at him with disbelief. "You'll come with me? But where?" The hero's lips curved into a faint, unreadable smile. "Nothing much. I'm just curious." Feng lowered his gaze, pondering the meaning of those words. But then he raised his head, concern darkening his voice. "Then, what about everyone else here?" Without hesitation, the hero reached into his coat, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and spoke into it with casual authority. "Hey, Zhang Kai, who's been free lately?" A heavy silence lingered in the air until, moments later, footsteps echoed in the distance. Shapes emerged, drawing closer. Feng and his entire team turned, their eyes widening in shock. The man approaching was none other than Zhang himself, and at his side walked his own son. The moment Feng's team laid eyes on them, one of his men gasped in horror. What is that thing? That's no human, it's a monster." But before their fear could spread, Zhang's son lit up with joy, his voice ringing out with warmth the moment he saw the hero. "Uncle Yang," our hero blinked in surprise, taken aback by the boy's sudden call. Zhang frowned, stepping forward. "Zhang Sheng, why did you bring your son all the way out here? Is his mother really fine with this?" But before the scolding could sink in, the boy puffed out his chest proudly and spoke with fierce determination. "Don't worry, Uncle Zioyang. I'm not the same kid anymore. Watch me, I'll show you some of my power." The hero's brows furrowed, confusion flickering in his eyes. But before he could respond, Zhang's son turned his head sharply, staring into the shadows behind them. "All right, you've been following us all this way. If you don't come out now, we're coming in." His challenge cut through the air like a knife. And in that instant, the truth revealed itself. From the darkness, figures stirred. Their presence had been hidden until now, trailing behind like hunters in the night. The sound of guttural whispers spread among them cannibals, their eyes gleaming with feral hunger. One of them hissed in shock, voice trembling with disbelief. We've been discovered?" Zhang's son turned his head and called out, his voice echoing into the shadows. Almost instantly, the cannibals began emerging one after another, their twisted figures stepping into the open. One of them, with a grin carved across his face, stepped forward and sneered. "This must be the legendary gathering spot. I really want to see what kind of powerhouse it takes for all of us to join forces just to bring them down." His mocking eyes locked onto Zhang as he pointed straight at him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. They say there's a man who can take on several of us new humans alone. That's you, isn't it?" Zhang looked at him blankly, clearly not understanding what this creature was rambling about. With an utterly calm expression, he muttered in broken English, "Outsider. Just got off the plane. No speak English. I'm not from here. Just arrived. Don't understand what you're saying." The words left even Feng and his companion dumbfounded. Watching from afar, Feng's partner frowned. "What nonsense is he spouting?" Feng's gaze sharpened as he whispered back, "They're mistaking him for someone else. But the one they're really looking for is me." The tension thickened. The cannibals bristled with anticipation, their bloodlust spilling out like a storm ready to break. One snarled, "We're bound to fight eventually. Why not strike now, while we've got the numbers?" But before they could make their move, Zhang's son raised his voice, sharp and determined. "Dad, don't interfere. I'll handle them all by myself." The cannibals surged forward as one, a pack of predators lunging for their prey. In the same heartbeat, Zhang's son drew his gun, the barrel flashing as shots rang out. Bullets sliced through the air, but the cannibals were fast, inhumanly fast. They twisted and darted between the shots, mocking laughter filling the night. One of them sneered, his words dripping with arrogance. "Kid, bold like a newborn calf, you don't even fear the tiger. Don't you know our speed is something normal people can't even react to?" But his smirk vanished in an instant. A bullet slammed into his shoulder, spinning him back in shock. His eyes widened, disbelief written across his face. And in that same moment, Zhang's son's movements blurred. The boy was no longer just human. His speed exploded, every motion sharp, precise, terrifying. He grinned fiercely. "Who told you I was normal?" Gunfire cracked like thunder, and in the blink of an eye, 2 cannibals were down, then 3. He moved like lightning, weaving through attacks, leaping, spinning, every shot finding its mark. One lunged at him from behind, claws ready to tear him apart, but Zhang's son twisted aside, flipped over the creature, and fired point blank. The cannibal collapsed instantly, lifeless. From afar, Feng's companion could only stare, his voice trembling. Who is this boy? How can he be this strong?" But the storm wasn't over. Another cannibal hurled itself down from above, claws extended. Yet before its strike could land, thick black tentacles erupted through its chest, skewering it midair. Gasps spread across the battlefield as the creature collapsed, twitching. The tentacles coiled back, dripping with blood, and their source became clear. Zhang himself had joined the fight. The sight sent a shiver through everyone watching. Feng's partner could hardly speak. "Monsters, they're both monsters." The cannibals froze, their earlier arrogance melting into dread. "He's stronger than we thought, far stronger than the rumors said," one of them muttered. But fear twisted into desperation, and with a final, reckless howl, one of them roared, "Let's all go at once. I want to see how many tentacles this freak really has. Once we take him down, the rest are just snacks." In a frenzy, they all charged together, a wave of bloodthirsty beasts crashing toward Zhang. And then his tentacles lashed out in a blur, slicing through the night like whips of death. The battlefield erupted in chaos as bodies were ripped apart, torn down in an instant. Screams echoed, cut short as flesh and bones scattered across the ground. In mere seconds, it was over. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of dripping blood. At Zhang's feet lay a mountain of corpses, the once feared cannibals reduced to nothing more than lifeless remains. The battlefield had fallen silent, littered with the broken remains of the cannibals. The stench of blood hung thick in the air, the only sound the faint drip of it onto the earth. Zhang's son, his breathing heavy but his eyes burning with pride, walked straight toward our hero. "Uncle Yang," he said eagerly, a boyish grin cutting through the carnage. "How was my power? My performance?" Our hero studied him for a moment, then placed a firm hand on his head, his voice calm but carrying the weight of recognition. "Taking out 2 flesh-eaters? Not bad at all. Looks like you've been training hard." The boy's chest swelled with pride. "It's thanks to that farmland you built. Everyone who ate the crops grew stronger." Those words made our hero's gaze flicker. A thought rose in his mind. The crops from Huach Field are technically still plant entities. They can't compare to the wild plant beasts in the city, but they do carry evolutionary energy. A lucky bonus, I'd say. While he was lost in thought, Zhang's son lifted a hand and pointed at the others standing nearby. "Uncle Yang, what's going on here?" Our hero's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew serious. "I think I've started piecing together the disaster landscape. Zombies, plant entities, and now this one, a life form they're calling mimetic flesh." The moment shifted. Feng and his companion appeared, leading our hero through dim corridors lit only by flickering lights. As they walked, the hero spoke, his tone calm yet edged with caution. "No problem. With those guys defending this place for you, 20 or 30 flesh-eaters won't be an issue." They finally stopped at a heavy wooden door. When it creaked open, the dim light revealed a figure bound tightly inside, his body shackled but his eyes alive with something far too sinister. Our hero raised a finger toward him. "This one, he's a flesh-eater, isn't he?" Feng nodded grimly. "Yes. I use him to identify people infected with mimetic flesh. I found out by accident that flesh-eaters feel no hunger toward the infected. Not everyone can resist those instincts like I can. We're actually more dangerous than flesh-eaters because we don't expose ourselves. We silently infect the healthy. That's why I keep him so he can point them out." The bound man suddenly began to laugh, his voice low and twisted, echoing off the walls. His chains rattled with the tremors of his body. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, eyes gleaming with malice. "But today," he hissed, his lips curling into a grotesque grin, "there's no need for him. I'll tell you myself who the infected one is." The words struck like a blade. Feng and his daughter both froze, fear etched onto their faces, their eyes widening in terror. The prisoner's smile stretched wider, his voice cutting like poison through the room. "I'm curious, now that you've lost your humanity, will you still feel sorrow over the death of your daughter?" As soon as Feng learned the truth that he himself had infected his daughter, he looked at the man sitting in the room in shock and, in a serious tone, asked, "What did you just say?" The man laughed and said to Feng, "The daughter you were so desperately trying to protect is now completely infected with mimic tissue. And who infected her? I don't think I need to say the name, do I? Do I really need to?" Smiling, the man in the room spoke those words, and everyone standing there was utterly shocked and terrified. At that moment, Feng's daughter looked down at the mark on her arm, the very mark that came from when her dad had attacked her. She touched it and whispered, "This happened back then." As soon as Feng heard those words from his daughter's mouth, his expression fell with deep despair. Just then, our hero placed his hand on Feng's shoulder and said softly, "Calm down." Hearing our hero's words, Feng looked at him and said, "What made me despair the most was realizing I was completely calm about it. Xiaoping's infected my heart should have been in turmoil, but it wasn't. I guess, as Zhu Jiaofeng, I've already reached the end of the road. It's about time to throw myself into the flesh sea. But, Brother Xiaoyang, even though I can no longer empathize with my old self, I believe in finishing what I started. I beg you, since you can clear the mimic tissue from your own body, could you also clear Xiaoping's?" Hearing Feng's plea, our hero answered, "That's not possible, because I cannot use my immune system to help anyone else." As soon as Feng heard this, he replied quietly, "I see. If that's the case, then let's drop the matter." Feng's companion then walked toward Feng's daughter and asked her, "Are you slowly becoming like Brother Feng as well?" Hearing this, Feng's daughter replied firmly, "It doesn't matter. The world's already like this. There's nothing left for me to hold on to. When I can no longer control myself, I hope you'll have the guts to put me down." Seeing them so tormented, our hero spoke up, "Don't give up. I never said I couldn't help." And with that, our hero pulled out a syringe and continued, "Inject this into your body." Feng's daughter took the syringe into her hand. The man standing beside her immediately asked our hero, "What is this thing?" Our hero began to explain, "This is an infection blocker. This injection was once used against the virus in M City. I hope, maybe it will work against the mimic tissue as well." After hearing this, Feng's daughter injected the serum into her own body. But while she was doing so, the man sitting in the room started laughing loudly and mockingly said, "Do you people have any common sense? Mimic tissue and viruses are completely different kinds of organisms. Even a kid could tell you that's impossible." But the very next moment, his laughter vanished completely from his face. Staring in shock, he muttered, "What nonsense is this? How is this possible?" As his expression twisted in disbelief, our hero carefully observed his face and said, "From the look on his face, it seems the injection has worked." Only seconds after the injection entered her body, Feng's daughter's eyes lit up with joy and she exclaimed, "That means, can you give this injection to my dad as well? Could he become normal again?" Hearing his daughter's hopeful words, our hero replied gently, "No, I don't think so. Your situation was different, you were only infected. But your father has completely lost his human part. I don't think this injection will work on him." After hearing this, Feng himself spoke to his daughter, saying, "That's right. The human part of me has been completely devoured. Now, I'm pure mimic tissue, barely maintaining a human appearance." Hearing her father's words, Feng's daughter was crushed with despair. Feng, however, continued and turned back to our hero, saying, "You said earlier you were going to the Flesh Sea. Are you still going? I don't think I have much time left." And hearing Feng's words, our hero answered him with a firm nod, "Yes." Then the moment shifts, and we see Feng and our hero arriving in K City. After walking a short distance, Feng grows serious and says to our hero, "We're already very close to the Flesh Sea, and this place is extremely dangerous." Just then, a sudden voice calls out, "Do you have food? Can you give us something to eat?" As soon as our hero and Feng turn around, they are both utterly shocked. Our hero stares in disbelief and says to Feng, "Little children." Seeing the children, Feng is equally stunned and immediately warns our hero, "Be careful. This place is far too dangerous, there shouldn't be anyone wandering around here." And soon, the truth becomes clear, those children are not real children at all. They are mimic tissue. Then the moment shifts, and we see outside the base where Zhang's son is sitting on the ground, staring at spiders. He mutters, "How did so many bugs get here? And they're so big too. Since last night I've killed countless of them, but they just keep coming." Hearing this, Feng's daughter, who is standing behind him, replies, "I've never seen them before. They only started appearing yesterday, and they won't stop coming." Zhang's son frowns, placing his hand on his head in confusion, and says, "Could they have been attracted here because of me and my dad?" Just then, a car suddenly speeds toward them. Seeing it, Zhang's son and Feng's daughter are both shocked. But Zhang's son immediately pulls out his gun and warns Feng's daughter, "Stay sharp, unwanted guests are coming." Slowly, 3 cars roll up to the area. Zhang's son, along with the others present, also pull out their weapons and take up fighting positions. At that moment, Zhang's son yells out, "Get out of the car!" All of them quickly step out, raising their hands high. One of them shouts, "Don't shoot us! We're not enemies!" Hearing those words, Zhang's son looks startled and mutters, "They're not cannibals, they're just ordinary humans." The man in front, still holding his hands up, says calmly, "Relax. We didn't come here to harm anyone." He then turns to his companions and orders, "Put your weapons down. Don't scare them." Zhang's son starts walking toward them. Seeing this, Feng's daughter calls out nervously, "Be careful." Zhang's son glances back at her and reassures, "Don't worry. They're not cannibals, they're just ordinary people." But as soon as he reaches the man, the stranger looks at him in confusion and asks, "Kid, what do you mean? You're not the leader of this settlement, are you?" Hearing this, Zhang's son answers, "I'm not the leader here. I'm just temporarily protecting these people." The moment those words leave his mouth, the people standing behind the man start laughing. One of them mocks loudly, "Temporarily protecting them? From such a tiny brat?" As soon as the man standing behind insulted Zhang's son immediately turned serious and said to him, "Show a little respect. We're the ones who allowed you to come inside." Hearing this, the leader of those people quickly said sorry to Zhang's son. But Zhang's son continued his words and asked, "Who are you people, and where did you come from?" After hearing his question, the leader among them began to speak. "I'm Yang Bing. We came from City B. There was a settlement there, but it was overrun by the swarm. We had no choice but to flee south. 5 vehicles made it out, but we got separated along the way. The leader and another vehicle headed towards City K. And as soon as Zhang's son heard the word swarm, he became extremely confused. He threw a bug on the ground and asked, "Are you talking about this bug?" And the moment they saw that bug, the people in front pointed at it and said, "How are these bugs so small in this area?" Saying that, they all started talking among themselves, one by one saying, "That's great. The infestation here in City M is way lighter than what we had." Then another one said, "Don't get too excited. The swarm will reach here eventually." Then their leader said, "At the very least, it means the swarm is migrating slower than we expected." After hearing all their words, Zhang's son smiled and said to them, "Don't misunderstand, we originally had no bug problem here. These only started appearing yesterday. We have our own troubles." And as soon as he said this, the leader of the opposite team was shocked and said, "Your own problem? Are you talking about those walking corpses?" Hearing this, Zhang's son was stunned and said, "I knew it. You people came from so far away, and of course, you wouldn't have seen them." Hearing this, the leader of the other team began to say, "We thought they were puppets controlled by parasites. We even wondered why we didn't see any parasites stuck to their heads." And after saying this, he gave orders to his people and continued his words, "But it's fine. Look at our gear and strength. We handled swarms just fine. Zombies are no big deal." And after seeing their weapons and all their equipment, Feng's daughter told all of them to come inside and said, "It's too dangerous outside, and if the man-eaters attack, there's no way we can protect so many people at once. It's better that we go inside the settlement and talk there." And after hearing her words, the team in front began to enter the settlement. And while going in, they said, "Since we're here now, leave the protecting to us. Don't worry. Compared to the swarms we survived, this is elementary school level." And after hearing their words, Zhang's son became a little confused and also astonished. Then the moment shifts, and we see the infected children begging our hero and Feng for food. But our hero mercilessly wipes them all out with his tentacles. Watching this terrifying display of power, Feng, who was standing behind, is utterly shocked. His thoughts race such power, this is unbelievable. Just then, our hero slightly turns his head back toward Feng and says, "Within a 1-kilometer radius, there are at least 20 more like you." Hearing our hero's words, Feng responds, "Yes, and all of them have nearly lost their shape-shifting abilities. I can only imagine how tragic it would be for ordinary people to accidentally wander into here. Let's go. I can feel it, we're almost there." Then the moment shifts slightly, and we see our hero and Feng arriving near the Flesh Sea. The instant Feng lays his eyes on the Flesh Sea, he begins to lose control of his body. Mimic tissue starts emerging from different parts of him, and he completely loses his grip. Just as he is about to jump off the roof, our hero grabs his arm from behind. When Feng turns and sees our hero, he is utterly stunned. At that moment, our hero says to him, "Giving up just like that? Not going to resist at all?" Hearing this, Feng replies with a heavy voice, "It's pointless. My willpower will eventually collapse completely. One day, I won't be able to fight my instincts anymore." As soon as our hero hears Feng's words, he slowly raises his hands toward Feng's face. The closer his hands get, the more unsettling it feels. Then, tentacles suddenly sprout from our hero's palms. Seeing this, Feng is shocked and blurts out, "What are you doing?" But before Feng can react further, the tentacles shoot forward and, within seconds, burrow into Feng's head. His eyes turn completely red as our hero begins restructuring his body from within using his powers. Calmly, our hero says, "If what you lack is structure." After a short while, our hero completes his work. As he withdraws the tentacles from Feng's head, Feng comes back to his senses a little and gasps. "What did you just do to me?" our hero explains. "I implanted an adaptive spore inside you. It'll help maintain your brain's current structure. And while I was at it, I learned more about your species, the mimic aggregate protozoa." Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. "Mimic aggregate protozoa?" he repeats in shock. Our hero continues, That's what you call mimic flesh or tissue. Your loss of structural memory isn't your nature a flaw. The flesh sea is just a desperate solution to keep surviving. You constantly need new life forms to join and feed it. But as the flesh sea grows, it'll eventually consume all nearby life. And when that happens, it will begin consuming itself. If there's too little biodiversity, it might even collapse entirely. Hearing all this, Feng is overwhelmed with shock. He stares at his hands, trembling, and asks, "So this spore you implanted, can it bring my humanity back?" Our hero shakes his head and says, "No, but it can preserve your current self. The adaptive spore replicates your current structure through constant regeneration, maintaining balance by fighting the protozoa inside you. As long as you keep feeding it structural information, you won't forget who you are." Taking in all his words, Feng looks at him with trembling hope and asks, "So, I can live on as Yu Zhaofeng forever?" Our hero answers firmly, "Unless something unexpected happens, yes." Upon hearing this, Feng finally smiles faintly and says, "Thank you." But then, with a shadow of despair, he continues, "But even so, it's just preserving the status quo. Fighting my nature is still a daily battle. I fear I won't last long." Listening to Feng, our hero leaps onto the rooftop wall and declares, "This brings me to the second thing I want you to try." Stunned, Feng stares at him and asks, "What did you say?" Seeing his shock, our hero calmly replies, "Jump down. I'll jump with you." Some people were standing outside the petrol station, filling fuel into their vehicles, and they looked just like military men. At that moment, one of them, who was lighting his cigarette with a lighter, said to his companions in a serious tone, "Hurry up. There's a lot of danger here, and we don't know what kind of monsters are around." Hearing their boss's words, the man standing next to him replied, "Boss, right now we are just putting fuel into the car." Hey friends, do you love reading Manhwa, and manga? And do you want the fastest updates as soon as new chapters are released? Then you have to check out manhwa.com. Here, you will find tons of top-quality series with the latest chapters always available first. I have added the link in the description box and also pinned it in the comments. So don't wait, go check it out now at manhwa.com and start reading your favorite series today. Hearing this, the boss relaxed a little and asked, "Have we already come out of City B and City S?" The man standing beside him immediately said, "Yes, boss, we've come far away from those cities, and right now we are in City K." The boss then continued talking, concern flickering in his voice. "Has the walkie-talkie been fixed? I need to talk to those people. I'm worried about them." Hearing about the walkie-talkie, the man quickly said, "No, boss, the walkie-talkie isn't fixed yet. Many of its parts are damaged, it's completely destroyed, and we'll have to buy new parts for it." After hearing this, the boss said calmly, "All right, no problem. I think they must be waiting for us somewhere. Once we get the fuel filled, we'll reach them very soon." Just then, suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Are you people human?" Hearing this, both of them quickly turned back and behind them stood a lot of people. But they weren't ordinary humans, they were mimic tissues. The mimic tissues continued speaking, pretending to be normal. "Can you take us with you? We have a lot of supplies." Hearing this, one man stepped forward and asked, "Are you survivors from here?" Immediately, one mimic tissue, who was in the form of a human, replied, "Yes, and we have supplies." Hearing this, that man again asked another question. "There aren't any insect swarms here, right?" The disguised mimic tissue quickly answered, "No, nothing like that here, and we have supplies." But after seeing the same thing repeated again and again, even the man became suspicious. He placed his hand on his head, trying to relax himself, and said slowly, "Yes, yes, I heard you. You people have supplies." Then, after saying that to them, he turned back to look at his boss and asked, "Boss, should we follow these people, talk to them, and also check how many supplies they really have?" But as he was saying this, his boss suddenly looked extremely shocked and shouted loudly, "Look behind you!" The moment he heard his boss, the man turned around and what he saw made his heart stop. The mimic tissues were changing into their real forms. They lunged forward, rushing to attack him, trying to absorb him inside themselves. At once, panic spread, and all of them started running away from there. At that moment, the scene shifts, and we see that as soon as our hero tells Feng to jump into the Flash Sea, Feng becomes extremely shocked and says, "Are you serious about this?" Right then, our hero looks at Feng with a smile and says, "A little while ago, you were about to jump into it yourself. Now trust me, nothing will happen to you." As soon as our hero says this, Feng, without thinking any further, jumps straight into the Flash Sea. Right behind him, our hero also jumps in. Within just a few seconds, both of them are standing inside the Flash Sea. The moment the Flash Sea realizes this, it advances toward them, attacking with its mimic tissue, and opens up a massive mouth to observe them. Within seconds, it completely covers both our hero and Feng. Watching this, our hero stays relaxed, but Feng looks absolutely terrified. And within moments, both our hero and Feng completely vanish inside the Flash Sea. Suddenly, from within the Flash Sea, there is a huge explosion, as if a volcano has erupted, and blazing green flames burst out from inside. A few seconds later, we see that this was our hero's ability. His entire body is covered in a green glow. His eyes turn green, and he begins floating in the air. Our hero then pulls himself out of the Flash Sea and stands again on its surface. Alongside him, Feng also emerges outside. Seeing such a power from our hero, Feng looks utterly astonished. But our hero calmly says to him, "It's nothing to be so surprised about. Now, it's your turn." Hearing this, Feng's mouth drops open in shock. Pointing at himself, he says, "Now, my turn?" And right after saying this, he suddenly begins screaming loudly. Within seconds, green leaves and roots start sprouting out of his body. Soon, a green aura surrounds Feng completely, and within moments, Feng transforms entirely into a tree. Only his upper shoulders remain visible. Everything below his shoulders is fused into the massive tree. At this point, our hero looks at him and says, "How does it feel, now that everything inside you is automatically recovering?" Hearing this, Feng replies to our hero, "I feel good now. I can even control it, and it feels like I've become a meat sea myself." Our hero immediately begins explaining to Feng, "No, that's not the case. Not yet, not at all. It will take at least a full month before you can truly control it. Right now, you've only managed to control about 50% of it." Suddenly, not far from Feng, another tree sprouts up from the ground. Feng looks at it in shock and says, "What is this? Another tree?" Our hero then says to Feng, "That's a trunk. Each main trunk means your control over the meat sea has expanded. When the entire meat sea is full of trunks, you'll truly become the meat sea. But let me make this clear, the adaptive spore is ultimately under my control. Don't even think about scheming against me or anyone in City M. This power I gave it to you, and I can take it back." After fully understanding the explanation and receiving the warning, our hero then asks Feng, "Did you completely understand what I just said?" Feng nods and replies, "Yes, I've understood everything, and I'm not crazy enough to ever betray you." But suddenly, both our hero and Feng notice something. Feng immediately says to our hero, "Something's happening over there." And at that moment, the scene shifts slightly to another side. We see that the people who had been running away from the mimic tissues have now reached our hero. While running, one of them suddenly stops. Their boss shouts at him, "Why are you stopping? Keep running." But suddenly, both the boss and that man spot a massive tree in front of them. The sea flash swirled around them like an endless tide, and the two men stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. Every breath caught in their throats as the mimic tissues that had been pursuing them came shrieking closer, their twisted cries echoing through the air. Sweat poured down their faces when they turned, only to find death rushing straight toward them. What do we do?" one of them stammered, voice cracking with panic. "Don't stop, just keep running." But the leader's face hardened. His eyes darted to the glowing blue horrors sealing off every path. No, we can't run anymore. Can't you see? They've surrounded us. This sea flash, it's exactly like that monster we saw before. The words sank in like cold steel. His companion's breath quickened. Then tell me, leader, what do we do now? The leader swallowed, glancing frantically at the shifting walls of light. We'll try the other side. Maybe if we push through? No, his companion shouted, despair breaking in his voice. They'll chase us down no matter where we go. Before they could argue further, the sky itself seemed to split open. Above them, a monstrous sea flash loomed, its jaws unhinging, darkness dripping from its maw. The sight alone broke their courage. They screamed, voices raw with helpless fear, yet the beast lunged not at them, but at the wave of sea flashes coming from the front. In the clash, the truth was revealed. That monstrous sea flash was Feng. With a single roar, he shed his human form and embraced the nightmare of his monster self. Smaller sea flashes shrieked and scattered like insects before fire, their courage shattered. But Feng was merciless. He hunted them, towering higher with every step, until his body twisted into a colossal abomination. One by one, he swallowed them whole, absorbing their very essence into his own. The two men stood paralyzed, unable to make sense of the horror before them. Are we safe now? One whispered. The leader shook his head violently, his voice shaking. Silence, don't move, don't breathe. Maybe he hasn't noticed us yet. But then, from the depths of the monstrous form, a voice thundered. Don't fool yourselves. I see every single move you make. The men nearly collapsed, their legs trembling under them. Who's shouting? Feng's shape twisted again, flesh shifting until he stood half human, half monster, his silhouette burning into their terrified eyes. One of the men pointed with a trembling hand. Why you? What are you? Before Feng could answer, another voice cut through the tension. Calm, steady, and powerful. He's a sea flash. The two turned sharply, only to see our hero stepping from the shadows, his presence steady as stone. The moment they laid eyes on him, confusion spread across their faces, mixing with dread and a flicker of hope. Our hero's lips curved into a knowing smile. His voice carried both warmth and command. But the real question is, who are you? How did you appear here, right beside us? Speak quickly. Tell me where you came from, and how you found your way into this place. The men exchanged a glance, their fear spilling out in a rush. Words tumbled over each other, ragged and desperate. Bug wave, fierce crawlers, fast flyers, giants that spit corrosive venom from dozens of meters away, and brain bugs that enslave men. They fight as one sometimes even better than we humans do. On the other side, the same storm of chaos was unfolding. Feng's daughter had been silently listening, her young face clouded with confusion. Her mind raced as she pieced the horrors together, and finally, after a heavy pause, she spoke with unsettling clarity. Sounds like they're a truly eusocial species, like ants, bees, termites. Creatures with no individual desire, living only for the collective. Such species are terrifying. Their coordination is beyond imagination. Her words struck the group like a hammer. The men fell silent, the weight of her explanation dragging their spirits down. Their leader lowered his head in despair, his voice breaking as he muttered, Now you understand what kind of enemy we've been trying to survive against." Shock rippled through everyone. Fear spread like wildfire in their eyes. Just then, one of them stiffened and whispered, "What's that sound?" From the shadows, they appeared. Dozens of figures emerged, cannibals, their silhouettes perched on rooftops and crumbling buildings, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Feng's daughter's expression darkened. She turned sharply to the military men at her side. "These are cannibals." The soldiers froze. One of them blinked in confusion, his voice trembling. "Cannibals? You mean those who eat humans?" Before anyone could answer, Zhang's son cast a cold glance over his shoulder, his voice low and sharp. "You guessed right. Now you'll see what kind of enemy we're truly facing." As tension thickened, a female cannibal stepped forward. her laughter sharp as broken glass. "One of ours saw your leader heading toward the city," she taunted. Before her words could sink in, another cannibal sneered. "Who's going to save you now? Your leader isn't even here." The female cannibal raised her hand into the air, her tone chilling, deliberate. "Listen carefully. There's no point in fighting. It's pointless. We'll kill you in a single stroke, and neither side will gain anything from it. So here's the deal: we'll grant you protection. In exchange, you give us one human every day. A sacrifice to satisfy our hunger. That's the only way you live. Now, tell me, deal or no deal?" A deathly silence followed, broken only by the unsettling hum of the cannibal's breathing. Then Zhang's son suddenly smiled, his voice cutting through the despair. "So this is your plan? Trying to scare us into submission?" The female cannibal's grin widened as she laughed, mocking. "Think it over carefully. You've got 30 minutes. Refuse us, and we'll tear you apart in seconds." The military soldier's mind spun in circles, unable to make sense of the nightmare. His desperation boiled over. He drew his weapon, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Look at our guns. They're powerful enough to tear you down in an instant." For the first time, the female cannibal flinched. Beads of sweat ran down her face as she stared at the weapon. But then she sneered again, her voice edged with suspicion. "Do you really think your guns can defeat us? No, something about you feels wrong. You don't belong here. You're not from this city. You're outsiders." At her signal, every cannibal leapt from the rooftops, hitting the ground with sickening thuds. The soldiers gasped in disbelief. "They jumped from that high up," one cried. "Not a single scratch. They're monsters," another stammered. Before panic could fully erupt, their leader roared, "Open fire!" The night split with gunfire as bullets rained down, but the cannibals moved like shadows, weaving through every shot with impossible speed. Not a single round struck true. The soldiers' courage shattered. Their leader's voice quivered. "Bullets, they're useless against them." Suddenly, one cannibal blurred forward, appearing right in front of a soldier. Its clawed hand stretched out, ready to rip him apart, but before the strike landed, something tore clean through its chest. A spear-like force burst from behind, dragging the cannibal back. Blood sprayed across the soldier's face as the creature shrieked, its life ripped away in an instant. The soldiers recoiled in horror, drenched in crimson. Even the cannibals faltered, their faces twisted in shock. Because the one who had struck was Zhang. His form loomed before them, monstrous and merciless, the battlefield bending to his presence. The cannibals, who moments ago sneered with confidence, now trembled. One of them stumbled back, his voice shaking. What the hell? What is this monster?" The moment the cannibals laid eyes on Zhang, terror instantly consumed them. Their expressions twisted in disbelief, and the two female cannibals turned on their companion in a fury. "What is this madness?" one of them screamed. "You told us he was headed toward K-City." The other's voice shook with rage. "You lied to us. You brought us here to die." But the young male cannibal, trembling, pointed desperately at Zhang. "Look closer. This isn't the monster I warned you about. This is someone else." His words sent a shiver through the women. Their eyes locked onto Zhang, studying him for just a heartbeat longer. Then instinct overcame them. They turned and fled, dragging their companion with them. Their fear was so raw, so absolute, that it was written across every twitch of their faces. The image of their comrade's brutal death still lingered in their minds, and it drove them into a blind panic. Yet fate was merciless. Just as the three reached halfway across the base, a thunderous crack split the air. From the shadows within the fortress, Chong erupted upward in a single, bone-rattling leap. He descended like a beast from the heavens, landing in front of them with terrifying force. The soldiers stationed nearby saw him and recoiled in horror. "Another monster," they stammered, their voices barely holding steady. But Chong had no words to offer. No hesitation, no mercy. In the blink of an eye, he tore into the fleeing cannibals, his movements so fast and brutal that the three never even had the chance to scream. Their bodies were shredded in a single strike, scattered across the ground in broken, bloody fragments. When it was over, silence fell heavy upon the base. Zhang and Chong stood amidst the carnage, their gazes fixed coldly on the lifeless remains. Behind them, the soldiers stared in utter shock, unable to grasp what kind of nightmare they had stumbled into. And then cutting through the silence came a voice, calm, almost playful. It was Zhang's son. He stepped forward slowly, a faint smile curling across his lips as he looked at the trembling soldiers. His words fell like a whisper wrapped in steel. Wasps are tough to deal with, sure, but compared to humans, aren't humans far more terrifying? The soldier who heard him felt his breath catch. His face shifted instantly, as though the weight of those words had pierced straight through his soul. In that moment, he understood what stood before him was not just a monster, but something far more dreadful. The scene shifted like the turning of a page, and we found ourselves with another military group, where our hero had just been told everything. He listened quietly, eyes narrowing as the soldier finished his account. For a moment, he stood deep in thought, then finally spoke in a calm yet heavy tone. So, the devastation inside B City wasn't random. The real cause could be the bug assault. Before he could think further, a sharp ding echoed from his screen. A notification appeared. His eyes scanned it quickly, and his brows drew together in surprise. He muttered under his breath, almost as if speaking to himself, "So it's true. This is something entirely different. The more of these things I track down and eliminate, the greater the reward will become." Resolute now, he stepped toward the soldier and asked directly, "You said your comrades went southwest, right?" The man blinked, startled that the hero remembered such detail. "Yes, my comrades went southwest. Our original plan was to escape M City, follow the highway, and move further south." Standing to the side, Feng had been listening intently. His voice broke in, filled with a subtle weight. "The south, that's where our base is." The soldiers' heads snapped around at those words. One of them suddenly jabbed a finger toward the hero, suspicion flashing in his eyes. You people still have a base? Or are you telling us you need one?" The accusation hung in the air, but our hero only smiled. His answer came steady and calm, with a quiet strength. "There are a lot of things I still need to set right. But you're wrong, we already have a base." His gaze shifted toward Feng, and he added with a faint smile, "Isn't that right?" Feng's expression darkened, his shoulders sinking. He lowered his head and spoke with the heaviness of someone carrying years of regret. "I've already become a sea flash. I can't go back there. I don't want to. So I'm asking you, please take care of my daughter and the others in my place." For a long heartbeat, silence stretched. Then our hero chuckled softly, shaking his head. "There's no need for that. I'll go myself. I'll bring them here. From now on, this will be your base." The words struck Feng like thunder. His eyes went wide, disbelief etched across his face. "That's impossible. I'm too dangerous for them. I can't." But the hero's smile only deepened. His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of truth. "Then it seems you haven't noticed. Your nature has already started to change." Feng froze. Slowly, almost fearfully, he lifted his hands and stared at them. His lips trembled as the realization hit. "You're right. I feel it. I no longer care about feeding or infecting others." The hero's eyes sharpened with quiet certainty. Because of the adaptation spores, they provide the flesh sea with a cheaper, more efficient energy source, dulling its hunger for prey. With your willpower, suppressing those urges isn't difficult. Feng stood speechless, his entire body trembling with shock. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, unsure what to believe. But the hero had no time to linger. Turning his back, he called out firmly, "Come, walk with me. Let's see if we can find your people." And without hesitation, the soldiers followed after him, uncertain, but drawn to the unshakable confidence in his steps. The moment the scene shifted, the base came into view, scarred, tense, alive with hurried whispers. The hero arrived, and at the sight of him Zhang's son broke into a grin that lit up his face. "Uncle Yang, you're here," he cried, voice bright with relief. "We just fought our way through an entire powerful group, and we beat them." Around them, the soldiers who had been holed up at the base exchanged looks of astonished joy. One of the men who'd already been stationed there forced a smile and stepped forward, greeting the hero as if meeting a long-awaited comrade. "You made it," he said, clapping his main leader on the shoulder. "You're all right, right?" The leader's eyes scanned the perimeter and then darted back to the newcomer. "What happened to the rest of them? Where are the others?" he asked, voice tight with worry. A shadow passed over the man's face as he told them. They'd barely escaped a colossal monster. Many hadn't been so lucky the master had slaughtered the rest. A stunned silence swallowed the group. Disbelief and grief warped their expressions. Then, almost as if to lift the weight from the moment, the station soldier smiled and began to tell of Zhang's son and the rest how strong this base's people were, how fierce they'd fought. But those who had just arrived only laughed hollowly, as if something in that claim didn't add up. "You should have seen what we saw," one scoffed. "Then you'll know who's truly powerful." At the edge of the crowd, Feng's daughter watched the hero with a small, ragged hope in her eyes. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Did my father? Did he become one of the Sea Flash? Did he give himself up?" The hero's face softened. "Yes," he said quietly, "your father did become part of the Sea Flash. But he can still change back, he can still return to human form." The girl's jaw dropped. Astonishment and a fragile hope warred across her face. The hero continued, calm and certain. He'd thought of an idea for Feng, a plan that was safe, practical. "Your entire base will stay here," he promised. "We'll make this place your new home." At that, he turned to everyone and called with steady authority, "Pack up your things. We're moving now." The moment swiveled again. The group trudged until the place they'd chosen for the new base rose before them, a desolate, watchful stretch that could be claimed and fortified. They'd not gone far when strange figures appeared ahead, mimic tissue, their shapes deceptively human. The hero's voice cut through the march, a single warning to everyone: be alert. As they closed, the mimic tissue, wearing the masks of ordinary survivors, called out in mimicry, "Are you survivors?" But the hero had already warned his people. The group snapped into fighting stances before the first step of treachery. The two soldiers who'd escaped earlier mirrored them, weapons drawn and ready. Around them, other men muttered disbelief. "They're just ordinary people, not cannibals. Why are you so worked up?" But the main leader moved without listening. He fired. The man beside him followed suit. Another soldier on the periphery lunged forward to restrain the leader, shouting, "Stop! These are ordinary people, why are you killing them?" He begged for a second look. After a moment's exchange of fire, the man who'd been uncertain peered closer. What he saw made his blood run cold. The group found themselves encircled. The mimic tissue had already closed rank, a whispering ring of teeth and false faces. Panic spread like wildfire. "Move forward," one of the soldiers shouted to the hero. "We'll cover you. Get to the Flash Sea Overload and make for it." The hero chuckled as he clapped a hand on the soldier's shoulder, voice warm and direct. "All right, man. I can tell you're the real deal. People who actually show up when needed." Then he stepped forward, every stride measured and sure. "Keep a little distance from this group," he warned his own. "Stay just far enough that they can't seize you." He didn't wait for argument. With a single decisive motion, he fired sharp, controlled, and the air answered with the crack of combat as the new base's first true defense was mounted. The crack of gunfire split the air as our hero fired skyward, a sharp signal that made every heart on the battlefield skip a beat. Zhang's son, standing at his side, froze in shock, eyes wide as he turned to him. "What's happening here? Is Shanshan coming too?" he asked, his voice trembling with both hope and confusion. Our hero's lips curled into a faint smile. "No," he said softly, yet with unshakable certainty. "Shanshan isn't coming. Someone else, another powerhouse group, is on their way." The boy's jaw dropped. "Another powerhouse? Before his disbelief could settle, our hero's gaze swept across Chong and Zhang. His tone grew serious, commanding, "Don't get tangled up in the fight. Just make sure the mimic tissue doesn't harm our people. Soon, powerhouses will arrive. They'll end this themselves." Chong gave a sharp nod, and without another word, he, Zhang, and Zhang's son surged forward like unleashed arrows, charging into the writhing mass of mimic tissue. Blades flashed, bodies clashed, and one after another, the grotesque creatures were cut down. On the sidelines, two military men stood frozen, their eyes unable to comprehend the ferocity before them. One of them broke into nervous laughter, staring at his commander. The leader's voice was low, filled with awe. "These people, they're monsters," the soldier smirked, almost smug. "Didn't I tell you, leader? But you didn't believe me." His words barely faded when a new horror emerged. From the shadows, more mimic tissues began to appear, their grotesque forms advancing relentlessly. Panic seized the soldiers. But as they looked closer, something felt wrong. These weren't ordinary mimic tissues. Their bodies were bound with layers of living bark, each strip pulsing with unnatural life. Unseen to the rest, they were part of Feng himself, extensions of his will. Terror swept through the ranks. One soldier cried out to our hero, "They're swarming us. Too many." On the other side, another desperate voice echoed, "They're coming from here too." And then something utterly unthinkable happened. The creatures did not lunge for them. Instead, they thundered past, ignoring the humans entirely. With savage precision, they turned on the other tissues, tearing into them with merciless fury. Blood and sinew flew as one mimic after another was ripped apart. The military leader, stunned at first, suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his voice echoing through the chaos. "Now I see, this is the powerhouse Yang spoke of." Within moments, the battlefield was silent. The enemy tissues lay scattered, broken and lifeless. And then, before the eyes of all, the new creatures slithered toward the corpses. Slowly, grotesquely, they crawled inside, absorbing the dead into themselves, growing stronger with each horrific act. Every witness stood paralyzed, breath caught in their throats. It defied reason, defied nature. At the center of it all, calm as stone amidst the storm, our hero raised his hand. His voice cut through the stunned silence, steady and unyielding. "Follow them," he commanded. "We're almost there." The scene shifted, and suddenly everyone froze in awe. Their eyes widened as they stepped into a strange expanse where towering trees loomed all around, their massive trunks stretching endlessly upward. The sight was so overwhelming that mouths fell open, silence heavy in the air. Breaking that silence, Feng's daughter turned quickly to our hero, her voice trembling. "Where is my father? Tell me where Dad is." Our hero met her anxious gaze with a gentle smile. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "He's right here." Then, raising his voice, he shouted across the air with commanding strength, "Feng, come out, your daughter is here." The ground seemed to shiver as the mimic flesh stirred. Slowly, grotesquely, a figure began to push its way out from within the writhing tissue. The military leader's eyes widened, and with awe thick in his voice, he turned to his men. "Open your eyes. Witness this with your own sight. What you're about to see is nothing short of a miracle." And as the mimic tissue split apart, Feng emerged. The sight of him made his daughter's face light up with joy. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, her heart bursting to finally reunite with him. But just as she moved, our hero's hand shot out, firm and unyielding, halting her in place. She spun back, startled, her brows furrowed. "What is it? What's wrong?" Before our hero could answer, Feng raised his voice, heavy with exhaustion and warning. "Controlling the flash, see? It's far harder than you can imagine. Every single detail takes immense effort, and I cannot restrain it completely. Don't come near me, you could be hurt, or worse, infected." Her steps faltered, and her expression fell. Our hero placed a steady hand on her shoulder, his tone firm yet protective. "Your father is right. Stay away from him. From now on, keep your distance, and this will be your main base of operations. This is where you'll stay." Then, lifting his gaze toward Feng, his voice rang out across the field. "Tell me, have you found a safe place for these people?" Feng's weary eyes met his, but his voice carried steady conviction. "About a kilometer southwest between K City and Q City, there's a factory. I've already purged the mimetic flesh there. You can move in safely." The moment shifted again. Inside a vast crater, trees jutted out at odd angles, their roots clawing at the ground like veins from some wounded earth. Something had ruptured within, splitting soil and wood alike. This was no ordinary scene, it was the heart of our hero's base, and something was stirring. One man pressed a hand against his head, grimacing as he turned to Lai Cheng standing beside him. "Isn't the frequency of plant invasions getting a little out of hand lately?" The words hung heavy in the air. Nearby, the old man stood silently, his eyes narrowed, studying the strange rupture. Finally, he spoke in a grave tone. "This kind of situation usually means a flower cart has wandered close." The mention of it drew immediate alarm. A portly man standing next to him frowned in disbelief. "A flower cart? Didn't Brother Zioyang already tame one?" But the old man shook his head slowly, his voice laden with certainty. "There's more than one flower cart in this jungle." The scene shifted once more. Now, inside a massive base, men and women moved about briskly. They were none other than our hero and the survivors he had brought to this new refuge. Dust swirled as brooms scraped the floor, voices called orders, and little by little, the ruins were being turned into a home. Suddenly, the sharp crackle of a walkie-talkie shattered the rhythm. Our hero grabbed it, listening intently. Whatever he heard tightened his expression instantly. "There's some trouble on the southern outskirts of City," he said firmly. "I need to head back." Feng, standing close behind him, stepped forward at once. His voice was steady, carrying the weight of reassurance. "Don't worry, I'll stay here. Nothing will happen to these people while I'm guarding them." But our hero had already turned, raising his voice to call across the room. "Zhang's son." Hearing his name, the boy hurried over, his face tense. "What happened? Is something wrong?" Our hero fixed him with a steady gaze. "There's an issue near the flower cart fields. I'm going back with Uncle Chong. You stay here with your father for now." For a heartbeat, Zhang's son hesitated, then his expression softened into a smile. With all the conviction in his young voice, he replied, "Don't worry, Brother Zioyang." Our hero and Chong had already reached their base, and after seeing both of them, our hero's companions became extremely happy. At that moment, one of them said loudly to everyone, "Come outside, Brother Yang and Uncle Chong have arrived." And just a short while after our hero reached the base, in the meeting room, our hero and everyone else were holding a discussion about the warning that our hero had received through the walkie-talkie. At that moment, sitting right beside our hero, his companion spoke with confidence to him. "Me, Shanshan, Ziokai were more than enough to handle this. Not to mention Brother Cheng is here too. What's there to fear?" And as soon as his words ended, Uncle Lai, who was also sitting nearby, added in a serious tone, "Old he is right, don't get cocky. Only with Zioyang around can we be truly safe." And just as both of them finished speaking, our hero looked at the physique and power of the companion sitting beside him, and he was very impressed. Smiling warmly, he said, "Day by day, you're becoming much more handsome and stronger." Hearing our hero's words, that guy flexed proudly and replied with excitement, "Of course, I've been eating flower cart rations. Even the survivors in neighboring towns have gotten stronger. I must be counted as one of the top powerhouses in this apocalypse now." And as soon as our hero heard his words, he smiled and said with determination, "Then it's settled. Tomorrow, you're coming with me, and we'll go deep inside the forest, to a place where we have never gone before. And there, I will check your real power." Then the moment shifts, and we see those same tree monsters. Some of them have their necks severed, while others lie dead on the ground. And this was not done by anyone else but by our hero's companions. Seeing such incredible power from his companions, our hero becomes extremely impressed and says with admiration, That was excellent, you took them all down in a single strike. As soon as he says this, the chubby guy scratches the back of his head and replies modestly, "It wasn't that easy." Right then, our hero turns to look at another companion and is equally impressed. That companion, with a confident smile, says, "So, Brother Zioyang, I wasn't bragging, right? Shanshan and I are much stronger." Hearing this, our hero responds firmly, "Save the bragging for when you actually face a flower cart." While our hero and the others were busy talking, on the other side Lai Cheng was looking in a different direction. The moment his gaze fixed there, he was stunned, his expression shifted, and he shouted out loudly to our hero, "Look over there." As soon as our hero turned to look in that direction, he too was shocked because the trees in front of them were split cleanly in half. Staring in disbelief, he muttered and moved forward to investigate, only to find that not just one, but many trees ahead were cut in the same way. Confused and curious, our hero asked his companions, "Who did all of this?" The moment he asked, Lai Cheng turned to the comrade standing beside him and questioned, "Did our people do this?" But hearing Lai Cheng's words, the man beside him frowned in confusion and said, "No, that's impossible. Our people have never gone this deep into the forest." While the two were still discussing, our hero signaled for them to be quiet. Then, focusing intently, he used his ability to listen to the distant sounds. The very next second, he told his companions in a serious tone, "There's some commotion happening over there. Let's go and check what's going on." Then the moment shifts, and we see that in the direction where our hero and everyone else were heading, many people were chopping down trees. Suddenly, one of the cut trees started falling toward a worker. His companions immediately shouted to warn him, "Be careful, the tree is about to fall on you." But the man couldn't move in time. His leg was injured, and he collapsed to the ground. Just seconds later, the heavy tree came crashing down on his leg. He screamed in unbearable pain, crying out, "Who did this?" Blood poured out from his mouth and nose as his cries grew louder and louder. His companions standing behind him were terrified. Trapped under the tree, the man roared furiously, "Whoever did this, I swear they'll die a horrible death at my hands." The veins in his entire body began to bulge unnaturally, as though it wasn't him but something else inside taking control. Suddenly, he began to scream and sob, his voice breaking with desperation. "No, no, I can still work. Just give me a day or two and I'll recover quickly, I swear." But the very next moment, branches started sprouting from his body, first from his mouth, then his eyes, then from all over his flesh. One by one, wooden branches forced their way out until finally, his head exploded apart, and even more branches erupted from his neck. Within seconds, he was dead. Seeing him end up in such a horrific state, his companions were paralyzed with fear. One of them shouted desperately to the others, "Don't just stand there, get back to work, quickly." Hearing his command, the others, trembling with fear, hurriedly returned to their tasks. Nervously, they began muttering to each other, Yes, let's work faster. We're fine, we can still keep working." Their tone carried something unnatural, as though they were not working of their own will, but being forced, controlled by someone or something else. They quickly resumed chopping trees, trying not to look back at the horrifying scene. Not long after, our hero and his companions also reached the place where these people were working. One of our hero's companions, startled, said, "There are so many of them, and those are survivors cutting trees." When the workers noticed our hero's group approaching, they didn't show excitement or relief. Instead, they only looked at them with dull, emotionless expressions. Then one of them muttered in surprise, "They're survivors." Seeing such a strangely normal reaction, our hero's companion was stunned. They saw us, but instead of being happy, they're just shocked. Just then, one of the workers casually raised his hand and greeted, "Hello," in a lazy tone. Observing this sluggish reaction, our hero's companion frowned and said, "These people seem so lazy, even their reactions are slow." Another of our hero's companions stepped forward and asked, "Are there only a few of you here, or do you have more people with you?" The moment that question reached the ears of one of the workers, his expression suddenly shifted. A strange, faint smile spread across his face as he replied in a low, eerie tone. "There are many of us. We're just a few working here. We have a very large settlement. If you have more people, you can join us." Hearing this, one of our hero's companions replied cautiously, "We do have more people, but I doubt your settlement is as good as you claim." Before he could continue, our hero placed a firm hand on his shoulder, silencing him. Then our hero turned to the worker and spoke calmly. "We got separated from our companions. Can you give us shelter in your settlement?" Hearing this, the worker's eyes lit up, and he said cheerfully, "Of course, in the apocalypse, everyone's under stress. Disagreements are normal. Someday, bring the rest too. After all, the more people, the stronger we'll be. It's always easier to survive together." With that, he gestured for our hero and his companions to follow him. Then the moment shifts slightly, and we see our hero walking alongside those people, moving deeper and deeper into the forest. As they advance, one of the workers guiding them turns back with a smile and says, "We're almost there." Hearing this, our hero's companion narrows his eyes and mutters suspiciously, "These twisted vines, they're clearly extensions of plant monsters." Immediately after, Shanshan also speaks up in a serious tone. "The site you chose for your base is problematic." Hearing both of them, the worker guiding them stiffens for a moment, clearly a little nervous. But then he forces a smile, glances over his shoulder, and says reassuringly, "You misunderstand, friend. These are just mutant plants, not the man-eating kind." As he speaks, he points his hand toward another direction, pushing aside some branches, and continues confidently, "Pass through that thick patch of leaves, and you'll see it." Listening to his words, our hero's companions begin voicing their doubts one after another. One says uneasily, "I don't think there could be a base this deep inside the forest." Another adds nervously, "It feels more like monsters would be living here instead." Meanwhile, our hero keeps moving forward, and as he steps further, his gaze suddenly falls upon a massive, towering tree standing right ahead of them. The moment they laid eyes on that colossal tree, silence fell upon the group. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating. Even the wind seemed afraid to rustle the leaves of that ancient monstrosity towering before them. Beads of sweat slid down the faces of both the chubby man and Shinshin. Their throats went dry, and the chubby one's voice trembled as he stuttered, This tree, it's enormous." Beside the hero, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice, deep and shaken, broke the silence. "This size, it's probably not even losing to the plant body inside you, Xiaoyan, right?" The hero turned slightly, his eyes reflecting the greenish glow of the massive roots coiling around the land. "That's right," he said calmly, a faint smile curving on his lips. "Purely in terms of size, it's even bigger than me. Even if you count the flower cart fields, this one might still surpass them." Then he raised a finger toward Kai. "Kai," he said, his tone teasing yet commanding, "show them your real power." Kai flinched, waving both hands desperately. "Brother Xiaoyang, don't tease me. There's no way I can handle this thing." But before anyone could laugh, a shout cut through the tension. "Hurry! Subdue them!" The bushes around them exploded as armed men leapt out, surrounding the group from every direction. Rough hands grabbed their arms, ropes tightening around their wrists. The old man's expression hardened. "What do you think you're doing?" he barked, but the betrayers said nothing. The man holding Xiaoyang smirked until the chubby one's face turned pale. Look," he screamed, pointing with a trembling hand. All eyes turned toward the tree. Its bark rippled like living flesh, and then split open. From the cracks emerged dozens of slimy, twisting tentacles. A foul stench filled the air as skeletal figures began crawling out, their empty sockets glowing faintly green. The tentacles pierced into their bones, writhing through their ribs, binding them into motion once again. The dead began to walk. Their creaking jaws opened, whispering words no one could understand. The chubby man lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. This scene, it's making my scalp tingle. The skeletons hissed, their voices cold and distorted. Same kind, willing to be slaves, disgrace. The worker who had led them here froze, his face drenched in sweat. The same kind, he stuttered. Before he could finish, the hero's fist connected with his chest, sending him flying. As the man soared through the air, Zioyang's tentacles shot out, coiling around his body and suspending him mid-air. Since you're being threatened too, Zioyang said coldly, his eyes narrowing, I won't kill you for now. He released the man, letting him drop. But before the dust could settle, monstrous figures began charging from the shadows, grotesque forms born of root and flesh. Here they come, the old man muttered. Then let's finish this fast, Zioyang replied. His comrades Lai Cheng, Kai, Shinshin moved like blurs of lightning, slicing through the monstrous horde. Vines snapped, ichor splattered, and the air filled with the sound of battle cries. The workers watching from behind trembled in disbelief. These guys, they're not ordinary people, one shouted. They're actually fighting against plant bodies, another gasped. No way, there are too many of them. All those corpses, they're plant bodyguards. But before their panic could spread, Zioyang extended his hand toward the sky. In an instant, countless tentacles burst from his arm, raining down like spears upon the monsters. The earth shook under the sheer force of it when the dust cleared. Nothing but shredded corpses remained. The workers stared in horror. They're monsters, one of them muttered only for thick branches to erupt from his own chest the very next moment. Screams echoed through the forest as more of them began mutating. Twisted vines tore through their bodies, turning them into part of the grotesque tree that loomed above. The old man's face turned grave. If this keeps going, he shouted, none of them will survive. Zioyang's gaze hardened. Then we kill the source, he said. End the tree and the curse. With that, he leapt into the air, soaring toward the monstrous trunk. But before he could strike, one of the tree's enormous tentacles lashed out, smashing him from the sky. He hit the ground with a thunderous crash, the impact shaking the forest floor. Groaning, he forced himself to stand. No, it's too big, he murmured. We can't finish this quickly. Dragging it out will only make things worse. Behind him, the dying workers began crying out in despair as vines consumed their bodies. We're all going to die. Zioyang's eyes blazed with resolve. He turned toward them and shouted, everyone infected by the plant body gather here. The survivors looked at him, confused and terrified. What are you talking about? One of them cried. But the hero didn't explain. He took a deep breath, then exhaled. A brilliant, hair-colored light burst from his mouth, swirling like divine mist. It spread through the air and washed over the infected. The air shimmered with raw energy. One of the men looked down at himself, eyes wide in awe and terror. What is this?